Have you ever experienced something that was too outrageous to be true? For example, accidentally sprinkling sugar into the pot instead of salt, creating a dark dish that is both sweet and salty. Or on Monday morning, you wake up thinking it's the weekend, but you end up relaxing in the afternoon only to find out that you were late for work and your salary will be deducted. However, these pale in comparison to what I am about to say. My name is Su Ming, and I am an ordinary high school student on Earth. At least, I thought so until one morning. When I woke up that day, I found myself traveling through time, to a completely unfamiliar world. In this world, the strong are respected and everyone's fate is determined by a career card. Some people change their jobs to become dragon tamers, riding giant dragons to crush mountains and rivers. Some people change their jobs to become lightning mages, shattering the darkness with thunder in their hands. Therefore, powerful professional cards are often very expensive, easily fetching tens of millions at auctions, or even being priceless. Unfortunately, the body I traveled through had lost its parents early, and lived on government welfare, so poor that it was pitiful. I thought I could only be a background figure in this life, but who knew I would be greeted with a god-level cheat at the beginning? Ding! The godly rich system is activated, and 20 million startup funds are awarded. With this huge sum of money in hand, I directly bought a legendary Summoner profession card. Summoner, known as the invincible profession, can summon the three-headed dog of hell to devour mountains and rivers. He can also summon the 9 nether birds to destroy the world. But at this time, my classmates and teachers laughed at me, thinking that a poor guy who became rich overnight by winning the lottery would sooner or later spend all his money and become a laughingstock. How could they know that my system can double the money I spend? And after completing the consumption tasks, I can also get legendary items, when other summoners can only summon ordinary little macaques. I merged with Wukong from Black Myth and cleared the highest difficulty dungeon single-handedly. When my enemies got jealous of my strength and sent assassins to kill me, I will kill them all and make them regret provoking me. No money to play summoner? No way. I have a system, but I am just a cheating printer. Not only do I want to become the strongest summoner, I also have to break through illusions, suppress evil, and reach the top of this world of the strong. Bailiang City, Bailiang Academy, Grade 3 Class 1 Classroom. The sunlight poured into the classroom through the window. I stood at my desk, surrounded by a tense and complicated atmosphere. Professional card used successfully. In an instant, a translucent panel appeared before my eyes. Profession panel, name Su Ming. Profession, Summoner. Level, 1/100. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 3, Agility 6, Mental Power 10. Summon Beast Space, 0 out of 3. Contracted Summon Beast, consume 10 points of mental power. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded in my mind, with a strong sense of drama: spend 20 million, return 40 million, has been received. Get a legendary gold entry. The next time you unlock it, you need to spend 120 million. The surroundings were quiet for a moment, and then exploded. Hiss! The classmates all gasped, and their eyes shot at me like searchlights. Zhao Muyu stood not far away, with a complicated expression, gritting her teeth, and finally turned and left. She was a professional card collector, and she didn't expect to fall into my trap. I'm afraid she will be scolded when she returns. The whole audience was talking about it. Where did this poor guy get 20 million? Damn, his house wouldn't be worth this price even if he sold it. I smiled slightly, patted the cards in my hand, and said casually, 20 million? Oh, no big deal. But in his heart, he was already very happy. Great deal, double cash back for purchases, just spend as much as you want. After everyone had discussed it for a while and the heat gradually died down, I refocused my attention and a sharp look flashed in my eyes. This is just the beginning, I still have gold entries to reveal. But now is not the time to show off, there are only 10 days left before the college entrance examination. If you can't quickly upgrade and break through, everything will be just a daydream. However, can a first-level summoner defeat the monsters in a dungeon? This is simply a fantasy. I took a deep breath and decided to give it a try. I waved my hand and a light suddenly appeared. Contracted Summon Beast, Macaque Quality, C, Normal, Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 3, Agility 6, Mental Strength 5, Skills, Bite, Taunt. Looking at the obviously malnourished macaque in the summoning space, I couldn't help rubbing my forehead, smiling bitterly and muttering, "It really is the standard for novice summoners, brother, let's encourage each other." Not wanting to waste any more time, I put away the panel and headed straight for the dungeon area. The entrance to the Beilang Academy East District Novice Dungeon. The dungeon entrance was filled with all kinds of students shouting, "The difficult dungeon is short of a DPS. The new dungeon is short of a healer, come quickly." Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Hey, isn't that the 20 million summoner?" All eyes were on me, even more intense than in the classroom. "The walking 20 million is here!" I rolled my eyes helplessly, but didn't stop. "Dude, why are you naked when you're so rich? You want to form a team without any equipment?" The laughter came one after another. Some even sneered. "Su Ming, stop kidding! Are you qualified to be a summoner? You spent 20 million for nothing!" More students stood aside and watched the show, some of them sneered. "He doesn't really want to clear the dungeon alone, does he? TSK, if he really wants to go in and die, don't lower the professional level of a summoner." Facing the sarcasm and ridicule from all around, I just said lightly, "Excuse me, thank you." Ignoring the sneering looks, I walked through the crowd and headed straight for the entrance to the novice copy. However, as soon as he stopped, a sharp gaze swept over like a knife. "You spent 20 million to buy a professional card, but you don't even have all the equipment? How dare you enter a dungeon?" The voice was not loud, but it was enough to cause a commotion among the crowd. Shinzimo appeared. The purple high-quality equipment made him look like a luminous body, and he exuded the aura of a rich second generation. He had a mocking smile on his face, attracting all eyes. The crowd of onlookers went wild in an instant. "Young master of the Iron Blood Alliance! Look at his outfit, is he the competitor for the 20 million professional cards? This is going to be exciting!" Shinzimo walked slowly in front of me, his eyes showing disdain without hiding. "Su Ming, a poor guy like you with no equipment and no background, do you think you are worthy of snatching a professional card? Don't forget, the days when you could suppress my grades are long gone." I raised my eyes and smiled meaningfully. "Oh, Master Shin, it must be hard to be the runner-up for 3 years? You were born with good luck, but unfortunately your grades are not good enough." As soon as I finished speaking, the discussions around me stopped abruptly, followed by a burst of laughter. "Direct hit! Shinzimo has been suppressed for 3 years, this is really heartbreaking." Shinzimo's face flushed red, and his anger reached its peak. He waved his hand and growled, "Summon beast, superior saber-toothed tiger." A purple light flashed, and a saber-toothed tiger shrouded in a halo suddenly appeared. Its sharp fangs and noble aura made the crowd exclaim in surprise. "Fuck! Excellent quality summoned beast, really rich. Others risk their lives, but he spends money, there's no comparison." Shinzimo raised the corner of his mouth and locked his eyes on me provocatively. "How about you, poor fellow, show us your summoned beast and make everyone happy." "Yes, summon him out. I bet he doesn't dare, he is just an ordinary guy at most." The crowd laughed one after another. I shrugged and replied calmly, "As you wish." Contracted summoned beast, macaque. The light flashed, and a mixed-hair monkey jumped out. It seemed extremely shy, holding my trouser legs tightly with its 2 front paws, and timidly shrank behind me. "Ha ha! You little monkey? You're still clinging to someone else's leg?" The crowd burst into laughter. "Su Ming, how many days have you been hungry? Give him a banana to save his life." Shinzimo laughed so hard that he fell backwards. 3 years of grudges finally came to light today. This monkey is not even worthy of carrying shoes for my saber-toothed tiger." I smiled, my tone still calm. "Does the superiority of the saber-toothed tiger make you feel so superior? It's a pity that the feeling of being suppressed by me for 3 years will not disappear because of it, right?" I deliberately emphasized the word, pressed. Shinzimo's face flushed red again, and he was almost shaking with anger. "You are so sharp-tongued. Do you dare to make a bet to see who can clear the dungeon first?" I raised my eyebrows and asked with interest, "Oh? What's the bet?" He took out his bank card and sneered. "Here's 5 million in pocket money, I'll bet your entire fortune." "Fuck, 5 million a month for pocket money, what kind of life is this?" The onlookers exclaimed. Su Ming would definitely not dare to accept it. However, I calmly took out a card and waved it over. Although I'm poor, I still have 40 million here. Don't believe me? Let's verify the funds. As soon as these words came out, the square fell into silence. Then there were exclamations of disbelief. 40 million? I just spent 20 million on a professional card, and there's another 40 million? What kind of scenario is this? Shinzimo was also stunned, then sneered. Okay, verify the capital. A familiar figure walked out of the crowd, Zhao Muyu. He spoke calmly. Master, the capital verification is complete, and there is indeed 40 million. The scene was completely boiling. Everyone stared at me as I took back the bank card, as if they were looking at a monster, their eyes full of curiosity, suspicion, and undisguised resentment. Master Shin, are you qualified to bet with you now? I raised my eyebrows, with a hint of a smile at the corner of my mouth. Shinzimo's face darkened slightly, and his tone was a bit cold. Tell me, how do you want to bet? I laughed softly, with a bit of contempt in my eyes. You, the eldest son of the Iron-Blooded Alliance, wouldn't bet 5 million with me for 40 million, would you? If you can't even come up with 40 million, how can you really let it go? People are disappointed. A burst of low laughter suddenly erupted from the surroundings, and Shinzimo's face turned blue and white. It was obvious that I had hit a painful point. Although he is a young master of a wealthy family, those family assets are not something he can just touch at his word. Zhao Muyu on the side quickly stepped forward and whispered, Master, don't be like this kind of person, there is no need. Shut up! Shinzimo suddenly waved his hand, with a hint of anger in his eyes. He pulled out a metal stick from his waist and said in a low voice with gritted teeth, This is the Wuji stick, which I just bought from the black market for 15 million. If you win, it will be yours, plus 5 million in cash and an IOU of 20 million. Do you dare to take it? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. The Wuji stick! Legendary equipment! The Iron Blood Alliance is indeed rich and powerful. They can get such a priceless item. It's incredible. Su Ming is in trouble now. With just his 2 moves, he will definitely be defeated. My eyes fell on the Wuji stick, and a hint of excitement flashed across my eyes. If this thing were used by a macaque, it would be like the reincarnation of the golden hoop stick. Thinking of this, I smiled and said, Deal. Shinzimo smiled coldly. Okay. Since you want to die, let's sign a contract. Zhao Muyu immediately took out a notarized scroll and quickly drafted the contract. Master, please leave your fingerprints. Shinzimo pressed his fingerprint without hesitation, and I followed suit, with a playful smile on my face. Is this fair now? There was a lot of discussion around me, and it was clear that few people were optimistic about me. Su Ming is really crazy. He doesn't even have decent equipment, but he still dares to take this bet. He is simply ignorant and fearless. Shinzimo glanced at me, his tone somewhat mocking. Now that the contract is signed, tell me, how do you want to compete? I looked around and then walked towards the entrance of the nightmare-level dungeon. The blood-red energy vortex exuded a cold and oppressive feeling, forcing the crowd to subconsciously retreat. Just nightmare level, I said calmly, as if this was a very ordinary decision. The whole place was silent for a second, and then it exploded. Is he crazy? A nightmare-level dungeon? Even the max-level bosses wouldn't dare to touch it easily, but he actually jumped into it. Shinzimo was slightly stunned, then sneered. Nightmare-level copy? Sure, since you want to die, I will help you. Let's compare the time it takes to pass the level, or who can hold on longer, and whoever loses will admit defeat. No problem, but your IOU also needs to be included in the contract, I said calmly. Of course. Shinzimo raised his chin with disdain. You won't be able to walk out of this instance alive anyway. I ignored his arrogance and turned to look at the Wuji stick in my hand. I already had a plan in mind. Macaque! I muttered to myself, my eyes fell on the entry panel, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Dark Evolution! The system prompt sounded, entry assigned successfully. Summon Beast, Macaque C, plus Dark Evolution, Legend, equals Black Myth Wukong, Legend. With a burst of dazzling light, the macaque's body expanded rapidly. A few seconds later, a nearly 3-meter-tall giant war ape stood in the contract space, its golden hair shining brightly, and its aura majestic and magnificent. Black Myth Wukong, Quality, Legend Attributes, Strength 30, Constitution 30, Agility 30, Spirit 30 Skills, Vajra Indestructible LV.10, Protean Change LV.10. When I saw the panel, I couldn't help but gasp. It was a complete crushing level. The system prompt sounded again. The attributes of the summoned beast surpassed the summoner, triggering the feedback mechanism. The master's attributes increased. Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Agility plus 10, Mental Power plus 10. This wave of profit is huge! I felt the surging power in my body, clenched my fists, and sighed softly. Looking at the Black Myth Wukong in the contract space, my confidence increased. I not only want to win this bet, but also win it completely. Looking at the Wuji stick, I smiled and said, I'll use it as a golden hoop stick when the time comes. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, I walked into the nightmare level copy. Before the teleportation light engulfed me, I looked back at Shinzimo. A provocative smile appeared on the corner of my mouth, and I raised my middle finger. Thank you for the 40 million, wait and cry. Shinzimo's face turned pale in an instant, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. However, due to the large number of students around him, he suppressed his anger and snorted coldly with a fake smile. A poor small-town test-taker really thinks that he can make a fortune with a little money? People like him will eventually have to work for us strong people. Secretary Zhao Muyu standing nearby immediately flattered. Young master is right. A smart person like him would have taken the initiative to let young master take first place. Unfortunately, he has low emotional intelligence and can only be a good dog. Listening to the secretary's compliments, Shinzimo laughed out loud, as if he had seen me begging for mercy in a desperate state. When he loses and begs for forgiveness on his knees, I will pretend to agree and then make him get out of school. Ha! Just as he was feeling proud, the dungeon system's grand reminder sounded. Welcome to the nightmare-level Dungeon Demon Fortress. In order to cover the retreat of 7 million residents, Marshal Lin Ligua led 50,000 Beiwei troops in a bloody battle at the fortress and died heroically. This trial is specially built to commemorate the martyrs. Standing at the entrance of the dungeon, I took a deep breath and bowed solemnly to the blood-stained city wall. The martyrs used their blood to protect the peace of future generations. Su Ming is grateful and will never forget it. Shinzimo behind him sneered. You are just pretending, wasting time. The devil will tear you apart later. I want to see if you can still bow again. He stepped into the dungeon, his purple outfit shining, like a moving luxurious fortress. The countdown for the dungeon begins, 20, 19, 18. I summoned Black Myth Wukong. With the golden light shining, a 3-meter-tall war ape appeared, its golden hair gleaming in the blood mist, majestic and awe-inspiring. However, I looked at its shabby equipment and couldn't help but twitch my lips. Well, now you are at most a horse, and you are still a little far from being the Monkey King. Wukong seemed to sense my disdain. He grinned, and golden light flashed, activating his Vajra indestructible skill. The 3 blood demons were instantly attracted and rushed over with a low roar, their claws attacking Wukong's ankles, arms and throats respectively. Hey! Wukong shouted angrily and swept his stick across, and the 3 blood demons turned into blood mist. I breathed a sigh of relief. With Brother Monkey here, I can lie down. The battle countdown reaches 0 and monsters come in like a tide. I was not idle. I ran to the abandoned supermarket next to the city wall and got a fire axe. Then I cut off the lamp post, picked up a piece of steel pipe and handed it to Wukong. Here, there is no golden hoop, so you can use this for now. Wukong took the steel pipe and wielded it with ease. Soon, waves of demons attacked him. 3 blood demons? Sweep them all with 1 stick. 5 night demons? Crush them into pulp with a club. 7-headed fire demon? Step on the flames and clean up the mess with the stick. This copy, why is it like a lawn mowing game? I muttered, stroking my chin. The 10th wave of monsters was completely cleared, and the system prompt sounded. Experience settlement. Level increased to level 3. Summon beasts are upgraded simultaneously. Dropped items. Primary skill books times 2. Ordinary equipment times 3. Rare equipment times 1. I rubbed my hands together excitedly and pocketed the spoils. Rare equipment! Here we go! Just when I was feeling proud, A beam of light came from the exit of the copy, and a figure covered in blood staggered and fell out. The crowd of onlookers burst into laughter. Haha, Su Ming died so quickly? Only 15 minutes? It's really useless. However, when everyone saw the man's face clearly, the laughter stopped suddenly, and the air was dead silent. Zhao Muyu was so shocked that his voice trembled. Shin, young Master Shin? Zhao Muyu's pupils shrank and he looked at the huddled figure on the ground in disbelief. It turned out to be the future leader of the Iron-Blooded Alliance, Shin Zimo. The students who were watching were in an uproar, and there were many comments. How is this possible? Shin Zimo is a top summoner wearing an excellent suit. Hasn't Shin Zimo always been called invincible? How did he end up in this situation? One person exclaimed in a low voice. Wait a minute, what about Su Ming? Didn't he enter the dungeon with Mr. Shin and sign a gambling agreement? Could it be that? The other person snorted coldly, interrupting his fantasy. Stop dreaming! The monsters in the demon fortress will not care about your plot needs, they will only tear you into pieces. Shin Zimo stood up angrily, brushed off the dust on his body, and said through gritted teeth. This is the demon fortress, on the nightmare difficulty level. The demons are rushing in overwhelmingly, and my saber-toothed tiger can't stop it at all. After 10 waves it was destroyed. Submerged. The students were in an uproar when they heard this, and they all exclaimed, Nightmare difficulty! So that's it, no wonder Master Shin can't stand it. Zhao Muyu pushed up his glasses in time, smiled slightly, and said in a soft yet sharp tone, Young Master Shin, don't worry too much. The Demon Fortress is a well-known nightmare dungeon. So far, the highest record for students before the college entrance examination is only level 55 on normal difficulty. Her smile had a hint of teasing in it. In order to conquer it, some people even spent huge sums of money to buy one-time summoning items and formed a temporary army. And the fact that you broke through the 10th floor with just the saber-toothed tiger is enough to prove your strength. Shin Zimo calmed down a little after hearing this, and nodded in agreement. Those demons are indeed terrifying. Especially the blood demon, who actually blew himself up while holding a saber-toothed tiger. Even my excellent suit couldn't withstand the aftermath of the explosion. There were also groups of fire demons who knew how to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Not to mention the blood hook of the high-level hate demon, which dragged me into the enemy group in one go. After hearing these descriptions, the students couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines and broke out in cold sweats. No wonder! If an ordinary person encounters this kind of copy, they will definitely die. Just as everyone was secretly rejoicing, someone suddenly whispered, Wait, if the demon fortress is so difficult, why hasn't Su Ming been kicked out yet? This sentence was like a bomb, triggering new discussions. Shin Zimo's face turned red instantly, but he could not explain. Zhao Muyu immediately helped. That loser is probably hiding, delaying time to pretend to be better than Mr. Shin. But the bet clearly stipulates that based on the number of levels cleared, delaying time is meaningless. Shin Zimo sneered and rubbed his shoulders. As expected of my secretary, you speak professionally. Let's just wait and see if his trick is exposed. By then, he will not only have to pay 40 million, but he will also have to apologize in person. The students who were watching cheered and agreed. Yes. Let him show his true colors then. Ha ha ha, I can just imagine that loser crying and fighting. At the same time, on the other side of the dungeon, I was harvesting monsters leisurely, and saw a flash of golden light, and I was promoted to a level. Tisk, it's still only level 2? I took a look at the extra skill points and shook my head helplessly. I don't have a skill book, so I can only save it for now. Looking down at my summoned beast, Black Goku, I smiled. Oh, you've leveled up too, right? Sure enough, Black Goku's experience bar was full. Not only did he reach level 2, he also unlocked a new skill, Hair Clone. Seeing the skill description, my pupils shrank, and then I was ecstatic. I can actually use my hair to summon clones! At least 12! This is clearly the rhythm of one person leading an army. An idea suddenly occurred to me, and I muttered to myself excitedly. In a place like the Demon Fortress, fighting alone is doomed to fail. The only real way is to use the human wave tactic. With this skill, when Black Wukong is upgraded to the maximum level, won't it be possible to summon a company of great saints? Kill gods if gods get in the way, and kill demons if demons get in the way. I sat cross-legged on the ground, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise, the joy of victory spread all over my body. When I clicked on Black Goku's attribute panel, my eyes were almost glued to the amazing data. Black Myth Wukong, quality, legend level, 2, synchronized with summoner, attributes, strength 35, constitution 35, agility 35, spirit 35. Oh my god! I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I had seen it wrong. This guy's attributes were 30 at level 1, and now they have soared to 35. All attributes increase by +5 with each level. This growth can be called the king of the summon beast world. A normal summon beast with a +2 in one attribute is considered top grade. But Black Goku has +5 in all attributes, making him a true all-round monster. If he continues to level up, the attribute points will accumulate to a terrifying astronomical number. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the Monkey King who wants to dominate the world. I grinned with satisfaction, and I couldn't let go of this summoned beast even more. After flipping through the loot I picked up from the quartermaster, I picked out a blue, high-quality paladin scepter and handed it to Black Wukong. Here, monkey brother, try this one. Black Wukong glanced at the broken street lamp in his hand, threw it aside with disdain, took the scepter, and his expression instantly became serious. He waved the scepter with elegant and flamboyant movements, as if he was the reincarnation of the paladin of the monkey world, with a proud look on his face that, this is the right thing to do. I couldn't help but laugh, watching him dancing so proudly, and I simply gave him and myself those low-level white clothes. Although it's a bit shabby, it's better than nothing. Soon after, the war horn of the demon fortress sounded again. Black Wukong and I, this strange combination one man and one monkey, stood on the wall wearing, beggar version, equipment, and instantly became the focus of the whole scene. Are these two here to beg? Don't give them buns! What if there are children? The NPCs whispered, their tone full of ridicule. Hey! Wukong shouted, waving the paladin's scepter, and the hair clone technique was instantly activated. 12 monkey clones holding scepters appeared on the city wall, with extraordinary momentum and neat fighting postures. The 13 guardians of Huagua Mountain are out of the mountains! I almost laughed my ass off. This seemingly funny scene made me think, maybe Black Wukong's clone ability is the breakthrough for my new career as a summoner? The legendary summoner sage, Scourge, came to my mind, the legendary figure who was famous in the border with the Skeleton Sea and the Bone Dragon army. His words still make my blood boil. I am the Scourge. From quantitative change to qualitative change, it's so domineering. I muttered to myself, my eyes locked on Black Wukong. If I could lead a giant monkey army to sweep across the world, this scene. Wow, it's absolutely amazing. However, Wukong's melee ability alone is far from enough, and the army's combat must be supported by long-range firepower. It seems that I have to work harder to save money and get a top-level long-range summoned beast. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the north, and I was instantly brought back to my senses. The alarm on the city wall sounded. The stone demon has appeared! Urgently recruit professionals to form a team to hunt it down! Hidden event! My eyes lit up and my mind raced. A low-level dungeon triggering a special mission with rich rewards was a godsend. Brother Monkey, let's go! Let's change equipment! I shouted, picked up the blue fine light crossbow I had just picked up, and jumped off the city wall. Black Wukong followed closely behind, and the 12 monkey clones followed closely. The garrison on the city wall sent a team of 100 people to accompany him, and the atmosphere instantly became solemn and tense. But at this moment, the soldiers actually started chatting. Killing one stone demon is not a loss, killing two is a big profit. That stone demon looks pretty cool, can we borrow some shade after we fight it? Brothers, we should face death with courage and live up to our youth. Listening to these slightly cynical words, the corners of my mouth twitched, but I was shocked in my heart. Behind these jokes, there is fearlessness and calmness in the face of death. Decades ago, this fortress was the battlefield defended by the martyrs with their blood, and what they inherited was not only the city walls, but also the fighting spirit of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. I held the crossbow tightly, my eyes burning. At this moment, I was not only excited about the upcoming battle, but also felt the heavy responsibility on my shoulders. The stone demon finally showed up. The 11th wave of demons came like a tide, and the dense figures instantly filled the vision of the demon fortress, as if the end of the world had come. I stood at the front of the team, my eyes were sharp and my voice was as loud as a bell. Everyone, listen to my command! Follow me and my summons, and attack in a sharp knife formation! Holding the crossbow high in my hand, I raised my arms and shouted, I am the blade, leading the charge! If I break through the demon formation, you must follow me at the risk of your lives, expand the breakthrough, kill the stone demons, and seize the opportunity to win! The soldiers stood in awe and responded in unison. Yes, sir! Although the NPCs in the dungeon have limited intelligence, their execution is extremely efficient, enough for me to implement my strategy to the end. In this virtual world, we are the players, they are the chess pieces, and I am the controller on the chessboard. Taking a deep breath, I turned to Black Wukong beside me and ordered, Brother Monkey, follow me to the northwest. Our target is that mixed team of stone demons and blood demons. Hey! Wukong shouted, and the 13 giant monkeys followed closely behind him, waving the paladin's staff in their hands like the wind, sweeping through the enemy camp with unstoppable force. The corpses of the demons piled up like a mountain, and the battlefield was full of crushing momentum. Stone demon mixed team, locked. After putting on heavy armor, I rushed into the battlefield. It was not an impulsive decision, but a well-thought-out one. The dungeon mechanism prioritized attacking players, which made me a natural bait and could protect the decapitation team to the maximum extent. These soldiers were armed with kinetic submachine guns and provided precise fire support. In order to pass the next 99 waves of demons, I had to protect every member of my team. Brother Monkey, go! I gave the order, and Wukong swung his scepter suddenly and smashed it hard on the stone demon's head. Boom! The golem's head was smashed to pieces, but it still tried to get up. It's indeed a tough guy. I sneered, raised my crossbow, and shot the arrow directly at its core, the weak point 3 inches below its armpit. Swoosh, boom! The core of the stone demon exploded, and its huge body collapsed, crushing several blood demons nearby. Ridiculously accurate! I whistled proudly, and in my heart I couldn't help but tease. The 9 years of compulsory education in horse riding and archery were not in vain. The morale of the decapitation team was ignited, and they followed my method. The gunshots were continuous, the demon's front was gradually torn apart, and stone demons fell one after another. However, I knew in my heart that the real challenge had just begun. At the same time, the atmosphere in Beilang Academy was tense. Shinzimo's face was gloomy, and his eyes wandered anxiously in the hall. What's wrong with Su Ming? He hasn't come out of the demon fortress yet. Zhao Muyu frowned and tried to find a reasonable explanation, but he quickly rejected it. The dungeon mechanism stipulated that if you were out of combat for a certain period of time, you would be automatically kicked out. This rule had never been wrong. Could it be that? A student speculated in a low voice. Su Ming defeated the first 10 waves and is now fighting the 11th to 20th waves? Fart! Shinzimo shouted angrily. He is just a level 1 summoner with a blank slate. How can he survive until now? No one has ever done it before. Then why didn't he come back? Another student asked with a sneer. Shinzimo was speechless and looked at Zhao Muyu for help. Zhao Muyu thought for a moment and whispered, Maybe it's a system failure and he's stuck in the copy. Yes. Someone immediately echoed. The equipment of the demon fortress will be inspected in a few days. There must be something wrong. Anyway, I don't believe Su Ming can break through so many waves. Shinzimo gritted his teeth and took out his mobile phone and dialed the school's phone number. I am Shinzimo, the son of school director Shin Jinghong. I suspect that the copy system is malfunctioning and a student is trapped. Please send someone to rescue quickly. The followers immediately rushed forward and flattered each other in a disgusting manner. Young Master Shin is really kind-hearted. Su Ming obviously tricked you into betting, but you ignored the past grudges. You are indeed a boss. In the past, these compliments were enough to make Shinzimo feel good, but now he only felt that these people were sour and pungent. The call went all the way to the desk of Beiliang City Mayor Chen Shuani. The dungeon system is broken? Chen Shuani sneered. The demon fortress I personally designed is made of top-notch materials. Broken? Your brain is broken, right? Principal Zhao Renjia scratched his head with a wry smile. Old Chen, don't be so impatient. Middle-aged men are too angry. If you are careful, your hair will fall out, and you will become a greasy bald man in your 40s or 50s. This will be a big loss. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Shuani snorted coldly. Skip directly to the but part, and let me hear what kind of medicine you are selling in your gourd. Principal Zhao put away his smile and changed his tone. Here comes the problem. Today, a senior high school student who just changed his job to a summoner summoned a sea-level macaque. He has persisted in your nightmare-level copy, Fortress of Demons, for a full hour and 9 minutes. Chen Shuani raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously a little surprised. Keep talking. The question now is... Principal Zhao looked at him with a half-smile. Do you think it is more likely that the copy system has malfunctioned, or that this student, Su Ming, is a once-in-a-millennium genius? Chen Shuani pondered for a moment, stood up and walked to the window, overlooking the entire Bailiang city, his eyes deep. If we calculate based on time, he may be fighting the 11th to 20th wave of demons now. Old Zhao, have you ever thought about whether this kid is hiding his strength? It is indeed possible for a genius to achieve this level. Principal Zhao sighed and shook his head in denial. You think too much. I sponsored this child. I know him too well. Sponsor? Chen Shuani turned back in confusion. The genius you sponsored? Just barely. Principal Zhao smiled bitterly. Both his parents died when he was young, and he has no one to rely on. I personally distribute the national relief money every year, and also pay 3,000 yuan out of my own pocket for living expenses. His summon is a sea-level little macaque, and his natal beast cannot be easily replaced. How much talent do you think he has? Chen Shuani remained silent, his mouth twitched a few times, and finally waved his hand. Hearing what you said, it seems that there is indeed a problem with the copy. I will go and take a look at the situation, so that you, the sponsored person, will not really get into trouble. At the same time, Su Ming in the copy was completely unaware of the discussions outside and was leading the decapitation team to wipe out the last group of stone demons. Kill 15 stone demons, extra experience plus 150. Kill 30 stone demons, extra experience plus 300. Emergency mission. Hunting stone demons. Completed. Mission rating, SSS. Please go to the quartermaster to collect the hidden military medal and exchange it for the dungeon exclusive reward. Call it a day! Su Ming gave the order decisively, shouting to the soldiers behind him. All the stone demons have been destroyed, mission accomplished! Brothers, retreat! More than 50 warriors cheered in unison, their faces filled with the joy of victory. Without the support of the stone demons, the morale of the demon army plummeted, and they were defeated directly. It turns out that hidden tasks can trigger this kind of effect. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and he thought, this is not something that is written in textbooks. If I sell it to a strategy store, I will definitely make a lot of money. He returned triumphantly with his troops to the wall of the Fortress of Demons, and the soldiers and quartermasters around him looked at him completely differently. Brave man! The quartermaster came forward with a look of reverence on his face and bowed solemnly. Your art of command is impressive. These 55 soldiers are willing to follow you and become your temporary followers. Temporary followers? Su Ming was ecstatic, but his expression remained calm. As a summoner, he knew very well what this meant. The kill gains, dropped items, and battlefield merits of these temporary followers all belonged to him. However, he cared more about the treasures in the reward shop than his followers. When the exchange interface was opened, a set of equipment jumped into his eyes. Heart of the Swarm set, quality, dark gold grade partial effect, slightly 2-piece set effect. All summon beasts gain +1 level, regardless of summoner level. 4-piece set effect. All summon beasts gain +2 level, and gain an additional summon beast slot. Su Ming took a deep breath and said, a 3-level upgrade for the 4-piece suit. This is simply the ultimate artifact for summoners. However, his eyes were soon drawn to another reward. Rare summon beast egg, customizable, exchange merit, 30 points. Description. You can choose the evolution direction and ability tendency of the summon beast, and the system will do its best to create it for you. Customized summon beast? Su Ming fell into deep thought, but quickly made up his mind. Although Monkey is strong, he still lacks long-range firepower. He quickly filled out the form, indicating his requirements: long-range attack type, preferably with shadow clone skills, and at the same time possessing high damage capabilities such as critical strike, split arrows, and spell mastery. Soon, the quartermaster solemnly brought back a summon beast egg that was shining with purple light. "Here we go!" Su Ming rubbed his hands and excitedly hummed the background music. "Today is a good day, everything I wish for can come true." As blood dripped, purple light bloomed, and the summon beast egg slowly opened. Colorful mist slowly rose in front of me. I held my breath and stared at the changes on the panel. As the mist dissipated, a furry little fox appeared in the halo. Its clear big eyes stared at me, with an innocent and cute look on its face. "Fox?" I was stunned and blurted out. "Isn't this the egg of a long-range attack summon beast? How did it hatch a cub?" Although it is extremely beautiful, small and cute, and will definitely attract countless eyes when taken out, but can it be useful to me when conquering the Fortress of Demons? Wait, could it be infinite growth? Several possible terms flashed through my mind. Summon beasts were mainly drawn and used, and almost never appeared in cub form unless they had some extraordinary attributes, such as extraordinary growth potential. With some doubts, I quickly opened the panel. Contract summon beast successfully. Qingqiu Fox, juvenile stage, quality, excellent, level 1, can be upgraded to the same level as the summoner. Attributes: Strength 5, Constitution 5, Agility 10, Spirit 10, Infinite Growth, awakening every 5 levels. A special ability. Archer talent, long-range specialization, all long-range skill damage plus 100%. Seeing these data, my doubts instantly turned into ecstasy. Haha! Make money with blood! I picked up Qingqiu Fox and rubbed its furry head vigorously. Excellent quality. Comparing it to Shinzimo's saber-toothed tiger that the Iron-Blooded Alliance spent a lot of money to buy, it was actually of the same level. Moreover, this Qingqiu Fox also has infinite growth, and theoretically even has a chance to reach the legendary level. I am the chosen one! I couldn't help but laugh at myself, thinking that if it were sold to the Iron-Blooded Alliance, Shinzimo might just kneel down and pay 100 million. The Qingqiu Fox squeaked so cutely that my heart melted. "Come on, little guy, test your strength." I pointed to the target in the distance. "Just give it a try and see if you can hit it." The little fox tilted its head, looking very cute. Suddenly it clasped its palms together, and a fireball larger than its body quickly condensed, then suddenly flew towards the target. Boom! Fire burst out, and the target instantly turned into fragments all over the sky, with debris flying everywhere. I was dumbfounded. Oh my god, this power is comparable to a cannonball. This is just a juvenile. If it's an adult, wouldn't it destroy the world? Just as I was sighing inwardly, the little fox sat down on the ground, sticking out his tongue, looking extremely tired. Okay, I know you're great. I couldn't help but smile and touch its head, and bought a can of limited supply dried fish from the quartermaster and handed it to it. The little fox held the dried fish and started to eat it with an intoxicated look on his face. It was so cute that my heart almost melted. But don't get too carried away while eating, I teased. If you really want to repay me so hard, you don't really want to turn into a little fox girl and marry me, do you? Before I could come to my senses, the 21st wave of demons quietly arrived. Although there were no stone demons to support them this time, the number and density of demons were far greater than before. Form a formation! I gave the order, and 55 temporary followers quickly formed a 3-stage attack formation and launched suppressive fire under the cover of Black Goku. The Qingqiu Fox squatted on my shoulder, and from time to time it would rub out a fireball, which would make the enemy group look miserable. Black Goku used the hair clone technique, and the 13 giant monkeys swept across the field like monster harvesters. The demon's attacks are almost impossible to penetrate the defense, and the damage data is all immune, and -1. I laughed so hard that I fell backwards. Brother Monkey, you are indeed a legend in the scraping world. These guys can only give you a bath scrubbing service. With the tacit cooperation between me and my team, the 21st to 30th waves of demons were quickly cleared. I also successfully upgraded to level 3, Strength, 17 Constitution, 15 Agility, 18 Spirit, 22. Looking at the data on the panel, I murmured contentedly. This growth is simply invincible. Although my own growth is limited, Black Wukong and Chinchio Fox have forced me to maximize my combat power. The battle inside the dungeon has come to an end, but the atmosphere outside the dungeon is bustling with activity. Beilang Academy Principal Zhao Renjie stood in the middle of the tumultuous crowd, trying to calm them down. Everyone go away! It's just a dungeon bug, isn't it? What's so great about this? Go back and finish your papers. A student boldly interrupted. Principal, maybe Su Ming is a true summoning genius. He entered a nightmare-level dungeon and is still alive today. Shinzimo smiled coldly and said sarcastically, a poor guy who lives on relief is worthy of this. Of course he deserves it. Song Qingfeng sneered, with his hands on his hips. Just because he has been suppressing your Iron Blood Alliance young master for 3 years, he deserves it. If he doesn't deserve it, then you will be the laughing stock of all the senior 3. For a moment, the scene was silent. Shinzimo was so embarrassed that he could only look to his secretary Zhao Muyu for help. Zhao Muyu sighed helplessly and walked forward slowly, trying to break this awkward situation. Student, you can't say that. Zhao Muyu cleared his throat, with a sharp smile on his face, and his tone was full of confidence and oppression. Analysis of problems requires evidence and logic. We can't be led by emotions. She glanced around and said calmly but forcefully. Su Ming, a newly transferred level 1 summoner, summoned a common sea-level macaque, had no equipment, and no backup. How could he survive more than 20 waves of demons in the nightmare-level, Fortress of Demons dungeon? After a pause, she continued. Everyone understands, right? The top geniuses barely achieved the record of 55 waves with the full support of the top forces. The reality is definitely not the passionate plot in the comics. Relying on friendship and bonds to shout a few dreams, you can awaken superpowers? Ridiculous. She shot a sharp gaze at Song Qingfeng, and her tone became even more stern. Song Qingfeng, tell me, what ability does Su Ming rely on to survive until the 20th wave? Song Qingfeng was speechless for a moment, his face flushed. He couldn't hide his admiration for Su Ming, but he really couldn't produce any strong evidence. At this time, a student broke the silence. But Su Ming spent 20 million to buy a professional card today, and also bet 40 million with Shinzimo. He must be hiding a trump card. Zhao Muyu sneered, his voice full of cold sarcasm. I saw with my own eyes that his bank card balance was cleared after he swiped the card. 60 million is an astronomical figure for ordinary people, but for professionals, it is only enough to buy an excellent summon beast. In our Iron Blood Alliance, the annual allowance for ordinary summoners is 50 million, and the annual allowance for genius summoners is more than 200 million. Her words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. The Iron Blood Alliance is not at the same level as those small forces that are only willing to give 60 million in subsidies. Zhao Muyu smiled contemptuously, his tone full of disdain. What kind of resource support do you think a grassroots like Su Ming can get? Song Qingfeng was speechless by the series of straightforward and powerful words and could only remain silent. Seeing this, Shinzimo laughed triumphantly. Song Qingfeng, see? Su Ming is just a silver-plated spearhead. In the era of universal job transfer, the strong are respected. Grassroots counterattack? This only appears in novels. His voice was sharp and piercing, but no one refuted it. It was an indisputable fact that almost all the high-level professionals who had emerged in recent years were children of wealthy families. Just when the atmosphere was awkward and stagnant, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred in the sky. A bright sword light streaked across the sky, leaving behind a gorgeous rainbow-like trail, instantly attracting everyone's attention. That is, the mayor's holy sword, Abyss Judgment. There were exclamations from the crowd. In the light, a figure came walking on the wind. Beiliang City's guardian, Mayor Chen Shuani, arrived on a sword. Welcome to the city, Lord! The students and teachers saluted hurriedly in unison. Chen Shuani waved his hand calmly, stepped on the void, and landed step by step. He casually glanced at the dungeon entrance and said to Zhao Renjie in a relaxed tone, Old Zhao, this dungeon looks very stable. The rune circuits are complete, and the energy fluctuations are extremely stable. Isn't it a bit of a waste of my time for you to ask me to come here? Zhao Renjie smiled bitterly and spread his hands. But Su Ming did stay in there for more than an hour. Level 1 summoner, sea-level macaque, without even any equipment. Chinchuani couldn't help laughing and joked. Your words are quite rhyming, like rap. Zhao Renjie was helpless. Stop it, Lao Chin. I'm really afraid of something happening. A student was trapped in a dungeon before and died more than 800 times. He had a mental breakdown and became a useless person. Upon hearing this, Shinzimo immediately echoed loudly. Quickly close the copy and rescue Su Ming. Zhao Renjie shook his head seriously. We can't forcefully close the instance, it will cause great damage to the player's spirit. Besides, the college entrance examination will be in a month. If Su Ming becomes weak because of this, his future may be ruined. Chinchuani took out his phone without any hurry and ordered takeout in front of everyone, with a nonchalant smile on his face. What's the hurry? Have some tea first. Lord City Lord you. Everyone was dumbfounded, but dared not say anything. Zhao Renjie seemed to realize something and lowered his voice and said, I see. Are you planning to wait for the 55th wave to refresh and see if Su Ming can create a miracle? Chinchuani smiled slightly, and said meaningfully, The meaning of records is to be broken. Young people, don't always think that miracles have nothing to do with you. If you are bound by the established rules and don't even have the courage to challenge, how can the Dragon Kingdom counterattack the abyss and regain the old mountains and rivers? We will follow your instructions. The students responded in unison and bowed respectfully. Chinchuani's admonitions were like morning bells and evening drums, striking deeply in their hearts. Only Shinzimo lowered his head and remained silent, looking depressed, but he did not dare to say much. His silence stood out in the solemn atmosphere. Chinchuani's name carries countless legends. He once killed the evil queen, the great lord of the 9th layer of the abyss, with a single sword. He also single-handedly resolved the demonic siege of Bailiang's city and saved hundreds of thousands of citizens. These great achievements established his supreme status in Bailiang City. Even Xin Jinghong, the leader of the Iron-Blooded Alliance, respected him respectfully. In that case, just wait for another hour. Principal Zhao Renjie casually ordered, and someone else immediately sent 2 game consoles. He smiled and said to Chinchuani, Old Chen, how about playing the fighting game Bo 7? Although you have gone further on the road to become a professional, the champion of the school esports competition that year was me. Chinchuani raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Don't mention those things about sesame seeds and rotten millet. Zhao Renjie, however, refused to give up and put his hand to his ear in an exaggerated manner. Tell me loudly, who was the runner-up that year? Chinchuani's face darkened as he muttered. Who can remember that little thing? Let's fight. Okay, then whoever loses the bet will treat us. We'll have big plate chicken tonight. Zhao Renjie laughed. The 2 prominent figures immediately got into the gambling game and operated the game machines more seriously than the students. The students watching were stunned, and they could not associate the 2 vindictive old men with the majestic image of the mayor and principal of Bailiang. At the same time, another fierce battle was taking place in the demon fortress. I was dealing with the demon tide calmly when the 31st to 40th waves of rat demons came in droves. Although their attacks were high, their defenses were low, and they were no match for Wukong at all. Wukong waved his staff, and dozens of rat demons were instantly turned into meat paste. The elemental arrows they fired hit Wukong's indestructible monkey hair and were all bounced away. Haha, what a welfare level! I stood on the city wall, the Qingqiu fox lay beside me, and we leisurely enjoyed the fun of mowing the grass without any harm. By the end of wave 40, I had reached level 4. The quartermaster brought the soldiers to deliver the spoils, which turned out to be a treasure and a skill book. Skill book, Shadow Training, Restriction, Shadow Warrior or Ninja Class Effect, train the shadow to become an assassin, inheriting 20% of the original attributes. This book is totally incompatible with my summoner profession. I shrugged and put it in my backpack, thinking of selling it for money later. However, what really surprised me was another drop: treasure, phantom orb, restriction, none effect, 5% chance to summon a phantom when casting, replicating the casting action for 10 seconds. Double casting? Interesting. I excitedly wanted to try it on Wukong, but found that its skill could not be triggered at all with a 5% chance. Obviously, the judgment mechanism did not support it. Reluctantly, I hung the beads around the Qingqiu fox's neck and tried my luck. Unexpectedly, when the 41st wave of monsters appeared, the little fox actually triggered the phantom bead. Its phantom clone and the real body simultaneously rubbed out a fireball, and the double firepower accurately bombarded the Yanmo. However, boom! Boom! Yanmo's health points actually soared. What the hell? I was stunned. I thought I was going to win, but suddenly the situation turned around. I realized that Yanmo was completely immune to fire elemental attacks and could even devour flames to repair itself. Isn't this clearly bullying the fire mage? I couldn't help but complain, and my mind quickly recalled a scene from my freshman history class. Yanmo was the culprit who killed the 311 fire elemental group that year. My heart suddenly trembled. This battle was much more difficult than I had imagined. The Yanmo were not only the nemesis of the fire mage, but if they were not hunted down in time, they would destroy the entire fortress. Chapter 13: The Last Dragoon. Charge. The marshal has made his decision, the messenger said solemnly. We will send the last of our dragon cavalry into the heart of the demons, and hunt down all the flame demons. Enthusiastic citizen Su Ming, our hero, if you are willing, please help us fight. Su Ming bowed with a heavy heart. I am willing to lead the decapitation team to attack again, and I will definitely live up to your orders. As smart as he was, he already understood the marshal's decision to abandon the dragoons and use their sacrifice in exchange for the advantage of the fire elemental mage corps. The dragon cavalry is the Dragon Kingdom's famous heavy cavalry. They are an invincible force on the battlefield. But unfortunately, the Battle of Demon Fortress was a typical siege, and there was no room for cavalry to play a role. Instead of waiting for the demons to destroy the city walls, the dragoons took off their armor, turned into infantry, and fought street battles with the demons. It would be better to turn them into an isolated force, a discarded pawn, to assassinate the strategic forces of the demon army, and exchange their lives for theirs. This is the cold battlefield command. Human lives are just numbers, professionals and demons are just pawns. In this regard, Su Ming had no choice but to obey. Obedience, knowing that sacrifice is inevitable but still willing to die, is the supreme virtue of a soldier. It is also the reason why the human race has repeatedly defeated the strong with the weak and can stand firm when the demons of the abyss attack. Things to know. If we fail to annihilate the flame demon, they will absorb all powerful large-scale fire spells, thereby covering the main demon force as it rushes to the walls of the demon fortress. By then, this isolated city will be destroyed in an instant. The overwhelming firepower of the 311th Regiment was the greatest contributor to the defense of the demon's fortress in real history. Yanmo must die! Su Ming called upon the giant monkey and took with him the 55 surviving members of the beheading team. He also obtained 100 new reserve soldiers sent by the marshal, and formed a death squad to deal with the Yanmo. Go ahead! Marshal Longwa waved goodbye on the city wall. No one knows your name. Your achievements will live forever. The dragoons and the death squad rushed out from the city gates that had been opened with a bang, like a torrent of steel, charging towards the northeast direction where the most flame demons were. Beep, beep, beep. The charge rang out above the fortress of demons, and all the soldiers were furious. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Everyone was shouting, and no one was thinking about returning safely. Su Ming was once again inspired by the martyrs and stopped talking. He just used his high attribute to block the long-range attacks from the demons for the NPCs. Outside of the copy. You loser as always! Principal Zhao Renjie looked down upon City Lord Chen Shuani with contempt. I say, brother, can you do it? In a Bow 7 match, you just lost 0-4 cleanly? You are still a swordsman, you are really a dog on a dog! Chen Shuani was furious and kicked over the stool. Draw your swords, let's fight tonight, regardless of life or death. Zhao Renjie rolled his eyes and said, You are such a scoundrel. You throw tantrums and flip the table when you lose. Your rogue face is no different from when you were a student. Tisk, you're scared? Then let's play Bow 9. We'll play best of 9. Chen Shuani sat back next to the game console. We can play Bow 9. But what about the big plate of chicken in Bow 7? I am a sword immortal of my generation. My holy sword can travel 90,000 miles. I have defeated millions of demons with one sword. How can I refuse to pay for your big plate of chicken? Then let's bet on another shabu shabu meal? Get lost, you want to take advantage of the sword immortal? My sword is not bad either. The principal and the mayor were arguing and swearing as they continued to play games. Shinzimo couldn't help wiping the sweat off his forehead and asked, Secretary Zhao Muyu, do you think there is a possibility, a 1 in a billion chance, that Su Ming really made it to this point? Zhao Muyu flatly rejected it. There is absolutely no such possibility. My university graduation thesis was about the Battle of the Demon Fortress. She sneered coldly. So, in terms of understanding this war, I know more about it than many professors. Do you know why most students didn't make it past waves 41 to 50? Zhao Muyu didn't wait for Shinzimo to reply, and answered his own question. Because Yenmo is here. The flame demon can absorb all fire damage, so that the attack of the demon fortress becomes healing instead. Back and forth, addition and subtraction, these 10 waves of demons are truly invincible. Zhao Muyu said solemnly. In real history, the reason why our troops were able to hold on was because the last dragon cavalry of the Dragon Kingdom went out in full force and played the final elegy on the battlefield. Before they set out, they had written wills, and everyone was ready to die with the flame demon, she said with emotion. Sacrificing their lives for the country and treating death as home is a true portrayal of them. It was also thanks to their suicidal attacks on the flame demon that the city walls were barely able to hold on. Shinzimo's eyes widened. Then, what about the dungeon? Since the dungeon is based on real history, the dragon cavalry should be able to annihilate the flame demon, right? Oh, if the dungeon is purely a copy of history, then why do you need to go in and experience it? Mayor Chen Shuani heard their conversation and interrupted with a sneer. Of course I reduced the number of dragon riders and increased the number of flame demons by a little bit. This is what we call the difficulty of the dungeon. Want to win? Then you have to follow the footsteps of the dragon cavalry and fight to the death with the flame demons under the siege of the demon army. Chen Shuani sneered. There is no shortcut, no loophole to exploit. Only by facing life and death can we break the deadlock. Shinzimo was overjoyed and said hypocritically, Well, if Su Ming is still trying to clear the dungeon, I wish him good luck. Zhao Muyu curled her lips and said, A level 1 summoner has no advantage over Yenmo. I am 99% sure that there is a bug in the dungeon. You don't need to question my judgment. Chen Shuani glanced at her indifferently. Zhao Muyu was struck by lightning. Her pretty face turned pale, and she quickly lowered her head, fearing that the sword saint of the wind-slaying sword would blame her. Hey, you lost again. Bo 9 lost 0 to 5. It's okay to be maggots on maggots. Principal Zhao Renjia stretched. Chen Shuani was furious. From a dog to a dog, it's okay to be demoted to a maggot to a maggot. You bastard, how dare you insult me? Take my sword! Are you going to cheat again? It's all because of that little girl's chatterbox that I lost my focus. The last game doesn't count. Also, the game monitor you provided is too bright. The benches at your Baolang Academy are too hard. Your old face is too ugly to show my true strength. Just now was just a warm-up. I'm just getting into the game now. Principal Zhao Renjia. You are really a master at passing the buck. I don't care, rematch! Okay, you're a sword immortal, you're a big gangster, I'm just a civilian official, what can I say? Time is still passing by every second. The students were eagerly waiting to see Su Ming tumbling down from the copy exit in a panic. However, there was nothing. Chapter 14. Rewriting History with One's Own Strength. Brother Monkey, shrink the front and use the 72 transformations on Yenmo. Su Ming carefully called back Black Wukong, who was charging into the battle formation. Fighting is its nature, so it often gets excited about killing and takes the initiative to rush into the demon army to beat up all kinds of demons, mass-producing Blood Demon brand meat patties, Brat Demon brand meat sauce, and Yen Demon brand firecrackers. But one's own strength is ultimately limited. Su Ming knew very well that the key to winning the battle of the demon fortress was not himself, but to protect the NPC troops stationed there and defend the city walls. The city wall is a geographical advantage. NPCs are human and harmonious. And my arrival may be the right time. The combination of time, place, and people is the key to passing the 99th wave of the Fortress of Demons. Black Wukong made a magic gesture and transformed himself into the Flame Demon. At the same time, an attack from a high-level flame demon lord from the enemy fell on the heads of the suicide squad in the next second. "It's an explosive bomb, find cover quickly," an NPC hurriedly reminded. "Don't panic." Su Ming smiled faintly and comforted everyone. "I am the cover." As a summoner, he controlled Black Goku in his mind, unleashing the power of Flame Demon, which had transformed into his own, and opened his bloody mouth towards the sky. All the fire elements were instantly swallowed up, and the powerful explosive flame bomb eventually created a huge green healing number on Monkey Brother's head. Plus 5,000. Burp. Monkey King was full. The NPCs were all stunned. An attack by a high-level demon was actually eaten directly? Su Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the ability of a legendary summon beast, a power that can easily change the situation on the battlefield. The 72 transformations are worthy of being the most well-known signature skill of the Monkey King. For summoners with high IQ, it is definitely a powerful skill that can be used to great effect. A monkey brother who transformed into a flame demon directly reversed the situation on the battlefield, which greatly boosted the morale of the Death Squad. At the same time, because the main demon army at this moment was composed of a standard fire element demon army. The flame demon is in command, the flame demon is the general commander, and the fire demon is the cannon fodder. The flame demon transformed by Monkey King was like a high-level pass that allowed Su Ming to pass through the battlefield unimpeded, allowing him to quickly penetrate the battlefield with the Death Squad. Thus, a scene that stunned the Dragon Nation commander on the Demon Fortress and the Demon Lords who were using the Eye of the Abyss to observe the battlefield appeared. An Oriental giant monkey created 12 hair clones, like 12 giants, more sturdy and powerful than any demon. They rampage across the battlefield, invincible like heavy armored vehicles. And that giant monkey actually transformed into the Flame Demon King, opening his mouth to form a vortex that could actively swallow all fireballs, rockets, fire rain, etc. This causes the human suicide squad to be in a fire-immune state. No, it's not fire immunity, it's fire absorption. The attacks of the fire demons were entirely for the purpose of restoring Monkey Brother's health, and were more powerful than those of a genuine professional priest. Seeing this, the demon lords were extremely furious, but they could do nothing but compromise with the human summoner. Roar! The demon lord gave the order to call off the troops. Su Ming was stunned. Eh? Are you playing tricks? Didn't we just reach the 45th wave? Is the AI of the demon lord in this instance so high? He actually knows how to stop losses? This instance is indeed built by the city lord himself. The 41st to 50th waves of demon invasion were terminated early. But the reward naturally did not shrink. On the contrary, because Su Ming defeated the demons ahead of time, the commander of the demon fortress was overjoyed and directly doubled the hidden reward. Emergency recruitment, Yen Mo must die, completed. You get 100 points of merit. Because you have completed the task excellently and changed the course of history, the Ace 311th Regiment, which should have suffered 50% casualties, survived and maintained its integrity at 95%. You will receive a special reward, the Dragon Country 3rd Class Hero Medal. Holders of this medal will be regarded as combat heroes of Dragon Country, and can join the major military commands of Dragon Country without taking an exam, with a minimum rank of 2nd Lieutenant. You can also use this medal to summon all your temporary followers to help you in the battle when you are conquering a dungeon. Number of uses remaining, 1. Note 1. When the number of uses is exhausted, you can use merit to recharge during the copy settlement. Note 2. The attributes of your followers are related to the level of your military medals. Oh my god! Su Ming was shocked. He didn't expect that the reward would be a rare summoning equipment. Being able to summon this group of elite warriors to help in the dungeon will undoubtedly greatly reduce the difficulty of clearing the dungeon. When I thought about the future, other students would fight in dungeons by shooting monsters with small bows and arrows, but I could just wave my hand to summon a regiment of elite soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom and directly defeat all kinds of monsters. Hee, so nice. What made Su Ming most satisfied was that this Dragon Country 3rd Class Hero Medal did not occupy the summoner's summon beast space. It doesn't even count as equipment, it doesn't take up any equipment slot, it just works if it's in your backpack. Absolutely amazing. It's really a little magic weapon. What Su Ming didn't know was that when the copy's artificial intelligence awarded him the third-class Medal of Honor, it also simultaneously sent a certification message to the outside world. After all, this medal is rare in the reward list. It is only awarded to talented professionals who rewrite history and change the situation of the battle in nightmare-level copies. And its effectiveness of interviewing and joining the major military commands of Longhua, of course, needs to be certified by the official Longhua. Then, Chen Shuani, the mayor of Bailiang who holds the highest authority in the Bailiang military region, received the information first. He was originally sparring with Principal Zhao Renjie, and the fight was in full swing. He gained the upper hand for the first time and was about to win the first game of the Bow 15. Ah? Chen Shuani glanced at his phone, his hands trembled, and the operation was deformed. Zhao Renjie's eyes flashed with brilliance. Good opportunity! There's a flaw! Take my Rising Dragon Tyrant, 3/, and then the ultimate secret. You're already dead. You lost again, Lao Chen. Why are you such a loser at playing such a small video game, even though you are a great swordsman? The principal taunted him mercilessly. But Chen Shuani didn't care about that. He laughed wildly and said, I said the copy didn't seem to be broken, and it turned out to be just as I expected. Old Zhao, congratulations to your Bailiang Academy. You finally produced a top genius. You will be promoted and get a raise. You can treat me to the big plate chicken tonight. Zhao Renjie was stunned. What are you talking about? I'll wipe it. The elegant principal jumped 3 feet high. Because the nightmare dungeon actually played a notification. Congratulations to Su Ming, a student from class 007 of the 3rd year of high school at Bailiang Academy, for completing 2 hidden missions in a row and rewriting the historical process of the Fortress of Demons dungeon, allowing the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Regiment and the 404 Dragoon Regiment, which should have been severely damaged in the 41st to 50th waves of demon sieges, to all survive. The current completeness of the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Corps is 95%. The current completeness of the 404th Dragoon Regiment is 83%. We hereby award the 3rd-class Hero Medal to Su Ming. Please review it, City Lord. Chapter 15 Shocking News. Outside the Nightmare Dungeon, there was complete silence. All the students were dumbfounded. What's going on? There are really no bugs in the copy. Su Ming was actually trying to break through the Fortress of Demons? He actually broke the inherent plot of the copy, rewrote history, and saved 2 famous Dragon King Ace troops. Everyone has a magical feeling that a historical hero has walked out of the book. Song Chi-feng, Su Ming's best friend, couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laughed 3 times. I told you! Brother Su is mighty, Brother Su is domineering, Brother Su hasn't even graduated from high school yet, and he's already a 2nd lieutenant. Principal Zhao Renjie even grabbed Mayor Chen Shuani and wrote, bribery, and backdoor, on his face. In front of hundreds of students, he didn't even pretend. Old Chen, oh no, my dearest brother Chen. I, Xiao Zhao, have never begged anyone in my life, but today, in order to send talents to Dragon Country, I beg you to help me. We must pass the review and award him the 3rd-class military medal he deserves. I have 2 bottles of magic blood wine brewed with demon cores at home. They have been stored for 20 years. I originally wanted to use them for my granddaughter's wedding. I'm giving them to you. Speak up. What do you want? As long as Zhao Renjie has it, we can discuss it. Classmates. Ahem, Principal, please be careful about the impact. The Dean of Academic Affairs at the side whispered. There are so many students watching us. Yes, there were a lot of students just now. I admit that I was a little proud of winning the game and spoke too loudly. Zhao Renjie bowed. Elbow, come with me into the room, I kneel down for you. Classmates. Chen Shuani. Silence is the Bailiang Academy tonight. All the students felt like they were force-fed 10 tons of lemons, sour from head to toe. I'm jealous, family members. Just be patient. Mayor Chen Shuani rolled his eyes cautiously. Old Zhao, don't be so useless. It's just a 3rd-class military medal. I'm going to download his clearance video later and watch it frame by frame to study how he saved the 311th and 404th regiments. If this Su Ming is really a military genius, I will definitely invite him to join the Bailiang military region immediately and grant him the rank of second lieutenant, making him an officer. Hold on! Shinzimo, whose veins were bulging and who looked like he was possessed by a demon, suddenly interrupted. It could also be a bug in the dungeon. Or, Su Ming is using a bug to cheat. There were many classmates around him who were also broken down and found it incredible, and they also supported him out of jealousy. That's right! An ordinary summoner who is just ordinary, rewriting history? My family, who would believe that? It must be a bug, absolutely a bug. Su Ming eats in the same cafeteria and lives in the same dormitory as us. How can he be so outstanding? The Fortress of Demons dungeon is recognized as the most difficult national-level novice dungeon. There are more than 1 billion people in Dragon Country, and geniuses are as numerous as stars, but no one can do it. How could it be possible that Su Ming could rewrite history? Support a strict investigation. Principal Zhao Renjia was furious. What a bunch of idiots! At this time, you are still fighting among yourselves and are still jealous of Su Ming? Have your brains been sucked away by the brain-eating demon? Su Ming's feat today will bring a large amount of funds to our school. I can upgrade the teaching staff and increase your scholarships. Everyone will benefit from Su Ming. Not only are you ungrateful, you're even reporting me behind my back? No wonder Su Ming is number 1 in the grade. You don't have any competitiveness at all. The students who were scolded immediately shrank their necks, stammered, and dared not speak anymore. Shinzimo instinctively looked at Zhao Muyu, looking for help. He hoped that the chief secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance could use his ability as a debate champion to help him question Su Ming and regain his face. Zhao Muyu lowered his head, pretending not to notice the young master's hint. She was already in a state of confusion, and couldn't help but think, did I choose the wrong side? Did I offend a genius who was awarded the rank of second lieutenant when he was still a teenager? When he becomes successful in the future, will he grab me and refine me in an instant? Or even send troops to capture me and make me his hard-working slave? Just be patient, there is a possibility of bugs. To everyone's surprise, Mayor Chen Shuani actually mentioned it lazily. Shinzimo was ecstatic, thinking that the other party had supported him for the sake of his father. However, the next moment Chen Shuani said, however, if he can find a bug in the copy of the demon fortress that I created personally and use it, it shows that he is a top-notch genius hacker. He can also be recruited into the army and become an officer in the network department. Now that the abyss has invaded, it is an extraordinary time. Extraordinary things must be done and extraordinary people are needed. The mayor said nonchalantly. If you cheat in school, you will be suspended or even expelled. But if you can cheat on the front battlefield and cheat in national competition, then you are a strategic talent. You know, every year, our Dragon Nation will have martial arts competitions with Eagle Nation, Elephant Nation, Gaul Nation, and Stick Nation to decide the ownership of some key resources. If this classmate Su Ming is particularly good at raiding dungeons and can use bugs in nightmare-level dungeons, then he can definitely bring glory to the country. Shinzimo was stunned and could not utter a single word. Mayor Chen Shuani said expectantly, I say, your vision is still too small. Is it worth making a fuss about a mere third-class Medal of Honor? In the high-intensity abyssal battlefield, a third-class hero is born almost every second. He shook his head, his eyes gleaming. The real value of this information transmitted by the copy is that it tells us a piece of intelligence. The 404th Dragoon Regiment, which should have been destroyed, and the 301st Fire Elemental Mage Regiment, which should have been reduced in number, are now preserved. That is to say, Su Ming will have an unprecedented advantage in the 51st to 60th waves of demonic offensive. Principal Zhao Renjia understood immediately and couldn't help but widen his eyes. You mean, Su Ming has the potential to break the world record of 55 waves? Hey, he should be the person who is closest to the record in the past 10 years. Chen Shuani smiled and said, Congratulations, Lao Zhao, you have finally cultivated a top talent. If he can really do it, your Bailiang Academy's application for a national key middle school this year will be easily approved. It's worth it that I personally give him relief money every year and pay for his nutritional supplements out of my own pocket. Zhao Renjia was so happy that the wrinkles on his old face were all brightened by smiles. And Shinzimo suddenly felt a chill. When he looked up, he found that the flatterers who had been very close to him were actually moving in small steps and out of his sight. After all, Shinzimo had dared to interrupt the principal and the mayor when they were talking just now, and had been treated with sarcasm by the sword Saint Jeanfeng. He might even be hit by a holy sword in a moment. Chapter 16 goes down in history. A new record for the Fortress of Demons. While waiting for the 51st wave of demons to attack the city, Su Ming stroked the hero medal with great satisfaction, then looked at the person he brought back. 120 elite warriors. 108 dragoons. I wish this was the real dragoon in history. Su Ming sighed. In the real battle of the demon fortress, the number of dragoons was more than 10,000. After all, the copy is just an imitation of history, with the participating Dragon Kingdom troops and the Demon Legion reduced in proportion. After all, this is just a novice trial copy. Since Su Ming successfully repelled the Flame Demon and made great military achievements, naturally, this group of people became his temporary followers. In the future, he can also summon this group of people in other copies with military medals. Well, 100 merit points are enough to exchange for 2 Heart of the Swarm pieces and activate the effects of both sets at the same time. Should we change it? Su Ming fell into deep thought. This is a risky investment because it is almost impossible to collect other parts after leaving the Fortress of Demons. Unless there is another summoner who also completes the 2 hidden tasks, obtains merit points, and exchanges them for the other 2 parts that Su Ming lacks. But that's almost impossible. Su Ming knew very well that even if he wrote a strategy guide and published it, would others be able to copy his tactics? How to hunt the stone demon without the numerical monster Black Goku? Without the fire immunity and fire absorption brought by the 72 transformations, how can we destroy the flame demon? Let's keep it first, and then see whether to exchange it when the final settlement comes. Su Ming hesitated and decided to put it on hold for the time being. Anyway, the main force in the current copy is Black Goku. No matter how luxurious his equipment is, it cannot affect the battle situation. After a 10-minute rest, dense swarms of demons appeared again in the distance of the demon fortress. This time, the main force is a special group of demons living in the swamp snake demons. Most geniuses cannot get past the 55th floor. There must be a reason for that. Su Ming sighed softly. He knew very well the special feature of the snake demon petrification attack. The Medusa in the myth is a powerful snake demon lord, and is extremely terrifying. According to records in history books, when the snake demons came out in full force, a Medusa once turned an entire army of human shield defenders into stones. Only some high-level shield defenders whose equipment attributes had petrification resistance, specially stacked up, were able to survive the disaster. Snake demons are the main siege force for the same reason as stone demons. When snake demons die, they will turn directly into stone and become stepping stones for the demons behind them. The corpses of the snake demons that come one after another will be piled up into a long staircase, making the wall advantage of the demon fortress disappear. Moreover, it was impossible for Su Ming to lead the suicide squad out of the city to eliminate the snake demons because the number of snake demons was too terrifying. Since there is no way to take shortcuts, let's fight to the death. Su Ming stood on the city wall with a calm expression, his battle robe fluttering, and beside him was Monkey Brother, who had upgraded his rifle to a cannon. There were too many dropped equipment, so Su Ming put together a set of excellent heavy armor for Monkey Brother, and got some robes and magic hats with spiritual attributes for himself. Of course, given that Su Ming's level was too low, having only reached level 5, the equipment he could obtain were all novice equipment. Attributes are basically things like strength +1 or defense +2. Not worth mentioning, insignificant. Here I come. The snake demon army finally reached the shooting range of the fire elemental mages on the city wall. Everyone, chant the spell Meteor Shower! The commander of the 311th Regiment gave orders while reporting to his superiors. Our regiment has finished chanting the spell, please give instructions. Check the watches. Launch at 15 hours 27 minutes and 9 seconds. The marshal issued a series of instructions. Yes. Order the archer to cast a freezing arrow at the marked location at 15 hours 27 minutes and 6 seconds. Order the druid to release divine spell at the marked location at 15 hours 27 minutes and 3 seconds. Yes, sir. Su Ming soon saw the cooperation of the major professionals. The 0.03-second vine technique swept wildly under the city wall, tying up countless attacking snake demons and turning them into living targets. At 6 seconds, a large number of freezing arrows poured down from the sky, creating a sky full of ice and snow, covering the snake demons. At 9 seconds, the meteor shower that the fire elemental mages had been accumulating for a long time dealt the final fatal blow to the snake demons. The vines are on fire. The ice is melted. The melting of water and fire, and the burning of fire and grass, perfectly interpret the collision effect of elements. The lives of the snake demons were reduced to 0 in an instant, and they were killed in large numbers by the demon fortress. I see. The commander is indeed smart. He is worthy of being a war hero who can be written into history textbooks. Su Ming understood this move. Why choose meteorite shower? Because it can smash the snake demons into meat paste. This means that when their bodies are petrified, no stairs will be formed, but just a layer of sand on the ground. Why use the elemental reaction of ice and fire? Because of thermal expansion and contraction, the bodies of the snake demons will first freeze into ice sculptures, and then explode under the fierce fire, causing their bodies to shatter into rotten meat all over the ground, preventing the snake demon commander from using low-level snake demons as cannon fodder, and then using the cannon fodder bodies to pile up a ladder to climb the wall. It seems the most difficult problem has been solved. I won't get stuck like other professionals. Su Ming suddenly realized the trick. Because the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Core was intact, the commander was able to use ice and fire bombing tactics to blow the snake demons' bodies into meat paste and body parts, so the snake demon army could not use cannon fodder corpses to pile up a path like in real history. Everything is interconnected. Just like the butterfly effect, dead ends that were originally impossible to deal with can now be easily resolved. Oh, I see. This is the ultimate strategy for the Demon Fortress dungeon. Su Ming released crossbow arrows on the city wall to kill the snake demon while smiling with realization. The legacy of the previous level will be the key to the next level. The difficulty of defending the city will not increase, but will become lower and lower like a snowball. It seems I really have the possibility of passing level 99 and becoming the first person in the world to pass the nightmare level demon fortress. Finally, the 55th wave of snake demons also fell under the demon fortress. Su Ming received a system reminder. Congratulations, Su Ming. Your progress in the Fortress of Demons dungeon has broken the current global record. Publish? Yes/no. Su Ming laughed out loud. I am not a low-key person, nor do I like to play dumb. I just want to take advantage of the record-breaking popularity to hype it up, get this wave of traffic, and then make a lot of money. I will use the Godly Rich system to get the second gold entry. Announce, Su Ming said without hesitation. Suddenly, a message popped up on the news panels of all professionals in Dragon Country. The record for the nightmare-level Demon Fortress dungeon has been broken. Record breaker. Bailiang Academy, Grade 3, Class 7, Summoner Su Ming. Chapter 17. Good son, go and curry favor with your classmates. Bailiang Academy. Outside of the copy. Even though they had some psychological expectations, when the record-breaking national announcement was released, all the students still felt a numb and sour feeling. We are witnessing history. A classmate was the first to react and muttered to himself. This record-breaking will definitely be written into the history textbooks, right? That's for sure. Although the Fortress of Demons is only a regional copy of our Dragon Country, it is also open to the world. In other words, Su Ming is truly the world's strongest challenger. Someone sighed. Yes, in the old days it would be like becoming the country's first Olympic gold medalist, which would be of great significance. Now, our Bailiang Academy is proud of you. Look at Shinzimo's expression. It's so interesting. Many people glanced at Shinzimo, who had an ugly face. The young master of the Iron-Blooded Alliance was staring at the national announcement on the panel in disbelief. His mouth was still trembling. Impossible, impossible, how could that idiot Su Ming do it? The next moment, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. The caller turned out to be his father, Xin Jinghong, leader of the Iron-Blooded Alliance. Dad, you... Shinzimo answered the call in a confused manner, even accidentally pressing the hands-free button, and everyone heard the conversation between father and son. Shin Jinghong's excited voice came. Good son! I remember you mentioned it many times at home, and I also heard Su Ming's name many times at your parent-teacher meetings. If I remember correctly, he is your classmate, right? You must have a good relationship, right? After all, he is always first, and you are always second. The top students must have sympathy for each other, encourage each other, and make progress together. Shin Zimo froze on the spot, his face as dark as the devil's heart. Shin Jinghong was still talking to himself. I'm telling you, you have to go to the dungeon exit immediately, and then play the emotional card of your classmate to recruit him for our iron-blooded alliance first. For such an outstanding person, I am willing to pay give him a stipend of 100 million, and promise to help him order a dinosaur summoned beast in the Jurassic dungeon. The guarantee is that it will be an outstanding overlord, and there is even a certain probability that it will be a legendary dinosaur egg. Shin Zimo. They are both excellent level summoned beasts, but they are also superior to each other. His saber-toothed tiger is only an ordinary species in the excellent level, and its potential has been exhausted. The dinosaur summoned beasts produced in the Jurassic dungeon are all of at least the bloodline of the overlord, and can continue to grow. After all, a 3-year-old knows that there is a world of difference between a saber-toothed tiger and a Tyrannosaurus rex. Shin Zimo's cell phone slipped silently and shattered on the ground, thus ending the awkward conversation between father and son. But 5 seconds later, jingle bell bell. Zhao Muyu's cell phone was dialed again by Shin Jinghong, who was eager to seek talents. Secretary Zhao, that's great, you are also at Bailiang Academy. Hurry up and recruit this Su Ming. Our iron-blooded alliance is trying to capture the world-class copy of Eagle Kingdom Jurassic Park. High-level summoners are too important. It can be said that this Su Ming is related to the rise and fall of our iron-blooded alliance. I want you to take him down at any cost. Money doesn't matter. Just give him the equipment. If you need to use a honey trap to win, I will compensate you a large amount of money. Just treat it like an uncle and beg you, my good niece. Because Shin Jinghong yelled so loudly, even if she didn't turn on the speakerphone, a large number of classmates around her still heard her. Their filters were shattered on the floor. The look in Zhao Muyu's eyes suddenly felt strange. The chief secretary could only reluctantly excuse himself and said, I will do my best, but there seem to be too many big forces coming to the scene to contact Su Ming. Huh? Shin Jinghong was stunned. Zhao Muyu did not hesitate, opened the video call, and showed him the picture above the sky. From a helicopter, 2 powerful foreign men jumped out. They both wore the badges of the Knights of the Rose, and they did not use parachutes at all. They fell straight to the ground, creating a circle of cracks on the marble floor, but they were unharmed and walked straight to the mayor and principal, saying hello. Hi, man. That is a knight of at least the 3rd level. His defense and HP are extremely high, so he can ignore the fall of several hundred meters. Shin Jinghong immediately identified the other party's profession. In the other direction, a bipedal pterosaur surged towards them. Riding on the neck of the pterosaur was an extremely beautiful and graceful woman. She stepped on the void, flashed continuously, and soon appeared in the square like a ghost. Hey, the mayor is here, do you also want to recruiting little brother Su Ming? Shin Jinghong's face became even more ugly. Damn! It's actually the phantom assassin from the Mystic Temple. Don't they only recruit assassins? Are they expanding their recruitment this year? Zhao Muyu smiled bitterly and pointed the camera of his mobile phone at the road outside the campus. Countless motorcades came in force, and then, after seeing the powerful men from the Knights of the Rose and the Mystic Temple, they turned around and left dejectedly, apparently realizing that they were not qualified to compete for Su Ming. They came in droves, just for Su Ming. Such an eye-catching scene made all the students dumbfounded. Those who had slandered Su Ming slipped into the crowd and did not dare to show their faces. He was nervous and frightened, fearing that Su Ming would take revenge on him afterwards. Principal Zhao Renjia snorted coldly. What's the matter? Our Su Heng just became a little famous, and you guys are scrambling to steal his boy, right? Let me tell you, he is a good kid who is very grateful. You have never sponsored him, so he will definitely stay in school and will not join you casually. Mayor Chen Shuani's lips curled up slightly. I'm afraid their ideas are not as simple as yours, Lao Zhao. I'm afraid that they are not only thinking about Su Ming, but also coveting the guide to clearing the fortress of demons in his hand. Chen Shuani saw through their intentions at a glance and sneered. As everyone knows, there will be extra rewards for the first 100 clearances of each dungeon. Many special equipment and mysterious treasures will only drop in the first 100 clearances. After that, they will never be dropped again. Hee, you're right. The phantom assassin of the mysterious temple shrugged and admitted it very frankly. But the world is bustling with people because of profit, and the world is bustling with people because of profit. This is the truth of our dragon country. When I came, I had already sent someone to investigate Su Ming's file. He turned out to be an ordinary poor student who received a government subsidy. She sighed. Now, he has changed his job to a summoner who is recognized as the most expensive. I guess he must be very short of money. We have several large financial groups under the Arcane Temple, and we even control a Fortune 500 company. We are willing to give him a fair price. Chapter 18 Hidden Dragon in the Deep. Shin Zimo stared blankly at the verbal sparring between the big shots. In his fantasies and dreams, he seemed to be standing among thousands of people, being sought after by these powerful and influential leaders. It was obviously me who came here first. It was he who first called Zhao Muyu to purchase the summoner job transfer card. It was he who first begged his father for the superior saber-toothed tiger. It was he who first begged his mother to buy him a full set of purple equipment. Why is the ending like this? Why did that bastard Su Ming become the one who stole the spotlight? Secretary Zhao Muyu. Shin Zimo couldn't help but glance at this beautiful secretary who was once very pleasing to his eyes. He had wanted to take her as his personal concubine after graduation and play with her long legs with amazing elasticity. But now he was harboring resentment. You say Su Ming, who is ordinary, suddenly became the center of attention. Did he have a strange encounter? Zhao Muyu was startled and tapped her delicate chin. Of course. A level 1 summoner with no family background can defeat the difficulties of the Demon Fortress dungeon repeatedly. He must have had some great adventure. It's likely that I got a small artifact from the drops in the dungeon, or accidentally unearthed a hidden mission reward. She guessed based on common sense. Shin Zimo interrupted her impatiently. Tell me, is there a possibility that there is something fishy about his summoner job transfer card, and that it can be transferred to some hidden profession? For example, the necromancer of the summoner branch, the fiction writer, the lord of the underworld, the dinosaur followers, etc. Those he mentioned were all high-level summoners who had made their names in history during the era of universal job transfer. The necromancer is the hidden profession of the famous undead scourge. The fictional writer is said to hold a book he wrote himself. Whenever he opens the pages, the fictional fantasy creatures in the story jump out of the paper, strange and bizarre. Lords of the underworld must have a certain amount of abyss blood before they can take office. They can communicate directly with the abyss and underworld and sign many underworld creatures for their own use. Dinosaur spawn is a new summoner profession that has been mutated by Eagle Nation scientists in recent years by transplanting dinosaur DNA into the human body. It can control the dinosaur tribe. Zhao Muyu was able to fight with his bare hands to become the chief secretary of the Iron-Blooded Alliance with a commoner's background, and his level of observation was first-rate. She immediately read a hint of resentment on Shin Zimo's face. After reading his words carefully, Zhao Muyu was filled with shock and anger. This bastard young master wants to attribute Su Ming's rise to that ordinary professional card. Thus, he blamed himself for the feud between himself and Su Ming on his failure to acquire that professional card. Once Shin Zimo successfully dumped the blame, he persuaded Shin Jinghong. The Iron Blood Alliance will inevitably hold itself accountable. How will it assess the losses then? Zhao Muyu's heart skipped a beat, and she almost suffocated. She only thought about it for a moment, and felt dizzy. How much is the birth of a peerless genius estimated to cost? How much does it cost to complete a nightmare-level dungeon for the first time? How much is a legendary summoner with a promising future worth? Although, even if Shin Zimo could really get a top-level hidden career card, he might not achieve the same success as Su Ming, because people are different. There are only a few dozen legendary summoners who have left their names in history, but the global population base is extremely large, and there are at least 800, if not 1,000, hidden summoner professions born every year. Most of the geniuses die on the road to growth. But do Shin Zimo's parents believe it? They dote on Shinzimo so much that they only think that their son is extremely good, and if he can get the hidden career card, he will definitely be better than Su Ming. Dense and transparent beads of sweat oozed out of Zhao Muyu's snowy forehead. Her fair face suddenly became even paler. Impossible. Zhao Muyu forced a smile and said seriously. The data of any professional card can be directly viewed on the panel. The market value of any hidden class card is over 100 million. She shook her head. The student who sold the summoner class card wouldn't be stupid enough to sell a hidden card for only 20 million. Who knows? Shinzimo snorted coldly, not believing it at all. That stupid student named Qing Feng is usually not smart, and his grades are low. What if he really made a mistake? Zhao Muyu was speechless. She knew very well that Shinzimo was being unreasonable. His words had no logic and even seemed like he was venting his anger. But what if the Shin family believed his lies? What's more, he had undoubtedly offended Su Ming by supporting Shinzimo many times. It could even be considered to have widened the gap between Shinzimo and Su Ming, making their relationship irreparable. She is no longer a human being. Zhao Muyu took a deep breath, his mind racing. When he looked at Shinzimo with vicious eyes, there was already a hint of coldness in his cold and beautiful eyes, perhaps the clue to the artifact that he had found with great difficulty, which could greatly enhance the summoner's combat power, no longer needed to be sold to the Iron Blood Alliance. Su Ming is about to become rich, and he was extremely generous when buying summoner class cards. He easily defeated me. He is the best buyer. Zhao Muyu restrained his expression and had already thought about leaving the Iron Blood Alliance. After all, the Prince of the Alliance is vicious by nature, vindictive, and irresponsible. Is he really going to be the scapegoat? In the Demon Fortress dungeon, Su Ming finally killed the 60th wave of snake demon lords and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the final boss is not Medusa. He has no resistance to petrification at all. If he encounters Medusa, who has the Eye of Petrification, he will have no choice but to escape from the dungeon in a panic. But Monkey Brother shouldn't be afraid. Su Ming thought about it and felt a little sorry. He is a natural stone monkey, born from the last piece of multicolored stone left after Nuwa repaired the sky. He definitely can't be petrified. If Medusa attacks, Monkey Brother will be her nemesis. Maybe he can drop 1 or 2 dark gold equipment, or even a small artifact. The quartermaster quickly brought a large pile of dropped items to Su Ming on a cart. Next time, I'm afraid we'll have to use a big truck to transport it. Su Ming glanced with satisfaction at the Black Monkey King, the Qingqiu Fox, the 120 elite Dragon Nation warriors, and the 108 Dragon Cavalrymen behind him. This is the advantage of the summoner. All kills of summoned creatures are counted as his own drops. What a pity! As Su Ming picked and chose among the spoils, he sighed. I can only go through the nightmare-level dungeon once before the college entrance examination. I won't be able to do it again in the future. Sigh. Copies are created by various countries at the expense of massive resources and are a benefit given to professionals. Every bit of equipment, experience, and skill it produces actually comes from the country's treasury and from the citizens' taxes. Therefore, the number of times each professional can clear dungeons is limited. Unless they can set foot on the Abyss battlefield, fight against demons in the real world, and obtain real military exploits, they can exchange it for a dungeon pass and enjoy the benefits of clearing dungeons. Chapter 19: Clearing the Demon Fortress. Live? Later, after leaving the Demon Fortress, I have to go to the battlefield border to meet the real monsters. Su Ming murmured to himself, thinking thoughtfully. A wealthy man like Shinzimo has a dungeon pass provided by the Iron-Blooded Alliance. Although it is said that the official has deliberately limited the inheritance ratio of military merit to 3-1. In other words, every time Shin Jinghong gives 300 points of military merit to Shinzimo, the latter can only get 100 points, and the remaining 200 points are considered inheritance tax. However, the pass for a low-level dungeon is already very cheap. Shin Jinghong can afford it, allowing Shinzimo to stay in the dungeon 24 hours a day to grind equipment. Su Ming could only wait for the CD of the dungeon to be refreshed, which would happen about once every 3 months. Of course, if he can get the top 100 results in the province in the college entrance examination and join a top university, he will receive an additional scholarship allowance of 1 copy per week. This is also the reason why so many students work so hard to get ranked. While taking a break, Su Ming suddenly saw a system reminder pop up on the panel. I am Chinchuani, the mayor of Bailiang. I have something important to discuss with you, involving tens of millions of dollars in income. Can I have a video call? Su Ming was shocked. In the nightmare level copy, it was actually possible to communicate with reality? But on second thought, the nightmare level copy was created by the mayor himself. He has developer privileges, which is equivalent to the GM of online games and the cheating device of standalone games. Of course, he can do whatever he wants. He immediately said humbly and honestly, "It's you, Master Sword Saint Johnfeng. I'm your fan. Whatever you need, just tell me. I will definitely go through fire and water to help you." Su Ming patted his chest loudly. "Mr. Zhao, your students are very sensible." Chinchuani chuckled, and then a video pop-up window appeared in front of him. There are two people in the picture. A person Su Ming is very familiar with in real life, Principal Zhao Renjie. The other was an acquaintance that Su Ming often saw on TV and in videos, Mayor Chinchuani. Su Ming has always respected Zhao Renjie, because every time he got food in the cafeteria, he could feel Zhao Renjie's kindness from the remaining meal money on his meal card. This president is completely different from the financial president Liu Changhe, who is always thinking about making money from students. He is the head of the 7 presidents of Beilang Academy, but he focuses on scientific research and does not care much about other matters. Zhao Renjie smiled graciously and said, "Su Ming, you have broken the global record for clearing the demon fortress. You are already an outstanding alumnus and have made outstanding contributions to the school. I am very grateful to you." "It's my duty." Su Ming smiled, not taking credit for himself. "I have to thank the school for its training. If it weren't for the 2 poverty-stricken student subsidies provided by the country and the principal, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to complete my studies successfully." "Ahem, don't talk about family matters. I want to ask you, do you agree that I can broadcast the footage of you clearing the Fortress of Demons to the Global Battle Network?" Chinchuani got straight to the point and stated his purpose. "To be honest, after the news of your record breaking went viral around the world, many people with bad intentions immediately started digging up all sorts of secrets about you. One of the foreigners was extremely mean and even accused you of using a bug, saying that you were a fake idol created by our dragon country through cheating and that you deliberately broke records to attract attention." Chinchuani slammed the table in anger. "I will never allow them to slander the motherland. So let me ask you, if you can broadcast the game through the Fortress of Demons live, all doubts will disappear in front of the real-time images that cannot be modified." The mayor shrugged his shoulders and said, "Of course, I will transfer all the broadcasting fees and tips from global viewers to you without any loss. I will only collect taxes, not any share of the profits." "Sure." Su Ming agreed without hesitation, for one simple reason: this was a great opportunity to become a global internet celebrity. This is not an era where you can make a fortune in silence. Instead, as long as you have traffic and fame, you can easily make a lot of money. But he is a summoner, and the cost of training summon beasts is dozens of times that of ordinary professionals. Even if he has a rich system in hand, he will never think that the money is too much. "Wait a moment." Principal Zhao Renjie was a kind man and reminded him carefully. "Once the live broadcast begins, your skills and attributes will inevitably be exposed. Some of your trump cards will also be exposed. Moreover, your exclusive strategy for the Fortress of Demons will also be leaked, and someone has already offered you 50 million to buy it." Zhao Renjie did not hide anything. Then, in front of the camera, another graceful and beautiful girl squeezed in, waving her tender white arms to greet him. "I am Bufian from the Mysterious Temple, a 5th-level temple assassin. We are willing to pay 50 million to buy out your nightmare-level demon fortress raiders." Su Ming was a little shocked. "For a mere level 1 copy, you are willing to bid 50 million? The Mystery Temple is really rich." "Haha, little brother, if you are interested in working in our mystical temple, as long as you are willing to sign a 10-year contract, I will give you an annual salary of 200 million. How about that?" Bufian was very sincere. Su Ming spread his hands. "Thank you, but I heard that you only recruit assassins, and I am a summoner. I am afraid it is not compatible." "It doesn't matter. We have always been very flexible in recruiting top talents." Bufian chuckled. 50 years ago, we had a standard that we only recruited women. Later, we met a talented male assassin who changed his job to Shura demon assassin. We changed the rules overnight, and even the Lord of the Temple took the initiative to become his wife, promising to serve him tea and water for the rest of his life. Only then did we win him over. As a result, the secret temple grew from a small local gang to a national force. By the way, he is my father, Bufian explained simply. Su Ming. But I refused to sell the strategy. Facing Bufian's eager expectation in her clear eyes, Su Ming flatly refused. You! Bufian immediately put her hands on her waist, feeling extremely disappointed and even a little angry, because Su Ming just seemed to be very willing and it seemed like he was teasing her. But Su Ming said solemnly, I have a great impression of the mysterious temple, and I am also very happy about Ms. Bufian's solicitation, so I must practice my life rule: never betray my friends. Oh? Bufian was startled, a trace of curiosity welling up in her heart. You mean there is a problem with the strategy? Su Ming said seriously. You bought the guide just to get the first 100 clearances and get more top-quality equipment, or rare skill books, right? Of course. She tapped her chin like a chicken pecking at rice. But unfortunately, my strategy is not replicable at all. I'm afraid your people can't even copy my homework. Su Ming smiled faintly. Of course I can accept 50 million with peace of mind, because the strategy one provided can really pass the level without any fakery. But you who spent money in vain will not be able to earn back a penny. It's a pure loss. Chapter 20. Pay attention. This man's name is Xiao Su. I see. Bufian's favorability towards Su Ming suddenly increased. What a kind person. He is indeed a good boy who is still in the ivory tower of the school, a sunny and cheerful boy. If it were a member of society, he would have taken the 50 million from the secret temple for nothing, and made them suffer in silence. Principal Zhao Renjie showed a gratified look. The world invaded by the abyss is indeed hopeless, but we should still maintain our humanity and not be profit-driven. Su Ming, I am very satisfied with you and will definitely do my best to help you apply for national awards. Hee, thank you, Principal. Su Ming waved his hands. He was actually quite heartbroken. After all, it was 50 million. However, as he has awakened the system of the super-rich, he really feels that there is no need to offend a well-known and powerful force just for 50 million. That layout is too small. He is a man who points his sword at the sea of stars. Very good, since your strategy is useless even if it's copied, why not just make a fortune through live streaming? Chen Shuani smiled approvingly. Let professionals around the world see how powerful our dragon country genius is. He lowered his voice and said, Seize this opportunity. Many top university executives are also watching you. Moreover, you have just been awarded the rank of second lieutenant. The chiefs of the major military regions are also quite interested in you. You must perform well. Yes, Command. Su Ming looked stern, and immediately changed the equipment slots on his and Monkey Brothers' backs to cloak equipment. No matter the attributes, as long as he is handsome. So, when the live broadcast room of accompanying Su Ming throughout the conquest of the Fortress of Demons was launched. In the camera image, two lonely figures in battle robes suddenly appeared. One is a giant monkey fighting against heaven and earth, standing on the city wall like a King Kong. One is a handsome and young boy, but his body is covered with scars, like a small animal licking its wounds. Is this Su Ming who just broke the world record of the 55th floor of the Demon Fortress? In an instant, countless viewers came to the live broadcast room. After all, this is the information age. The news of Su Ming's live broadcast instantly topped the charts of major search engines and became the top of the hot lists of various short video and microblog apps. The audience from Dragon Country was the most enthusiastic. They all wanted to witness the birth of a talented and powerful person from their own country. An ID named Buba Xingyan was the first to come to the live broadcast room and directly gave 100,000 yuan in rewards. I'm here to support Brother Su Ming. Our mystic temple will support him. And foreigners also crowded into the live broadcast room. Shit, that's so cute. Why are there two monkeys from Dragon Country in the picture? One big and one small, so funny. Damn it. I don't believe that the Dragon Nation can conquer the long-forgotten Demon Fortress dungeon. There must be something fishy going on. Our Sakura Nation will send out top inspectors to find evidence of Su Ming's cheating. Student Su Ming, is it possible that the bloodline of our Bangzi country was lost in the Dragon Country? Su Ming could not see any barrage of comments. He could only see a virtual camera taking aerial photos of himself and the battlefield. He smiled and pointed at his face. Look carefully, this man is called Xiao Su. Apart from being more handsome, smarter, having better grades, stronger abilities, and having a higher EQ, he has almost no advantages to show off. Chinchuani. Zhao Renjia. Bufian. I didn't expect that junior brother Su Ming is actually a live broadcast genius. He is very good at livening up the atmosphere. Bufian showed an interested look. This top genius from the secret temple, who possesses a hidden profession, the temple assassin, has always had very high standards. This is the first time he has shown an undisguised interest in a member of the opposite sex. After all, he had just helped her save 50 million. The men who pursued her certainly could not afford such a huge sum of money, and she, who was too reserved, would never accept it. But this time, it was equivalent to Bufian accepting Su Ming's 50 million gift money, so naturally she had an excellent first impression. Principal Zhao Renjia was a little worried. Isn't he addicted to live streaming and slack off on the dungeon? If we ruin his plan to clear the dungeon, wouldn't that be a sin? Chinchuani curled his lips and said disapprovingly. Even if he accidentally failed to pass the level, what can he do? As the mayor, can't I just give him a copy pass and let him pass the level again? If one time is not enough, then 10 times. I am a sword immortal after all, and I have more military merits than I can use up. It doesn't matter even if the dungeon has reached its limit. I created this dungeon anyway. I can just use the administrator's authority to open a backdoor for him. This is blatant favoritism. Zhao Renjia. That's true. He has already broken the record. So it's more important to show our country's prestige in the live broadcast. Well, he did well. Chinchuani was very satisfied. He scanned his summoned beasts with sharp eyes. What is that giant monkey? I have never heard of it or seen it before. Could it be another mysterious summoned creature? Zhao Renjia shook his head. What a human-like giant monkey! It seems that there is a surging fighting spirit in his eyes, as if he has experienced many vicissitudes of life, but he is always young and passionate. Wukong's life was a life of struggle. Zhao Renjia's evaluation is quite appropriate. The 61st wave of demons is about to attack. I will show all the audience something new. This should be the first information revealed in the world, right? Su Ming raised 2 thumbs up. Congratulations on your win. Please keep your eyes peeled for the rest of this. The camera followed Su Ming's gestures and looked down at the land engulfed in flames. The door to another dimension opened. The monsters from the abyss roared and crawled out, covering the sky and the earth, and their numbers were beyond imagination. The identity of the demon is also obvious. It is the cover monster of Junior High School Biology, the Abyss Worm Demon. As a top student, Su Ming immediately explained to the audience in the live broadcast room. So it is these, it really restores history well. In the Battle of the Demon Fortress, the 311 Fire Elemental Mage group was annihilated by the snake demons around the 60th wave, resulting in a lack of large-scale elemental damage in the Dragon Kingdom. There are only a few remnants of warriors, gunners, and archers left, still relying on their tenacious fighting spirit to defend the isolated city. So, the Demon Lord was quite smart to send out the insect demons. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. These small-sized abyss monsters have low attack, low defense, and low health, but there are a lot of them. They are only afraid of area of effect spell damage, and are not afraid of high-level warriors, gunners, and archers at all. The reason why the Demon Lord didn't send them out before must be that he was afraid of the 311th Regiment. Su Ming smiled. However, everyone, I relied on 2 hidden missions to completely save the fire elemental mages who should have been destroyed in history. After that, the camera in the live broadcast room locked onto the main city wall. Really? The battle flag of the 311th Regiment, Soul of the Fire Dragon, was still hanging high on the tower, and rows of mages were drinking mana potions frantically to replenish their mana and mana. Chapter 21, Plain and Boring Record-Breaking. What? The audience in Sakura Country was stunned. It must be cheating. It's already wave 60, how come the main force that should have been destroyed is still alive? The audience in Gaul was outraged. How do you do that? The audience from Dragon Country had basically all participated in the Fortress of Demons dungeon when they were in school, and had all memorized this epic history, so they were the most curious. Su Ming smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple. You just need to complete 2 emergency recruitment tasks. The first is to lead a death squad out of the city to annihilate all the stone demons. The demon army will lose its strategic ability to turn rocks into mud, and the city walls will be impregnable, providing perfect protection for the warriors. The second is to take the dragon cavalry out of the city to hunt down all the flame demons. The demon army will no longer be able to control the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Corps, and will also lose their long-range fire attack capabilities. From now on, this group of heroes can sit back and relax, and recklessly cast fireballs on the city walls. This is the dungeon strategy you are curious about. I told you everything without lying. You made a profit, right?" he asked with his hands spread out. Audience. "No, buddy." Someone was speechless. "We have all seen the emergency call-up you mentioned. But the Fortress of Demons is a single-player dungeon. Who dares to go out of the city and fight deep into the encirclement of the demon army?" "Yeah." Someone else smiled bitterly. "You might as well write this in your strategy. You only need 1 strike of 9.99 million damage to kill the demon lord, and you can defend the demon fortress." "What? You can't do it?" "That's because you haven't reached the threshold of my strategy. You're weak, not the strategy." Su Ming was helpless. "What should I do? You all said you couldn't do it, but I did it. No one can refute it." All the audience were choked and speechless. "Haha, this kid has a bad temper towards me." Mayor Chinchuani laughed heartily. "This is a very domineering statement, which can show the martial virtue of our dragon country. Perhaps all the answers lie in his summoned beast." Shinzimo was already convinced of his guess, and said to Zhao Muyu coldly, "Secretary Zhao, it is obvious that the problem lies with his job transfer card. Because before he walked into the dungeon, I saw clearly that the summoned creature was only a C-rank macaque." Shinzimo sneered. "But what about now? Where did that giant monkey, which is at least at the excellence level, or even at the legendary level, come from? There is only one explanation: his hidden profession can mutate ordinary summons into stronger ones." "You are negligent. If I had been the one to get this summoner job change card, all the honors this time would belong to our Iron Blood Alliance." He made a sharp accusation. Zhao Muyu, who had already made up his mind and was ready to change jobs, was too lazy to deal with this difficult young master anymore. She said unabashedly, "You are also here. You have higher authority than me. You have sufficient funds of 40 million. If you felt there was a problem at that time, you could take over the acquisition and offer 20 million more than Su Ming. Just a higher price." Shinzimo was stunned immediately. Zhao Muyu continued to reply, "Besides, Mr. Shin, you seem to be a little too layman and know nothing about the transaction process of professional cards. Because any professional can directly put the professional card into the panel, so the seller it is absolutely impossible to hand over professional cards to buyers for identification in advance. The reason is simple: he is afraid that we will buy it for 0 yuan and run away after taking the goods. Only after the money and goods are cleared, we are allowed to identify the goods on the spot when receiving them." She snorted coldly. "So, we can only believe the seller's word. He said it is an ordinary summoner profession card, so it cannot be a hidden profession card, do you understand?" "I beg your pardon for questioning me for this." Zhao Muyu shook his head and said indifferently, "I have fulfilled all the duties of a secretary. Even if the Iron Blood Alliance fires me in the future, they cannot make irresponsible remarks on my resume. Instead, they must give me N+1 labor compensation." Shinzimo. He didn't expect that Zhao Muyu, who had always been humble and tried hard to please him, would become so sharp-tongued after becoming strong. "When I get home, I will make my parents fire you, you stinking bitch," Shinzimo thought viciously in his heart. But his classmates' exclamations quickly interrupted his thoughts. Shinzimo also stared blankly at the shocking scene. Su Ming was commanding the troops. "Brother Monkey, first use the hair clone, then use the 72 transformations, and you will become the flame demon. Little fox, just stand on my shoulders and rub the fireballs. Be careful to avoid the long-range sneak attacks from the demons." Ahem. Dragoons, listen to my command. Put away your swords, use your guns, aim at the insect demons and shoot. If the insect demons can attack the city wall, use your shields to block us. Brothers of the Suicide Squad, just follow me and shoot arrows randomly. We can just fight casually and be a mess. After all, we are not the main force in these waves of demons attacking the city. Let's conserve our strength and wait for the subsequent battles. After Su Ming finished speaking, a thunderous response suddenly rang out from behind him. Yes, Master Su Ming. Dragon Country audience. Eagle Country audience. Isn't he a level 1 summoner? Why does he have hundreds of summons behind him? Elephant Country audience. Something is wrong. How can he, an ordinary soldier, command such a large number of elite soldiers? The Dragon Country officials must be cheating. Shinzimo's eyes almost popped out, and he roared angrily. I said it must be a hidden job transfer card for the summoner class. Zhao Muyu, you dare to shirk responsibility? Look at that giant monkey, it has at least 2 talents: shadow clone and transformation. The most outrageous thing is that ordinary shadow clone cannot inherit skills, but this giant monkey can actually transform into 13 flame demons at the same time. If Su Ming is not a hidden profession, what else could it be? He asked loudly. Zhao Muyu was also stunned and couldn't help thinking. Could it be that the student who sold the career card is really a fool? He sold the hidden career card as an ordinary career card? He sold a top-level career card to Su Ming for only 20 million? Under the stunned gaze of many people, the flame demon transformed by Black Goku was madly spewing magma, turning the battlefield into a fire pit. Any insect demon that stepped into it would be fried and cooked on the spot. The 311 Elemental Mage group on the city wall was also mercilessly raining down meteorites, slaughtering wave after wave of insect demons. Together, they wiped out 90% of the insect demons. The others just followed suit and managed to hold off the 61st to 70th waves of demons that geniuses around the world shuddered at. Alas, that's what we summoners are like. Su Ming bowed to the audience with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, there's no show effect, nor the passionate battle you expected. My record breaking is just so plain and boring. Chapter 22. The competition between the 2 major military academies. Audiences around the world were collectively speechless. Bufian had a complicated expression and couldn't help but sigh. My junior's strategy is really not replicable at all. If I saw a sentence like just slack off and the NPCs and summons will be able to clear waves 61 to 70 by themselves in a guide I bought for 50 million, I would definitely not believe it, and would definitely think it was a fake guide. She moved her small hand slightly and gave Su Ming another 100,000 yuan in reward, expressing her gratitude. Audience from Koala Country. Oh my god! This guy named Ming Su is our biggest enemy for the next 10 years. Once he grows up, I'm afraid he will monopolize the records of all the dungeons and make all the world records his private property. Sakura Country audience. Is Su Ming-san really just a poor student from an ordinary family? Impossible! Only people with noble blood can achieve supreme feats. He must be the illegitimate son of some big shot, or have some special noble blood. For example, the protagonists of old comics are all super scions, or the grandson of a vice admiral, the son of the 4th Hokage, the descendant of a god of death and a Quincy, etc. Audience from Elephant Country. I understand. Mr. Su Ming must have fed his summoned beast with cow dung and curry, and received the great power of Lord Shiva to enable it to mutate so well. Give my summoned beast a snack tonight, and give it a glass of Ganges water to help it mutate as soon as possible. The audience didn't even discuss the fierce battle in the dungeon because it was too boring. What's the point of watching the NPC's meteor shower kill the poor insect demon? Some Eagle Country viewers even protested. The lives of insect demons are lives too. We firmly oppose Dragon Country's slaughter of insect demons, and they are broadcasting it live in front of all professionals around the world. Disgusting. We all turned off the lights. Even the sword master Chinchuani, who was used to seeing many storms, was shocked by the strange audience. He quickly banned a few people and blocked a few accounts, which made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room a little more harmonious. If it was just an ordinary summoner class card, Shinzimo, who was already insane, was still racking his brains to analyze. Then he is just like me, with only 3 summon beast spaces. It is impossible for him to have a large group of soldiers behind the giant monkey and the little fox. The glimmer of experience gained by those soldiers in killing demons has also gathered into Su Ming's body. It is obviously also his summoned creature. Shinzimo vowed. That is simply a legendary summoner career card that is comparable to the top professional undead disaster. Zhao Mui rolled his eyes wildly and was too lazy to refute. 20 million to buy an undead natural disaster? You think all sellers are fools. She also firmly decided to leave the Iron-Blooded Alliance. After all, Shinzimo was Xin Jinghong's only son and would definitely inherit the Iron-Blooded Alliance in the future. Offending this villain who is bound to retaliate means that future struggles in the Alliance are meaningless. Even if he is in a high position, when Shinzimo takes over, he will be beaten to the end. While everyone was talking about it, two very conspicuous military vehicles arrived at Bailiang Academy. Principal Zhao Renjia quickly took the initiative to greet him. Because they represent the first military academy of Dragon Country Ligua Military Academy, and the third military academy of Dragon Country Yanhuang Military Academy. Every year they send a large number of officers to the front line of Dragon Kingdom's fight against the Abyss, and countless heroes are born among them. It is also a holy place that many students yearn for. If we say that the students in the old days dreamed of getting into the 5 famous universities, they would be Tsinghua University, Peking University, Fudan University, Jiaodong University, and Blue Fly University. In the era of universal job transfer, they only aspire to join the top 10 national military academies of Dragon Country. The reason is simple. The allowances that military academies provide to professionals are double the amount for copy passes compared to those in ordinary universities. Every year, a set of profession-specific equipment is even distributed to college students based on their credits. That means that when they graduate and join the battlefield, the students of the 10 major military academies can basically rely on the school and dungeons to have graduation equipment of the current level. Their attributes and skills are naturally far superior to those of ordinary college students, allowing them to win at the starting line. Hello, I'm Sun Jiangwo, the Deputy Director of the Admissions Department of the Ligua Military Academy. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie shook hands with Zhao Renjia in a friendly manner and said with a smile, "The purpose of my visit this time is self-evident. I want to recruit Su Ming. But the number of places is limited, so I want to observe his abilities." What a coincidence! Our Yanhuang Military Academy is also very interested in Su Ming. Another old man in a tang suit smiled faintly and interrupted. I am the Vice President of Yanhuang Military Academy, Chu Tianqi. I believe in the evaluation given by the AI of the Fortress of Demons. I hope that Lieutenant Su Ming can join Yanhuang. The 2 major military academies are here to snatch the good talents. The students who witnessed this scene all cried in their hearts, "Why do I always have tears in my eyes? Because my mouth is full of lemons." At the same time, Xin Jinghong, who had sensed something was wrong from his mumbling son and vague secretary, also boarded a velociraptor and secretly arrived at Bailiang Academy. He wore sunglasses and did not reveal his identity. Dad? Lord Alliance Leader? Shinzimo and Zhao Muyu, who were summoned to the corner, looked at the middle-aged man who took off his sunglasses in surprise. Astonishingly, he is the leader of the Iron-Blooded Alliance and the inheritor of the high-level warrior profession Wild Fighter. Xin Jinghong looked serious. What's going on? When you mention Su Ming, you use evasive words and deliberately go around in circles. Could it be that you have offended him? Shinzimo immediately murmured for a long time and shrank his neck. Zhao Miyu sighed softly, and then told the whole story. From the time when we wanted to buy the Summoner Professional card, to Master Shinzimo's 40 million gambling game, we all had some friction with him, but, in fact, it was not a big deal. We don't know each other, it's just a dispute between students, don't worry about it. Just? Xin Jinghong's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Miyu smiled bitterly, thinking that my mother was about to change jobs anyway, so she simply said bluntly. Later, Mr. Shin got angry and impulsively reported a bug in the copy with his real name, which attracted the mayor Chen Shuani. He also threw dirty water on Su Ming in front of everyone, saying that he was probably using bugs to cheat. If Su Ming learns about these 2 things in the future, he will inevitably be very unhappy with our Iron-Blooded Alliance. Snap. A slap hit Shinzimo's cheek. Fool! After teaching his son a lesson, Xin Jinghong scolded him loudly. Zhao Muyu was greatly disappointed and secretly sighed. That's it. She was as meticulous as dust and observed very clearly. Shin Jinghong didn't even leave a slap mark. It was obvious that Shin Jinghong had withdrawn his strength. He was a 5th-level senior combat practitioner, a strong man with over 500 points of strength. You know, Shin Zimo probably provoked a future legendary summoner for the Iron-Blooded Alliance, and made a huge mistake, but only received a slap, which shows how doting he is. After thinking this, Zhao Muyu took out his mobile phone, went directly to the App Store, and started downloading the Abyss Direct Recruitment app, preparing to submit his resume to other forces. There is no sister here, there is a place to keep the sister. Chapter 23 Su Heng's Commanding Art, Watch and Fight. In front of the copy of Baolang Academy. The war of words between the 1st Military Academy of Dragon Country and the 3rd Military Academy has begun. We have been ranked first in the ranking of the 1st Military Academy for 10 years. Don't try to challenge us for being the 3rd. Do you understand? Sun Jiangwo, the deputy director of the admissions department, had a look of disgust on his face. Tisk, just deceiving the world and stealing the reputation. Chu Tianqi, the vice president of Yanhuang Military Academy, also directly retorted. Over the years, because it is the 1st Military Academy, how many privileged students from powerful forces have been exempted from entrance examinations, and how many big shots have stuffed their nephews, nieces, grandchildren and granddaughters into your school? Your students have long been of mixed quality and are not worth much use. The reason why it is still rated as the top military academy is because the graduates of the previous few classes were very outstanding and can still create a large number of points for you. To put it bluntly, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, that's all. Chu Tianqi sneered and drew his sword with disdain. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that your lead is getting smaller and smaller, and it will soon reach a critical point. You will definitely fall from the altar within 3 years. And we in Yanhuang Military Academy work hard to govern, and only allocate resources to the best students, unlike you who only allocate precious resources to the children of big shots. Sun Jiangwo's face turned dark. Exposing each other's secrets is an inherent program when major military academies meet. Moreover, their inside stories are often best known to their peers. To put it bluntly, the bad things Chu Tianqi talked about basically exist in all major military academies. Sun Jiangwo didn't believe that Yanhuang Military Academy was so innocent. Please be patient. Principal Zhao Renjie coughed and reminded them. Everyone, the 10 major military academies are holy places in the hearts of Baolang students. Are you sure you want to continue to ruin this reputation? Sun Jiangwo and Chu Tianqi were stunned for a moment, and looking around, they saw countless students with painful expressions as if my Gigi house has collapsed, and their filters for the top 10 military academies were shattered. Ahem. The two immediately changed their words, showing a standard smile, and began to chant the advertising slogan. Our Lightwood Military Academy has a strong faculty and a beautiful teaching environment. We have a large number of places for students to study abroad every year. We have our own high-level blacksmith team and enchantment team, and we provide students with private customized suit services. Welcome to study here. Our Yanhuang Military Academy is located in an important city on the border of Dragon Country, facing the abyss, with dangers and opportunities. You can quickly accumulate merits during your time at school, and you can exchange precious materials and top-level equipment at a 50% discount. It is the best choice for professionals who want to upgrade quickly. Baolang students. At this time, Shin Jinghong stepped out from the shadows and said with a smile. Zimo, this is your Uncle Jiangwo, come and see him. Sun Jiangwo was stunned for a moment, then showed a nostalgic smile. Hey, old classmate, we haven't seen each other for a long time, almost 10 years, right? The two immediately put their arms around each other and started chatting. Brother Sun is here to recruit Su Ming specially? After some polite words, Shin Jinghong's eyes flickered, but he curled his lips with a look of disdain. But doesn't your Lightwood Military Academy value command ability the most? Although Su Ming is very popular, he is just an internet celebrity. Just look at his command during the live broadcast. The words just fell. Everyone saw in the live broadcast that Su Ming, facing the 70th wave of abyssal demons, lazily raised his little finger and casually ordered. Brother Monkey, feel free to express yourself. Followers, watch and fight. Little Fox, Come here and let me rub your fluffy tail. Hey, 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 don't run away. Brother is not a bad boy. Audience. This record-breaking young summoner from the Dragon Kingdom really knows how to live broadcast. But unfortunately, he is really about to pass the 70th floor easily, and it seems that the 99th floor will not be a problem for him either. Xin Jinghong laughed heartily. Look, brother Sun, are you sure that Ligwa Military Academy needs this kind of talent? Sun Jiangwo fell silent. As the deputy director of the admissions office, he was also a top-notch person. He immediately realized that Xin Jinghong was deliberately targeting Su Ming. After a little weighing, Sun Jiangwo made a choice. If he chooses Su Ming, he will undoubtedly immediately offend this old friend, and will also incur the dissatisfaction of a large organization like the Iron-Blooded Alliance. The only benefit will be that the Hunting Kingdom Military Academy will get a good seedling. And if he chooses Shinzimo wisely, he will receive a huge favor from a 5th-level professional. In the future, he can ask the Iron-Blooded Alliance to do some dirty work, and the Hunter Country Military Academy will also receive a large donation from the Iron-Blooded Alliance. After 3 seconds of assessing the situation, Sun Jiangwo nodded slightly and said solemnly with a serious face. Indeed, at our Ligwa Military Academy, the most important thing is tactical literacy and command on the battlefield. But when I watched the live broadcast of Su Ming clearing the first 70 floors, it seemed that he relied on just that amazing monkey. I'm afraid this doesn't quite meet our admission standards. I have to observe it carefully, he declared grandly. But many caring people have their lips slightly raised, showing disdain. Who among the people present could not understand the tacit understanding between Sun Jiangwo and Xin Jinghong? Chu Tianqi, the vice principal of Yanhuang Military Academy, couldn't help but smile and nodded. Respect. Blessings. Happy. I support Director Sun's decision, hee. Chu Tianqi was very satisfied that his competitors withdrew on their own initiative, so he didn't bother to expose their dirty deals. He just sneered in his heart. The #1 military academy of Dragon Kingdom? I'm afraid it will collapse soon. With this style and this speed of corruption, there's no telling if it will fall out of the top 10 in the future. At this time, Su Ming suddenly said to the camera, I know that there must be many viewers who are dissatisfied and will ask, Xiao Su, we are watching your live broadcast at night. Can you show off your skills and show your ability to summon monsters? Micromanagement, or high-end tactical understanding. Sun Jiangwo was startled, almost thinking that Su Ming had seen his conversation with Xin Jinghong. Many people were aroused and pricked their ears, waiting for Su Ming's explanation. But I can only say that your vision is too small. Su Ming stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back, looking like a lonely master, overlooking the battlefield filled with smoke. Warfare is the art of deception. The highest realm is never to show off your skills on the battlefield, but when I send out my troops, the enemy has already lost. The victory or defeat on the battlefield is actually decided outside the battlefield. This is the realm of a military strategist. As a time traveler, Su Ming showed off by showing off his copy of The Art of War from Earth, then shrugged his shoulders. I have received full marks in tactics class every year since junior high school, but why do I just let the summons watch and fight? Why? Audiences around the world were eagerly waiting and were very interested in him. Su Ming's lips curled up slightly. Because the most important thing for a summoner is to train his own summoned beast. My monkey brother, you can defeat 10 enemies with 1 force. Why do you need to command? Why do you need to operate? The most important thing is simplicity, return to nature. To learn how to operate, just push through. Chapter 24 The Soul Reaver is coming. The global audience was speechless. They felt something was wrong, but couldn't find a point to refute. Su Ming's words are a bit unpredictable. Bufian, who came from the Mystic Temple, looked at Principal Zhao Renjie and Mayor Chen Shuani next to him with some confusion. I said, we should all support these 2 seniors. Is it from Su Ming? I want to ask, that Xin Jinghong openly engaged in insider trading with the deputy director of the admissions department and robbed Su Ming of the special recruitment qualification of the first military academy, and you didn't help? Zhao Renjie was disdainful. The first military academy? It's just a name in vain. Chen Shuani snorted coldly. Vice Principal Chu Tianqi is right. The resources in the Ligwa Military Academy will only be tilted towards the descendants of bigwigs. Su Ming has no family background, so he can only get basic resources. It's best if his first choice is not the Ligwa Military Academy. Then, what do the seniors think about Su Ming's command art? Bufian asked curiously. She had been specially trained as an assassin since she was young and knew nothing about tactics, so she was fooled by Su Ming. Very insightful! Zhao Renjie gave a thumbs up. Great! Chen Shuani applauded. Bufian. Are you really not being weird to Yang Yang? Are you guys the top idiots? But Chu Tianqi beside him stood up and shouted loudly, showing his admiration without hiding his expression. Great! He is definitely the treasure boy that our Yanhuang Military Academy is looking for. Oh? To put it bluntly, isn't his command just watch the battle? Sun Jiangwo couldn't help but sneer. I think Yanhuang Military Academy is going backwards. They actually praised such a crude command. Chu Tianqi cursed directly. You are an academic sitting in an office, you know nothing. You sit there every day with the air conditioner on and type on the keyboard, and you can only publish some unrealistic tactical papers in magazines. How many times do you go to the front line in a year? How many high-level demons do you kill? Sun Jiangwo was furious. He was a very shrewd man and would not get angry easily, but Chu Tianqi hit him hard in the sore spot. Chu Tianqi turned on the troll mode and continued to scold him angrily. Didn't you hear what Su Ming said? Go back to the basics, simplicity is the best way. The most effective way to deal with demons has never been any sophisticated tactics, but to directly smash their heads with the 6th-level magic Longinus Dragon Slayer Spear. Su Ming's words are in line with the highest military saint realm of conquering the enemy without fighting. Moreover, he is not like you who only speaks empty words, he is personally practicing his art of command. Chu Tianqi's eyes were full of admiration. Look, the unprecedented 70th level clearance was born in his hands. You who are always talking about the art of command, how many levels can you pass through? Sun Jiangwo was immediately choked and unable to refute. Because his limit record is 12 floors. A 5-fold gap would just make people laugh if you tell them about it. It's just shit luck, it's not fair at all. Sun Jiangwo could only mutter. He got a mutated summon beast by chance, if I had one, I could do it too. Chu Tianqi sneered. The first lesson of tactical command. The second line, make full use of all the resources in your hands. The person you traded with, Xin Jinghong, used his resources to help his son get a special admission to the Ligwa Military Academy. But Su Ming had no power, so he was given up by you. Why didn't you mention fairness just now? Chu Tianqi he directly exposed the trick and retorted. Now that Su Ming has obtained a mutated summon beast, you keep talking about fairness? But the Shin Zimo you are about to recruit, when he first stepped into the dungeon, he was wearing an excellent suit. What you have is an excellent saber-toothed tiger. Do you think it is fair or not? Bah! What a double-standard dog! Chu Tianqi glared at him with disgust, ashamed to be with him. Suddenly there was a burst of applause from all around. It turned out that the students from Beilian had heard their scolding, and they were immediately angered, and they all supported Yanhuang Military Academy. The first military academy hides filth and evil. It turns out that the special recruitment quotas of the hunter country are all given to the powerful and influential. They even have the nerve to brag about fair educational resources. It's ridiculous. Su Ming is a genius who is about to break the record of the Demon Fortress for the first time in the world, but the hunting country military academy has discarded him like a worn-out shoe and slandered him for his poor tactical command ability. Shin Zimo took a huge amount of resources from his family, but was eliminated in the 10th round and became a specially recruited tactical master. What a hunting country military academy! What a top-notch institution! Sun Jiangwo's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He had realized that he had angered everyone, and fearing that the matter would become a big deal, he decided to play dead and deal with it coldly. At the same time, after Su Ming had rested, the 71st to 80th waves of demons also attacked in full force. It's actually the Soul Reaper! There was an uproar in the live broadcast room. The relaxed and happy look on their faces disappeared in an instant. Su Ming also explained to the ignorant newbie with a serious expression. The so-called Soul Reaper is a very rare high-level demon. They have two innate abilities, both of which are extremely abnormal. One is to borrow a corpse. You can possess the corpses of our human warriors and gain most of their skills when they were alive. The second is to steal the soul. It can directly use the powerful mental power to extract the soul of the professional in front of him and directly take over his body. Su Ming was facing a formidable enemy, and said solemnly, "Imagine this: if a comrade you can trust with your back is suddenly possessed by a soul-stealing demon, and stabs you with a knife, wouldn't it be easy for him to succeed? The most terrifying thing is the suspicion and distrust that this has brought about. Comrades can no longer trust each other, and everyone is worried about being ambushed. That's bad. Unless there are psychic professionals who can put anti-psychic shields on the NPCs, how can we fight against the Soul Reaper?" The audience was worried about Su Ming. "It's time to truly demonstrate our tactical qualities." Sun Jiangwo from the Ligua Military Academy laughed out loud. Could it be that Su Ming is still watching and fighting? Humph, even if Brother Su Ming was eliminated in the 71st wave, he has already made history. He raised the world record of the 55th wave by 16 waves. Who dares to underestimate him? Su Ming's ability has surpassed all the top students in your military academy. Bufian asked coldly. Their mysterious temple was not afraid of the Hunting Country Military Academy at all. Sun Jiangwo laughed 3 times with a thick face, pretending to be calm as he poured himself a cup of tea. It's just luck. With my shitty luck, I may be able to be rampant for a while, but in the end, I can't be on the stage. However, a scene that stunned everyone appeared. The nervousness on Su Ming's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a sly smile. I'm so scared. Oh, I'm just pretending. Audience friends, aren't they just soul flayers? It's not a big deal at all, just look at me casually abuse. After that, he waved his hand towards the 120 elite warriors and 108 dragoons. Same as usual, watch and fight. Puff! The tea soup from Sun Jiangwo's mouth spurted out and sprayed across Shin Jinghong's face. Chapter 25. What kind of divine summon beast is this? Su Ming is too arrogant. He won't overturn, right? Principal Zhao Renjia was worried about him. Qin Shuani was very calm. I think he is very open-minded and very bachelor. I guess he probably realized that he had no cards in his hand to deal with the soul flayers, so he simply put them aside and prepared to hand over the victory to the demon fortress. NPC. Well, knowing how to give up at the right time is also a kind of big heart. Yeah, it's the soul flayer after all. Bufian's delicate face was full of helplessness, and she said dejectedly, They are in the form of ghosts, immune to physical attacks, and the attack type is soul type. I remember that professionals below the 3rd level basically have no soul type abilities. Advanced demons, well deserved. Su Ming, that's it. Shin Jinghong let out a long sigh, satisfied with this. What he fears is the fixed reward that will inevitably come after the world's first pass through the demon fortress. A random legendary, epic, or even artifact-level exclusive item. Many record-breaking geniuses, relying on this unique reward, embarked on their brilliant journey to world-famous stars. He specifically targeted Su Ming this time for one reason: since his son had offended him so badly, there was no need to repair the relationship. He would just take away Su Ming's opportunity, suppress him into the dust, and turn him into a mediocre loser. After all, although his son had made a terrible mistake, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Who cannot cover up for their shortcomings? As a loving father, after educating his son, he should and can only do his best to clean up his mess. Audiences around the world are also pessimistic. Gaul audience. After all, they are mind flayers. Just raise the white flag and surrender. We are familiar with this. Audience from Elephant Country. Why do all these soul reapers look like beautiful women? Gulu. The more I watch, the more I feel they are more charming than giant lizards. Otherwise, Su Ming, you can turn off the live broadcast, enjoy yourself for once, and then exit the instance. Korean audience. Demons who steal other people's bodies, well, they should be of the same origin as us thieves. So, our Korean demons can really easily kill the genius of Dragon Country. However, just as the 71st wave of monsters attacked, Su Ming stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Here, brother monkey, please work hard. Jump off the wall and become a target for the Soul Reaper. Without saying a word, Black Goku climbed down the city wall and swiftly arrived in front of the battlefield. Is he crazy? There is only a lonely summon beast on such a huge battlefield. It will become the target of public criticism and be attacked by all the soul-stealing demons. The audience was in an uproar. This was the inevitable outcome that everyone understood. Did he think he wasn't defeated fast enough? Sun Jiangwo, a tactical master who publishes 5 high-scoring papers in authoritative military journals every year, immediately gave advice. That giant monkey summon is the only thing that Su Ming relies on to hold out until wave 70. I've observed that it has a strong body and extremely high attributes. Most demons can't break through its defense. It is the most perfect meat shield. That's why it helped the NPCs of the demon fortress to greatly reduce casualties, successfully snowballing and growing itself, and now has a top-notch temporary follower team. But when the soul-stealing demon takes over its body, the two will grow stronger while the other will lose. All of Su Ming's advantages will turn into huge disadvantages. Sun Jiangwo assumed an unfathomable scholar's attitude, took out a folding fan, and played with it elegantly. I have seen Su Ming's end. There was also silence in the Beilang Academy. Most students hoped that Su Ming could defend to the 99th floor and complete the first pass of the Fortress of Demons. But unfortunately, faced with the force majeure of the Soul Flayer, we can only stop here. Oh, what bad luck! I can only blame the dungeon designer for being a psychopath and putting Soul Reaper into the level 1 novice dungeon. Isn't this intentionally disgusting? It seems that this instance was not designed to be completed by people from the beginning. You can only blame yourself for your bad luck. The students were helpless and furious, and could only watch Sun Jiangwo's smug look, Shin Zimo's sarcastic arrogance, and Xin Jinghong's completely relaxed contempt. However, just as the soul-stealing demon gate rose into the air, transformed into a terrifying howling black mist, and penetrated into Black Goku's head, a scene that stunned everyone appeared. The Soul Flayer's attack was like butter hitting molten lava, sizzling with black smoke, and then evaporated and disintegrated into countless soul fragments. Huh! Did I see it right? Sun Jiangwo's smile froze in an instant, and he rubbed his eyes wildly in disbelief. Countless soul-stealing demons rose into the air, like fireflies flying into a flame, trying to occupy Black Goku's body. But, puff, puff, puff. All the soul-stealing demons that attacked with strange laughter were evaporated in the body of the great sage and were all killed. Monkey King just carried the scepter and stood on the ground with a calm expression, like a lighthouse, attracting the attention of all the soul-stealing demons. That's an absolute crushing of soul strength. Chu Tianqi of Yanhuang Military Academy slapped the table in ecstasy. Su Ming, how many surprises do you have that I don't know? This summoned creature is not an ordinary summoned creature in the popular sense. It has spiritual roots and seems to have a complete life arc. It has experienced many vicissitudes and its soul is complete. The Soul Reaper's attack, in principle, is a direct contest of soul strength. Whoever is stronger will take control of the body, just like the dual personality in mental illness. The strong personality will enslave the weak personality. Qin Shuani was very satisfied. So that's how it is. Su Ming is indeed a top student. Although he is only a low-level professional and has no way to deal with soul attacks, he has a solid foundation of knowledge and is well versed in the principles of soul attacks. Therefore, he deliberately used the summoned creatures with extremely high soul strength as live targets and threw them into the center of the battlefield. At this moment, audiences around the world are also surprised and confused. He cheated, didn't he? Why did those Soul Reapers continue to rush to their deaths even though they saw their companions sacrifice themselves? What kind of god-level summon is this? Contact Su Ming for me quickly. I am willing to buy it out for 1 billion. Oh my god, in such a desperate situation they can still turn the tables. Is it true that tonight will be the first time that the Demon Fortress will be opened globally? Although Su Ming could not see the comments, he seemed to have insight into human nature, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. I guess there must be many people who doubt the IQ of high-level demons. Why did you still madly crash into my monkey brother's body after seeing your companions die in battle? Su Ming shook his head. I advise professionals who hold such views to retake biology in their second year of high school. It is clearly written in the chapter on advanced demons that the instinct of soul-stealing demons is to devour powerful souls and live towards death. Their instincts are irresistible. Because once they successfully devour higher life forms, they can transform into Soul Reaper lords and evolve to a higher form. Moreover, any strong fortress will eventually be torn apart if it is attacked persistently. Every Soul Reaper hopes to be the lucky one. Chapter 26. Student Su Ming only needs to make a slight move. My summoned creature possesses a strong, tenacious, invincible, and powerful soul. Su Ming recalled the plot of Black Myth, Wukong, with a faint feeling. He raised the rebellious Jingu Bang towards the heaven 3 times. Want to kill those gods in heaven and Buddhas and Lingshan who seek immortality by absorbing the spiritual essence of the people. A monkey king, a lifetime of being a great sage. It should be noted that soul is a Western term, and its Eastern name is primordial spirit. During the 81 tribulations of journey to the west, Monkey King's spirit left his body, went up to Lingshan Mountain and down to the underworld to search for the demon king and visit the Bodhisattva. How powerful was that? A mere soul-stealing demon wanted to destroy his soul, and also wanted to usurp his body? Besides, the 6-ding divine fire and Taishang Laojuan's alchemy furnace had refined the great sage's body to perfection, and the soul-stealing demon had great difficulty finding a way to invade the great sage's soul, and could only smash it in vain outside his spirit. Su Ming's lips curled up slightly, and he spoke freely during the live broadcast. This live broadcast room has a high academic content. Do you understand? The stronger the soul, the more fatal the temptation to the soul flayer, making them willing to crash into my summons and die. Of course, if there is a high-level Soul Reaper Lord on the battlefield, it can order all Soul Reapers to give up and attack ordinary soldiers who lack resistance instead. Su Ming smiled. But the Fortress of Demons is only a level 1 novice copy after all. Even if it is a nightmare-level copy, it is impossible for a high-level demon lord to appear. The reason is even simpler: insufficient performance. Insufficient battery. Huh! The audience was confused. They are receiving popular science education on biology. Why did Su Ming turn to performance and power again? Although Su Ming could not see the comments, he still seemed to have seen through the mundane world, with wisdom gleaming in his eyes. I know that many people must not understand what I mean, but the principle is actually quite simple. Listen to my analysis. What does a high-level soul-stealing demon lord mean? He spread his hands. That's a legitimate demon lord. Kill it and there's a 100% chance that it will drop a divine weapon. But the replica is not real after all. All the demons are simulated by the AI computing power of the replica. If you want to simulate a demon king, how much performance will you need? How much electricity will it cost? This is like trying to run 3A games on an old mobile phone for the elderly, and it also requires 8K resolution and 144 Hz refresh rate. It is a pure dream. Audience. What he said makes sense, but I can't refute it. Brother Su Ming, you are worthy of being an academic master. Our secret temple has lacked a military advisor with unparalleled strategies in the past few years. The more Bufian looked at Su Ming, the more interested she became, and she intended to recruit him to join. Xin Jinghong on the side suddenly became furious, and his heart was filled with shock and anger. He racked his brains to get close, and privately promised to donate a teaching building to Ligua Military Academy, and then he snatched Su Ming's special recruitment spot from Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo. I thought that I could finally cut off Su Ming's chance, kill him in college, and make him disappear from everyone. But I never expected it. The mysterious temple, which is stronger than the Iron Blood Alliance, actually intends to extend an olive branch, and position Su Ming as an advisor to the core decision-making level, a military strategist. Are you regretting this? Chu Tianqi, the vice president of Yanhuang Military Academy, stood in front of Sun Jiangwo of Ligua Military Academy with a wild laugh, and said sarcastically, Student Su Ming actually has a strategic summon. Now the giant monkey, which is not even at level 10, can already stand firm under the attack of hundreds or even thousands of Soul Reapers. With a little training in the future, it can become a killer weapon against the Soul Reaper tribe. Any military region will spare no effort to recruit such strategic talents. Chu Tianqi was spitting all over the place, with an ecstatic expression like a bull seeing a talented horse being sold at a bargain price. The rank of second lieutenant? That's just Su Ming's starting point. Chu Tianqi patted his chest loudly. I dare to bet my career that once he graduates, there will definitely be a military district that promises him the rank of major and will recruit him to work. In the future, Whenever a city is invaded by demons and a wave of soul-stealing demons breaks out, classmate Su Ming only needs to make a slight move and he will instantly become a hero who turns the tide. By then, the points of outstanding alumni of our Yanhuang Military Academy will soar, and we will soon surpass you and become the first of the top 10 military academies. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Jiangwo's expression changed drastically. Mayor Chen Shuani added, Vice President Chu Tianqi's words are very forward-looking. Scientists from all universities and research institutions in Dragon Country have tried their best but have not been able to find an effective way to fight the soul-stealing demon. The souls of our human race are inherently weaker than those of demons, and are easily attacked by soul-stealing demons. However, Su Ming's giant monkey is suspected to be born with a powerful soul, and I don't know which dimension it came from. It is a blessing for our Dragon Country that it can be summoned by Su Ming. Sun Jiangwo suddenly said, Yes, such a powerful summoned creature is of great research value. I suggest that the country urgently confiscate it, and hand it over to the Academy of Sciences for dissection and research. If a major breakthrough in the field of summoners can be discovered, which will benefit summoners around the world, Su Ming will go down in history. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. What a despicable bastard! Principal Zhao Renjia's elegant face turned blue with anger. You are full of righteous words, pretending to be for the Dragon Country, but in fact you want to destroy the seed of a future hero. Many Bailiang students stared angrily. What a patriotic first military academy director! You have made a lot of money today, and your family is even richer. Why don't you hand it over to the national treasury to support the war on the front line? When collecting taxes from others, you hit them hard. When making voluntary donations, you are submissive. Ugh! You keep saying that you are doing this for the Dragon Nation, but in fact you are plotting to murder a rising genius. How shameless! Sun Jiangwo laughed strangely and retorted. It's obviously beneficial to the country, but you are all against it. In my opinion, we should conduct a political investigation on your background. I'm afraid many of you are foreign spies. Tisk, old dog, you take your words too seriously. Bufian refuted nonchalantly. Our Dragon Country's high-level officials have always only confiscated and used equipment, and the bodies of summoned beasts. There has never been a case of forcibly taking a summoned beast from a professional, killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Sun Jiangwo snorted coldly. Times have changed, and the battlefield front is becoming more and more tense. There are more and more special types of demons. The threat of the Soul Reaper is imminent. In order to win the war and defeat the demon invaders, confiscating a student's summoned beast is nothing to worry about. It's just a trivial price to pay. He pointed proudly at the emblem of the Hunter Country Military Academy on his chest. Am I closer to the power level and understand the policies better, or do you, a little girl from the wild forces, understand more? After that, he raised the corners of his lips slightly, saluted, and said, Everything is for Dragon Country. Chapter 27. A mortal body can stand on par with legends. Everyone was awed and fell silent. After all, the deputy director of the admissions office of the First Military Academy is definitely a member of the military's decision-making level, and his words carry considerable weight. Tisk, shut up, your words are just slandering the Dragon Nation. At this time, Vice President Chu Tianqi said disdainfully, You want to seize a hero's summoned beast? Are you worthy enough? Do you really think that you can do despicable things in the name of justice? Do you think the high-ranking officials of Dragon Country are as stupid as you? As everyone knows, the natal summoned beast is often bound to the summoner's soul. Once it is taken away, it is equivalent to cutting off a part of the summoner's soul, which will inevitably damage his talent and potential, causing his attributes to plummet. He will become a mediocre person from then on, with no future at all. Chu Tianqi snorted coldly. That is just a necessary price for Dragon Country to fight against the abyss. If Su Ming is unwilling, he would be unpatriotic. Sun Jiangwo shouted. You, a good-for-nothing sitting in an office avoiding the frontline war, are qualified to define who is a patriot. Chu Tianqi was so angry that he trembled all over. A citizen of Dragon Country only needs to fulfill the obligation of paying taxes and defending the country, and then he is a true patriot. If there really is an official who comes to Su Ming with a special collection order, trying to force him to hand over the giant monkey and want him to sacrifice his future, then I can only say, there may be many other countries that are more worthy of Su Ming's love than the Dragon Country. Chu Tianqi's words were earth-shattering, leaving Sun Jiangwo dumbfounded. You are treasonous! What's the matter? You mean I'm not a patriot either? Chu Tianqi burst into laughter and lifted up his coat, revealing his bruised abdomen. Here, look at this bite scar. He pointed at a hideous scar that was nearly 30 centimeters long. This is proof that I held my ground in the Battle of Changtian's Fall and fought a fierce battle against a high-level snake demon lord. Our team fought until the last man, that is me, and I ended up killing 78 high-level snake demons, completing the sniper mission brilliantly. Everything is proven by the heads. For this, I was awarded the first-class merit of the Dragon Country, and was awarded the rank of colonel. After my death, I will be enshrined in the monument to the heroes. Chu Tianqi pointed to other scars one after another. This is not a tattoo. It is the mark left on my body by the acid of the nether dragon Salazars. It will never fade. Do you understand what this means? It is the mark of all those who have participated in the Dragon Country 008 Dragon Slayer Order operation. In other words, if I were not a Loki person, I would be qualified to hang a Dragon Slayer honor badge on my chest. Look at this dent, it's because a rib is missing. It was during the 137th Abyss counterattack, when I was ambushed by a worm demon lord and his 8,000 offspring. I fell into a worm nest, and they took out my ribs one by one for fun. When I was rescued by my comrades, the doctor who accompanied the army found my scattered ribs from the worm nest before treating me, and stuffed them back into my body. Unfortunately, one rib was missing. After that, Chu Tianqi proudly puffed out his chest and questioned the other party. You mean I, Chu Tianqi, a first-class combat hero of Dragon Country, a holder of the Dragon Slayer badge, a holder of the Demon Hunter badge, a veteran who has dedicated his life to my motherland, who will be engraved in the monument to the heroes, who will sooner or later be called a martyr in the future, am not patriotic, right? Sun Jiangwo staggered back, stumbled, and fell to the ground. I didn't say that. I didn't say that, you testify. He dare not bear the crime of insulting martyrs. Go away! Su Ming will be protected by Yanhuang Military Academy, and no one can snatch his natal summon beast under any pretext. Chu Tianqi crossed his arms and said indifferently. Besides, look at the global live broadcast. Every country is witnessing his heroic figure breaking through the demon fortress for the first time. Instead of protecting such a genius and sheltering him from the wind and rain, you want to murder him? Let me put it bluntly, if he wanted to change his nationality, he would immediately receive 100 or 80 invitations. Just as Chu Tianqi said. The scenes of Su Ming easily annihilating all the soul stealers in the 71st to 80th waves were immediately transmitted back to the general staff of various countries as important military intelligence. After all, as a high-level demon, the Mind Flayer has always been the focus of research in various countries. Every year, the Eagle country allocates $60 billion from Congress to support cutting-edge research on the Mind Flayer. Spare no effort to win over Su Ming. This instruction from various countries is the consensus of all major countries. As a result, countless accounts representing their respective countries immediately donated generously to Su Ming's live broadcast room, and left messages. I am very interested in you. I hope to talk to you in detail. We would like to invite you to endorse an advertisement for this multinational company. The fee is over 10 million. Please be informed. Our school has unanimously decided that Su Ming can study abroad at Cambridge University in our country without taking an entrance exam. He will receive a full scholarship, and no foreign language requirements are required. He will provide a letter of recommendation for employment after graduation. I hope you will consider it. Mayor Chen Shuani's eyes widened as he said with emotion. Sure enough, the influence brought by the Soul Stealer is far-reaching. In just 10 minutes, Su Ming has received 20 million in rewards. Principal Zhao Renjia also sighed. It seems that he spent 20 million to buy that professional card, and he earned it back in one go. At the same time, as Su Ming yawned a little bored, the 81st to 90th waves of demons appeared on the horizon. On the wall of the demon fortress, a huge battle record suddenly appeared. The system prompt of the copy also arrived as expected. Congratulations, Su Ming. The demon fortress dungeon is nearing its end. As the siege has been going on for a long time and the demon army is extremely angry, they are about to send out all their elite troops. You will no longer drop items, and all kills will only be converted into experience and merit. The conversion ratio between monsters and merits is: Stone Demon Lord, 2 points of merit. Insect Lord, 1.5 points of merit. Flame Demon. At the end of a long list, there is a special scarlet mark. Medusa, 100 points of merit. Oh my god! The lazy Su Ming suddenly jumped 3 feet high, his eyes almost bulging out. Cheating, this kind of perverted monster really appeared in the demon fortress? What's wrong? Seeing this, most of the audience were slightly stunned. After all, after they came to the live broadcast room, all they heard were words like, "Just watch and fight," and "Just mess around." And all they saw were the scenes of Su Ming's powerful summons slaughtering demons with ease. Many people are thinking, I just hate that I'm not a summoner, I can defeat these weak demons too. Therefore, when the difficulty of the Fortress of Demons really arrived, the audience felt a little bit unbelievable. Su Ming took a deep breath and said solemnly to the camera, "Sorry, friends from all countries, I may not be able to explain later. A real bloody battle is about to begin." After that, he poked his finger at the last name on the list, Medusa, an ordinary legendary demon. Chapter 28, Crazy Consumption. Fighting power soars. Hiss. All viewers around the world, whether they are lying in bed watching the live broadcast on their mobile phones, or sitting in front of the computer with one arm supporting their face to watch the live broadcast, or the whole family is watching the live broadcast together on the living room TV. Everyone gasped and cried out in shock at the same time. Mad! Medusa! Mamma mia, are you kidding me? There's a legendary demon in the level 1 dungeon? This global first pass is really valuable. Can it be the first pass? Regardless of their skin color, whether they were yellow, white or black, they all broke into a cold sweat for Su Ming. Suddenly, Principal Zhao Renjie grabbed Mayor Chenxuani's throat. This scene shocked everyone present. Because all students know the principal's profession, healer, a pure healing assistant. A dignified 6th-rank swordsman, a swordsman who could cut the wind, an undoubted tough guy, was strangled by a healing warlock? It is an explosive abstract scene comparable to a toad fucking a swan, or a teddy dog riding a dragon. Were you drunk and making this up when you were doing the dungeon? Zhao Renjie asked angrily. Do you want to abuse the students? Throwing a legendary overlord into a level 1 dungeon. You bastard, I'm going to pull your hair and crush your balls. The students seemed to be petrified by Medusa. Ahem, please pay attention to your image. Buffian hurriedly pulled the 2 old men apart. I think Mayor Chen must have some special ideas. I just want to restore the true history, Chenxuani said awkwardly. The Fortress of Demons was the first instance I made when I first became mayor. I was not very familiar with it, and I only wanted to restore historical facts at the time, so I forgot that its target users were new professional players at level 1. In addition, the highest record over the years was only 55 waves, so I forgot that the garrison boss of the 90th wave was Medusa, and I never modified it again. Humph! Principal Zhao Renjie was very depressed and ordered the students to disperse. Don't block the exit of the dungeon. Prepare flowers and salutes for me, and roll out the red carpet. Although Su Ming stopped here, it's not his fault that he didn't work hard. It can only be said that he met an unreliable and rubbish mayor. This is God's will. He is still the pride of our Baolang Academy. The school band will play. The sun also rises. Later to encourage him to keep up the good work. Mayor Chenxuani said sheepishly. I will privately give him some small magical equipment for the novice period as an encouragement. He said it on his own initiative. Save the video and audio as evidence. Zhao Renjie's face changed in an instant. That's more reasonable. Fuck you, old thief Zhao Renjie. You just deliberately provoked my remorse and wanted me to take the initiative to offer compensation? Chenxuani was dumbfounded and extremely annoyed. We are from the battlefield. After all, we are not as thick-skinned and black-hearted as you who sit in the office. Alas, your small compensation can never compare to the honor, rewards and huge exposure brought by the world's first access to the Fortress of Demons. Zhao Renjie sighed, his face full of regret. Maybe. Su Ming still has a way to get through. His best friend Song Qifeng gritted his teeth, but he also knew that this was just a purely beautiful dream. Buffian also said, Look, Su Ming never gave up. He is still running around, trying to find a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. We should support him. In the live broadcast screen, Su Ming walked quickly to the quartermaster. I want to claim all the accumulated experience points. As you command, Master Su Ming. Then, rays of golden light gathered together. Su Ming has already reached level 10 by relying on his huge experience reserves. Generally speaking, a level 1 new professional's first copy can be upgraded to around level 5. But firstly, Su Ming's difficulty is nightmare level, and secondly, the first pass of each level of the Fortress of Demons will give him extra experience rewards, which are quite a lot, and can help him directly reach level 10. Su Ming didn't want to level up 10 times in front of the global live broadcast, because everyone knows that every 10 levels of a professional is a threshold, and he can draw extra rewards. This will be an unknown trump card for Su Ming. But, after weighing the pros and cons, he believed that the global first access reward to the Fortress of Demons was the top priority at the moment. What if, by some stroke of luck, you get a magical artifact? As a human being, you have to have dreams. Who knows, you might become the lucky one. On the panel, Su Ming's attributes skyrocketed. Su Ming. Occupation, Summoner. Rating, 10/100. Attributes, Strength 24, Constitution 22, Agility 25, Mental Strength 29. Summon Beast Space, 2/3. You can draw the level 10 reward, Professional Skill Book. Su Ming no longer hesitated and closed his eyes. Extract! Professionals around the world all started from the novice stage. They understood Su Ming's operation at a glance and became excited. Eagle Country audience. Although you are from Dragon Country, you are a bit like our country's superhero Immortal Body against a legend. I really have a little bit of blood, so I will make an exception to support you this time, Su classmate. Wano Country audience. Su Ming-san, explode your little universe. The cherry blossoms in your hometown will bloom for you, and we are all cheering for you now. Audience from Elephant Country. TSK, you are all pretending to be internationalists, right? Are our audience the only ones who sincerely hope that Su Ming will die at the hands of Medusa? Alas, we are too real, and you are too hypocritical. Gaul audience. Go home and drink curry, san. Every time humans defeat legendary demons, it is a great encouragement to the world to resist the invasion of the abyss. It will provide valuable reference data for human scientists, and all professionals in the world will benefit from it. This is a great battle that benefits all mankind. You idiots are still making sarcastic remarks. You are so short-sighted. Yes, great. Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked at a talent skill he had drawn out with satisfaction. Beastmaster Aura. Skill type, passive. Effect, increases the HP and attack power of all beast summons you own by 50% and 50% respectively. A simple and crude innate skill, but it happens to be urgently needed. Very good. Su Ming used it directly, and then saw that the health and attack power of Black Wukong and Xingqiu Fox both increased dramatically. After finishing it, he directly said to the quartermaster, Bring out the list of merits, I want to consume all of them. Yes, sir. Su Ming spent 200 merit points and directly bought the suit that he had previously coveted but ultimately decided to give up. Heart of the Swarm, Summoner Class Set. Note, this set is exclusive to the Fortress of Demons dungeon and cannot be obtained from other channels. Quality Dark Gold. Use level requirements, none. 2-piece set effect, all summon beasts level +1, not limited by summoner level. 4-piece set effect, all summon beasts level +2, get an extra summon beast slot. The effects of various parts. Swarm Armor, defense +5, all element resistance +5, has a damage reduction aura that reduces the damage of all summons by 10%. Swarm Boots, defense +2, all elemental resistance +2, speed +5, has a swiftness aura that increases the speed of all summons by 10%. Chapter 29, Upgrading from a Musket to a Cannon, Extraordinary. Swarm Gloves, defense +2, all element resistance +2, attack +2, has a powerful attack aura that increases the attack of all summons by 10%. Swarm Helmet, defense +5, all elemental resistance +5, has a toughness aura that increases the life of all summons by 10%. Su Ming was quite satisfied with the attributes of the Heart of the Swarm suit. It's a pity that it's only a level 1 set with no level requirements. Even if it is at the Dark Gold level, even if it is a set exclusive to the summoner profession, even if it is a limited edition product of the Fortress of Demons dungeon. Also because of the limit of level 1, the value is low. But Su Ming no longer felt bad about wasting 200 points of merit. What he valued most were the 4 halos on the 4 parts. Black Myth Wukong is his trump card, so anything that can temporarily enhance his abilities is like a timely help that can solve his urgent needs. Soon, Su Ming used up the last of his merit and bought Black Wukong, a professional monk war stick that he had bought before but was unable to use. Xuanqi Demon Subduing Stick. Quality Epic. Level Requirement, Level 13. Attack 25. All skill levels +1. All element resistance +5. Strength +5. Agility +5. Constitution +10. Critical hit rate +20%. Splash damage +20%. It was indeed an extremely powerful epic war stick, and its attributes were quickly revealed by the entire network and announced in the live broadcast room. The audience discussed. TSK Tisk, it's worthy of being a hidden reward in a dungeon. It's actually directly epic level. That giant monkey is actually a summoned beast of the monk class? Interesting, its strength will soar because of this war stick. Gentlemen, I just realized that Su Ming has been hiding his strength. He has accumulated a lot of experience points without adding them, and has left a lot of merits without spending them. He is quite cunning and a scheming boy. Just now he was Su Ming in the casual hoodlum form, and now he is Su Ming in the study master form. They are completely different now. But many sharp-eyed people also discovered the trick. Shinzimo, who had been holding back for a long time and did not dare to speak in front of the big shots, finally laughed wildly. Su Ming was stupid under the huge pressure of Medusa. That mysterious magic subduing stick is indeed very powerful, but it is a pity that the minimum level requirement is 13 class. As for a professional, the upper limit of experience gained in the dungeon is level 10. It cannot be higher. Shinzimo showed disdain. Su Ming's idea is easy to guess. He probably took advantage of the splash damage of the war stick, wanting the giant monkey to hit a large area of demons and create a crushing effect. Unfortunately, he missed the level requirements. Secretary Zhao Muyu on the side immediately covered his face and said with a hint of disgust and embarrassment, "Young Master Shin, let's talk less and make fewer mistakes. If you talk too much, you will make mistakes." "What do you mean?" Shin Zimo glared angrily. "What she meant is very simple." Bufian chuckled. "The level limit is not unbreakable. There are many ways to solve it. For example, an affix that reduces equipment requirements, level requirement -5. She directly showed an epic leggings. For example, a customized inlaid gem, equipment requirements are reduced by 10%. Bufian casually took out an expensive rune stone from her backpack. She shrugged her shoulders and continued to give examples. "Look, search the internet for the artifact Supreme Magic Sword. Its holder can ignore all equipment level restrictions. Also, there is a legendary universal skill called Universal Dexterity. Rogues with this skill can ignore the level requirements when choosing a dagger." Shinzimo was speechless for a long time, but he still stubbornly retorted. "The examples you mentioned are all high-level equipment that is hard to get. Where did Su Ming get them? Open your Kryptonian gold eyes wide and take a good look at Su Ming." Bufian curled her lips and looked at Su Ming, who had upgraded his equipment, with shining eyes. "Wow, he actually got a set of dark gold suits that does not exist in the currently known equipment atlas. Now, there will be something interesting to watch." Heart of the Swarm is an exclusive set for the Bastion of Swarm dungeon. Since no one could get through customs, it was never circulated to the outside world. Su Ming was wrapped from head to toe in a brand new suit, made of insect demon leather armor. The smooth body lines showed off his 8-pack abs, and the noble dark gold color gave him a mysterious and noble vibe. The 4 halos, filled with a hazy color, make it clear at first glance that they are high-quality divine equipment. Shinzimo was stunned, greedy, jealous, and extremely envious. The next moment, Black Wukong directly picked up the Xuanqi demon subduing stick, without any sense of incongruity, and even performed a unique stick technique from another world on the spot. Wow, that giant monkey summon has mastered the martial arts of the knight profession. What a great all-round summon! It can use the monk's equipment and master the knight's martial arts. Just now it used the paladin's scepter. But Su Ming's growth has not yet ended. Because he put so much effort into all this, his purpose was not just to increase these small numbers. Su Ming's real purpose is to tap into Monkey Brother's potential. You know, in the final battle of Black Myth Wukong, Monkey King is able to use his magical powers. He took on a gigantic form, beat up the 4 heavenly kings, and fought fiercely with Erlang Xianxinjinjuan, showing how powerful he was. If Black Goku could unlock this skill in advance, it would be easy to deal with Medusa. But unfortunately, when Su Ming examined Monkey King's panel, he only saw a string of old skills. Vajra Indestructible LV.11, Legend. Protean LV.11, Legend. Hair Clone LV.2, Legendary. Well, it's my fault for being too greedy. Fa Tianxiang D is the ultimate skill and it is impossible to unlock it too early. Su Ming sighed, but when he glanced at the little transparent Qingqiu fox, he was stunned for a moment. Because her innate skill grows infinitely, she can awaken an additional skill every 5 levels. And now she has accompanied Su Ming to level 10, and has awakened 2 major skills. Fox Talent, Charm plus 20, can temporarily charm all enemies within a 50-meter range whose mental power is lower than its own. Interesting. Although it is just an auxiliary skill, it seems to have great potential. A fancy operation emerged in Su Ming's mind. Invulnerable to all evil, all resistances plus 50. The little Qingqiu fox's resistance is maxed out. Now it doesn't have to worry about Medusa's petrification. After all, this is only a level 1 copy. 50 resistance should be enough anyway, Su Ming murmured. At the same time, the demon army was attacking in full force. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening to destroy it. Black fog completely enveloped the fortress of demons. Su Ming took a deep breath, called all his summons and followers, and stood at the city gate instead of on the city wall. He knew very well that this time the mixed demon army included stone demons that were good at turning rocks into mud, and flame demons that could resist fire magic. Add to that a large number of high-level demons, and there was no way they could keep the first city wall. Chapter 30 I, the Master of Tactics. Su Ming finally said in front of the camera. Wish me luck, and I'll see you later. After saying this, he waved goodbye and stepped into the torrent of the battlefield. The professionals of the demon fortress came out in full force without any reservation. The only thing that made Su Ming feel relieved was because a large number of demons were annihilated in the previous 80 waves. Many defensive troops who should have been killed long ago were saved. Our current military strength is still quite sufficient, and is far from being as stretched as it was in history. The cards I have now. Su Ming counted on his fingers. First, my summons are strong and powerful. Second, all 7 layers of the demon fortress walls are still there. According to the junior high school history, when the marshal evacuated, he detonated the high explosives that had been buried in the walls, causing mass casualties to the demons. Since the replica is extremely well restored, there should be similar settings. Third, there are the well-organized NPC armies. They are much stronger than me, but their command is rather rigid. Also, the dungeon is a stage for professionals to show themselves, so naturally, the NPCs will only mechanically defend according to the program. I have to mobilize all 3 advantages. Su Ming took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and stared at the city gate that was being pounded wildly by the battering ram. Separated by a wall. The 4 strong ogres had bloodshot eyes. They completely ignored the attacks from the city walls and used all their strength to deal with the titanium alloy city gates. Bang! 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 Every fierce bang on the door caused large pieces of reinforced concrete to break and fall, twisted and deformed the bolts of the gate, and made the ground of the demon fortress tremble. Boom! Finally, an exploding fireball from the flame demon became the last straw that broke the camel's back, helping the ogres break through the city gate. But what greeted them was not the victory that was within their grasp, but the long-awaited Su Ming and his summoned army. Brother Monkey, beat up the ogre. Dragoon, immediately flank and block the demon at the door. Warriors, Follow me to kill the enemy head-on and drive these beasts out of our home." With a concise but precise command, everyone immediately took action. Outside of the copy, the audience's bodies were tense, their hearts were touched by the live broadcast, as if they were fighting side by side with Su Ming. "Will we win?" Buffian murmured as she leaned against the cherry tree. Her bare hands gently pinched her delicate chin, her snow-white face full of worry. Her slender and graceful figure attracted countless classmates to frequently peek at her, but she was completely unaware. "I will win." Zhao Muyu pushed her black-framed glasses that made her look quite bookish and intellectual. She crossed her arms across her chest, and immediately squeezed out a deep and bottomless white ravine from her full breasts that were about to burst through her clothes. "Oh? Aren't you the secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance? Why are you speaking for Su Ming?" The assassin was puzzled. "Haha, I'm writing my resignation letter." The secretary's right hand was typing furiously on the 9-square input method on his office phone. "I wanted to wait to be fired and receive an N+1 compensation, but after thinking about it carefully, I really don't dare to be an enemy of the Iron Blood Alliance. I can only take the initiative to give up the compensation and put on an attitude of I'm honest, please let me go." Director Sun Jiangwo, who had been hiding behind his shell, poked his head out again. "TSK, is that all? Your command ability isn't that good, is it? You don't have any high-end tricks at all. Can you really resist the devil?" Vice Principal Chu Tianqi said disdainfully. "A fool who only knows how to talk about war on paper really has no battlefield practice. The so-called battlefield command is never the best, nor the most advanced, but the most effective." He taught all the Beiliang students earnestly. "Don't learn the pedantic academics of the fools in the first military academy. You must know that the battlefield changes rapidly and it is difficult to convey orders smoothly. We must streamline all commands and use the simplest words to convey the most information. What Su Ming did is the standard battlefield command, learn it." Sun Jiangwo snorted, and took out a pile of magazines from his briefcase and showed them. "I have published 28 heavyweight papers in authoritative military magazines, which helped me get the title of professor. What about you?" Chu Tianqi sneered, took out a medal from his trouser pocket, and slapped it on the table. "I have beheaded more than 10,000 real demons in my life, and served as a commander in 6 historic battles. What about you?" There was a sudden burst of laughter at the scene, and the atmosphere was very entertaining due to the bickering between the 1st Military Academy and the 3rd Military Academy. At the same time, the most brutal bloody battle has broken out in the copy. "Hey!" Black Goku and his 12 hair clones violently crushed the ogre. Even though they were slightly inferior in size, their attributes were still overwhelming. Su Ming worked so hard and exhausted all his resources to equip it with the mysterious demon-subduing stick, which worked wonders. A stick smashed down on the ogre's head, triggering a critical hit and directly turning the already low-health ogre into a meat paste. The 20% splash effect directly covered the narrow entrance of the city gate, crushing the blood demons that followed the ogres in at the same time. The dragoons had also surrounded the 2 wings. They were all heavy cavalry wearing heavy armor, like iron cans. When they pulled out their heavy shields and formed a textbook standard elliptical formation to defend themselves, a scene that shocked audiences around the world appeared. Behind the broken city gate, Su Ming built a pocket formation with an iron wall. The dragoons defended the 2 wings with heavy battle shields, while 13 giant monkeys formed a straight line in the front and then frantically triggered range splash. A large number of demons were killed by the splash explosion after rushing into the city gate, leaving no trace of their bodies. Only some elite demons and high-level demons could withstand the first wave of undead, but they would immediately be evaporated in an instant by the long-range attack firepower of Su Ming, Qingqiu Fox and 120 elite warriors. This defense is a boring killing spree that lasts for 10 minutes. Ah? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Sun Jiangwo's face changed drastically. According to the data sent back from the terminals of the major copies, and analyzed using statistical models, it is known that after the city gate is breached, 95% of the city walls will fall within 3 minutes. Haha, what an idiot! This time, Beiliang Academy's principal Zhao Renjia was not afraid of offending the 1st Military Academy, and said contemptuously, "Don't you understand? Student Su Ming used up all his resources just to activate the last affix of the mysterious demon-subduing stick splash damage plus 20%. The 12 clones all inherit 20% of the splash damage, plus the main body. That is a full 260% of the terrifying range damage, covering all the demons within 50 meters of the city gate. So of course he can defend it. Bufian was so excited when she saw it. In the live broadcast, Su Ming's command was firm when facing a powerful enemy. His expression remained unchanged under the siege of demons, and he was a hero who fought his way out of a desperate situation. He was so shaken that he couldn't control himself for a long time. Zhao Muyu's beautiful eyes shone with a strange luster, and he fell into thoughtful weighing. Chapter 31 Face to Face with Medusa, unparalleled in wit. That is just a clever way to conquer the dungeon. The leader of the Iron-Blooded Alliance, the 5th-level wild fighter Shen Jinghong, stood up to help. Seeing his ally Sun Jiangwo being scolded by Beilang's students, he couldn't help it anymore. If it were a real demon, it would not be stupid enough to be surrounded and killed by Su Ming using the line up and shoot tactic. Shen Jinghong emphasized with a cold hum. Just because this is a dungeon, the demon's AI level is very low, the intelligence is equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child, so he rushes to the ground to die. That's right. Sun Jiangwo's eyes lit up and he immediately praised him. The reason why Su Ming succeeded was purely because he was using a gamer's mentality to conquer the dungeon, which is actually very unrealistic. In other words, even if he being able to reach the 90th floor only shows that he is a keyboard warrior-type professional. He's just an otaku who's only good at copies. In reality, if you encounter a devil cub, you will urinate all over the floor, hee. Everyone stared at them in disgust. Su Ming is only a senior in high school and has not yet entered the battlefield. Why do you accuse him of being afraid of demons in reality? Bufian couldn't hold back and asked with her hands on her waist. Sun Jiangwo was very good at talking nonsense, and he immediately shot at the target in the air. How do you know that Su Ming is not a master in the game, but a weakling and a coward in real life? Can you prove it? Girl, you have to provide evidence when you speak. Bufian choked. She was only good at Master-level Backstab Max, Master-level Disembowelment Max and Master-level Heart-ripping Max, and she didn't know how to argue with others. Step aside and let this national debate champion take over. Zhao Muyu sent the document she had typed, then stood up without any worries and sneered. Ms. Bufian, you have fallen into Mr. Sun Jiangwo's trap of sophistry. He created a false logic, that is, if you can't prove that Su Ming is also a strong man in reality, then he is a weakling. This logic is exactly the same as a famous sophistry. If you can't prove that there are no ghosts in the world, then prove that there are ghosts in the world. Zhao Muyu sneered, his delicate face full of disdain. His logic simply cannot withstand scrutiny. Because every student in the world cannot prove that he will be brave and fearless when he steps on the battlefield in the future, are they all cowards? Sun Jiangwo. Of course, he did not dare to answer this question, because firing a map cannon at students around the world would undoubtedly result in strong backlash and cause a storm of public opinion. Shen Jinghong was angry and glanced at the other party coldly. Secretary Zhao Muyu, you seem to be a bit cheating? You are getting a salary from our company, but you speak for our enemies? Zhao Muyu spread his hands and said helplessly. Please check your email, Leader Shen. There is my resignation notice, which will be effective when you receive the email. I have voluntarily given up this month's salary and have nothing to do with your Iron Blood Alliance anymore. You! Shen Jinghong's eyes became lustful. You eat everything inside and out. I'm just a worker. Why do you have to be so harsh? Zhao Muyu casually took out her lipstick and applied a layer of glossy lip gloss to her blurry red lips. She said calmly, Aren't you too ready to let me take the blame for the Iron Blood Alliance and Su Ming? The excuse is already found. The career card I was responsible for purchasing went wrong, and I missed a top-quality hidden career card, so the opportunity to first pass the Fortress of Demons that should have belonged to Shinzimo was given to Su Ming. Shinzimo gritted his teeth. Isn't it? You're a big-headed ghost. Zhao Muyu rolled his eyes and said, Since I graduated and joined the Iron Blood Alliance, I have been involved in the purchase of 537 career cards, without any mistakes or omissions. You are throwing mud at me without any evidence, saying that I was blind and misread the description of a summoner class card? She was too lazy to play along. After all, even if it offended the Iron Blood Alliance, she had to maintain her reputation as a professional agent. That was the basis for applying for jobs in other companies in the future. You. Shinzimo racked his brains but could not find any words to refute. Yes, he was once a well-known chief secretary in the industry with outstanding achievements. It is impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. Their quarrel was soon diverted by one thing. In front of the demon fortress, Medusa, surrounded by a group of 8 armed Nagas, came to the foot of the city wall and in front of the city gate. Hiss! Foolish humans will eventually be swallowed by the abyss. She could actually speak human language, revealing her advanced intelligence. A strange 33-sided shield appeared around her body, providing all-round defense and blocking all arrows, magic bullets and stones. Su Ming's expression changed slightly in the live broadcast. That is Medusa's signature skill, Divine Magic Shield. Audiences around the world were also shocked. Gaul audience. Where's my flag? It feels like it's time to wave our pure white flag, my family. South Korean audience. Is that a high-level demon lord? He seems just SOSO. If our Korean warriors were to go out to fight, it would only take 1 minute for Medusa to be captured. Then she would kneel under the Tai Chi flag and surrender to us, the descendants of the sun. Audience from Elephant Country. Oh my God! She is so beautiful. Sorry I couldn't help myself and I have already put up a small tent. Let's stop watching today's live broadcast. I can't stand it any longer. They are all snakes. The cobra I raise at home may be just as charming. Although all the male viewers from the Elephant Country logged off collectively, the total number of people in the live broadcast room soared again by 2 million due to the popularity of Medusa's attack. Everyone wants to see how the top student from Dragon Country will fight against this demon lord with high attack, defense, and armor, and who possesses 2 incredible abilities, petrification by staring at the target and divine magic shield. Phew, here it comes, it's time for you to contribute, little fox. Su Ming held the Qingqiu fox in his arms and climbed up the city wall. He looked at the 10-meter-tall giant snake demon and said, Come on, Medusa, let me show you the fighting power of the demon fortress, where everyone is united as one. Hiss. Medusa also locked her eyes on Su Ming. Possessing a certain level of AI intelligence, she was well aware that Su Ming was the formidable enemy of the demon army, and that he was also a stereotypical summoner who was easy to kill and died suddenly. She immediately looked at him, and her pair of vertical pupils suddenly turned a strange yellow color. Don't look at her! All the audience shouted instinctively in front of the display screen, but their reminders were destined to be heard by Su Ming. Su Ming is doomed. He actually dared to stand in front of Medusa to show off. He is so stupid. He probably wanted to show off in front of others. He only cares about traffic and not his life. Sun Jiangwo took the opportunity to make a derogatory remark. Chapter 32, Human Wave Tactics, Ants Can Devour an Elephant. The next moment, Su Ming held the Qingqiu fox high up. He issued only 2 instructions. Little fox, use your fox talent to charm us as a group. All followers, please let down your guard and accept its charm. The response he received was an unhesitating trust. Yes. I will obey your orders. Huh! Outside the copy, everyone was in an uproar. They were dumbfounded by Su Ming and didn't understand what he was doing. Soon, the charm took effect, and the pupils of Su Ming and his followers turned into heart shapes. They looked at the Qingqiu fox obsessively, their hearts and eyes filled with it, no longer able to tolerate anyone else. Then, when Medusa's gaze petrified them, a strange dark light passed over them, and then immunity! All the skills of the high-level demon lord were ineffective, and all the people who were bewitched were still launching attacks, one after another, towards Medusa's body. What's going on? The audience was confused. Can any senior professionals explain this to me? Is Su Ming cheating? Why is he immune to the extremely high-priority petrification? If I remember correctly, even a magic immunity skill cannot withstand the gaze of petrification, because it is a legendary skill that has the domain priority of ignoring magic immunity, defense, and spirits. Hurry up and get someone who knows the principles to explain to us professionals. It's urgent and crucial. Sun Jiangwo was furious. It must be cheating. How shameful! In front of the global audience, let people see the ugly scene of our dragon people cheating, exposing their own shortcomings. Shinzimo showed disdain on his face. I guess it was the mayor of Baolang who deliberately adjusted the copy data from the background to help Su Ming reduce the difficulty. At this time, looking at the students who were looking at each other in bewilderment, Principal Zhao Renjie sighed and said helplessly to Shinzimo, "How did you usually get second place in the grade? Is it because Medusa is an obscure knowledge point and an extracurricular reference content, and it will not be included in the college entrance examination content, that you don't study it at all?" He sighed and said, "Learn, kids. Su Ming is indeed an outstanding graduate of our Baolang Academy. He has thoroughly read Medusa's knowledge points and put them into practice. He has used extremely clever means to immunize himself against the opponent's attacks. Please explain it to me quickly. I don't understand either," Mayor Chen Shuani urged with a little embarrassment. All the teachers and students in the school bowed together. "Me too, Headmaster. Well, after all, 99.99% of people can only see Medusa in videos and movies throughout their lives, so you probably didn't notice that the 132nd page of the extracurricular tutorial book, My Cheek-to-Cheek Dance with the Demon Lord, says, the effective condition of the gaze petrification spell is not the traditional looking at Medusa. Because according to a large number of actual combat cases, closing your eyes will also turn you to stone. According to scientists' experiments on murderers who had their eyes gouged out and were put into battlefields in batches, they came to the conclusion that sensing Medusa's killing intent is the real condition for it to take effect. After closing your eyes, if you can still sense Medusa through smell, touch, or even consciousness, you will be petrified," Principal Zhao Renjie said dimly. So Su Ming put his knowledge into practice. He asked the fox summoned beast to charm his summoned creatures in advance, making them stare at the fox demon with all their heart and soul. Their eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and heart were all controlled by the fox demon, so they naturally could not sense Medusa. Therefore, they were immune to Medusa's legendary skills. "Oh my god, there is such a high-end and cool operation!" The students were in an uproar. "This is what they call. As long as I gouge out my own eyes in advance, I won't be hit by the flash bang. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast, and I said I was enjoying Su Shin's high-end live show. Now she is kneeling in front of the TV with me. Without the powerful weapon of petrification, Medusa is just a sitting duck, isn't she?" But the audience also had many other questions. Bufian asked, "After being enchanted, why are Su Ming's summons still attacking Medusa? Their movements don't seem sluggish at all." Zhao Renjie smiled. "Because Su Ming is a summoner, he is using the charm of the fox demon to command his army of summoned creatures like manipulating a puppet. It seems the same, but before he used commands, now he uses mental control. The method is completely different." Shinzimo showed an expression of disbelief. "But, even if the others were enchanted, those giant monkeys and the demon fox were both petrified by Medusa's gaze. Why didn't they turn into stone?" Zhao Renjie shook his head and said calmly, "That's Su Ming's secret, but I guess he gave all his equipment or treasures with petrification resistance to the giant monkey and the fox demon, and piled up the petrification resistance to the level that can resist Medusa. Or, when he reached level 10, Su Ming was lucky enough to draw a skill that can increase resistance. This time, he was half right. The Qingqiu fox does rely on its awakened immunity to all evil, with all resistances plus 50, and is not afraid of being petrified. Black Goku was born from the last piece of colorful stone that Niuai used to repair the sky. He was conceived in a stone womb and was born a stone monkey, so he is not afraid of any petrification ability at all. This is like trying to drown a fish with water or suffocating a person with pure oxygen. It is simply impossible." Next, people excitedly witnessed the fall of the High Demon Lord. The fire elemental mages threw explosive bombs frantically, which exploded on the divine magic shield. The druids released their flying pets to attack Medusa from the air. Crossbowmen and archers also fired frantically at top speed. The most eye-catching thing was the giant monkey summoned by Su Ming, which surrounded Medusa like the 13 guardians and beat her up crazily. "The human wave tactic is always the most reliable battlefield killer." Su Ming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident chuckle that belonged to a winner. "It seems that the first 90 waves failed to stop me." He cast the Beastmaster aura and activated the 4-piece Heart of the Swarm set, providing extremely high bonuses to his summons. Therefore, Medusa's magic shield was rapidly dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the name implies, the magic shield relies on burning one's own magic to provide a damage-absorbing shield. Su Ming was not surprised, revealing the attitude of a wise man who had everything under control. Its mana has finally run out, and its life is about to come to an end. Finally. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Medusa let out a desperate roar and fell to the ground. It actually exploded directly, dropping objects that were sparkling with strange luster all over the ground. Su Ming bent down to pick up a skill book, and was instantly petrified. He whispered in front of the camera in the live broadcast room. Am I dreaming? Legendary skill book, can this also be dropped from a level 1 copy? The audience took a quick glance and saw the words on the cover of the skill book Magic Shield. Chapter 33 Legendary Skill Book, Magic Shield. In an instant, legal professionals all over the world went crazy. A prince from an oil country roared. Quickly send someone to Dragon Country to contact Su Ming. I am willing to pay 100 million for the magic shield. A 5th-level professional from Kangaroo Country said solemnly. Send a team of assassins immediately to find Su Ming. We must snatch this skill book. It has been unsaleable for 20 years. A high-ranking ninja from the country directly contacted the person in charge of the Bailiang region. At all costs, take down the magic shield. Our Onmyoji of the Black Dragon Group urgently needs it to provide defense. In front of the copy of Bailiang Academy, countless people's phones were bombarded with calls. Sun Jiangwo, deputy director of the Ligua Military Academy, immediately had a sad face because he received 2 instructions from the top, both of which asked him to use both soft and hard tactics, and to obtain the strategic legendary skill book at any cost of special recruitment quotas, equipment, or money. Sun Jiangwo no longer dared to say anything about Su Ming. If he was willing to hand over the skill book to the higher-ups of the Lion Nation Military Academy, he would immediately be able to obtain numerous favorable conditions, even asking him to dismiss Sun Jiangwo. Furthermore, if Su Ming learns the magic shield himself, it means that he will no longer be a summoner with thin skin and fragile blood, but will have great survivability. After all, the reason why the magic shield is so popular is that it solves the survival problems of all long-range magic professionals, and can even make mages the defense core of the magic system. It is an important piece of the puzzle for an all-round mage professional. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Ming directly tore up the skill book and mastered it. Congratulations on mastering the legendary spell Magic Shield. Level, Entry Level. Effect. When activated, for every 1 damage you take, you will burn 1 mana to offset the damage taken. Concise description, powerful effect. Su Ming thought happily. The consumption ratio at the entry level is 1:1. In the future, when it comes to master level, grand master level, or even when it is upgraded to the same magic shield as Medusa, it should be able to reach 1:100. It is really a magical skill. This trip to the Demon Fortress is worth it. The audience looked at each other in bewilderment. My magic shield, he actually used it like that. Immediately mobilize our country's forces, study Mr. Su Ming's strategy for the Demon Fortress dungeon, and send people to break through. We may also be able to get the Magic Shield skill book from Medusa. Save the video of tonight's live broadcast and have all the staff members study it frame by frame to figure out a way to 100% clear the Fortress of Demons. We need to get ahead of the professionals from other countries and clear this Dragon Country dungeon. For a time, the Demon Fortress copy was very popular and became a piece of fat meat in the eyes of countless major forces. Although, the reason why the Magic Shield skill book can drop is most likely due to the extra drop rate brought by the global first pass. However, even if the probability is only 1 in 10,000, the major forces are unwilling to give up the possibility of fighting for the Magic Shield. What a pity! Zhao Muyu also sighed with a hint of regret. If Su Ming had entrusted the Magic Shield to me, I could have convened an ad hoc auction and sold it for a whopping 1 billion. Bufian, who was already familiar with the former chief secretary, asked with a little surprise. Is this skill really so expensive? Among us assassins, probably only some ultimate skill books dare to charge this price. Of course, Zhao Muyu said without hesitation. Mages are all very rich, so their skill books are always priced at a high premium. You assassins are a little poor. Wow, you've hit the nail on the head. Don't just tell the truth. Bufian pursed her lips, looking unhappy, but had to admit it. Professionals are also divided into different levels, and their strengths are clearly differentiated. The magic profession has always been regarded as a noble profession that cannot be played if you don't have money, while common people tend to turn to combat and auxiliary professions because they save money. After all, reality is not a game. Without planning to weaken or strengthen, there will be no balance of professions. For example, the summoner that Su Ming works for, as long as he has money, he can equip all his summons with a set of top-level equipment. That means he can form an army of one person and fight with others in a group at will. It can be said that his upper limit is extremely high. Of course, this does not mean that legal professions are superior and cannot be competed with. The monk can use powerful splash damage to annihilate the summoned creatures in groups. The assassin can hide in the shadows, sneak up to the summoner and kill him directly. The warrior can also charge wildly, knock away the summoned creatures, and rush to the summoner himself. All I can say is that everyone has his own destiny, and everyone has his own adventures. Dear audience friends, tonight's live broadcast is about to end, and there are only 9 waves left. It seems that my global first pass is secure. Su Ming took out a bottle of champagne from his backpack and said with a smile, "Although a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step, I want to drink champagne for half of the game and celebrate vigorously. I don't believe that the last 9 waves of demons can kill me in 1 second. The flag has been set. Su Ming really knows how to live stream. Haha, he's starting to liven up the atmosphere. I think he has become inflated and complacent, and is about to bring about his own destruction. Medusa has already arrived in the 90th wave. I don't even dare to imagine what monsters will appear in waves 91 to 99. The viewers in the live broadcast room were talking at once, and the atmosphere was full of heated arguments. Everyone in front of the copy looked at Mayor Chinchuani. I say. Principal Zhao Renjie snorted coldly and glanced at his old classmate. You are not hiding any disgusting tricks again, are you? Medusa was already outrageous. Fortunately, Su Ming was more skilled. What's next? I signed a confidentiality contract with the country and cannot tell anyone. Chinchuani rolled his eyes wildly. But Su Ming is a very cautious kid. At this moment, he suddenly opened champagne at halftime and celebrated in advance. He must have mastered some winning method. Oh? Is there any surefire way to win in the Fortress of Demons? The students stretched their necks, trying to pry open the mouth of the copy designer and get every bit of information. Chinchuani sighed and said, I think, considering Su Ming's thorough knowledge of the history of the Demon Fortress, perhaps he can really comprehend the hidden secret of passing the level. Let's wait and see, everyone. The students looked at each other in bewilderment, and the audience scratched their heads. As everyone was eagerly waiting, a terrifying eye of the abyss suddenly appeared above the dome of the Demon Fortress. He was looking down at the war-torn land with a furious look. The roar of the Demon Lord, with a strong deterrent, resounded throughout the Demon Fortress. The end is here. You will never escape. Move out in full force, descendants of the abyss. Spread blood and fire, plague and poison to this fragile other world. Countless scarlet portals suddenly opened their barriers from the top of the sky, from the side of the ground, and from the banks of the river. Chapter 34: The Moment of Disaster and Ascension to God. The breathing of all the audience members became rapid. The final battle in the Fortress of Demons was truly eye-popping and perfectly restored that epic period in history. Demons of all shapes and sizes appear on the scene. The pitch-black wings blocked out the sky, and the burning hooves shook the earth. Almost all the categories recorded in demonology appear on the scene, like a ukiyo-e from the abyss. Under the burning sky, a summoner in battle robes stood alone on the city wall. His eyes were burning like iron as he looked down at the demons indifferently, with the corners of his lips slightly raised in a cold arc. It seems that the Demon Lord is just a small fry, and he is the most powerful man under the starry sky. Behind him were 13 giant black Gokus, densely packed dragon riders, countless fire mages, druids, shield defenders, sharpshooters, crossbowmen. There was no end in sight. The Dragon Kingdom's supreme 9-clawed golden dragon battle flag danced wildly above their heads. Millions of people are watching. Is this the burial place of the martyrs of the past? Countless people of the Dragon Kingdom thought of that period of history of humiliation and heroism. In order to cover the retreat of 7 million residents, Marshal Lin Ligua led the entire Beiwei army of 53,022 men to fight here, vowing to never retreat, and all of them died heroically, killing more than 1.8 million demons and protecting the people. The Beiwei army was removed from the list and all military regions no longer had this number. From then on, statues of Lin Ligua were spread all over the streets and alleys of Longhua, and the word, Ligua, was even used to name the first military academy in Longhua. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Su Ming raised his staff high. "Fight to the death!" All the soldiers roared like a tidal wave. "Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" No one wants to return, and 50,000 loyal souls are buried here. The Dragon Country audience all fell silent. In their eyes, Su Ming's figure gradually merged with the shadow of Marshal Lin Lai country that spanned history. Many veterans' eyes were moistened. After that, there was no room for tricks, because the demons were very powerful, and their attributes and values crushed the troops of the demon fortress in all aspects, easily tearing apart the already fragile defense line. Perhaps the demon lord used some kind of mind-controlling ability. It makes the demons crazy and fearless of death. The flame storm gradually weakened as the fire elementalists on the city walls were overwhelmed and their numbers were rapidly decreasing. Arrows also became sparse because the wall-climbing monsters kept rushing into the ranged troops and killing them indiscriminately. Su Ming used the Beast King Halo to cover all summoned creatures. At the same time, he ordered Black Wukong and the Dragon Riders to form an iron wall on the periphery. The rest of his followers and the Qingqiu Fox launched long-range attacks from the inside. The embryonic form of a miniature legion had already been formed. But one's own strength is ultimately limited. The first city wall finally collapsed and was captured by the demons. "Retreat slowly to the second city wall. Brother Monkey, leave your 12 hair clones here to stop the enemy and fight until the last moment." Su Ming gave instructions with a serious look, and led his summoned creatures to fight and retreat. Outside the copy, Shinzimo said in ecstasy, "Su Ming is showing signs of fatigue, he is about to lose." Sun Jiangwo closed his mouth and dared not speak at all. Because he saw that on the BBS forum of the Hunter Country Military Academy, many military academy students who were also watching the live broadcast had a surge in favor of Su Ming. The scene where he stood on the city wall and faced the devil alone really looked like Marshal Lin Ligua in the documentary. I've watched his entire live broadcast. He has first-rate tactical training and is a rare talent among high school students. He has a good chance of making it through the Fortress of Demons. It is said that he is a top student. It seems that we will be able to see him at the freshman ceremony of the Hunter Country Military Academy next semester. As the director of the admissions department, Sun Jiangwo was well aware of the power of public opinion on campus, and he was even more aware of one thing. He deliberately picked faults and talked about Su Ming in order to give the special recruitment quota that belonged to him to Shinzimo. Once this matter was exposed, he would have to pack up and resign immediately, and even the school board would not retain him. After all, the dirty deal of the Ligua Military Academy must be hidden behind the scenes. As the first military academy in Dragon Country, they have to save face and maintain a tall and upright image in front of the public. The audience in the live broadcast room sighed dejectedly. Could it be that even someone as strong as Su Ming is unable to turn the tide and save the demon fortress in this instance? Alas, stopping at the 90th round is not bad, but it's a pity. The real complete version of the game has to be handed over to our Korean master, Smekta. We have found the reason why Su Ming was defeated by the devil. The devil can speak German, and Su Ming had to perform the French military salute. TSK, you might as well say that Su Ming is not actually from Dragon Country, but a Japanese-Korean hybrid, so when the devil spoke American English, Su Ming immediately realized that the person standing opposite him was his father. A crowd of people were arguing in the live broadcast room and had no interest in watching because everyone had already determined that Su Ming would definitely lose. Only Chen Shuani nodded slightly and smiled. He is indeed a top student from Beiliang. He has keenly perceived the direction of the battle and realized the last chance of survival I left for the challengers. Huh! Uncle Sword Immortal, what are you mumbling about? Bufian turned her beautiful snow-white face towards him, her pretty eyes full of worry. Chen Shuani said calmly. See, the turning point will appear at 10. 10 minutes? That's too late. Zhao Muyu, who was squatting under the cherry tree with her long white legs curled up and her knees hugged, also smiled bitterly. Chen Shuani said expressionlessly, 987. The two beauties rolled their eyes immediately. You are so boring. It's already the era of job change, but you are still playing jokes from the old times. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the words fell, everyone saw that Su Ming's 12 giant monkey clones were surrounded by demons, their health points were reduced to 0, and they disappeared without a trace. So, all the demons prepared to continue attacking the second city wall. Right at this moment, boom! Thunder roared in silence, and a blazing white light burst out from under the demons' feet. The terrifying destructive explosion directly destroyed all the blank defense zones between the first and second city walls, and also created a deep ravine. All the audience were stunned. Those who were chewing pork ribs choked, and those who were drinking milk tea choked. Spread the news! Spread the news! Oh my God, there are still unexpected twists. Could it be that Su Ming has another trick up his sleeve? Is he really a level 1 summoner? Why does he keep revealing his trump cards? Such an earth-shattering explosion, could it be the self-destruction mechanism of the demon fortress? In response to everyone's inquiries, Mayor Chen Shuani calmly told a story. In the past, Marshal Lin Lai and the demon fortress detonated the last fuses buried underground layer by layer at the last moment. Hey, you all seem to have forgotten that Marshal Lin Lai is also a 6th-rank professional. His profession is... Chapter 35, The Strategist has entered the game personally. Watch me win by half a step. Everyone present lowered their heads in shame. They indeed knew nothing about Lin Lie's occupation, because his career as a marshal was so glorious and heroic that there was almost no record of him fighting demons head-on. Principal Zhao Renjia sighed. He was a science major, and when he graduated, he went to the 3rd Demon Research Institute affiliated to the Dragon National Academy of Sciences. His real job is actually a hidden job antimatter engineer. Bingo! As expected of a former leader in Beiliang's academic circle. Mayor Chen Shuani snapped his fingers and said calmly, his ultimate professional ability is to create antimatter bombs. So, during his stay in the demon fortress, he continuously buried countless antimatter bombs underground in various defense lines. That is the ultimate insurance. As long as people are alive, the city will be there. If people die, the city will be destroyed. Chen Shuani sighed with admiration. Obviously, Su Ming also thought of this secret history. He must have borrowed the Chronicles of the Demon Fortress from the Bailiang Library. By the way, the author of that book is me. Everyone. Wow, reading one more extracurricular book can actually save my life at this moment. It seems that when I was in school, I was obsessed with the old-fashioned magical girls Sakura, monthly girls Nozaki-kun, etc., and it was true. Bufian put her hands on her hips proudly. Chen Shuani. In the live broadcast, Su Ming was also laughing loudly. Sure enough. Although the writing style of the book, Chronicles of the Demon Fortress, is a mess, the wording and sentence structure are also terrible, as if it has not received 9 years of compulsory education, but the record is not wrong at all. The author is most likely a veteran who experienced this battle personally. Chen Shuani. Zhao Renjia. Ahem, the kid is young and naive, he was just joking, old Chen, don't bother with him. Phew. You are so good at comforting people. What the hell is that? You old man couldn't hold it in the end, right? Chen Shuani was furious. Sorry. Zhao Renjia said seriously. I am a top micro-expression control master. I usually don't laugh, unless the little turtle is going through the procedures to leave school. The turtle doesn't live in school anymore, ha ha ha. But the others ignored the bickering between the two old guys. They all stared at the live broadcast screen. Although the antimatter explosion annihilated tens of thousands of demons into ashes, there was still a group of high-level demons who, relying on their thick skin and flesh, withstood that wave of attacks, and continued to rush towards the second city wall with the demons rushing up from afar. The situation is still serious. Bufian was still worried about Su Ming. Yes, the second city wall is much weaker than the first one. What's more important is that the people in the city are in panic, with only a group of defeated soldiers left. The defensive capability has been reduced by at least 70%. Zhang Muyu also had a clear assessment of the situation. But thanks to Marshal Lin, we still have enough antimatter bombs. Su Ming's murmurs were clearly heard by every audience member. So, a trace of resolute coldness flashed across Su Ming's eyes. Now that things have come to this, I can only play my final trump card. Strategist, join the game, watch me win by half a step. The audience's blood was ignited instantly. Su Ming is finally going to show off his top-notch moves. The Jedi counterattack is about to begin. I didn't expect that Su Ming's live broadcast would be so explosive. The raid was interpreted as the tragic farewell of an epic hero. It was really shocking. With their eyes wide open, they saw Su Ming walking towards the 311 Fire Elemental Mage group that was resting on the south side of the second city wall. He said bluntly, "Everyone, how much mana do you have left? Do you have any recovery potions?" One of the gray-robed mages staggered to his feet, wiped the dried blood from the corner of his lips, and said bitterly, "All our recovery potions are in the inventory below the first city wall. Moreover, even if we have enough mana potions, it is difficult for us to cast spells. We have run out of mana." Mana depletion is a very common phenomenon among spellcasters. That is, in the short term, the more mana recovery potions you use, the worse the recovery effect will be. In the end, a bottle of ultimate mana potion that should have restored 3,000 points only restored 300 points in actual combat. The 311 Mage Regiment has completely lost its combat effectiveness. Su Ming nodded slightly, pointed to the open space between the two city walls, and said solemnly, "That is the most scientific detonation point. I am sure that the antimatter bomb made by Marshal Lin Lai must be buried there." "Oh?" The head of the 311th Regiment looked at him in confusion. "Why did you tell us this information?" Su Ming said calmly, "Later, when the 93rd wave of demons attacks, can you ask all members of the 311th Mage Corps to stand there and block the demons, and donate their hearts for the 7 million civilians of Dragon Country behind the Fortress of Demons?" The live broadcast room was completely silent. Everyone was stunned. Su Ming's intentions were obvious, and there was nothing difficult to guess. The leader of the 311th Regiment trembled and said, "You want us to be bait to attract the demons to hunt us there?" All the fire elemental mages were in an uproar. They had never seen anyone let someone die so righteously. Su Ming did not hide anything. "Yes, may I ask you to die?" There was a cold and dead silence as the mages went from arguing to getting angry and finally falling silent. Outside the instance, a war of words broke out. Audiences from all over the world began to insult Su Ming crazily. "Oh my God! Satan has to have a Su Ming tattoo on his body. He is so evil. Does he have the blood of the Devil Lord? It is ridiculous to let the heroes of the whole nation be cannon fodder and die voluntarily. In our Wano country, the heroes of the 311th Regiment will be enshrined in the shrine and worshipped from generation to generation. Their heroic spirits will be immortal. Su Ming is blaspheming their glory. Damn it! Su Ming is crazy. Those are the real martyrs in the monument to the heroes. He actually made the martyrs die again in the dungeon in front of the global audience. Did he commit the crime of insulting the martyrs?" When the war of words is raging, the grey-robed mage leader of the 311th Regiment took off his hood tremblingly, reached out to touch the military emblem, and said firmly, "I do." All the verbal battles came to an abrupt end, and audiences around the world looked in disbelief at the NPC in the copy who was supposed to have little intelligence. The other fire elemental mages also showed relieved expressions and stood up one by one. "Yes! Yes! Yes!" The roar turned into an extremely tragic roar. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage and sacrifice. Su Ming touched his chest and bowed, tears welling up in his eyes. "My lords, please go ahead and wait for me and Marshal Lin. No one will survive in the demon fortress today, but our heroic death will light the way for the Dragon Kingdom. 7 million old, weak, women and children will also be saved. Everything, for the motherland." Chapter 36: The Final Battle. Su Ming looked solemnly at his temporary followers behind him and ordered, "Dragoons, step out. You are here to protect the 311th Regiment. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Mountains. I believe you have realized it." The leader of the Dragoons smiled faintly and revealed Su Ming's tactical intentions. "Clear! In the series of battles, the amazing performance of the 311th Regiment's elemental mages has already made them a thorn in the side of the Demon Lord. So, you use them as bait to bring out their last bit of strategic value and attract all the demons to besiege here. When the demons deploy heavy forces to annihilate the 311th Regiment, you will lead the rest of the troops to retreat to the 3rd city wall and detonate the antimatter bomb. We will perish together with the devil and die a heroic death here. Su Ming nodded slightly. Are you willing to die? Willing! Yes. 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 The dragoons' response was thunderous, and their final swan song moved all the audience to tears. Su Ming no longer hesitated and turned to leave. Farewell, my comrade. When we meet again in the underworld, I will definitely bring you the good news that all the people have evacuated safely. Thank you, Commander Su Ming. Everyone changed the way they addressed Su Ming, acknowledging that he was another leader in the demon fortress at this moment. The audience in the live broadcast room also stopped cursing and just watched the soldiers farewell in silence. No one accused Su Ming of being mean and selfish anymore, because that group of dragon riders were originally his temporary summons, and if they survived, they could use the Dragon Country 3rd Class Hero Medal to take them to fight in other dungeons in the future. Once the dragoons are killed, Su Ming will permanently lose this group of followers and will not be able to resurrect them. The following battle went exactly as Su Ming had planned. The 93rd wave of demons attacked. After a fierce battle, they found the 311 Hero Regiment that had lost its protection in the open space, and immediately rushed over like sharks smelling blood. At the same time, the 94th wave of demons, after obtaining intelligence, rushed towards them recklessly. Su Ming made a prompt decision and led the remaining soldiers to retreat to the 3rd city wall. Only the dragoons were still holding their heavy shields, protecting the 311th Regiment until the last moment. The fire elemental mages did not allow the demons' claws to tear their bodies apart. They used their last bit of mana to unleash the final Elegy Corpse explosion. Target themselves. Countless demons were blown over and killed on a large scale. In the command center of the Fortress of Demons, the NPC Marshal closed his eyes and activated the antimatter bomb he had buried. The big explosion came as expected. The 93rd and 94th waves of demons were all buried with the 311th Regiment, and no trace of their bodies was left. Su Ming stood on the city wall, alone, looking lonely and staggering. He only murmured 2 sentences. No one knows your names, but your achievements will live forever. Now I finally understand why our dragon nation has been able to stand firm against the demonic tide for 100 years. Countless students had tears in their eyes and cried for the sacrifice of the 311th Regiment. As the 93rd and 94th waves of demons were completely wiped out, the 95th wave of demons was isolated and helpless. For the first time, it was at a numerical disadvantage and was severely beaten by the grieving and angry soldiers in the demon fortress. Finally, it's time for the final battle. Su Ming sighed deeply, holding the back of his head with both hands, and said with relief, only the 95th to 99th waves are left, a total of 5 waves of demons. But we still have the 3rd to 7th walls, a total of 5 layers of walls. He sighed. Even if the antimatter bombs on one layer are used to replace 1 wave of demons, I have already cleared the Fortress of Demons. The audience was stunned. Then it dawned on me, hey, it's true. Audience from Elephant Country. This is a live show with a tiger head, a leopard belly and a pig tail. It's okay in the first and middle stages, but it didn't keep the suspense until the end. It's like when I was eating curry and saw a giant lizard, you already knew its ending. Kangaroo Country audience. His courage is commendable, but his wisdom is lacking. In fact, Su Ming didn't need to lie to those elemental mages to sacrifice themselves, because now he doesn't have to die. This seems rather hypocritical and a little embarrassing. Audience from the Great Ing Nation. To be honest, it is true. Su Ming was too eager to perform just now and got himself into a trap. Now he is in trouble, hee hee. Eagle Country audience. The Dragon Country people are always hypocritical. It is said that when they receive gifts, they always refuse 3 times. You have to give it to them 3 times in a row before they happily accept it, unlike us who accept it and open it on the spot. Zhao Renjia and Chen Shuani looked at each other and smiled. TSK, a bunch of foreigners, they are unfamiliar with the history of our Dragon Country, and only know how to talk nonsense. Zhao Muyu smiled faintly. In the Fortress of Demons, even if you clear it, there will definitely be a plot kill at the 100th wave. Otherwise, why are there waves 1 to 10, 11 to 20 in the first few waves, but at the end it's 91 to 99, with one wave missing? A very smart girl, Mayor Chen Shuani said solemnly. Since it is a copy that pays tribute to real history, it must be serious and must not tamper with the real history. So, the 100th wave is the attack from the demon Lord Meme Caesar himself. It is a true god-level creature that has truly surpassed the 6th level. Mayor Chen Shuani showed a look of nostalgia and indignation. Damn the devil! Damn the abyss! We will avenge Marshal Lin Ligua sooner or later and save the fallen territory. Humanity will eventually defeat the abyss. Everyone fell silent. After all, 70% of the Dragon Kingdom's territory had become corrupt and decadent abyssal territory. Other countries are even worse. Like the Lobster Kingdom in Australia, an entire continent has collapsed, leaving only a lonely doomsday city that is still struggling to hold on. Under Su Ming's mechanical and precise command, the battle at the Demon Fortress never saw any more disturbances. He resolutely implemented the most effective strategy: one layer of city wall for one wave of demons. The 95th wave of demons were first brutally beaten by the soldiers, and then, while they were dazed, they were blown to pieces by antimatter bombs. The 96th wave of demons, boom! The 97th wave, the 98th wave, and the 99th wave all spiraled up to the sky with the rhythm of boom. Finally, in the shocked eyes of all the audience, the demon Lord Meme Caesar, riding the rolling demonic flames, appeared in the sky, his figure towering above the ground, as if he was hundreds of meters tall. With a wave of its hand, it cast forbidden magic to destroy the world. A small piece of meteorite was summoned from outside the atmosphere to the top of the demon fortress, turning into a raging flame, destroying the isolated city that held out until the last moment. Su Ming fulfilled his promise and lived and died together with the demon fortress, and died heroically together with them. But looking at the gigantic demon lord, his face couldn't help but change slightly, because he had seen this scene in his previous life. In the final decisive battle of Black Myth Wukong, the battle between Black Wukong Tianmingren and Erlang Xianxingjunjuan was exactly the same as that of the demon army. Could it be that Black Goku also has the potential to surpass the limit of the 6th level and become a god-level creature? While he was thinking, the Demon Fortress dungeon was officially completed. Chapter 37 Summoner Exclusive Reward, Potential Awakening Potion. In the live broadcast, the settlement data of the Demon Fortress dungeon suddenly appeared. Congratulations to Su Ming for clearing the Fortress of Demons. Since this is the first time in the world to clear the Nightmare level, you will be rewarded with a Summoner Exclusive list. Calculating. Based on the previous world record of 55 floors, you will be rewarded with an additional 44 floors of additional records. Calculating. Congratulations, you have won. What? What the hell? My power went out. Why is the live broadcast gone? All viewers around the world can only see a dark screen. This live broadcast has ended. The host has gone offline. Please click to follow and continue watching next time. You can also set the host as a special follow, and a special reminder will pop up when the host starts broadcasting next time. Mayor Chen Shuani snorted coldly. Of course, it is impossible to announce the reward Su Ming received, so as not to attract covetousness and easily expose his cards. You foreigners are wishful thinking. Bufian couldn't help licking her red lips and said enviously. It raised the record limit by 44 floors, and it's the first time in the world to do so, and it's nightmare level difficulty, with triple buffs superimposed. How generous is this reward? Could it be a divine weapon? It could also be a god-level summon beast, or a god-level skill book. Zhao Muyu was also fascinated, and the word God kept coming up in his mouth. After all, in the era of universal job change, divine equipment is what everyone dreams of. After Su Ming confirmed that the camera had disappeared, he heaved a sigh of relief and glanced at the dungeon reward. Demigod-level potion, potential awakening potion. Effect: it can allow one of your summoned beasts to awaken its true potential, and at least improve its quality to demigod level. A concise description with extremely terrifying effects. Su Ming couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laugh 3 times. All the efforts are worth it. It's worth it that I burned all my merits and almost all my temporary followers. He stopped talking and directly gestured to Monkey Brother to take it. The new summon panel pops up. Black Myth Wukong. Quality, Demigod. Level 13. Attributes: Strength 195, Constitution 197, Agility 194, Mental Strength 198. Skills: Indestructible LV.11, Legend, Ever-Changing LV.11, Legend, Hair Clone LV.2, Epic. Bite. The attributes of your contracted summon beast are greatly improved, which will automatically feed back to the balance attribute. You gain Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 20, Spirit plus 20. Su Ming felt a huge amount of energy surging out from his limbs and bones. Monkey Brother's attributes of returning the favor are so many that his personal attributes are comparable to those of a level 20 professional. This is the summoner's benefit. How wonderful! Su Ming was very satisfied and couldn't help but chuckle. When it was only of legendary quality at the beginning, Monkey King's growth was plus 5 in all attributes per level. And now, the semi-god quality Monkey King has all attributes increased by plus 10 at each level, which is really abnormal. Now, Su Ming is only level 10, and Black Goku has also stopped at level 13, so the advantage of high attribute growth is still not prominent, but in the future, hee. Su Ming couldn't help laughing as he imagined the Monkey King who would be invincible in the future. However, the data on some panels do not reflect Monkey Brother's true growth. Su Ming suddenly sensed a thought from Black Wukong's spirit. I can absorb the spiritual essence. Su Ming was stunned. Brother Monkey! You have gained intelligence? Is this the hidden reward for summoning a demigod beast? But Black Goku just stood there coolly, with his arms crossed over his chest, looking at him, and said nothing more. A line of hazy text also appeared on the panel, not very clear. Awakening talent, soul devouring. In Black Myth, it seems that after winning, Wukong can seize the spiritual essence from the corpses of demons, immortals and Buddhas, make it his own, and continue to become stronger. Su Ming thought thoughtfully. Isn't this the way of growth in Black Myth Wukong? Continuously defeating various demons and heavenly soldiers, going through 81 difficulties, obtaining spiritual essence from those guys, retracing the journey to the west, and growing into the man of destiny who inherits the mantle of the Monkey King. But Su Ming thought about it and felt a headache. There are no demons here, so where does the spiritual essence come from? Monkey pointed at his chest. You have it in your body. Fuck, if you kill me, you will have spiritual essence? Su Ming rolled his eyes wildly. Oh, that's right, spiritual essence is hidden in the creatures of the 3 realms and 6 paths, that's why it's called spiritual essence. Then, wouldn't the monsters in the abyss have it too? He figured it out all of a sudden. In the original game, you get spiritual essence by killing various bosses and elite monsters. So, we should hunt down demon elites and high-level demon lords, and we will definitely be able to get spiritual essence. While they were talking, Su Ming was also enveloped by the light of transmission and returned to reality. I'm back. As soon as his front foot stepped on solid ground, Su Ming was surrounded by the revelry of Bailiang students, and then thrown into the sky in a daze. Long live! Long live! Long live! Congratulations, Su Ming. Bailiang Academy is proud of you. I will also help you apply for a special scholarship. Principal Zhao Renjia clapped with a smile. The Bailiang municipal government also has a special talent reward program. I will specially select a summoner exclusive reward for you from the treasury. Mayor Chinchuani was also generous. After everyone's enthusiasm cooled down, Su Ming, with messy hair, landed on his feet and immediately began to look around. Zhao Muyu chuckled and stepped forward, offering Shin Zimo's bank card and the Wuji stick with both hands. I know you are looking for Mr. Shin, well, this is his bet. As for him, do you think he will stay here and wait? Are you humiliated? You must have escaped long ago. Su Ming took the trophy from her delicate hands and asked with some confusion. Shouldn't you act so angry, frustrated and annoyed? Why do you smile so brightly? In his previous confrontation with Zhao Muyu, he was very clear about the position of the chief secretary of the Iron-Blooded Alliance. Oh, I quit and I'm unemployed now, Zhao Muyu said calmly. I'm an extremely professional secretary, doing my job. When I worked for the Iron Blood Alliance, I could turn into a vicious dog and help Shinzimo bite you hard. Now that I've quit, I'm just an ordinary stunning beauty, responsible only for being beautiful." As she spoke, she handed over a business card with a smile. "You can also hire me. After all, you know best how sharp my tongue is." After that, she lowered her voice and reminded, "There is a line of crucial information on the back of the business card. Please be informed." Zhao Muyu tactfully stepped aside and no longer wasted Su Ming's time. And Su Ming's celebration time has just begun. The big powers that tried to recruit him came closer, smiling warmly. Chapter 38. So they came in droves. "Hi, man!" Two blonde knights from the Order of the Rose smiled warmly at Su Ming. One of them stepped forward. "I am Carlos Lee, a third-level pseudo-dragon knight. Our knights have always been committed to recruiting young people with aspirations from all over the world to defeat the Abyss. Although you are only a junior summoner, you have the talent comparable to that of the former Undead Scourge. Join the Order of the Rose. Our Grand Master is the famous 6th-rank Paladin Lancelot of Justice." The blonde knight showed his heartfelt respect and continued to promote. "We, the Rose Knights, are also world-renowned. TSK, they are too poor, with limited resources, and no future." Bufian interrupted the other party's speech and directly exposed his true colors with a venomous tongue. "Lancelot is indeed very fair, but he is too stubborn and has a strong heart. He likes to work for the government on a voluntary basis and often fights with the Abyss demons for free. You can imagine the atmosphere of the Knights, just a bunch of hot-blooded idiots." Bufian sneered. "Although, everyone has to admit that they are a group of absolutely good people with an excellent reputation. But do you also want to be like them and become a free worker for major governments around the world? The kind that pays for their own coffins?" Su Ming immediately cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Sorry, I admire it, but I prefer the equivalent exchange of getting paid for work and getting as much work done as you are paid. Okay, although we are willing to sacrifice, we never blackmail others morally. I wish you good luck in your military career." The blonde knight Carlos Lee did not feel too disappointed. He just handed over a business card with a little bitterness. "But in the future, if you meet us Rose Knights on the battlefield of the Abyss, please support and take care of us. After all, we are fighting for the weak." "Of course." Su Ming nodded and shook hands with the other party. "I have admired the Order of the Rose since I was young, but I am just a layman and I don't have such a high level of awareness for the time being. But, if there is a chance for us to join forces in the future, I will definitely help you with all my strength." After the two Rose Knights wandered away, Bufian said with a smile, "We in the Mysterious Temple are in urgent need of summoners. I can make the decision and provide you with a scholarship contract, and apply for 200 million private funds for you every year for your strength growth. Before you grow to the 3rd level, we will not recruit you to participate in any action. You can grow with peace of mind and go to any military academy for further study." Hiss! There were sounds of people gasping all around. Because the Mystery Temple offers such a great deal. 200 million in funding, although not too much for a top summoner, but it is really given for free. You don't need to pay any price before the 3rd level, and you can spend 200 million yuan every year as you like. How can this be the price to attract talents? It's basically recruiting a son-in-law. The Baoyang students looked at Su Ming's handsome face with envy, and couldn't help thinking in their hearts, this kid has become an internet celebrity, but who would have thought that his first fangirl is Miss Bufian of the Mystery Temple? I'm afraid he will have to live off her in the future, and become successful by serving Bufian foot-washing water. I also want to marry into the secret temple and drink Miss Bufian's foot-washing water, the students wailed in their hearts. Su Ming directly held the soft little hand. "I signed. Rich lady, I don't want to struggle anymore, please support me." Buffet's cheeks were flushed with rosy clouds. "Huh! You are so straightforward. Are you really willing to join the Mysterious Temple directly? I haven't mentioned the issue of your future treatment after you reach the 3rd level." Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. The Mystery Temple has an excellent reputation in Baoyang City and is also well known on the internet. In particular, Lord Shura Demon Thorn Lingtian is a famous philanthropist. The financial aid funds of all our Baoyang schools are basically sponsored by him. In other words, it is all his credit that I was able to complete my 9 years of compulsory education smoothly. So, whether from a personal perspective or historical perspective, I have no reason to refuse your invitation. Su Ming smiled calmly. People are all made of flesh and blood. I always repay favors, and I will repay them tenfold. Bufian was stunned. She never expected that the so-called charity activities, which she usually thought was a waste of wealth, could not only bring some tax exemptions to the secret temple, but also recruit a future top summoner at this critical moment. Principal Zhao Renjia interrupted. Ahem, calm down. Su Ming's current priority is the college entrance examination. Moreover, he currently has no guardian, so according to the professional employment law, all agreements must be signed under the supervision of the school, and a three-party document must be supplemented. Oh, of course I know the specific procedures. Bufian smiled brightly, excited that she had recruited such a genius. Then I will go back to the mystical temple and discuss it with my parents. This time, I came too hastily and haven't informed them yet. Zhao Renjia was startled and shook his head. Young people are always impatient. The contract provided by your mystical temple must first have the signature of Shura Mosai, or the official seal of your mother. Otherwise, how can it be legally effective? I am the heir of the mysterious temple. These things are just trivial matters. I just need to go back and mention it. Will my father and mother object? Bufian pinched Su Ming's waist and winked at him. Remember, you have been reserved by me. Don't sign a contract with other forces yet. I will give you the best deal. Okay. Su Ming smiled. He was not in a hurry for the time being anyway. With the godly rich system in hand, he is not short of money. Given that the Order of the Rose has hit a wall, and the Mystery Temple has been strongly booked, there will be no other forces trying to recruit him. As for Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo from the Ligua Military Academy, he had already left the stage in disgrace amid the boos of the Beilang students. Only Chu Tianqi, the Vice President of the Yanhuang Military Academy, which ranked third in Dragon Country, remained there with a smile on his face. He waited for Su Ming to accept the cheers of all his classmates before he stepped forward. Young man, are you willing to become a special recruit of Yanhuang Military Academy? You can enter the school without taking an exam and get the highest level scholarship. Su Ming looked at the kind-hearted elder in front of him and murmured for a moment. I still want to participate in the college entrance examination. After all, the free universal copy provided by the college entrance examination is a benefit I have been looking forward to for a long time. Of course. We also recommend that all special recruits experience the national copy of the college entrance examination. This does not contradict our special recruitment. Chu Tianqi took out a very complete contract from his handbag. Here, just sign your name. No matter what your college entrance examination score is, you will join Yanhuang Military Academy with top treatment. The only restriction on you is, if you become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, you cannot look for another job, you still have to join our Yanhuang Military Academy. Su Ming laughed in silence. Number 1? You are too kind to me. Chapter 39. When you are carrying a heavy load, there must be some dog. Oh, who can predict what will happen in the future? Chu Tianlin patted Su Ming on the shoulder and encouraged him. I think you can do it. Thank you for your good words. Su Ming smiled and accepted the other party's special recruitment contract. As for whether to join Yanhuang Military Academy, he planned to consider it for another 2 days. After all, it is only the third military academy in Longhua, so we still have to reserve some time for the first and second military academies to recruit people. All the students of Beilan had seen the face of the deputy director of the Ligua Military Academy with their own eyes, but Su Ming, who was busy attacking the Fortress of Demons, knew nothing about it for the time being, so he still retained a beautiful filter for the first military academy. The military academy named after the martyr Marshal Lin Ligua is naturally admired by everyone. This has been the inherent impression for many years. Chu Tianlin stopped talking and left in the car. Principal Zhao Renjia waved his arm generously at this time. Tonight's cafeteria extra meals are all free and self-service. Congratulations to our outstanding student Su Ming for breaking the world record of the Demon Fortress. All orange juice and cola, everyone can get 2 bottles for free with a student ID. Yeah! Long live the principal! Long live Su Ming! The students' cheers almost shook the teaching building down. Soon, all the canteens contributed all their stock of ingredients, filled large pots with oil, and turned on full fire. The aroma of various delicious dishes filled the Beiliang Academy. Su Ming sat at the same table with his classmates, enjoying the meal comfortably. Song Chi-fong raised the Coke, shook it vigorously, and then suddenly opened the lid, turning it into a spray of champagne. Come on, cheers! I said Su Ming is a top student and will definitely be able to handle the Fortress of Demons. That's right, we all agree that Su Ming can do it. The classmates nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice. TSK, Wan Lin, didn't you say that Su Ming would definitely not be able to beat Shin Zimo? Someone exposed his classmate's past. Ahem, I'm afraid that Su Ming will become the focus of public opinion and won't be able to bear the pressure, so I'm singing his praises in advance to lower everyone's expectations, so that you won't praise him too much. This is called a high-level fan, do you understand, little bastard? Duck, you really can talk without thinking. If you were half as good at fighting as you are at talking, you would probably hold the record of the Fortress of Demons. The classmates were having a good time, but Su Ming just kept chewing the chicken leg and joining in the fun. By the way, where is Shinzimo? Is he really not going back to school? This counts as skipping classes, and he will be punished severely. Song Chi-fong mentioned the second top student again insidiously. Su Ming smiled and said, After all, he contributed 40 million to me. I won't laugh at him, buddy. You actually have a conscience one day. Song Chi-fong rolled his eyes. By the way, I saw that your global live broadcast was very popular, and viewers from all over the world were giving gifts crazily. You must be making a lot of money. Eh? That's right. I still have this money. Su Ming scratched his head. Remember, Mayor Chen promised to only collect taxes, not commissions. All the broadcasting fees and tips earned belong to me. The classmates were envious again. Wow, I remember the moment you cleared the level, all kinds of gifts flew everywhere. You must have earned tens of millions at least. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. We all have the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so outstanding? Su Ming stood up amid the laughter of his classmates and walked towards the table where Principal Zhao Renjie and Mayor Chen Shuani were having a drink. The 7 principals and 3 department heads of Beiliang Academy were all called to accompany the distinguished guest Chen Shuani. The director of the senior department asked in confusion, Where is Lu Changha? Su Ming's summoner class card was purchased under his witness. He is also a hero, so why didn't he come to the dinner? Don't mention it. The administrative principal in charge of campus discipline sneered. A dog will always eat shit. You other principals may not know Lu Changha's character, but I know it very well. After learning that Zhou Chimfeng from our Class 1, Grade 3, awakened the summoner class card, Lu Changhe did not follow the conventions and unspoken rules to prioritize digesting this high-level class card within the school. Instead, he called the Iron Blood Alliance, an off-campus force, and asked for their chief secretary Zhao Muyu. As for the reason, those who know will know, of course, he wanted to earn that generous agency fee. The vice president in charge of student transfers was furious. This bastard! He is a traitor! I was wondering why my performance has been declining year after year, why my KPI is always difficult to achieve, and why the number of senior professionals in Beiliang Academy is getting worse and worse. It turns out that we have a worm like him in our company. My senior teaching title was ruined in his hands. Principal Zhao Renjie was also instantly furious. We, the 7 principals of Beiliang Academy, each do our own job and do not interfere with each other. He actually sold students advanced career cards without telling us? A principal, he acted as an intermediary? Let me guess, he must have made things difficult for Su Ming, right? He was afraid that Su Ming would expose this embarrassing incident in public after breaking the record, so he chose to pretend to be sick and play ostrich at home. The thought of Su Ming, the summoner with top-level talent, almost missed his professional card. Just because Lu Changhe was greedy for those petty profits. Principal Zhao Renjie was terrified and made a prompt decision. I will immediately write a letter of complaint and ask the Beiliang Education Bureau to send a special investigation team to conduct an emergency investigation into Lu Changhe. He is not worthy of being a teacher, and this bad apple must be removed from the teaching team immediately. The school leaders all cursed and were still frightened. It's true. While they are carrying their heavy burdens forward with integrity, there must be some bastards enjoying themselves. At this moment, Su Ming walked to their dining table and scratched his head after hearing the indignant shouting. Su Ming, did you hear everything? Zhao Renjie glanced at his favorite student and said with emotion, I'm sorry, I was busy with the Abyss project every day and neglected the school management, which allowed Lu Changhe, the termite, to take advantage of me. I think about it carefully. Why would an ordinary summoner class card be sold at a sky-high price of 20 million under normal circumstances? Yes, the highest transaction record in history is only 15 million, a principal echoed. It must be that Lu Changhe who is interfering and forcing you to raise the price. This bastard is really evil. A head of the grade department also gnashed his teeth. How could he be so cruel as to exploit a poor student who receives welfare benefits? Su Ming was embarrassed. In fact, the reason why he quoted a price of 20 million was purely because of the task of the super-rich system. But the next moment, he heard Principal Zhao Renjie's assurance. We will investigate and punish Lu Changhe, the black sheep. In the future, I will help you apply for 10 million yuan in compensation for the bribes confiscated from him. Okay. Su Ming also immediately spoke righteously and loudly. I am not after money, I just hope that the principal can make decisions for the 100,000 teachers and students of Bailiang Academy and restore order to the education sector. So when will the money be transferred to the account? Chapter 40. Live streaming is a complicated subject. Uncle will handle it for you. Zhao Renjie. Chen Xuani. The two of them also had a certain understanding of Su Ming's flexible moral standards. Wait a moment, you will definitely get it approved before the college entrance examination. Mayor Chen Xuani, who has the most experience with official procedures, replied casually, and asked doubtfully. You sneaked over to our table, you must have some intention, right? Can't you just want to thank me? Su Ming raised a can of Coke. You came here specially to help me with the live broadcast and to keep me out of trouble. I should like to toast you. I wish you good luck in martial arts, may your sword rule the world, may you be blessed as much as the East Sea, and may you live as long as the Abyss. Your little mouth is as sweet as honey. Hey, wait. Chen Xuani rolled his eyes wildly. You mentioned live streaming as soon as you opened your mouth. Are you going to ask how much the live streaming revenue is? Su Ming smiled awkwardly. I'm just asking on the way. It's mainly because I have a strong desire for knowledge. Oh, I've asked them to transfer the money as soon as possible. Now it should be almost in the account. Mayor Chen had just finished speaking. Su Ming's phone vibrated. A text message arrived. Dragon Country Rise Bank, dear customers, the global live broadcast platform completed the transfer transaction of 15203.7719 Dragon coins to your account ending in 8801 at 2000 hours on May 8th. Please pay attention. Su Ming's hands trembled suddenly, and he was stunned. Just one night, just a live broadcast, and you made 150 million? More profitable than his super-rich system. Chen Xuani smiled gently. The Demon Fortress dungeon has not been broken for many years and is very famous in the eyes of professionals around the world. This is a huge amount of traffic, but you ate it all, so naturally you made a lot of money. It's a pity that we are not witches or fortune tellers who can predict the future. The mayor sighed. We didn't do any publicity and promotion in advance, nor did we take orders to bring in goods. Otherwise, you could definitely make at least 5 times more tonight. I'm already very satisfied. Su Ming bowed, but his heart was bleeding. Yes, such a huge business opportunity can be said to be a huge fortune. Principal Zhao Renjie coughed and reminded. Everything on the internet is virtual. You can't control it, kid. Earning 150 million is already a huge profit. Don't be too greedy. How about let Uncle Zhao keep your live broadcast account for you? Uncle will take care of it for you, Zhao Renjie suggested happily. Su Ming rolled his eyes wildly. I hope you can grasp it for me. But I'm afraid that the global audience is used to seeing handsome and heroic Oriental men, and suddenly they are replaced by an old pimple who looks like a ghost. The audience will unfollow and run away, and a live broadcast room with 20 million followers will be wasted. Zhao Renjie. Pfft. Mayor Chen Xuani couldn't help laughing and handed him a small note. Here, account and password. The real name authentication was also done using your information, Su Ming. You can take over seamlessly. From the very beginning, Mayor Chen and Principal Zhao had no intention of embezzling his live broadcast account. After all, this thing was highly bound to Su Ming, and no one could steal it. Just wanted to tease him. Although the account belongs to you, you are still a student. You should focus on the college entrance examination and study hard. Zhao Renjie reminded him solemnly. Don't be arrogant when you succeed. Don't indulge in live streaming to make quick money and become indistinguishable from the crowd. Chen Shuani disagreed. You are really an old-fashioned person, and you can't keep up with the times. Anyway, Su Ming has already obtained the special recruitment contract of Yanhuang Military Academy, so why should he care about the college entrance examination? On the contrary, live broadcasting is a real career that can settle down and make a living, and you should do it well. You should do the math. Before Zhao Renjie could lose his temper, Chen Shuani had already counted on his fingers and showed them. For an ordinary Beiliang College graduate, the monthly salary is 5,000 yuan. That's only 60,000 yuan a year. Let's not count taxes and consumption, assuming that everything is saved. In 10 years, 600,000 yuan. Assuming that you can work for 50 years, that's only 3 million yuan. Su Ming's new live broadcast account gained 20 million followers overnight. They are all real active fans. There is not a single zombie fan. They are all very optimistic about Su Ming and have a strong desire to give him tips, so they made a net profit of 150 million last night. And if Su Ming's second live broadcast is a little interesting, I dare to guarantee that he will make at least another 50 million. Even if Su Ming messed up, and the subsequent live broadcast didn't have much of an effect, not many people would give him tips. I estimate that with his big internet celebrity account, he can still earn more than 300 million in the end. Chen Shuani curled his lips and said, With this huge sum of money in hand, how many epic equipment and skill books can I buy? Since I can reach the sky in one step, why do I still follow the traditional path of further study, university, and employment after graduation? Zhao Renjie hesitated. The significance of the college entrance examination is not just about making money. Chen Shuani said with disdain. Don't sanctify the professional college entrance examination. It is just a talent screening mechanism and a stepping stone to society. The nightmare-level Demon Fortress dungeon is the college entrance examination that belongs exclusively to Su Ming. He has already earned the university's special recruitment and future employment. Zhao Renjie was speechless. He found that what Chen Shuani said made sense. The professional college entrance examination is mainly to provide a fair upward channel for students from the lower classes, but Su Ming has become a god in one battle, and has risen to the top, catching the eyes of countless senior professionals. By the way, I came here with such audacity to ask Mayor Chen Shuani to convert your commendation for me into something else. Su Ming bowed and begged sincerely. Oh? But you can tell me. I want to ask for a pass to allow me to go to Beiliang Abyss Battlefield number 037. As soon as these words were spoken, all the senior officials of Beiliang Academy at the table changed their expressions in anger. Are you crazy? A principal stopped him flatly. No! Even if the mayor agrees, our school will never agree. How can a student with little practical experience go to a real battlefield casually? If you die there, you won't be resurrected like in a dungeon. Yes. Although you have taken an unconventional approach and with the help of Mayor Chen Shuani, have become a combat-related internet celebrity, and have lived a carefree life and become rich overnight, you are still a rookie in terms of accumulating combat experience as a professional. You have to follow the standard process. First, reach the passing line in 10 trial copies, that is, the C-level clearance evaluation, then earn enough graduation equipment in the military academy, and finally wait for the teachers of the military academy to evaluate your mental state and actual combat power to decide whether you are qualified to step into the real battlefield. This is a matter of life and death, so you can't be careless. Everyone was talking at the same time, and no one was willing to give in. After all, Su Ming is the most brilliant genius in the history of Beiliang Academy. If he is chewed by a rat demon on the battlefield, his intestines will be destroyed and he will be reborn in the form of feces and urine. Wouldn't that be a tragic loss of a heavyweight alumnus? Chapter 41, The Lord of the Rings, The Insignia of the Hydra. Su Ming said seriously. What about before the dungeon? What about the beginning of the Abyss invasion? The pioneers of our dragon nation had just changed their jobs and had not even mastered any skills. But in order to save the country and the people, they still resolutely stepped into the battlefield with their weak bodies at level 1 and fought against the monsters. I want to follow the example of the martyrs and hone my strength directly on a real battlefield. He bowed again with a resolute expression and asked, I hope you will approve it. This? Everyone looked at each other. Su Ming came prepared and continued to try to persuade them. Besides, the Abyss Battlefield number 037 is a standard low-intensity Abyss battlefield with a level cap of only level 20. The monsters inside are not very strong, which is just right for newcomers like me to practice. I heard that many new recruits in the army and professionals from some big families will take the initiative to apply to go there for trials. If they can go, I can go too. These last words made Principal Zhao Renjie hesitate. The head of the senior high school department frowned and reminded Xiao Su, the new recruits went to clear the 037 battlefield because of their duty. They must control the number of monsters and prevent those guys from breaking through the blockade to attack the people in the residential area. The professionals of the big forces have received high-intensity training since childhood, and their equipment and skills are also first class. They deal with low-level monsters below level 20 as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. But you... He didn't say much, but his meaning was self-evident. Su Ming just awakened today. Although he got a lot of rewards in the Demon Fortress dungeon, he still has many shortcomings. No, I think Su Ming should go. Mayor Chen Shuani suddenly put down his chopsticks and spoke with finality. Get lost! Don't try to trick our Baoyang's enthusiastic students into being your fill-in babies. I know the Abyss frontline has always been short of manpower, but we can't just let a mere level 10 summoner go to the battlefield and die for nothing. Principal Zhao Renjie glared at his old friend. Chen Shuani rolled his eyes. The one with the most troops is the Abyss Battlefield number 002 where the 4th level professionals are fighting fiercely. Su Ming hasn't even reached the threshold yet. Besides, Abyss number 037 has always been used to hone new professionals. The danger level is very low. In the terms of professionals, it is a novice village. Even before the establishment of the copy system, the death rate of Abyss 037 was only 13%, which is as difficult as a baby bus. He shrugged disdainfully. 13% death rate, is that low? Zhao Renjie snorted. 1 out of 10 people will die. Who can guarantee that they won't be the unlucky one? Chen Shuani sneered faintly. Old Zhao, I think you have become stupid because of your academic research. You have been comfortable for too long, so you have forgotten a basic truth. To resist the Abyss, we humans have never had an advantage. We have to fight for our lives and fill it with blood and flesh. All noble undertakings must be accompanied by great sacrifices. The 13% death rate is already the result of popularizing demonology and basic professional skills. You must know that during the first 10 years of the nationwide job transfer and the Abyss invasion, the death rate of Abyss 037 is 68%. It was only when the experience gained from each life was written into the textbooks and passed on to the younger generations that the percentage was reduced to 13%. Chen Shuani snorted coldly. 99% of the dangers have been detected. There are almost no rare things in the low-intensity battlefield, and there are no secrets. What is there to be afraid of? Moreover, a nerd like Su Ming must have memorized all the taboos of the 037 battlefield by heart, and he will have no obstacles. Here, I signed the pass. After saying that, Chen Shuani ignored his old friend's dark face and signed a pass in a flamboyant manner. Su Ming took it happily, his mouth twitching. He thought, damn, what an ugly dog's cursive writing. Even a crab dipped in ink and crawling on paper would look better than your handwriting. Your movements were so handsome when you signed, it turns out they were all fake movements to cover up the ugly handwriting. Of course, I won't break my promise. I will still give you the reward I promised you before. When Su Ming turned to leave, Chen Shuani reached out and grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back like an eagle grabbing a chick. Chen Shuani took out a glittering golden ring from his backpack and threw it on the dining table. Hiss! Is that it? The eyes of the senior officials of Bailiang Academy lit up immediately, and they couldn't stop drooling. The Lord of the Rings, the Hydra emblem, number 004. Quality dark gold. Description: this is the soul fragment of the demigod-level monster, the 9-headed Hydra, which dropped after being surrounded and attacked by 6th-level warriors from many countries on the Great Barrier Reef of Australia. It was born from Hydra's 4th head, the lightning element head. Effect: all lightning spells cast by the wearer can be split into 9 linked forked lightnings. Level limit 10. Can grow. Please collect the soul fragments of the other 8 heads to unlock more features. Su Ming was shocked and instinctively declined. No merit, no reward. How can I accept such a treasure? Please take it back, Mayor. Although he was salivating, he understood the simplest truth of human society. There is no free lunch in the world. No matter how valuable a gift is, people will definitely hope to get something of equal value in return. Even though this dark gold ring is only a level 10 item, its prefix is magic ring. Level 10 is just a representation. If the equipment transformed from all 9 soul fragments of the Hydra could be collected, it would probably grow into a semi-artifact, or even an artifact. By then, the conditions for use will definitely soar to over level 100. Chen Shuani smiled faintly. I am a sword immortal. I no longer cast lightning element spells, so I have replaced the equipment in the ring slot with another artifact ring. It has been eliminated. And among my descendants, there are no lightning elemental mages. I'm not an elemental mage either. Su Ming spread his hands. Chen Shuani glanced at him and said, But your fox pet summon seems to be a full system magician. You only need to buy it a lightning chain skill book and pair it with the Hydra ring. Ha! Imagine that every time it casts a spell, it will form a 9-linked fork of lightning grid, covering a large area of the abyss monsters. It will be like a lightning king. Su Ming's eyes flickered. The first moment he saw the magic ring, he thought of this scene. But what do you want me to do for you? I won't accept rewards without doing anything. I need to think about it carefully, he asked solemnly. When you show courtesy to others, there must be an intention behind it. Su Ming looked at Chen Shuani deeply. The latter clapped his hands and smiled. Upgrade to level 20 as soon as possible and complete the first job change of the professional. At that time, I will make a request and ask you to go to a wild abyss crack to help me collect 2 precious materials. That crack is extremely unstable and can only allow professionals below level 30 to enter. No! Before Su Ming could even think about it, Zhao Renjie had already slammed the table and stood up. You are talking about the Great Rift in the Abyss, the gate to the Weird Country, right? Chapter 42, The Gate of the Weird Country. Chen Shuani narrowed his eyes and glanced at his old friend. There was a cold bitterness in his eyes that flashed across his face. He did not lie, but admitted. It is the gate of the strange country. Whenever the fog of the abyss boils, there will be the gate of the strange country where ghosts and monsters roam at night. So, I will never allow you to get involved. Principal Zhao Renjie glared at Su Ming sternly. There is no need to discuss this matter any further, and no rebuttal is allowed. What exactly is the gate of the weird country? Su Ming scratched his head, but his curiosity was aroused. Or perhaps, all good students have a rebellious soul inside them. Chen Shuani put down his wine glass, put down his chopsticks, wiped his lips, and slowly stared at the boy in front of him. It involves a taboo topic in the academic circle for 3 years. It is a secret that all officials in the world are trying to cover up. But unfortunately, the uninhabited ghost area is gradually expanding, and the strange disasters are getting worse and worse. We can no longer cover it up. The sword immortal pinched his brows with a headache. I only know one thing: when it is made public in the future, it will definitely cause widespread panic. As a scholar, Lao Zhao should know more about the gate of the weird country than I do. Chen Shuani glanced at his old friend and said, I am not good at speaking and can't explain it clearly. If I make a mistake in describing it, your favorite student will inevitably die suddenly when he encounters a strange creature in the future. It's better for you to explain it yourself. Well, whatever, the existence of strange creatures can no longer be concealed. Zhao Renjie sighed dejectedly. Within half a year, all governments around the world will announce their secrets. In this case, I will first give you some general information, so that you will not be unlucky enough to enter the occupied area where the strange eruption occurs and be completely ignorant of their horror. Ahem. After clearing his throat, Zhao Renjie spoke to the audience who were listening attentively. On the African grasslands, when a baby elephant leaves the herd because of playfulness, what will happen to it? First, the strongest lions will swarm in and try to share the baby elephant. That is the Abyss Demon clan that covets our planet. Zhao Renjie sighed. But are the lions the only ones coveting the flesh and blood of the baby elephant? After that, the hyenas also wanted to have a share of the lion's feast. After the hyenas have eaten, the scavenging vultures arrive, followed by the dung beetles, E. coli and other decomposers. Zhao Renjie's face turned serious. The portal from the abyss has left our planet riddled with holes and we have lost all our defenses. Therefore, the hunters from other worlds are also targeting us. Those coming from the gate of the abyss are the demons, and those coming from the gate of the weird country are the creatures. Zhao Renjie said solemnly. The creatures are very unique, they are immortal. Even if you beat them to pieces, they will always come back again and again. It seems that there is no way to kill them, and they can only be suppressed by sealing techniques. They are a strange power system that is completely different from our national job transfer system and the Abyss Demon's devouring system. Zhao Renjie sighed, feeling a headache. Isn't that the ghost in the horror movie? Su Ming immediately had an association. Of course they are different. Principal Zhao Renjie shook his head. Ghosts in horror movies are just fairy tales for adults. I am too lazy to watch them and I won't be scared. Well, a horror movie that is rated at least PG-13, or even R, and may be listed as a movie that is not allowed to be viewed by people under 18 is a fairy tale in your eyes? A principal was stunned. Zhao Renjie nodded as a matter of course. That's right. Think about the prototypes of those ancient horror stories, such as Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. Basically, an honest person who was bullied turned into a fierce ghost after death and took revenge on the unfaithful people, big landlords, corrupt bureaucrats, and other guys. Normally speaking, if an ordinary person at the bottom of society wants to take revenge on those in high positions, how much effort does he have to put in to climb up, and how many days and nights of forbearance does he have to endure? Zhao Renjie curled his lips. But in horror stories, all you need is a white silk scarf and a hanging from the eaves to gain superpowers and become an invincible ghost. Isn't this an ancient version of a superhero story? To put it bluntly, it's just a fairy tale that carries the most beautiful wish for resistance. Everyone looked at each other. Very insightful. Mayor Chen Shuani gave a thumbs up. Lu Yuan scratched his head. Then, what's so special about strange things compared to ghosts? They are not spirits and cannot be hurt by things like garlic, peachwood swords, black dog blood, or talismans. When mentioning strange creatures, Principal Zhao Renjie's face became serious again. There are level 6 professionals who use the divine art of holy light to try to purify them, but these guys were not hurt at all. Logically, any evil creature should receive double damage from the holy light attribute. There is also a hidden profession in the summoning system, the necromancer. I tried to use necromancy on the monsters, but the result... Alas. Zhao Renjie had an expression that was hard to describe. As a summoner, Su Ming naturally knows a lot about the hidden professions of the same profession. He couldn't help but ask in surprise. Necromancer can summon ownerless undead creatures as temporary slaves, but it's ineffective against weird creatures. Yes, none of them worked. The necromancer's offense angered the strange creature, and it was possessed by it. The next day, it jumped off the building and committed suicide in front of everyone. Although this incident was classified as suicide, all researchers have seen his psychological diagnosis report. He was very healthy and did not have any signs of suicide. Zhao Renjie sighed. Later, many scholars risked their lives to study them, and they also died in strange ways. What should we do? Isn't there any solution? Su Ming was shocked. If so many senior professionals and top scholars are helpless against the monsters, that is a disaster more terrifying than the invasion of the abyss. Su Ming shuddered instinctively at the thought that he might encounter them at some point and die a horrible death. Don't panic too much. Mayor Chen Shuani picked his teeth and smiled faintly. In short, the monsters are not in the same power system as us, so there is no effective solution. Just like a 3-dimensional bullet, it can't hurt a 2-dimensional, or a higher-dimensional 4-dimensional creature. But the sealing technique can seal the monsters in some objects. That is the cutting-edge high-end academic research. We low-level scholars in this poor and remote place of Baolam are not qualified to touch it for the time being. Zhao Renjie. Su Ming, you already know the horror of strange things, and the gate of the strange country is the passage that connects our world with their world. So, I absolutely do not agree with you going in there blindly. The dark gold magic ring that old man Chen Shuani gave you is valuable, but it is not worth a talented summoner risking his life on it. Chapter 43. A secret piece of information about the artifact. Su Ming, however, spread his hands indifferently. I'm sorry, Principal Zhao, I'm afraid my decision will disappoint you. You. Zhao Renjia was very anxious. He didn't want to see his favorite student die in the gate of the strange country. We professionals have been facing the abyss and fighting all kinds of incredibly powerful demons. In my opinion, weird things are nothing more powerful and higher-level demons. He shook his head. To obtain such a powerful dark gold equipment as the Hydra emblem, a group of level 6 professionals must form a team to fight against the demigod-level Hydra. Therefore, its value is worth my trip to the Weird Country Gate. It is worth risking my life. Very good, I like this kind of young genius. Mayor Chen Shuani showed a satisfied look. Don't worry, all our scientific research organizations around the world are intensively studying the gate of the Weird Country. By the time you grow up and can venture into the gate of the Weird Country, who knows, we may have cracked the secret of the weird object's immortality. What Su Ming was thinking was, I have a super rich system, which allows me to customize the gold items of summoned creatures. At worst, I can get some items like Weird Revival or Weird Advent, and give them to my summoned creatures. At that time, if they are both weird creatures, can't they attack and kill each other? After eating and drinking, Su Ming left the cafeteria contentedly, put on a mask, and went back to the dormitory to rest. But when he touched the access card, his fingertips touched a business card. It was none other than the charming female secretary, Zhao Muyu, who had once been at odds with him, but had been very humble afterwards, so humble that she took the initiative to reveal her snow-white and deep breasts when apologizing. The business card still has a hint of her high-end perfume, with a refreshing aftertaste. Su Ming only took a glance, but his expression suddenly froze, because he found a line of beautiful small words written on the business card. I have clues about the summoner's exclusive artifact, the portable world. I can talk to you in person. If you are interested, please contact me. Next to it was a pink lip print, gleaming with a hazy luster under the street light. His first reaction was, could this be a trap? Could it be a beauty trap set by the Iron Blood Alliance? Shinzimo wanted her to test his strengths and weaknesses? Then maybe he could use the same trick to test her strengths and weaknesses. But, although some scams are crude, they are often successful because they are too tempting. Although Su Ming did not trust Zhao Muyu, his eyes seemed to be glued to the 4 words, portable world. As a summoner, who doesn't want a portable world? It should be noted that ordinary summoners, like Su Ming now, have extremely limited space for summoned beasts. Su Ming currently has only 3, and although he will have more in the future with job changes and upgrades, if he is promoted normally, from level 1 to level 6, it is impossible for him to have more than 10 summoned beast spaces. The number of summonable beasts is the summoner's foundation. Even if the summoned beasts are of poor quality, as long as there are enough of them, they can still have the effect of ants biting down an elephant. The famous undead scourge means that the space for summoning beasts is large enough, and with a wave of the hand, there will be an overwhelming army of bone dragons and a sea of skeletons. It is said that the other party possesses a magical artifact that carries the world with him. Unfortunately, after the undead scourge disappeared in the long river of history, this artifact also disappeared without a trace. It was most likely burned or smashed by the demons of the abyss. In communities where summoners are active, there is a popular saying. Artifacts often have a god-level affix, indestructible. It can only be dropped, stolen, and broken into pieces, but it can never be completely destroyed by the devil. Those fragments are destined to gather together in the long river of history, reorganize into the artifact itself, and appear in this world again. Su Ming frowned and thought quietly. If Zhao Muyu didn't lie to me, and the news of the portable world of the artifact really leaked out, then this would be a great opportunity. But shouldn't she sell it to Shinzimo? Could it be that the rumors about her resigning in public are true? Su Ming learned from his good friend Song Qingfeng's exaggerated description that Shinzimo attributed all the credit for Su Ming's breakthrough of the Fortress of Demons to his own profession card, and even swore that it was a hidden high-level summoner profession card. After a little thought, Su Ming understood the reason why Zhao Muyu resigned in anger. He didn't want to be the scapegoat. After all, Su Ming had snatched that professional card away in front of Zhao Muyu and Shinzimo at a high price of 20 million. In other words, if Shinzimo was telling the truth, then Zhao Muyu was the person primarily responsible. As a professional secretary and manager, Zhao Muyu was just working for the Iron Blood Alliance, and the two parties were in an employment relationship. If Zhao Muyu really made the low-level mistake of mistaking a high-level career card for an ordinary career card, then her reputation would be ruined and no one would hire her in the future. Therefore, she is absolutely unwilling to take the blame as it affects her future career. But he couldn't afford to offend the future successor of the Iron Blood Alliance, so Zhao Muyu had to settle for the second best and choose to resign. Zhao Muyu should not be using the beauty trap. This piece of information cannot be a bait released by the Iron Blood Alliance. Su Ming came to the conclusion. Although he didn't know the Iron Blood Alliance or Zhao Muyu, after 3 years of being classmates, Su Ming knew Shin Zimo very well. This guy is very conceited, vindictive, and particularly mean and ungrateful. It was very much in line with his character to blame his secretary for his failure. Su Ming no longer hesitated and dialed Zhao Muyu's number. An hour later, Su Ming, who was wearing ordinary sunglasses and a medical mask and pretending to be a patient with a severe cold, and Zhao Muyu, who was wearing shining sunglasses and a fashionable gold-plated mask and pretending to be a street celebrity, sat together in the internet cafe room at the school gate. We look like a couple. Zhao Muyu took the initiative to hand him a cup of oolong peach milk tea. While sipping it, he asked casually, "Has the Iron Blood Alliance not caused you any trouble yet?" "Oh, we have no grudges against each other. Why would they create trouble for me?" Su Ming frowned and tested. Zhao Muyu smiled. "You should know Shin Zimo, and I know his father Shin Jinghong. They have the same temperament of retribution, and they are equally ruthless. You may not have much hostility towards them, but in Shin Jinghong's heart, he has already treated you after taking action. He is 100% sure that you will come back with revenge, so smothering you in your infancy and solving all the troubles once and for all is his way of doing things." "He took action against me?" Su Ming was startled. "Yes, in order to prevent you from rising in the future and retaliate against his good son, Shin Jinghong personally took action and took away the special recruitment quota reserved for you by the first military academy of the Dragon Kingdom." Zhao Muyu half smiled. "We in the Dragon Kingdom, there is an old saying in the old days, blocking everyone's path to wealth is like killing your parents, and taking away your path to advancement is no less than a family-level blood feud." Chapter 44, Low-Intensity Abyss Battlefield. Su Ming smiled bitterly and sighed. It is true that when a person is sitting at home, the pot comes from heaven. First, Shin Zimo speculated that his ordinary summoner profession was actually a hidden special profession. Then Shin Jinghong thought that Su Ming had a grudge against his son, and the two sides were already on the same level. So Shin Jinghong took action without authorization and snatched the special recruitment spot of the first military academy, which Su Ming was not particularly interested in. In the end, Shin Jinghong felt that Su Ming must be furious about this, and both parties were already filled with hatred for blocking people's way of making money and killing their parents. Who can withstand this set of punch combinations that are expecting to break through the defense without permission? Su Ming sipped milk tea depressedly, looking at the beautiful girl with the mentality of a drowning person looking for the last life-saving straw. "Secretary. Look, can I reconcile with Shin Jinghong? I can apologize." "You guess." Zhao Muyu smiled slightly and ruthlessly destroyed his hope. "Based on my understanding of Shin Jinghong, he must think that you are being arrogant and pretending to be weak. In fact, you are very dissatisfied and just want to gain some time to practice and grow. One day, when you become a 6th-level professional, you will definitely pay back your hidden hatred tenfold." Su Ming. "These are probably just your imagination, right?" He didn't believe it. "Is Shin Jinghong so extreme?" "Unfortunately, in the Iron-Blooded Alliance, his nickname is Crazy Fighter Shin Jinghong, which perfectly fits his hidden profession of wild fighter." Zhao Muyu said lightly. "You are a top student, you should have read this sentence truth. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames." Su Ming could only sigh, and finally put away his depression, revealing a ruthless expression like a knife. "Forget it. If Shin Jinghong keeps pestering me, then I, Mr. Su, am not a vegetarian. This guy is simply a bully. Do you really think I'm a weakling?" "Very good, I like your spirit." Zhao Muyu chewed the macaron pastry and gave his own advice. "You don't have to panic, because now you have received the invitation from the 3rd Military Academy of the Dragon Kingdom Yanhuan. The Military Academy paid special attention to you. Vice Principal Chu Tianqi also gave you a special recruitment quota. Moreover, Mayor Qinshuani also greeted everyone and publicly stated that he was very optimistic about you. This statement was enough to make Xin Jinghong feel happy. Fear. Not to mention, your live broadcast of conquering the Demon Fortress dungeon is world famous and extremely popular. In other words, before netizens forget you, you will be a big internet celebrity. Every move you make attracts attention. After all, the Iron-Blooded Alliance is an officially registered organization, and Xin Jinghong would not dare to kill you casually in this situation. Su Ming nodded his head and let out a long breath. That's right. Whether it is the old era or the era of universal job transfer, the death of a big internet celebrity will bring extremely high exposure. It will be difficult for Xin Jinghong to escape the involvement. After confirming that he was temporarily safe, Su Ming had another strong motivation to upgrade. If you want to survive under the hands of the 6th level wild fighter, you must be at least a 5th level summoner. How much do you sell the information about the portable world of artifacts? How can I prove the authenticity of the information? Su Ming asked thoughtfully. I personally witnessed your grand global live broadcast yesterday. Zhao Muyu smiled particularly happily. So, those rows of rewards were really generous. I was so greedy that I wanted to pay for them. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he said stiffly, well, global live broadcasts, I have to pay taxes across borders, and I don't actually have much money in my hands. I'm a master's student studying international finance. Zhao Muyu's lips curled into a charming smile. I'm not more familiar with taxation and cross-border settlement than you are. You bad man, you just want to take advantage of others. Su Ming looked at the stunning beauty in front of him, who was emitting strong charm. He swallowed hard and subconsciously grasped his life force. You, don't come over here! Yes, that lifeline, his bank card. One price, 100 million. Zhao Muyu lazily gave a very precise price. In her opinion, Su Ming's live broadcast this time made huge profits, and his spirit should be at its highest at this time, and he must have ambitions for information about the artifact. No summoner can resist the temptation of a portable world. After all, it is an infinite summoning space, which means an infinite number of summoned beasts. Quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. Zhao Muyu continued to persuade with a smile. The current price of buying a summoned skeleton is about 5,000 yuan in cash. You can spend a little money and buy 10,000 of them, and put them all in your portable world. When you encounter any enemy, you can throw them all out. You can be said to be invincible at the same level. Su Ming curled his lips. I don't need it, I am also invincible at the same level. But he remembered the amount of money that the super-rich system required to consume 120 million. If you spend this money, you can get another legendary gold entry. Therefore, Su Ming simply waved his hand generously. Well, deal. I really need to spend this money. Huh! Zhao Muyu was stunned. She didn't quite understand what really need to spend this money meant. Is the word flower a bit redundant? But Su Ming had already asked her to provide her bank card account number and prepare an electronic contract herself. Well, don't we need a notary? Zhao Muyu asked in confusion. After all, this is a big business involving 100 million yuan. What if I really deceived you with false information, and once I got the money, I would just flee abroad, then you would get nothing? Su Ming rolled his eyes. The money will definitely be transferred to Dragon Country's official platform first, and will not be directly transferred into your account. After I confirm the authenticity of the message, the 100 million will be transferred to you in installments from the official platform. I'm not a virgin who gets obsessed with beautiful women and doesn't even know the basic anti-fraud knowledge. Okay, that's reasonable. Zhao Muyu was very confident in her information and thought the official platform was reliable, so she printed out 3 copies of the electronic contract, and then both parties signed it. Here, 1 copy is for you, 1 copy is for me, and 1 copy is mailed to the official platform. Zhao Muyu was very efficient, and quickly completed all the contracts. Then he sat upright and told him the intelligence. The portable artifact world was once owned by His Excellency the Undead Scourge. After the martyrs fell, this artifact was torn into pieces by the demons and secretly sealed away. In order to prevent high-level summoners like the Undead Scourge from obtaining it, they maliciously sealed the artifact fragments in the low-intensity abyss battlefield. Su Ming was startled, his face slightly changed. Is it really in that damn place of the low-intensity abyss battlefield? A restricted area that only novice professionals below level 20 are allowed to enter? Chapter 45. When people are killed, they die. Su Ming suddenly realized something. No wonder the magical artifact had not appeared in the world for so long, as if it had disappeared. It turns out that its fragments were sealed in that damn place. The Abyss battlefield is a special area where human professionals and Abyss monsters fight for life and death. However, there is a huge difference in strength between the professionals from level 1 to level 6, and it is impossible for them to fight in the same Abyss battlefield. Therefore, the Abyss battlefield is divided into 7 levels: the 6th level Abyss battlefield, the 5th level Abyss battlefield, the 4th level, the 3rd level, the 2nd level, the 1st level, and the low-intensity Abyss battlefield provided for novices who have not changed their jobs. It can be understood from the perspective of gaming. For example, the latter ranks of many esports games are also divided into bronze, iron, silver, gold, etc. But not long after the Abyss invaded, the low-intensity Abyss battlefield was banned according to law, and the country no longer recommends people who have not changed their jobs to enter. The reason is simple: most of the novice professionals below the 1st level are minors. How can we let these children go to the battlefield to fight monsters right after they change their jobs? Humans are different from monsters. The monsters' fighting instincts and innate skills are engraved in their DNA, at the genetic level, and are innate from the womb. The combat effectiveness of human professionals requires learning skills from school, honing techniques from dungeons, and obtaining attributes from equipment. Therefore, the decisions made by major governments around the world are undoubtedly wise. The human race gave up the benefits of the low-intensity Abyss battlefield, but preserved its strength, and took the initiative in the Abyss battlefields from level 1 to level 6. This can also be considered another form of Tianji's horse racing. So, Su Ming narrowed his eyes and said, I have to step into the low-intensity Abyss battlefield and find the fragments of the artifact's portable world before I change my job? In fact, he had already obtained the Abyss battlefield pass number 037 signed by Mayor Chen Shuani at the celebration banquet that had just ended. Even if there was no clue about the artifact, he was ready to go to the battlefield to kill monsters and level up, and reach level 20 as soon as possible. Bingo! Zhao Miyu snapped his fingers and said seriously, resurrecting a divine weapon is usually a very complicated and difficult series of tasks, one after another. The intelligence I obtained shows that when a summoner kills 1,000 monsters in a low-intensity Abyss battlefield, he will trigger the artifact revival mission. But I don't know the content of the mission. Zhao Miyu sighed. After all, the conditions for triggering the mission are too harsh. That's 1,000 kills. Most of the monsters in the low-intensity Abyss battlefield are around level 10 to 20. If Su Ming was just an ordinary summoner of level 10, it would be extremely difficult for him to get 1,000 kills, let alone 10 consecutive kills. This is not a game of mowing down enemies with no equals. You must remember the most basic logic. If a person is killed, he will die. Yes, the low-intensity Abyss battlefield is a reality. Not a copy! Not a copy! Not a copy! All living creatures that break in, whether they are humans or monsters, have one and only one life. For example, the reason why Su Ming could leisurely broadcast his passage through the Fortress of Demons live was because it was a copy. Even if he was defeated, he could return safely and try again next time. Therefore, he can do everything with a relaxed attitude of playing the game of life. Is this the difficulty of obtaining a divine weapon? Su Ming sighed, but his fighting spirit was ignited instead. But for me, the difficulty is just right. Zhao Miyu smiled and said, That's right. With the fierceness of your legendary summon beast, it can definitely walk sideways in a low-intensity battlefield. This mission is undoubtedly tailor-made for summoners like you. For other professions, no matter how talented they are, it is wishful thinking to kill thousands of people in a low-intensity Abyss battlefield. After all, they are mortals, they will get tired, run out of mana, and lose health. Because the monsters know how to launch sneak attacks, set traps, and gather into a demonic tide to attack in droves. Not to mention anything else, even if 1,000 monsters stood still and let them be chopped, the durability of the weapons of ordinary professionals would not be enough. The knife will become blunt, and will leave gaps in the monster's bones. The staff will run out of power and need to be returned and re-enchanted. That is why it is the exclusive task of the summoner profession. Summoners can use the massive monsters on the battlefield to summon skeletons infinitely, and thus use the skeleton sea tactics to push through the abyss battlefield and achieve qualitative change with absolute numerical advantage. Here, the skill books are prepared for you. Just consider it as a small gift for our big business. Zhao Muyu handed over a skill book very considerately. Summon skeleton. Occupational restrictions. Summoner, if you change your occupation to necromancer, all skeleton soldiers attack plus 50%, HP plus 50. Effect. Summons a skeleton soldier from the corpse. The type of corpse determines the profession of the skeleton soldier, which can be a melee skeleton warrior, a ranged skeleton archer, or a spellcasting skeleton mage. Oh, thank you, Sister Zhao Muyu. Su Ming was overjoyed, because the market price of this book on skeleton summoning was over 200,000, and now he could get it for free from her, which was really cool. Hee hee, you're so sweet. I like you very much. Zhao Muyu looked at him with her beautiful eyes and suggested again. I say, do you want to hire me as your agent? Anyway, I'm unemployed now, and as a big internet celebrity, how can you be alone? You don't even have an assistant. Why did you choose me? Su Ming was startled. With my senior's ability, and the investment of 100 million, I can start my own business, right? Why bother working for others? Zhao Muyu said angrily. Self-employment? In an era when professionals are king, how can there be room for ordinary people to start their own businesses? Do you think I am willing to work in a shabby place like the Iron-Blooded Alliance? Xing Jinghong, the old thief, is always looking for thieves. His eyes glanced at my beautiful legs. He obviously has a wife, but he still thinks that he can be a secretary when he has something to do. I know the dirty feeling in his heart, so I can only endure it. Thanks to the strong strength of his tigress, a 6th-level professional, and a strong family background, Xing Jinghong did not dare to act presumptuously and could only pretend to be a good man of the Gu family. Zhao Muyu sighed. Force is the most important thing for all people to change. The hidden creed of the professional era. She stared out the window absent-mindedly, her misty eyes filled with tears. I also come from a small-town family. My parents contracted a barren mountain. They planted fruit trees on it with their hard work, fertilized it diligently, and took good care of it. In the end, the garden was full of fruits. Do you think they will have a good harvest in the end? The corners of Zhao Muyu's lips curled up into a beautiful but cold arc. I saw it with my own eyes. There were 2 merchants who came to our door. One was willing to offer a fair price to help us get out of poverty and become rich. The other only offered 30% of the market price and wanted to rent all the seasonal fruits in our orchard. Chapter 46. I treated him as a good uncle, but he wanted to be a bad uncle. My parents finally chose the latter because he is a shadow assassin, the 4th-level professional with the most part-time killers. Because that night my petanin was dismantled into dog skin, dog meat, liver, organs, blood, intestines, all neatly wrapped in film and placed at our doorstep. Su Ming was silent. I actually missed the old days more. Zhao Muyu smiled softly, with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. In that era, I could climb to the pinnacle of power in the human race with my brains, and the weak could be protected by the law. But now, we must become vassals of the strong in order to have the threshold to compete fairly with others. She looked at Su Ming, blinked her beautiful eyes, stretched out her white and tender fingers, and poked his chest. You are the man I want to be my vassal. Ahem. Su Ming almost spit out the oolong peach milk tea. Senior, if you have sex with me now, I will sue you for harassing an underage boy. Zhao Muyu laughed so hard that her body shook, and her face was full of eye-catching waves. She stretched out her right hand, holding up her fair face, and said with interest, Something is wrong. This year's National XP ranking list, the first place is obviously child driving a big car, surpassing the previous year's NTR Minotaur. Su Ming suddenly became interested. Oh? I remember Shinzimo was full of fantasies about you, but now you want to be my agent. Isn't it the same as me snatching away his secretary's sister? I am currently committing a crime. Zhao Muyu burst out laughing. Okay, Senior Zhao Muyu. After some teasing, Su Ming stopped smiling and said to her seriously, If you really want to be my agent, then we have to maintain a serious relationship from the beginning. That way, when we discuss salary and contracts in the future, we can be clean and have a clear conscience. Our cooperative relationship can also last for a long time without affecting each other's privacy. He is not a little boy who can be easily teased by his big sister. He is a time traveler with a mature mentality and a long-term vision. Zhao Muyu looked at Su Ming in shock, and suddenly found that he could not see through the junior in front of him. Beneath his childish face, he seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life and exuded the charm of a mature man. Su Ming smiled and said, "Senior sister wants to be my agent because Miss Buffian, who knows the secret temple, has extended an olive branch to me. You know they will protect me, so come and rub me an umbrella, right?" Zhao Muyu. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed that all her thoughts had been seen through. "But you are right, we should indeed unite." Su Ming broke the embarrassment and said seriously, "Because we are all on the blacklist of that bastard Shin Jinghong. And don't forget, now that guy Shin Zimo is with the devil, he was stunned, insisting that you bought the wrong professional card. Although his words are very absurd, what if you die? If no one refutes, his words will automatically come true." Zhao Muyu's pupils shrank suddenly. He is indeed someone who can do such a thing. Shin Jinghong will also take the initiative to help his son erase this stain in his life, because his heir must not be a clown. Yes, as long as you are alive, Shin Zimo will always be a clown. Only when you die, their room for maneuver will be infinite, and they can turn Shin Zimo into a great and upright perfect successor. Su Ming sneered coldly. For example, add a check signed with my name to your belongings. For example, accidentally find your diary, which records a series of evidence that you have already surrendered to me. Haha, these can easily prove that Shin Zimo did not lie. Zhao Muyu stood up and extended his hand formally. "Let me introduce myself again. I am Zhao Muyu. Please give me your guidance. I am a multi-millionaire internet celebrity, the world record holder of the Demon Fortress, the holder of the Dragon Country's third-class hero medal, handsome and elegant, the dream prince of millions of girls, handsome Su Ming, who will become the man of the Summoning King in the future." Zhao Muyu. "Clasp your hands." Su Ming pinched it instinctively, and it was indeed fragrant and soft. This cannot be blamed on him. After all, this was the first time he shook hands with such a stunning beauty in more than 10 years of traveling through time, and his age was also the age when the secretion of male hormones was the strongest. Zhao Muyu chuckled. "You just said it in a righteous way, but your body is quite honest, Junior." After saying that, she also hooked Su Ming's palm with her little finger. Su Ming was almost erected by her, and with one shot, he won. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Since you are willing to let me be your agent, first of all, please let me present my career plan and my ideas for your operation." Zhao Muyu also put on a serious and cold face. "As far as I know, there is a low-intensity abyss battlefield in the suburbs of Bailiang City, numbered 037, and there are also electronic signals there. So, your second live broadcast can be carried out there. With exposure, the Iron Blood Alliance will not dare to act rashly. Your live broadcast is your life-saving straw. We can completely publicize this matter with great fanfare and let the global audience protect you," Zhao Muyu said. Su Ming shook his head and said seriously, "No, change the publicity plan. I want you to spread the news that I am about to go to the low-intensity abyss battlefield and spread it to the ears of the Iron-Blooded Alliance through secret channels. As for the live broadcast, wait until I enter the battlefield before starting promotion," he said lightly. Zhao Muyu understood instantly. "Do you want to fish for law enforcement? Do you want to trick Shin Jinghong into sending people to hunt you in the abyss battlefield, and then kill them?" Su Ming smiled and said, "The entry level for the low-intensity abyss battlefield is from level 1 to level 20. And I am currently only level 10. If you were Shin Jinghong, wouldn't you want to send some level 20 masters to crush this bug like me? But level 20 professionals are really much better than level 10 professionals." Zhao Muyu was worried. "Don't worry, the man you choose to be your vassal is very strong." Su Ming patted his chest. Zhao Muyu rolled his eyes. "But my taste in men is very poor. Don't forget, I used to want to vassal Shin Jinghong of the Iron-Blooded Alliance. In the end, I regarded him as a good uncle, but he wanted to be mine. Bad sorghum." Su Ming. "Forget it, we should be fully prepared," Zhao Muyu said solemnly. "Before coming, I have offered a reward of 2 million to help you buy the rare skill book Skeleton Specialization. I have paid a 20% premium, so I should be able to buy it soon. But you have to reimburse me for this money. Su Ming simply transferred 20 million to her. Here, go register a private studio of my own, which will be responsible for running my live broadcast business. At the same time, use this money to handle my daily affairs. You can do whatever you want, just show me the bill every month. Chapter 47. Dominating the Abyss Battlefield from Scratch. Su Ming trusted his employees and transferred the money directly. Of course, the reason why I was so happy was purely because I wanted to complete the task of the godly rich system. Really? The super rich system also reminded him that his 120 million consumption task had been completed. Successfully spent 120 million yuan, and the refund of 240 million yuan has been received, and a legendary gold entry was obtained. To obtain the gold entry next time, you will need to spend 500 million. Friendly reminder, your consumption must be used to enhance your personal strength and cannot be squandered at will, otherwise the godly rich system will not return double the money. Su Ming temporarily suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He had actually been planning for this legendary gold entry for a long time, and it finally arrived. Zhao Muyu was also very satisfied with Su Ming's generosity. Okay, junior brother, the global live broadcast really made a lot of money. Don't worry, this low-intensity battlefield live broadcast will also make a lot of money. Because you have done a great job. After all, there have been no tough guys at level 10 who ventured into the Abyss battlefield for many years. We can do a series of live broadcasts. Dominating the Abyss battlefield from zero. Zhao Muyu said with great joy. The fresh low-intensity Abyss battlefield and your unparalleled crushing like mowing the grass will definitely create a brand new experience for the global audience. Add in the occasional handling of some assassins from the Iron Blood Alliance as a small embellishment for the live broadcast, and I can only say that the live broadcast effect is at its best. Interesting, this plan can be implemented. Su Ming also thought it was great, but his only concern was, I'm already level 10, can this still be considered starting from scratch? Zhao Muyu shrugged. The first live broadcast in your life was to clear the Fortress of Demons. At that time, you started from scratch, and that was enough. That's fine. Live streaming is just a scam anyway, ahem. It's just to provide the family with the live streaming effect and emotional value. The family members shouldn't find fault with it. Su Ming chuckled. Then, he threw the pass to the Abyss battlefield number 037 in front of Zhao Muyu. Mayor Qin Shuani's signature is very clear, because those 3 words exude a strong aura of sword and fire, and cannot be forged. Ah? This? Zhao Muyu stared at him blankly. Have you been playing dumb with me? So you were planning to go to the 037 low-intensity Abyss battlefield from the beginning? The information about the artifact I sold you, is it useless? Her eyes suddenly became extremely complicated. Then why did you agree to give me 100 million so readily? Do you want to support me? Su Ming smiled and said, It's just a coincidence. Besides, your information about the artifact is certainly worth the price, because normally, I am not interested in boringly killing 1,000 monsters. After all, I only need to upgrade from level 10 to level 20. Based on experience, about 700 monsters are enough. Zhao Muyu showed a relieved smile, but then couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. If that's the case, we actually have a telepathic connection. Okay, it's time to get down to business, my good senior. Okay, wait for my good news, my stinky junior. Then, under Zhao Muyu's manipulation, a piece of information quickly flowed into the secret dark web. Iron Blood Alliance building. Xin Jinghong was scolding Shinzimo. Idiot! They say a tiger father has no son, how come I have a son as stupid as you? Shinzimo frowned. It is known that the tiger father has no dog son. It is also known that I am the dog's son. Counterproof, you are not the tiger father, but most likely the dog father. Xin Jinghong. Then, he rewarded his son with his favorite food, big cock, big mouth, and big ears. Prove it to me again. Let me hear your ideas for solving the problem. Xin Jinghong stared at Shinzimo with confusion. Shinzimo, with a bruised nose and swollen face, said, It is known that a loving father will often have a loser son, and a tiger father will often have a dog's son. Also known, I am the son of a dog. Proof, you are both a loving father and a tiger father. Woo-woo, mommy, I want to go home. At this time, a message was sent to his mobile phone. Shin Jinghong narrowed his eyes and whispered. This Su Ming is really capable of tossing. He is probably intoxicated with being an internet celebrity and wants to maintain his live broadcast account, so he decided to go to the low-intensity Abyss battlefield. This piece of information was revealed by Su Ming when he was buying the Skeleton Specialization skill book. It is extremely credible. Moreover, he paid a 20% premium to buy it. It is obviously urgent. And this rare skill book is on the Abyss battlefield. Most effective. Shin Zimo's eyes widened. This idea is very good. Father, we must stop him. If he really makes a lot of money again, I am afraid that he can earn the resources to cultivate himself through live broadcast. By then, Su Ming is afraid that it will be true it's going to become a climate. Ha, he made a stupid mistake. Shin Jinghong laughed evilly. He is a young boy after all. He has no idea how big the difference is between level 10 and level 20. This is double the attributes. Difference. Moreover, level 20 equipment can crush level 10 equipment. Shin Jinghong said calmly. I will immediately mobilize some level 20 professionals trained within the Iron-Blooded Alliance to jointly strangle Su Ming. This trip will be the home ground of our Iron-Blooded Alliance. In terms of head-on combat, how can a new recruit like Su Ming, a pure rookie, be able to compete with the soldiers trained by our Iron-Blooded Alliance? He said proudly and let out a long sigh. This hidden danger can finally be removed, and I thought it would be stuck in my throat for a long time. 3 days later, the anonymous Su Ming and the disguised Zhao Muyu met at a small restaurant outside the number 037 Abyss battlefield. The latter directly took out the acquired skeleton specialization and an amulet and handed it to him. Well, fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. The 20 million you gave me has already been spent, but it is already worth it. Huh! So fast? You are quite talented in spending money. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he felt that hiring her to work for him would be like adding wings to a tiger. What the super-rich system needs is people who are good at spending money. Zhao Muyu said unhappily. When you mock me, can you always speak so sincerely? I didn't cheat you of your money. Look at the amulet. Su Ming was stunned and made an appraisal directly. A look of joy instantly appeared on his face. Small amulet, skeleton researcher. Effect, skeleton summoning +1 level, skeleton mastery +1 level. Slot, place it in your backpack to take effect. Description, the same amulet skill will take effect only once, and cannot be stacked. Although, its effect is only to provide 2 levels of low-level skills. But Su Ming knew very well that the most valuable thing about this thing was that it could take effect just by putting it in a backpack. It does not occupy precious jewelry slots such as necklaces and rings, and all additional effects are free. As for backpacks, you can spend money to expand them, and they can be made infinitely larger. Great job, senior sister! Su Ming gave a thumbs up and praised generously. If I can return safely this time, you will be credited with the first achievement. Zhao Muyu blinked her beautiful eyes and said, If you can come back safely, I can give you a first kiss. Chapter 48, My Personal Magic Power Charger. You can buy any small or large amulets that are useful to me, the summoner. Su Ming generously transferred half of the 240 million yuan to Zhao Muyu as her startup capital. Zhao Muyu was really a little shocked. Did you really make that much money from the last live broadcast? You have much more disposable funds than Zhao Zimo. No wonder you chose a profession exclusive to the local tycoon's summoner. Su Ming waved his hand. Don't ask where the money comes from, just help me spend it. Anything that can enhance my strength, no need to bargain, just buy it at a flat price. As the owner of the super-rich system, Su Ming is not short of money. It's a pity that the system limits his doubling amount to consumption only when he increases his strength. Otherwise, Zhao Muyu would simply use his money to invest in the stock market and the housing market, and then lose everything, and he could easily make double the profit. Okay, your strength is the foundation of our live broadcast business. Zhao Muyu nodded. In the recent live broadcasts, we are still focusing on accumulating popularity. When the number of fans is stable, we can try to make money by selling goods. Su Ming waved his hand and said, Forget about extorting the gold coins from my family. There's no need to earn dirty money. When my army of summons is formed in the future, I can mow down the grass everywhere on the battlefield and easily harvest a lot of drops, materials and equipment. We can auction them off in my live broadcast room and make money this way. That's fine. After all, it's your live studio. I'll listen to the boss. Although Zhao Miyu felt that selling goods was the most profitable, as an agent, she chose to follow Su Ming's plan unconditionally. The more she interacted with Su Ming, the more she felt that he was mysterious and had countless hidden channels and powers. This is a super thick leg hidden in the Baolang Academy. Currently, he is a dormant dragon in the abyss, and Zhao Miyu has made up his mind to become his vassal. What's more, he also has a good conscience and a bottom line in his actions. Even his fans are not willing to cheat him. This means that Su Ming will never turn his back on others like Shin Jinghong in the future. She secretly thought about her new boss. Extremely satisfied. I'm setting off. I hope the killers sent by the Iron-Blooded Alliance can create a dangerous live broadcast effect for me so that I won't be too lonely. Su Ming stood up and said goodbye to Zhao Miyu. Beware of assassination, she shouted. Su Ming waved his hand casually. Don't worry, I prepared a super turtle shell for myself. No one can try to defeat me. Zhao Miyu. Next, Su Ming launched an artificial intelligence drone equipped with an 8K resolution camera to assist him in live broadcasting. While debugging the drone, Su Ming sat cross-legged on the edge of the number 037 Abyss battlefield. He first chose to learn the skeleton's specialized skill book purchased by Zhao Miyu. Its effect is very pure and moderate. Summon skeletons, attack plus 10%, defense plus 10%, magic resistance plus 10%, damage reduction plus 10%, life plus 10%. All blessings are only for skeleton summons. Basically, all summoners who change their profession to become necromancers will max out their skeleton specialization skills. Because among the skeleton summons, there are not only the skeleton warrior with osteoporosis, the skeleton archer with poor accuracy, and the skeleton mage who can't make a fireball for a long time, these three losers. There is also the famous ultimate skeleton, the Bone Dragon. Then, Su Ming took a deep breath, summoned the confused Qingqiu fox, and rubbed her furry tail. Little guy, it's time to give you a legendary gold entry. Su Ming closed his eyes and activated his academic memory, searching for the legendary golden entries that he had memorized by heart. The first thing he thought of was Ping Ping, the popular little fox girl in black myth, Wukong. Whenever she opened her mouth, she called "Monkey Brother" in a soft and sweet voice, which melted the hearts of countless players. Therefore, Su Ming almost gave her the golden entry. Slim waist and perky butt. But he eventually defeated his bitter soul. After all, there is a famous saying of summoners. A good summoner cannot control the summoned beast, or at least should not do so. Su Ming carried out his original plan. Give the legendary entry infinite mana. Bite. Infinite mana, the entry was assigned successfully. Summon beast, Qingqiu fox, A, plus infinite mana, legend, equals three-tailed demon fox, epic. Su Ming took a deep breath and felt very satisfied. It actually broke through the upper limit of the legend and successfully evolved to the epic level. It seems that the potential of the little fox is really terrifying. Turning his head, he looked the three-tailed fox up and down, and found that her appearance was not much different from before. She was still a cute little fox. It just has two more tails, swaying in the wind. And because of the infinite mana entry, her mana value soared from the original 1,100 points of basic spirit at level 10 to 10,000. Yes, this is the effect of the infinite mana entry. Mana value increases 10 times, and mana regeneration speed increases 10 times. Su Ming looked at the 10,000 mana points, and 2 lines of saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. Then he used a cheap skill book he bought online, Mana Sharing. This is a very useless summoner skill book, and he bought it on a second-hand trading website for only 20,000 yuan. For the summoner profession, which has always been known for being a wealthy profession, this can be said to be a sale at a bargain price. Mana Sharing, as the name suggests, means that the summoner shares mana with his summoned creatures. For ordinary summoners, mana is not much, and because the summoned creatures are not very intelligent, their spiritual attributes are naturally low, and their mana is often also very low. Therefore, mana sharing will lead to an embarrassing situation. The second to last student in the class helps the last to make progress in learning, and this one-track mind becomes a double-edged sword. But with the help of the infinite mana entry, the little fox directly became Su Ming's super mana power bank, 10,000 mana points, spend it as you like, inexhaustible. Su Ming's lips curled up slightly as he glanced at his only legendary spell, the magic shield. Whenever you take 1 damage, 1 mana is burned to offset it. Haha, I am now equivalent to a super tank with 10,000 health points. Even if I join a team, I can withstand much more than the MT's main tank, the main defense tank, the main monster damage bearer, in the team. This is Su Ming's tactical system concept. He wants to take the strongest path of a summoner, an army of 1 man. No need for team, no need for assistance, no need for meat shield. He can do it all by himself. The creatures he summoned alone were like a legion of professionals. That was the path taken by the legendary summoner Scourge of yesteryear. For all summoners, their biggest professional flaw is the fragility of the summoner himself. They will be directly skull smashed, kidney shot, backstabbed by the assassin, and then followed by Blade Flurry, a set of skills combo to kill them instantly. They will also be killed instantly by the mages who work together to release skills such as Psionic Storm, Thunder Shock, and Fiery Rain in the midst of thousands of enemies. Chapter 49 Live. Crush the low-intensity abyss battlefield. In short, instantly killing the summoner is the key to dealing with the summoner. Countless military academy graduation theses are related to this, such as the magical use of Savage Charge, how a high-level warrior can knock away the summoned creatures that are blocking the way and instantly kill the summoner himself. Summoner's essential makeup skills, how to disguise yourself as a summoned creature and avoid assassination by professional assassins, and so on and so forth. Su Ming's solution was to rely on the magic shield and go the route of a magic meat shield, turning the weakest squishy into the strongest meat shield. Let's go. Now we can rest assured. The safety index is 5 stars. Su Ming strode towards the entrance of Abyss Battlefield number 037. Stop coming! No one is allowed to enter! 2 soldiers armed with live ammunition immediately frowned and intercepted Su Ming, while glancing at the drone broadcasting live above his head. One person said helplessly, "Little brother, if you want to live stream, you'd better go to haunted houses and ghost villages for excitement. They are scary but actually very safe, and are the best places to fool ignorant viewers. In the low-intensity Abyss Battlefield, people will really die." The other person was too lazy to be perfunctory and refused coldly. Only those with a pass are allowed to go to the Abyss Battlefield number 037. Huh! The soldiers were dumbfounded because Su Ming had already taken out the pass from his pocket. Mayor Chinchuani's signature is very conspicuous, and no one can forge it. Let them go. The soldiers immediately stepped aside and reported the matter to their superiors, but the feedback they received soon was that it was in compliance with regulations. What's going on? A soldier couldn't help but complain. Is Mayor Chinchuani crazy? Letting a student go to Battlefield 037? Doesn't he know that the demons there are very powerful? Hey, wait, I found this student's live broadcast. Another soldier quickly found Su Ming's live broadcast room based on his live broadcast drone. It's not hard to find. Because Zhao Muyu spent money on promotion, he temporarily pinned his live broadcast room to the top. From zero to dominate the Abyss Battlefield, learn it, little brothers. Isn't this the genius summoner who broadcast his victory over the Fortress of Demons a few days ago? The guarding soldier recognized Su Ming's identity and sighed. It turns out that he is an internet celebrity with millions of fans. He came to our 037 Abyss Battlefield to experience life. Tisk, even if an internet celebrity gets his heart ripped out by a terrorclaw, he will die too. The Abyss Battlefield is so serious, yet he actually live-streamed it with a smile on his face. Another soldier snorted. The end of disrespecting the Abyss is to be swallowed by it. In my opinion, he will probably die in it. While they were chatting, another group of people came to the entrance of the Abyss Battlefield. No one is allowed to come. You must have a pass, The soldiers looked at each other. Because they are a new group of professionals, everyone has a pass. What's going on? After all the professionals entered the Abyss Battlefield, the guarding soldiers looked at each other, a little confused. Normally, there are only a few people willing to go to the Abyss Battlefield in a year, but today, more than 10 people came. Could it be that a new boss was born in the Abyss Battlefield number 037? But our radar didn't detect any strange energy fluctuations. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion, totally confused about what was happening today. However, people around the world who followed Su Ming's live broadcast received a special reminder. Ding dong! The anchor Su Ming you follow has started broadcasting. Do you want to go and watch it? All over the world, from the 4 oceans to the 7 continents, people of all races, yellow, white and black, have noticed Su Ming's live broadcast. Oh, it's the Dragon Country genius who broke the world record in the Demon Fortress. Has he done something awesome again? Oh, mighty Jie, it's Ming Su, that yellow monkey. Is he planning to conquer a new dungeon? He will be our country's greatest enemy for the next 20 years. We must be on our guard. Go and watch the battle. Su Ming Gigi is starting to broadcast. Ladies, go and add popularity to our young anchor and give him gifts. As the new popular king, he receives a lot of attention. Therefore, all kinds of monsters immediately gathered in Su Ming's live broadcast room. Su Ming smiled confidently under the drone camera. Hi, all brothers and sisters, welcome to my teaching live broadcast room. Although I am only level 10, I think your previous methods of conquering the Abyss battlefield are really weak. Today, I will sweep, crush, and bloody the Abyss battlefield. Let me use my brilliant victory to teach you how to quickly pass through the Abyss battlefield. Su Ming raised his thumb arrogantly and pointed at his chest. Learn, little brothers. Welcome to the world's strongest technical live broadcast room. Next, you will witness the rise of the strongest summoner. That's what live streaming is all about. Don't worry about all that nonsense, just blow the horn first. If you can achieve what you boast about, then you are really awesome, and you can naturally establish yourself as a technical anchor. If you fail to do so and your fans see through your timidity, then you are pretty stupid. Then you can transform yourself into a clown anchor and become an abstract and funny comedian, and still make a lot of money. In short, just have to blow. If you don't have the eloquence to debate with a group of people and the thick skin to be bulletproof, what's the point of being a host? Audiences around the world have expressed doubts. Dude, even though you're only level 10, your eloquence is probably at level 6. Su Ming Gigi, if the world ends, can I hide in your mouth? That must be the most solid shelter. Alas, it is true that I would rather believe that there are tricks in the world than trust a man's broken mouth. Upstairs, it has been proven that the door to the ghost country has been opened. After the demons, the ghost clan has also landed on Blue Star. Su Ming didn't have time to chat with the comments, he first summoned his 2 signature summon beasts. The demigod quality Black Goku makes a strong appearance. The little fox of epic quality makes its grand appearance. Wow, brother monkey, you are getting more powerful now. Welcome to come to Southeast Asia often. This is your hometown. Your disciples are everywhere. Am I the only one who feels that the little fox has grown up? He has become more handsome. Am I a fan of Furue? The little fox that evolved from a Chinchou fox to a 3-tailed demon fox becomes more and more cute and adorable, captivating audiences around the world. What attracts the most attention is her freshness. The image of the 3-tailed demon fox has never appeared in this world, just as Black Goku also appeared for the first time. But the little fox is a cute creature, and Black Goku is a fierce monkey. The former is destined to crush the latter in popularity. Then, Su Ming asked Monkey King to use his hair clones to summon the 13 Guardians of Flower Fruit Mountain. At the same time, he took out a basic skill book, Lightning Magic, from his backpack and asked the little fox to learn it. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Chapter 50. Wow, 9-link forked lightning. Su Ming stood at the first exit of Abyss Battlefield number 037 and looked around. The exit is a tunnel, and what meets the eye is a series of majestic mountains that surround a basin, trapping all the creatures of the abyss in the hills and ravines to prevent them from escaping. Su Ming showed his academic genius and explained to everyone with a smile. The low-intensity Abyss Battlefield number 037 is provided for new professionals from level 1 to level 20 to hone their combat skills and face life and death. Originally, it was a very prosperous ancient town with a huge number of tourists every year and booming business. Unfortunately, a random abyss portal has been refreshed in the center of town. It was a huge disaster. Most of the travelers and townspeople were directly corroded by the abyss and became targets for the insect demons to lay eggs. They soon turned into parasites. Su Ming sighed. In that era, This kind of tragedy was a numbing cliché on our planet, happening everywhere. So, in order to prevent our parents and children from suffering from the abyss, humanity must defeat the abyss. These words resonated with professionals around the world. Everyone grows up under the threat of the abyss, and everyone spends his or her entire life fighting against the abyss. Countless comments were swiping the screen like crazy. Humanity will eventually defeat the abyss. Heroic spirits live forever, and martyrs are immortal. Good fellow, even though you are in the lowest intensity abyss battlefield, it's a little exciting. Su Ming pointed at the ring-shaped mountains and said admiringly, Everyone, do you know how the strong men of our dragon country later sealed an ancient town with many connections and turned it into the abyss battlefield number 037 today? Huh! The ring of mountains seems to be a perfect ellipse, not like a natural landform. Su Ming snapped his fingers. Bingo! The user named CatCatDog got it right. At that time, a god-level professional who had surpassed the 6th rank cast the forbidden spell Earthquake and Mountain Shake, and precisely controlled its range. With the ancient town as the center, the territory of Dragon Country, which is 50 miles in area, was covered by a terrifying earthquake. Eventually, that area sank 1,000 meters towards the center of the earth and became a basin. The demons were unable to climb over the 1,000-meter-high cliffs and were trapped near the spatial cracks of the portal. They have multiplied to this day, and it has evolved into the abyss battlefield. Su Ming was fascinated. That god-level professional is the first god mage in the history books of our Dragon Country Grandma Yenji. Her profession is a civil engineering master. It is said that before the invasion of the abyss, she was a poor civil engineering graduate who supervised the workers on the construction site every day to move bricks and plaster. Wow, Tumyuman saves the world! I always thought that the civil engineering department only had rough guys who liked to explore local shops and big swords. It turns out there are girls studying there too. Civil engineers. Civil engineering souls. Unfortunately, civil engineering is now mostly done by earth mages. There is no more romantic plastering with sweat pouring down the rain or brick moving with brisk steps. Get lost. If you want to do the plastering and moving the bricks, go do it yourself. What a romantic guy. I can tell at a glance that you are a little brat who has been unemployed. Don't even get involved with us. Su Ming introduced the origin of Abyss Battlefield number 037 to his fans, and then jumped directly down from a 1,000-meter-high platform. Huh! Live-stream suicide? All the audience were stunned. The drone camera faithfully followed Su Ming's program, allowing everyone to strongly feel the rapid fall. When they were nearly 100 meters away from the ground, Su Ming said calmly, Brother Monkey, 72 transformations, designated target the Bat Demon. A white mist spread, and Black Wukong instantly transformed into a giant four-winged bat, carrying Su Ming and gliding to the edge of the battlefield. This summon is so versatile, it's a must-have for home and travel. What's its name? I want to buy one too. I can tell at first glance that you are a new fan. You just started following the dog Anchor, right? His name is Wukong, nicknamed Monkey Brother. He is a mutant summon beast, one of a kind in the world. Guys, does anyone know if Black Goku can transform into a beautiful girl? Can he specifically transform into the global superstar Val Lilith? Fuck, where is the child star? She's only 9 years old this year. Are there any internet police here? There are beasts from the copper smelting heavy industry here. Hee, if it was the giant were transformed by Black Goku, and I had sex with her, would it be considered as training? This is a legal blind spot. I say it is my sister's training. According to the principle of presumption of innocence, who dares to arrest me? The corners of Su Ming's mouth twitched. It was true that when a bird grows big enough, it can fly in any forest. The netizens were just weird and could not be judged by common sense. And when he arrived at the edge of the battlefield, a group of locally bred fire-breathing insect demons and a group of human-faced owl demons that roamed here from the cracks in the abyss immediately smelled the scent of human flesh. There are about 20 of each, which is the size of the abyss team. Run away, Anchor! The viewers were all sweating. After all, their levels were obvious. All were level 15, and Su Ming was a famous fragile summoner, and he was surrounded by 40 demons. Su Ming sneered. Escape? In this handsome guy's dictionary, there is only war. Just bear witness. I will fight to the point of madness, fight until the avenue is wiped out, Fight until all the demons in the abyss surrender. For the sake of show effect, he suppressed his shame and spoke in a very childish tone. These words, spoken from the mouth of a young and energetic boy, really had an outstanding live broadcast effect. Wake up, Anchor, watch less old-fashioned hot-blooded comics. Well, I'll report the anime tomorrow and say that another stupid kid has died from imitation, so parents can take this as a warning. You think you can deal with the abyss just by your hot blood rushing to your head, exploding your microcosm, exploding your chakra, and awakening your domineering color. Really? The audience watched in amazement as Black Goku's 12 hair clones rushed towards the fire-breathing insect demon majestically and attacked it with sticks. The insect demon's solid shell suddenly caved in, and its brains scattered all over the ground. It's a complete attribute crush. The thorny flying demon, the human-faced owl demon, also suffered a horrific and devastating blow. The little fox chanted a spell and cast a simple introductory magic lightning spell, and then it instantly split into 9 links of forked lightning. The electric net directly covered the human-faced owl demon in front. Although the damage was not high because it was a basic spell, the paralysis effect of lightning magic was effective. The human-faced demons twitched, rolled over and fell from the sky, and turned into a pool of meat paste. Huh! I haven't seen your little fox for a few days. How come she can instantly cast the high-level spell the 9-link exquisite lightning? What kind of demigod summoned beast is she? Is she stronger than Monkey King's bloodline? The netizens were completely dumbfounded. Nonsense! The 9-link lightning is a skill that only 4th-level professionals can learn. Chapter 51, All Living Things. Netizens were discussing the matter, and all of them had their worldviews and cognition overturned by Su Ming. The 9-link exquisite lightning, which can only be mastered by a 4th-level lightning mage, now appears on a mere level 10 summon beast. How magical! Su Ming smiled faintly. I told you long ago, let you witness the miracle, and learn how to slay demons from me. Without some hidden skills, how can one quickly clear the abyss battlefield alone? Su Ming pouted his lips in a mean way, without explaining at all, and just said, Learn, little brothers. Although I have to call you brothers and sisters in terms of age, in the field of technology, you are all brothers and sisters. Friends. They really couldn't refute it. This 9-link forked lightning is really advanced. 4th-level skills. According to statistics, only 2.7% of the world's senior professionals have reached the 4th level. Most people stop at the 1st and 2nd levels for life, and then switch to logistics and production. After all, not everyone has the courage to face life and death, and it is also honorable to engage in production and assistance, which is also necessary for the continuation of human civilization. There is nothing to be ashamed of. But many well-informed senior professionals quickly figured out the trick. As far as I know, there are some legendary equipment that can come with 9-link lightning chains. Su Ming just broke the world record of the Demon Fortress not long ago. With the first-time reward plus the record-breaking reward, he might have obtained a top-quality semi-artifact. Alas, comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. When I was level 10, I could only wear the small dark gold suit inherited from my ancestors. It was all my parents' fault for not working hard enough, which caused me to lose at the starting line. The one above, what are you talking about with a filial son? I think you can use military boxing on Lao Deng at home with Xiaozi, and explode their gold coins. Huh! Anyone who can wear a dark gold suit at level 10 is already a top-tier wealthy family, okay? They are just showing off their wealth in a low-key manner, but you think they are showing off their filial piety? Su Ming did not explain that this dark gold level Hydra emblem was a reward from Mayor Chen Shuani himself. And this is not a gift. All the benefits in the dark have to be paid for. In the future, he must step into the gate of the terrifying and unpredictable weird country to repay the kindness from Chen Shuani. Su Ming overdrew his future to obtain it, so naturally it is extremely powerful. Next, Su Ming began his boring journey of mowing the lawn. The 13 guardians of Mount Huagua surrounded Su Ming in the center like an iron barrel formation. Any demon that approached would be beaten to death with a stick, which shocked the netizens at Monkey King's high attributes. The little fox was like the king of thunder and lightning, instantly firing 9-link forked lightning bolts. The large-scale electric grid illuminated the battlefield like daylight, helping the monsters to quit their internet addiction and electrocuting them until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, emitting a strong fragrance. Su Ming swallowed his saliva and said with emotion, "My fellow fans, the grilled devil smells so good that I am a little greedy. By the way, has any expert ever eaten devil meat? Is it fragrant? Is it crispy? I really want to try it." "Try it and you'll die," a nutritionist joked. "The demon has a huge amount of abyssal elements in its body, which can easily corrupt your mind. If you eat it, you will probably turn into an old sex demon in no time." Su Ming said seriously, "Some netizens slandered me that I would become an old pervert. I must solemnly refute the rumor. I am not old." Haha. Many people were closely following Su Ming's live broadcast. Principal Zhao Renjie paid special attention to Su Ming's live broadcast room. Therefore, as soon as he started broadcasting, Zhao Renjie immediately lurked in. Because Su Ming was the first to break the record of the Demon Fortress, Beiliang Academy received many special scholarships. Some applications for campus repairs were quickly approved, and he received special commendations from his superiors. It can be said that Principal Zhao Renjie is in great glory, and all this is thanks to Su Ming, who has been promoted to his favorite disciple in his heart. Although Principal Zhao Renjie had never taught Su Ming any class, did this prevent him from considering Su Ming as his last disciple? In any case, no other teacher dared to snatch this honor. "You little brat, you're really awesome." Zhao Renjie stroked his beard with satisfaction. At this moment, a girl with bright eyes and white teeth came skipping into his office. "Grandpa, Yanhuang Military Academy is on holiday. I've come back to see you with your favorite mutant monster bone wine." The bright girl exudes an extremely eye-catching charm, with a fair face and long straight legs. Wearing hot pants and a short shirt, she shows off her beautiful figure, which is both pure and sexy. That was the freshman beauty of Yanhuang Military Academy, Zhao Shiying. "Oh, Yingying is here. How are you doing in the military academy? Do you receive a lot of love letters every day? Are you attracted by any of them? Grandpa supports you falling in love early, getting married and having children as soon as possible. It would be best if you could have 7 children in the future." The quite traditional Zhao Renjie immediately urged them to get married. Zhao Shiying's delicate little face suddenly fell. "Old antique, I'll take back the bone wine and just give it to Grandpa." "Oh, don't," Zhao Renjie said embarrassedly. As the old man and the young man were arguing over tactics, Zhao Shiying tilted her head and saw Su Ming's live broadcast. She was immediately surprised. "Don't you usually only watch online academic conferences? Why are you watching young people's live broadcasts in a trendy way? Oh, and it's a live broadcast of a young summoner who hasn't changed his job? You are a 4th-level professional after all. Are you looking for something new?" Zhao Shiying, who has already been promoted to a 1st-level professional, naturally has no interest in novice summoners. But 0.1 seconds later, she also covered her mouth, dumbfounded. 9-ring exquisite lightning? Are all the junior students nowadays monsters? Zhao Renjie saw this and thought, a girl who is 3 years older than a man is a treasure. Besides, our Yingying is only 1 year older than Su Ming, and she is the school belle. That boy must be very greedy. So, he coughed and said, "This is Grandpa's favorite student, the extremely talented summoner Su Ming. He broke the record of the Demon Fortress not long ago, and has been specially recruited by your military academy. He will soon become your junior. How about I arrange a blind date for the 2 of you?" Zhao Shiying's face fell again. "You're not going to stop, are you? I'm going home." "Hee, let's not talk about it. Come watch the live broadcast with Grandpa. Su Ming is sweeping the low abyss battlefield," Zhao Renjie said quickly. Now Zhao Shiying became interested. In a terrifying place like the abyss battlefield, countless professionals die every year, but this Su Ming can actually sweep across? Iron-Blooded Alliance headquarters. Xin Jinghong summoned intern Shin Zimo into the office and licked his lips at the wall-mounted LCD monitor. "Look, your lifelong enemy is undergoing high-intensity training again." Shin Zimo took a closer look and immediately gritted his teeth. "Su Ming! His sea-level macaque actually mutated into this terrifying beast. The weak fox can also release 9 consecutive lightning bolts. This must be his special career card. It's all thanks to that bitch Xiao Muyu's stupidity. Otherwise, I will be the one enjoying all the scenery and getting a hidden career now." Chapter 52, You Go All Out, and I Rely on My Father with All My Strength. Shin Zimo was obviously stunned. Shin Jinghong did not expose his paranoia, but said calmly, "Very good, the successor of the Iron-Blooded Alliance must not be a loser. You can throw the blame on the former secretary, but remember not to let go. We, the superiors, that's it, we must defend our authority at all costs." Just like in ancient times, the emperor was always infallible, but his treacherous ministers failed. "I'm not passing the blame," Shin Zimo said anxiously. "It's really her fault. There must be a mistake. Why is Su Ming better than me? Exquisite acting skills, I can't even find the flaws in your micro-expressions." Shin Jinghong nodded in approval. Shin Zimo: "Wait for the assassins we send to deal with Su Ming. A dead man will never be able to refute you. Only then can you sit back and relax." The 6th-level wild fighter of the Iron-Blooded Alliance took out a bottle of scarlet blood from the drawer. Gio looked at the live broadcast leisurely and curled his lips. No matter how powerful the summoned object is, it still needs the summoner to command it. But unfortunately, the summoner is a fragile legal professional who can only wear cloth armor. Shin Jinghong, who has experienced hundreds of battles, has personally taken off the heads of countless summoners. From the bottom of his heart, he despised the legal professionals who were as fragile as glass cannons, especially those solitary summoners who always respected one man as an army, and refused to form a team with others. "Be patient, the assassin is about to make his debut, giving Su Ming a little instant kill shock," Shin Jinghong said leisurely, looking forward to it. Shin Zimo nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, and a hint of sinister satisfaction flashed across the depths of his eyes. He couldn't help but think, in the ivory tower of the campus, you are indeed a top student. But once you step into society, Su Ming, what can you use to fight me? You're going all out? I'm relying on my father with all my strength. I can't even fight with my father to death, you damn country bumpkin." Mystery Temple. A landmark building, with a 99-story crimson dome. Bufian was hugging the arm of a beautiful woman, pouting and begging. "Mom, I want to invite the man who was given S-level treatment in the mysterious temple. He is currently on the live broadcast. He is a super summoner with unlimited potential. Come watch the live broadcast with me, and you will definitely change your mind by then. When you recruited my dad, didn't you also make special arrangements? I want to emulate your swift and decisive approach." Bufian begged softly, looking anxious. She thought her parents would 100% support her special recruitment of Su Ming. Even the conditions had been promised. But what he never expected was that his mother Wu Mingxi flatly refused, saying that the Mystic Temple was not short of talent for the time being and the organizational structure was already perfect, so there was no need to recruit unfamiliar professionals. "Su Ming is really a super potential stock," Bufian strongly recommended seriously. "Mom, I witnessed with my own eyes how he went from an ordinary poor student to a miracle and broke through the record of the Demon Fortress, becoming a multimillionaire internet celebrity, and turning from a carp into a dragon overnight. He has accepted my recruitment. As long as you nod and give him S-level treatment, our Mystery Temple will win in the future." Wu Mingxi rubbed the crow's feet at his temples, but asked indifferently, "What is your father's opinion?" "He said that the personnel management of the mysterious temple is under your jurisdiction and he will not interfere." Bufian was very depressed. She thought that something that could be easily accomplished turned out to be as difficult as climbing to the sky. What she didn't know was that the more enthusiastic she acted, the more wary Wu Mingxi became of Su Ming. In fact, Wu Mingxi has already chosen an excellent marriage for Bufian, which will allow her to live a worry-free life and enjoy the resources of top professionals forever. That is the best path in Wu Mingxi's eyes. The appearance of Su Ming, on the contrary, is a black swan event. Wu Mingxi is afraid that a bloody story of a rich daughter giving money to a poor boy will appear, which will ruin the happiness she has arranged for her daughter. "We really don't need a summoner," Wu Mingxi said patiently. "If you have signed some kind of recruitment agreement with Su Ming, I will help you cancel it. We will pay the original price for the compensation for breaking the contract." "But," Bufian was about to shed tears, "in order to recruit my father who has the hidden profession of Shura Demon Thorn, my mother would rather risk her life to recruit him as her son-in-law, and even pay for the father of a poor boy. Why am I finding someone with greater potential, but you are unwilling to give him even a mere S-level contract?" Wu Mingxi hesitated for a moment before pursing her lips and said, You probably believe the rumors in the media. In fact, the real situation is not like this. Ah? Bufian was stunned. But the mother continued. The reason why I chose your father and married him was actually all acting. We in the secret temple basically know a thing or two about the job transfer methods of all assassin hidden professions. So I know very well that the inheritance of the Shura demon thorn profession has actually been controlled by the hidden profession family, the Shura family. At the beginning, your father was anonymous and studied in college under the false identity of an ordinary person, pretending to be a poor boy with only 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses. He was plain-looking and no girl liked him, but that was just to hone himself and accept the test of the family. So I took advantage of the situation and deliberately offered myself to him as the heir of the secret temple, so that he would mistakenly believe that I was madly in love with him and marry me. In fact, it was our third-rate secret temple that finally attached itself to the old-fashioned assassin family, the Shura family. The 3-year period has come, and Shura has returned. The day has come for your mother and I to reap the rewards of our hard work and acting. Wu Mingxi revealed the secret. With the strong support of the Shura family, the secret temple has grown from a small organization on the verge of bankruptcy to a large assassination organization that dominates the northern part of Dragon Country. Therefore, Mother's mission from the beginning was to form a political marriage. Bufian was stunned. She suddenly realized why her parents, who were the protagonists of a sweet love story passed down by word of mouth, had actually been quarreling constantly since they were young, often living apart, and had been on the verge of divorce many times. Moreover, the look in his father's eyes when he looked at his mother was always mixed with strong disgust and hatred. It turns out that it was a lie and deception from the very beginning. The so-called love that everyone envied was actually a scheme within a scheme, a play within a play. Wu Mingxi struck while the iron was hot and said calmly, So, there's no such thing as a discerning eye for talent, Fian. I also never believe in the so-called counterattack of a poor boy. Especially the summoner, that is a profession monopolized by the rich. How much money do we have to invest to get enough return on that, Su Ming? With the same amount of money, we can definitely train 10 assassins with hidden professions. Give up on this idea. Wu Mingxi smiled slightly. You have inherited my stunning looks, and you are even more charming than me. When you awaken your succubus physique in the future, your hidden charm to the opposite sex will double. You will be the ultimate beauty that men dream of. How can a poor boy from Beilang Academy be worthy of you? Chapter 53. What should I do with my live broadcast? Assassin, please help me. Besides, internet celebrities are not worthy of being in high society, and anchors are not legitimate businesses. You are the daughter of heaven who was married to the mystic temple and the Shura family. How can you marry a lowly person like a pig or a dog? Wu Mingxi showed naked disgust. The theory of bloodline was very popular in the old times and was regarded by many people as a standard for judging others. In the era of universal job transfer, it is even more widely recognized because many hidden professions do have certain bloodline requirements. It is also generally acknowledged that hidden professions are stronger than ordinary professions. Therefore, a new concept is increasingly recognized: blood aristocracy. The Shura family, for example, is one of the top bloodline nobles. They are able to reach the Shura demon thorn profession threshold right from birth, without the need for a profession card, and can switch to the Shura demon thorn profession after adulthood. The opposite of the blood nobles are naturally the untouchables, such as Su Ming and his ilk. It's just that self-righteous people like Wu Mingxi seem to have forgotten. The so-called blood inheritance can only guarantee the lower limit of a person's career, while the upper limit of achievement and the end point of the journey ultimately depend on the professional himself. But that kind of illusory future is hard to predict, so Wu Mingxi said firmly, My dear daughter, the strongest ability of us women is always the men we are subordinate to. Mom, I chose the Shura Demon Thorn family and developed the Mystery Temple into a first-class force. Your talent surpasses Shura, and your charm is 3 points better than mine. I have arranged for the heirs of the 2 blood nobles to go on a blind date with you. One is the Ruashui family, who controls the power of the tides. They have inherited the hidden profession of sea demon warriors. They are invincible at the same level and hold the Guinness record of 13 ocean copies. The second one is from the Dragon Wrestling Corps, the Lord Von Hercules. He is a hidden class dragon blood warrior with strong blood power, and can temporarily transform into a half-dragon. Parents who love their children should plan for them in the long run. Mom has worked hard to plan your life for the next 50 years to ensure that you will always enjoy prosperity. You must understand Mom's painstaking efforts, my dear. Bufian, who had never spoken, finally left without saying a word, pursed her lips, and 2 crystal-clear tears flowed down her pretty face. Abyss Battlefield number 037. Su Ming was biting melon seeds and chewing candied fruits leisurely, carrying a bucket of Fat House Happy Water, and chatting with his friends. This unique painting style stunned the professionals in the live broadcast room. Many new viewers couldn't help but ask, "What a catchy title! Isn't it a live broadcast of exploring the Abyss Battlefield? Why is it a live broadcast of hiking? By the way, where are you live streaming? It's gray and hazy, and it really looks a bit like the Abyss Battlefield. I also want to come here for my honeymoon, and give my child some prenatal education in advance, so that I can feel the atmosphere of the Abyss Battlefield." Su Ming had no choice but to give an order. "Drone, raise the camera angle, and stop locking on to a useless summoner like me. Give more shots to Monkey Brother and Fox Sister. Show more of the cruelty of the Abyss Battlefield, and don't always show my stunningly handsome face. After all, this is a technical live broadcast room, not a face live broadcast room." As he spoke, Su Ming stuffed another handful of potato chips into his mouth and said with emotion, "It's really tiring to advance in the Abyss Battlefield. My feet are sore from walking." The netizens were stunned. "Listen, are you talking nonsense? Usually in the Abyss Battlefield, we are surrounded by demons in 3 layers inside and outside like an iron barrel formation. We can advance a few hundred meters in half a day. But you are so lucky. All the demons that come over are killed by summons, and you just have to walk." Technical live broadcast room? Appearance live broadcast room? It's obviously a food broadcast. It's a big stomach live broadcast room. Can you put down the Coke in your left arm and the potato chips in your right hand? What's cruel about it? In my opinion, the ones who feel the cruelty of the battlefield are those unlucky little demons. Insect demon, the human race outside the portal is too scary. We have to go back to the Abyss, woo woo woo. Mom, I also want to change my job to a summoner. It's so relaxing. When I was a defense warrior, I was beaten by monsters every day. My heart hurts, and my face hurts even more." Watching the chat among his friends, Su Ming yawned out of boredom. The demons are so weak. Even though he was given a lot of experience, he was almost level 13, which was much faster than leveling up in a dungeon. Mowing the grass is so boring. Fortunately, I can still chat with the viewers in the live broadcast room. Su Ming complained casually, and the camera gave a close-up of a lizard demon in front of him. "Are there any Indian brothers from the elephant country in the live broadcast room? Look at that giant lizard. Isn't it still charming? Take a screenshot and save it. I'll use it tonight. Alas, the anchor is kind-hearted and can help you solve your physiological problems." Ha ha ha, the host is so doting on the 3 brothers, it's touching. Why don't you quickly reward the host with a bowl of curry rice? Get lost. I'll reward you with a bowl of Ganges water that smells like cow dung, so you can taste all kinds of bacteria and viruses in the world without leaving your home. The audience in the elephant country shouted angrily. They all knew that Su Ming was making fun of them and laughing at the international meme of them forcibly forking a giant lizard. The live broadcast went on in a dull and boring manner, and the audience's originally enthusiastic rewards gradually became sparse. Because Su Ming's Battlefield live broadcast was purely boring, mowing down enemies and killing demons. The viewers soon became aesthetically fatigued. Being invincible is a kind of loneliness. What people want to see is a confrontation between 2 evenly matched and dangerous situations, not the beating of a devil kid. Moreover, summoners mowing is the most boring, because they don't even need to do it themselves, they just need to walk forward and watch the summons clear the field. It's a pure walking simulator. Su Ming couldn't help but think, "No, you good-for-nothings from the Iron Blood Alliance, why are you still standing there on the sidelines? How long have you been observing? Why haven't you made a move yet? My throat is thirsty and I'm just waiting for the poison dagger to cut it. If we don't take action, what will happen to my live broadcast? The assassins need to save me." When he was eagerly looking forward to it, he even asked the 13 Taibas of Huagua Mountain to disperse to provide assassins with an opportunity to assassinate. Sure enough, The assassins lurking in the shadows took action. Call out. A crossbow accurately shot a poison black arrow, hitting Su Ming's butt. Damage -1. For Su Ming, who had terrifying attributes and wore a dark gold suit, his defense was not broken at all, and he was only forced to deduct 1 blood point. But the paralysis effect of the poison took effect, making Su Ming freeze in place for a second. Here you go, seize the opportunity accurately! In the office of the president of the Iron-Blooded Alliance, Shin Jinghong laughed and high-fived Quanzi. The next step is to use the signature assassin-assassination combo to kill the eyesore Su Ming in seconds. As the second most talented student in Beiliang Academy, Shin Zimo knew his combos by heart. Show up! Skull Crusher to stun! Kidney Shot for increased damage! Backstab for critical hit! And then the finishing move, Blade Flurry, to finish off. Chapter 54, Abyss Certification, the World's Hardest Mouth. The viewers in Su Ming's live broadcast room were stunned. They never expected that in the Abyss battlefield where human professionals were united in fighting against the demons, a traitor would appear. You must know that there is an iron rule that applies to all abyssal battlefields. Any grudges must be temporarily put aside in the face of the major issues of human vs demons, and everyone must fight against the demon invaders together. Otherwise, it will be a crime against humanity, and you will not only be condemned by thousands of people, but you will even be brought to a military court and sentenced to death by electric chair, and no parole will be allowed and the sentence will be executed immediately. Run away, Su Ming! That is a skill that only a level 20 assassin can master, Skull Crushing. You are just a level 13 summoner, you can't handle it, the fans exclaimed. Oh my god, humanity is gone, morality is corrupted, there is actually a traitor who is jealous of Su Ming's achievements, and wants to strangle him in the cradle to prevent him from growing up. We must get to the bottom of this. This person is simply an accomplice of the Abyss, trying to murder our human race's talented professionals. The insightful people were furious. Oh no, this time we've messed up. Su Ming was assassinated during a live broadcast. This is too cruel. It's really unprecedented. Well, it's really unprecedented. How can a mere summoner withstand a set of combos from a high-level assassin? The little black guys gloated. But there was only one person whose expression did not change. Instead, he smiled brightly. We finally got the Iron Blood Alliance's assassins. This fishing expedition was a great success. Zhao Muyu smiled sweetly and lifted up one of her beautiful white legs wrapped in black stockings. She knew Su Ming's overall plan, so she was very clear about his trump card. At the same time, Die, die, die! Director Sun Jiangwo of the Ligua Military Academy shouted in his heart along with Shinzimo, cheering for the assassin. Then, the next moment, the skull-crushing effect took effect, and the assassin struck Su Ming on the back of the head with a ghostly blow. A damage number immediately floated above his head. It was blood red, representing an absolutely crushing level of damage, -1. Huh! Did it miss? All the spectators rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they were blind. But the 1-second stun of Skull Crusher was indeed effective and obviously hit the target. In a flash, before anyone could figure out what was happening, the assassin's kidney shot took effect. That is light green, representing the debuff's increased damage, -1. Ah, this? Can't kidney shot ignore 20% defense? Why is it still -1 damage when the defense is not broken? The audience was confused. The assassin was also panicked. The traditional combo that he had skillfully performed and practiced 1,000 times a day was now trembling, so that his backstab skill did not hit Su Ming's back, but instead, stabbed him in the mouth. A scarlet damage number appeared, and it was a big number, which meant that the assassin was lucky and got a critical hit. Boom! Accompanied by an explosive backstab sound effect. -1, super large font version, super eye-catching version, super burning special effects version. Puff! All the netizens who were drinking tea, wine, coffee, and milk tea collectively sprayed out the liquid in their mouths. What's going on? Although Su Ming is really good at talking and boasting, he can actually withstand the assassin's critical strike? Damn it, is this the strength of the world's #1 tough talker? The buddy who said the end of the world wanted to hide in Su Ming's mouth before, you are really far-sighted. I am the skinning master. I am willing to pay a large sum of money to buy Su Ming's lip skin. I want to make a defensive artifact, and I am short of this god-level material. What was originally an eye-catching assassination instantly turned into a clown's feast. Everyone was laughing at the assassin's arrogance. Su Ming smiled faintly and glanced at his own panel. Warning! You are hit by the skull-crushing skill from an unknown assassin. Your defense is not broken. You are stunned for 1 second and your health is deducted by 1 point. You have naturally restored 1 health point. Warning! You are hit by the kidney shot skill from an unknown assassin. Your defense is not broken. You are affected by the damage aggravation effect. The damage you will take will increase by 30% and you will lose 1 HP. You have naturally restored 1 health point. Warning! You are backstabbed by an unknown assassin, ignoring 20% of your defense, and the damage is considered a critical hit, resulting in 142 points of damage. The magic shield skill takes effect, burning 142 points of your mana, offsetting all damage this time, and forcibly deducting 1 point of health. Sure enough, the magic shield is a magic defense skill. Su Ming smiled faintly and glanced coldly at the assassin who was standing there in a daze. The opponent didn't even have time to complete the final combo Blade Flurry. As soon as the little fox raised his hand, 9 forked lightnings instantly covered the assassin, and the paralysis effect took effect. Su Ming raised the magic wand in his hand and hit the assassin's head hard. Little guy, take your magic wand! I am a melee summoner who practices both magic and martial arts. Bang! Su Ming's attack triggered a critical hit. A scarlet number -358 jumped out. The assassin was killed on the spot and then turned into a pool of pus and blood. Oh my god! This is the summoner's magic attack? What does 358 damage mean? This is too fake. Why can a level 13 summoner deal crushing damage to a level 20 assassin? This is crushing damage that can only take effect when the strength attribute difference is doubled. Usually, only warriors like us can trigger the crushing effect when we fight against magic professions at close range. The answer is very simple. Su Ming's strength is more than twice that of the assassin. Reasoning, all his attribute points should be added to strength. Nonsense! Didn't you see that Su Ming only lost 1 HP when he was critically hit by the opponent? In my opinion, Su Ming has definitely taken the mainstream tanky summoner route, with a 1-to-1 ratio between physical and mental points, half tanky and half damage. The netizens were arguing with each other. Su Ming squatted down and picked up a piece of equipment from the assassin's body. He curled his lips and said, "A high-quality dagger? Oh, it's the famous civilian artifact of assassins, the sad dagger. It's pretty good. The market price is 4,000 yuan. I made a profit." At the same time, the assassin's body began to rot rapidly, turning into a pool of pus and blood, and soon disappeared without a trace. Su Ming glanced at the assassin's body that had disappeared and curled his lips. This guy must have put corpse-dissolving water in his backpack to erase all traces. This is standard equipment for death warriors. It seems that a certain powerful force regards me as a thorn in their side and sent people to the Abyss battlefield to assassinate me. The next battlefield journey should not be lonely. Su Ming waved his hands at his fans with a smile. Isn't it exciting, fans? Are you alert now? Don't doze off, get up and have fun. Let's wave our hands and warmly welcome the next assassin together. Netizens. Your mental state makes us feel a little scared. Are you crazy, are we crazy, or is the world crazy? Chapter 55, Kill 1,000 people. I want to recreate the undead disaster. The heartbroken dagger is just a weapon of excellent quality, not even of excellent quality. Why is it called a commoner's little divine weapon? Is it that powerful? A friend with the assassin profession asked curiously. Su Ming said with emotion. Finally, some fans remembered that we are a technical broadcast room. Before answering, let me repeat again, although I can make a living by relying on my looks, I will not be a beauty broadcaster. Although I am funny and humorous, I am not an abstract live broadcaster. Although I can eat a lot, I am not a big eater. To reward this fan, you can send me a private message with your home address, and I will mail the sad dagger to you on a cash-on-delivery basis as a small gift. You are welcome to speak actively in the future to improve the average technical level of this live broadcast room. Su Ming wiped the dagger clean very generously and threw it into his backpack. The fans laughed. No, buddy, cash on delivery? You're saving a few bucks on postage? I didn't expect you, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be such a miser. Give me one too. I'm a bully leading students. I advise you not to be ungrateful. You just got assassinated, man. You're so bold, standing on the assassin's corpse and drawing a lottery, right? That's too abstract. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged as he explained the wonderful uses of the sad little dagger. My fellow fans, as an expert, I advise you that when purchasing equipment on the consignment platform, please do not judge the value purely based on the equipment's grade. That will lead to a big loss. Please look at the affixes of the sad dagger. Although it is only a fine item, it only has 3 sub-attributes. But they are all super practical and effective. Backstab skill +1, additional damage +30, and 5% chance to trigger poison. Although the 5% probability is a bit low, the assassin profession has a very fast attack speed, and the poison effect is still triggered very frequently. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. All civilian assassins who want to go the poison route and switch to the poison explosion assassin route in the future can spend a month's salary to buy a good and cheap sad little dagger. You deserve it! A 5th-level assassin with an official certification mark sighed. Alas, I have been an assassin for 40 years. Although I may have broken more ribs than the spare ribs you have eaten, and cut more throats than the duck necks you have chewed, I have never owned a civilian artifact, the sad little dagger. I am so ashamed. You are worthy of being a level 13 master. I have learned something. I will place an order to buy one and collect it as an heirloom. Su Ming. Fans. Isn't this the famous Sakura country beauty assassin, Chidori Chishue, who is also known as Unknown Sakura Dance? She is also a small internet celebrity with millions of fans, only 90% worse than you, Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and ignored the 5th-level assassin who came to take advantage of the popularity. Although the opponent was very powerful, in the field of online live streaming, what matters is popularity rather than strength. In fact, from a general rational point of view, clown anchors are often more popular than technical anchors. Su Ming immediately ended the topic of sad little dagger, thanked some for the rewards, and said calmly, Thank you all for your concern, but I am not surprised by assassins, and I don't care at all, because this is a low-intensity abyss battlefield, which has a locked level cap for those entering. Below level 20, I, Su, am invincible. Su Ming calmly put his hands on his waist and looked down at me like a great devil. He, those noobs who are trying to murder me are courting death. No more laughing. Haven't you heard the rumor? Die quickly. Although you are defending yourself, indiscriminate killing is not a good thing after all. This monk hopes that you will be merciful and show mercy. Try to catch the assassins and hand them over to the Dragon Country officials for trial, instead of killing them directly in front of the camera. This will teach children bad lessons. You don't want your live broadcast room to be reported by parents for promoting bloodthirsty negative energy, right? Where did this saintly warrior monk come from? Isn't your profession about being angry and stopping war with killing? The other party came up with an assassin's combo and killed us instantly without even saying hello. It's obvious that he wanted to kill the anchor. We are still talking about forgiveness and mercy to the murderer, right? Su Ming smiled and said, The reply from this monk fan is not a big problem. After all, I am a public anchor now, so I have to pay attention to the impact. Sometimes we anchors have to endure some grievances and cannot take revenge at will, so as not to cause trouble for the live broadcast platform. So, he said seriously, next time I kill an assassin, I will temporarily black out the screen in the live broadcast room. After I deal with the body, I will open the camera with full of positive energy and make sure my hands are not stained with blood. Please call me the living bodhisattva of Dragon Country, a good anchor with infinite merits. Friends, you are the living king of the Dragon Kingdom, right? Ahem, it doesn't really matter. Ever since the start of the era of job transfers for all, live streaming of dungeon walkthroughs and live streaming of abyssal battlefields have always been the mainstream content. And there are countless humanoid monsters among the demons, so blood and gore are no longer restricted content. Yes, all countries are advocating this, hoping that children will get used to the violence and bloodshed in the fight against demons as soon as possible, because that is the foundation for the continuation of our human civilization. The war between humans and demons will also be the main theme for the next 500 years. The main theme of any era is closely related to the background of the times. After Su Ming finished explaining, he also cheered up. Okay, it's time to get to the point, my friends. Let's unlock the real content of today's live broadcast together. I want to complete the achievement of killing 1,000 demons before reaching level 20. Friends, you want to kill 1,000 demons in one abyssal battlefield? Is that possible? Even if the knife is blunt, the sword is broken, and the staff is extremely durable, you can only kill 200 demons at most. Did you bring 5 sets of spare equipment? Oh my god, I thought you were just an ordinary genius, and academic masters are often boring, but I didn't expect that you are a true genius in the field of live streaming. The second live broadcast in your life, you dared to do the cruel job of killing thousands of people live. At this moment, the netizens instantly became interested. At any level and in any battlefield, live broadcast of killing 1,000 people is a recognized top achievement that will touch everyone's sense of human honor and ignite their confidence in fighting in the abyss. Su Ming smiled slightly. Of course it's difficult, so I have made all the preparations. Come, let me show you what it means to be the horror of the undead scourge. I will follow the example of the great summoner, the immortal legend of the human race, and sweep across the abyss battlefield with a huge army of undead. He raised his arms with great ambition and began to chant in a majestic and epic tone. Chapter 56. This thing is called the Scourge of the Undead? Huh! The Scourge of the Undead? No, you're only level 13, and you're dreaming of summoning the Scourge of the Undead and leading the creatures of the underworld to sweep away the demon army? Wake up! Stop having these wishful thinking. It's all because the one-man army of the Undead Scourge is too famous. It's been made into countless movies and TV series over the years, and young people are all fooled. He is strong because he is the Scourge of the Undead, and you are weak because you are an ordinary rookie summoner. Don't follow the footsteps of the sages all the time. You are not worthy! Fans from all over the world laughed at him. However, there are also quite a few fans who truly believe that Su Ming is a genius and think that he has a 0.0000001% chance of catching up with Senior Undead Scourge in the future. Then, everyone stared with eyes wide open, watching Su Ming chanting the mantra. Of course, many summoners made their judgments on the barrage after hearing only the first syllable. Oh, it's to summon skeletons. I know it by heart. It is said that many old-fashioned summoners have improved their inheritance in syllables, so they can summon special mutant skeletons. But Su Ming's spell is exactly the same as mine. It's pure common stuff, which I just memorized during the 9 years of compulsory education. The next moment, a weak little skeleton struggled to crawl out from the corpse of an insect demon. It should have torn the insect demon's skin into pieces with its own hands and been reborn as a skeleton. But when the little skeleton poked the leather bag fiercely with its claws, crack! His finger bones were broken. The little skeleton was stunned and continued to try to arch its body upwards, but all the netizens could see clearly, under the transparent skin, no matter how hard it tried, it simply couldn't get out. Ha ha! The netizens couldn't hold back anymore. This is the Scourge of the Undead? Why did you summon the weakest crippled little skeleton? It seems to have a negative gray entry of osteoporosis. Its claws can't even tear the skin of the insect demon. It will die in the womb and have a difficult birth. Dude, you're too funny and abstract. If we were to comment on the top 10 summoners this year, you might not be selected, but if we were to comment on the top 10 clowns in the live streaming circle, you would definitely be a heavyweight. Su Ming also had a frown on his face. He opened the panel of the little skeleton and showed it in front of everyone. The 3 attributes of the temporary summons it should have were all gray, which symbolizes negative effects. Osteoporosis. Your summoned creature has osteoporosis because it worked too hard for the Abyss Lord in the first half of its life and lacked exercise. Short-lived ghost. Your summoned creature was once deceived by the Lord of the Abyss and donated half of its soul fire in the hope that the Lord could first be promoted to the Great Lord of the Abyss, and then lead the insect demons to be promoted to small lords, thus achieving a common promotion. Ominous blade. Your summoned creature once suffered a work-related injury, which caused a broken hand, so its new weapon claw will be extremely fragile. Su Ming. Friends around the world. Then, Su Ming's screen went black for a short while, and everyone heard a hey sound in their ears, followed by the noise of bones turning into powder. Sorry, this thing is a bit politically incorrect. I'm afraid its attributes are hinting at something and will cause our live broadcast room to be banned. When Su Ming reopened the screen, the little skeleton was gone. He said seriously, "We didn't expect to be tricked by this little skeleton in the first step of our undead scourge, but it doesn't matter, we will continue to summon. Chant the mantra. Call. Observe." The second skeleton archer's affix is much more normal. Burning arrows. It had the talent to manipulate fire elements when it was alive, so it can shoot flaming bone arrows, causing an additional 30% splash damage. Bones of Destruction. It was once soaked in the blood pool of Duke Destruction before it died, so it has tougher bones than ordinary skeletons, defense plus 30%, magic resistance plus 30%. Kleptomania. Its little hands are not so clean, and it has a 5% chance of hiding the equipment in front of it. Su Ming nodded his head. Little top-notch, not bad, it seems that my luck has finally recovered. The next moment, the live broadcast room went black again. Then the word "tie" was heard again. When the screen returned to normal, Su Ming smiled and said, "Sorry, this skeleton archer said it missed home, so I sent it back to the abyss. I am such a kind person, please type kindness on the public screen." The netizens were sweating profusely. A netizen with the ID Dark Psychologist revealed the truth. Given how stingy Su Ming is, he would definitely not allow a kleptomaniac skeleton archer to be under his command. His personality is a typical capitalist personality. If you try to take advantage of him, he will immediately send you back to the abyss. A system prompt popped up in the live broadcast room. Dark Psychologist has been banned for 30 days. You understand it very well. Don't understand it next time. Su Ming looked angry and embarrassed, and it was obvious that he had been hit on the point. The netizens laughed heartily. They never expected that the high-pressure environment of the Abyss battlefield did not break his defense, nor did the sudden assassination. However, the truth spoken by this netizen made Su Ming break his defense. Alas, Su Ming doesn't care about 1,000 lies, but when he hears one truth, his face turns red. Only the truth can touch people's heart. Of course, the truth hurts because it cannot be refuted. But Su Ming did not give up and continued to tirelessly summon the skeleton troops. Soon, the audience also discovered his summoning conditions: only summon skeleton archers and skeleton mages, and any skeleton warriors that appear will be beaten into pieces. In other words, Su Ming wants to form a pure output skeleton ranged unit? What about his frontline meat shields? Many people raised doubts, but they immediately saw the 13 guardians of Huagua Mountain. In the Abyss battlefield, Black Goku is simply invincible, and no monster can break his defense. That makes sense. That god of war like Black Monkey is enough to rival any meat shield. Su Ming only needs to provide pure output to cover his firepower. Everyone sighed. 1 hour later, Su Ming summoned 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages, forming a squadron of summoned creatures, and began to sweep away demons in the Abyss battlefield. At this point, many of the netizens who had originally laughed at him fell silent. Damn it, Su Ming just reached level 14, and he can actually have 100 temporary summons? Does that make sense, family members? These skeletons are not his summons, and they do not occupy his summon beast space. However, maintaining temporary summons requires continuous consumption of mana. How much mental power does Su Ming have? How high is his mana value? Even if he keeps taking mana potions, he can't sustain such a huge consumption, right? A senior summoner shared his own experience. According to my experience, the mana consumption to maintain a low-level summon is about 1 point of mana per second. In other words, Su Ming currently consumes 100 points of mana per second. He is still full of energy, and has no signs of running out of mana? Chapter 57. Sorry, I have a little secret. Everyone was confused, and many people directly gave tens of thousands of rewards, and sent out eye-catching super barrages, asking the reason. Brother Su, can you tell me how much mana it takes to maintain this summoned army? I want to buy the host summoning energy-saving secret technique at a high price. I am willing to trade it for 5 million. If you don't agree, the price can be negotiated. Do you have a magic weapon that can restore 100 mana per second? Please tell me, I will do anything. Even if it means getting hurt. Su Ming just spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. Sorry, I have a little secret. Friends. At this time, a super barrage from an acquaintance stood out. No, buddy, I'm Song Chi Fong, your good desk mate. Considering our friendship, can you give me a share of this secret? I also want to change my job to a summoner. Su Ming recognized his online name and laughed. Old Song, I didn't expect your family is quite wealthy. You gave me 500 yuan right away. Well, since you asked me to do so, I can tell you that you have been washing my socks for 3 years in high school. My secret is to pay 107 mana points per second to maintain this army. Yes, he shared mana with the little fox, and the little fox's legendary gold item, infinite mana, was completely beyond their imagination. Infinite mana, your base mana value is increased tenfold. Your base mana regeneration is increased tenfold. The little fox currently has 10,900 mana points and a recovery speed of 153 points. In other words, maintaining this skeleton army of 100 people is not Su Ming's limit at all. What you said is all nonsense, Song Qingfeng said depressedly. Su Ming smiled and said, What's wrong with talking nonsense? But it's also the truth. As for why my mana recovery is so terrifying, 3 years of washing socks is not enough. Then I will help you wash your underwear in the future, Song Qingfeng promised without hesitation. Su Ming choked on the water and almost couldn't hold it in. Get lost! Friends around the world are all smiling. They are 2 young boys washing each other's pants. This Fujoshi is obsessed with this couple. You just said you have a little secret. Could it be a secret affair with your roommate? This has exposed your sexual orientation, but we in the LGBT community support you. Welcome to join the Rainbow family. Su Ming said unhappily. You kid, are you trying to set me up? I just found a skinning advanced secondary occupation skill book in the Abyss battlefield. I was thinking of selling it to you at a low price, but now it's gone. No, brother Su. You know I just like skinning. In the future, I aspire to become the best butcher in Beilang. Leave it to me. I'll go back and collect money. Song Qingfeng immediately logged off. Su Ming also joked. My fellow students, my classmate does have a quirk. Although he is a second-generation rich man, he does not flaunt his wealth to pursue girls, nor does he indulge in material enjoyment, nor does he volunteer for charity, nor does he play holographic games. Instead, he likes to run to the slaughterhouse and deal with mutant beasts with his own hands. Wow, that's a bit perverted. How can there be such a unique hobby in the world? It seems that the feeling of peeling off the skins of monsters intoxicates him. My name is Hannibal, and I have the same interest as your classmate. Can you give me his contact information? Su Ming nodded. His habit may be related to his family holding 100% of the shares of all chains slaughterhouses in Beilang. Friends. You are the one! Isn't that just an ordinary second-generation rich kid getting familiar with the family business in advance? An interesting soul has instantly become a vulgar capitalist. And at the same time, just as Su Ming was chatting excitedly, the number of people in the live broadcast room stabilized at 4.8 million and the rewards continued to rise. Call out. Another dagger-like cold light cut through the sky. The assassin from the Iron Blood Alliance is in action again. This time, Su Ming did not hesitate and used his face to block the opponent's crossbow attack. Ding ding ding! 3 poisoned crossbow arrows pierced his lips. Critical hit -1. Venom -1. Laceration -1. Damn it, he is still the most hard-nosed summoner. An assassin of the same level can't break his defense. How scary. That group of assassins were just defeated. Why are they trying to get killed? They really don't have a good memory. The person behind the scenes probably thought that the damage number of -1 was too outrageous and unbelievable, so he tried it a second time. Everyone was talking about it, and Su Ming was overjoyed. Thank you. Now I have the personality of the world's #1 tough talker. As a host, I need some personality and symbols that can be used to spread, so that I can make money and soar in popularity. As a token of my gratitude. Su Ming smiled. Archers, prepare to shoot. Mage group, make small fireballs. The assassin hurriedly ran, trying to escape the battle. But can a man be faster than arrows and fireballs? Whoosh 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 whoosh. Boom, 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 boom. The screen was black, but the screams were real. Fortunately, I have a kind heart, and I have promoted positive energy, preventing the audience from seeing bloody scenes. Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. When he turned on his camera again, there were only 2 pieces of equipment lying quietly in a pool of corpse water. Su Ming took a look and smiled strangely. Oh? Aren't these the Iron Blood Belt Power Enhanced version and Iron Blood Knee Pad Internal Test version, universal homemade equipment whose manufacturing formula is monopolized by the Iron Blood Alliance? The water friends were immediately in an uproar. Didn't we find the real culprit? Some old fans who are familiar with the feud between Su Ming and the Iron-Blooded Alliance immediately started to popularize. The young leader of the Iron-Blooded Alliance has always had a grudge against Su Ming. Last time, he lost 40 million to him in a bet. And the current leader of the alliance is Xinjing Hong. Just in Beiliang Academy, he openly stole his special recruit from the Ligua Military Academy. Wow, are you such a bully? If that's not enough, you actually sent an assassin to kill him. Is this a normal organization of human professionals? It looks like an evil sect worshipping the abyss. Let's go, brothers, go check out the official blog of the Iron-Blooded Alliance. At the same time, Xin Jinghong and Shinzimo, who were watching the live broadcast, could not help but show annoyance. Didn't this idiot say that the use of our homemade equipment is prohibited and that the identity must be concealed as much as possible? But the matter has reached this point and is irreversible. Moreover, each of the assassins only had 3 pieces of qualification equipment. It was too unlucky this time that 2 pieces dropped directly. Xin Jinghong quickly regained his grace and demeanor. It doesn't matter, the equipment can be traded and dropped. We just insisted that someone was trying to frame him. Anyway, the assassin has turned into corpse water, and there is no evidence to prove his death. Yeah, I also announced to the outside world that Su Ming and I were just a small friction on campus, and it would not escalate to the level of life and death. Shinzimo followed suit. Chapter 58. The assassin enters the game with his own body, and the poisonous man wins the battle. Not long after, Xin Jinghong's phone was buzzing with calls. Report to the chairman. Hundreds of thousands of professionals have left messages on our official blog and in the group, scolding us for being despicable and shameless. Our recruitment signboards in many cities have also been graffitied and splashed with paint. The public outcry is fierce. Should we enable crisis public relations? Manager of the Public Relations Department of the Iron-Blooded Alliance. Please, the senior management of the Iron-Blooded Alliance immediately report the movements of your professionals below level 20 to the Lord's Mansion of Beiliang City, no matter how big or small the situation is. Otherwise, you will be punished according to Articles 3 and 7 of the Protection Law for Unreplaced Persons. You will be considered a crime against humanity for murdering young professionals who have not transferred to another profession. City Lord's Mansion Special Police Team. We at Beiliang University, as well as the National Union of Schools and Universities, sternly protest against your actions of violating the Human Race Convention and attacking our students on the abyssal battlefield. We solemnly condemn it. It has been reported. Beiliang University official. Xin Jinghong, your mother is the one who takes care of you. An enthusiastic social person. Shinzimo, you bad, puss-oozing little brat, I *# at. A keyboard artist. Damn Su Ming, all. Shinzimo screamed incompetently and furiously. He stole my hidden career card and my chance to break the demon fortress for the first time in the world, and now he wants to let me. His reputation is ruined and he is so shameless. I will fight him until death. Shut up, what's the decency of yelling? You are the son of my Shin family, but you are hysterical like a bitch. It's really outrageous. Xin Jinghong turned off his cell phone directly and stared at him coldly. If outsiders see your gaffe, wouldn't it mean that if you just sit back and watch us, you will be the real culprit behind the scenes? Yes. Shinzimo quickly shut up and looked at his father worriedly. But we are afraid that we will be arrested and interrogated next. What should we do? If someone tortures me, I am afraid that I will not be able to withstand the torture and will be beaten. You are the young leader of our Iron-Blooded Alliance. Who dares to do this? Xin Jinghong sneered. Besides, the current situation is very clear. It's just that the assassins used customized equipment produced by our Iron-Blooded Alliance. It's no big deal. You can find many excuses at any time. Soon. Shin Jinghong easily wrote a statement and published it to major media. Student Su Ming, please stop trying to touch the Iron-Blooded Alliance. I've seen through your little trick. First, find someone to pretend to be an assassin and attack, pretending to be positive, deliberately blacking out the screen, and then create a series of fake noises to make the actor you hired to play the assassin escape. Finally, you throw 2 pieces of equipment with the logo of our Iron-Blooded Alliance on the ground. You want to deal with us, the Iron-Blooded Alliance, by throwing dirty water in such a clumsy way? What a wishful thinking! I advise you to take the right path, act more righteously, sit up straighter, and don't use our old organization, the Iron-Blooded Alliance, to hype up your popularity. It is really despicable. In addition, I hope the public will keep their eyes open. Our Iron-Blooded Alliance produces countless equipment every year. This does not mean that everyone who uses our equipment must be from the Iron-Blooded Alliance. I hereby solemnly declare, anything that happens in the low-intensity Abyss battlefield, it has nothing to do with us. Please don't disturb our normal operations. After finishing it, Shin Jinghong stretched leisurely and walked back to his son without any influence. Father is mighty! Shin Zimo looked at the statement with admiration. Although most of the comments from other professionals below were words like covering one's ears and stealing the bell, putting on airs, and talking nonsense, people really couldn't do anything about them. Let us witness Su Ming's impotent rage. The father and son looked at each other. One of them raised up the Abyss blood wine and gulped it down, while the other raised up the seedy calcium milk and slurped it down. Su Ming, who was taking a temporary rest in the Abyss battlefield, soon saw the statement. He was seen chewing compressed biscuits, stroking the soft fur of the little fox, and sneering with the corners of his lips slightly raised. Oh? Is this considered a confession, my friends? You should all have a video of my entire live broadcast. I didn't even mention that I was an assassin sent by the Iron-Blooded Alliance. Why are they the first to jump out and refute the rumors? They have ulterior motives and profound meaning. What else can I say? Just 2 words: urgent. Yes, the anchor has been teaching summoner techniques and explaining the knowledge of the Abyss battlefield. I bear witness. Look, the Iron-Blooded Alliance has self-destructed. I don't know what they are worried about. There is simply no silver here. I advise the anchor not to pay attention to those mad dogs and work hard to level up. When you are at the 6th level, Shin Jinghong of the Iron-Blooded Alliance, that old dog is as arrogant now as it will be in the future. Su Ming, did you really secretly throw 2 pieces of Iron-Blooded Alliance equipment on the ground when the screen was black? Although the Iron-Blooded Alliance's words are unpleasant, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Some people also questioned. Su Ming chuckled. Are there really some fans who are being led by them and think that I am playing a double game with the assassin? My black screen is only for the fans, but my drone has already recorded the whole process. Since some people have doubts, I will upload it to the video website later for everyone to enjoy. Now, all doubts disappeared. After a while, the unedited version of Su Ming's full live video was uploaded by his agent Zhao Muyu and appeared on almost all mainstream long and short video platforms, which subsequently sparked heated discussions. After a quick glance, people came to the conclusion. Su Ming didn't lie. The assassin used the special equipment provided by the Iron-Blood Alliance. However, under the spending of the Iron-Blood Alliance PR department, the internet's troll army also came out in full force to clean up the situation with a high intensity, using a series of rhetoric. Tisk, do you really think the assassins of the Iron-Blood Alliance are fools? When they assassinated their targets, didn't they even have the money to replace their equipment? This is obviously a frame-up. This is how the real culprit behind the scenes kills 2 birds with 1 stone, understand? If he can assassinate Su Ming, it's good. If he fails, he can divert the blame to the Iron-Blood Alliance, forcing them to lose both sides, understand? This is called an assassin entering the game with his own body, and a poisoner is half a step ahead of heaven, understand? Perhaps Su Ming and the Iron-Blood Alliance are jointly hyping this up. The 2 sides joined forces to take advantage of the traffic and make a fortune. I guess Su Ming will soon bring in goods and monetize the traffic. Only ordinary professionals in the rhythm vortex are the real leaks. Oh, I understand it too well, just call me Brother Dong. But Su Ming was too lazy to dwell on the topic of who is the real murderer. He stood up leisurely and woke up Black Wukong, who was sleeping soundly on the boulder, and the little fox girl who was taking a nice nap with her head resting on his legs. Let's go. All the magic power has been restored and the energy is full. It's time to advance to the center of the Abyss battlefield. Don't forget, our goal for this live broadcast is to kill 1,000 people. Chapter 59. Repaying the Little Fox Lady? Revenge on the Old Fox Demon. Oh no, Thousand Demon Slayer. Su Ming slapped his head and corrected. The assassin's goal is to kill me, the human summoner, in the Abyss battlefield. But the assassins will definitely launch a second wave of attacks, you have to be careful. Many netizens reminded worriedly. Even though the skills of the first two assassins only have 1 point of force damage, Su Ming's panel defense must be amazing. But there are countless geniuses in the world. What if the Iron Blood Alliance spares no expense and sends out a top assassin using a hidden profession card? Take advantage of the gap when Su Ming is fighting against the demons, or the special opportunity when he is hit by the demon's debuff that reduces defense and increases damage, and kill in one fell swoop. He is still at risk of death. Su Ming smiled and saluted, thanking everyone for their concern. He patted his chest seriously and said, "Don't worry, this summoner is fine. I am the only tanky melee summoner in the world, with high defense, high attack, and high blood pressure. The assassins have no chance to take advantage of me, because I, the summoner, firmly stay behind my summons. They will bear all the hardships and injuries, while I will be the one to collect materials and equipment. My life motto is to always keep my health full. This summoner's professional path is to stay hidden." As Su Ming spoke, he held the little fox in front of his chest and warned. "Later, if you encounter a dangerous enemy, you must take the knife and block the gun for me without hesitation. Anyway, if you die, you can summon it again in a CD time, so don't be afraid of death." The cute little fox tilted her head, revealing a look of disdain. It was obvious that she had some intelligence, but in the end she nodded aggrievedly. "Okay. Master bad, but fox good." The fans were all moved. "Wow, this fox summon is almost evolving into a grateful little fox girl, and her language ability is comparable to that of an 8-year-old little girl. Repay a favor? I am used as a meat shield every day, taking the worst beatings, and having to deal magic damage at the same time. I am even more miserable than the black slaves of the old times. If it were me, I would directly transform from a little fox lady repaying a favor to an old fox demon seeking revenge, and hang Su Ming on a streetlight on the Beilong Expressway." Alas, the little fox was clearly feeling aggrieved and clearly unwilling to be a meat shield, but still said okay weakly because of its deep love for its master. "I want to buy a dozen little foxes like this. Su Ming, why don't you just transfer them to this rich second generation? Is 200 million enough?" As a result, in Su Ming's live broadcast room, Su Ming immediately became the second most popular character. Su Ming took out a popsicle from his backpack and let the little fox chew on it. After all, her mind was still that of a child and she needed to be coaxed to exert her maximum combat power. When she licked, netizens immediately sent out a row of comments. "Wow, the little fox girl who works hard to practice repaying a favor." As she chewed, netizens also sent out a row of comments. "Tisk, old fox demon who works hard to practice revenge." A new cute god in the live broadcast room was born, so Shin Jinghong, Shin Zimo, and his son saw painfully. The total number of online viewers in Su Ming's live broadcast room has soared to 8 million, which is considered even for the global live broadcast circle. She is a top-notch super internet celebrity. The rewards came one after another without any hesitation, allowing Su Ming to make a lot of money. The share of pop-up ads on live streaming platforms is also continuing to soar. Looking at the manager Zhao Muyu in the background, he laughed so hard. "If you have this ability to make money, why should you be a vassal of the big forces? The so-called high-tech contracts and sponsorship funds of those big forces are worth 3 to 5 billion every year. But what's the cost? After changing jobs in the future, I will have to work as a bull and a horse for others." Su Ming is a natural comedian and a natural comedian. Zhao Muyu happily analyzed his career. And his personality is that of a talented professional with the highest public recognition. He is a master who has emerged from the grassroots. This means that he can win both reputation and traffic. He must be a rising star in the live broadcast circle. His judgment is correct. There is no need to sell goods to realize traffic, because the reputation of the anchor who sells goods often becomes bad very quickly, and the goods are bound to be of varying quality, and there will definitely be inferior products. Zhao Muyu supported her delicate chin with her snow-white little hands, thinking about future promotion plans and ways to make profits. The first choice is naturally the signing fee of the live broadcast platform. Now it's time to talk to the official. This mature and beautiful girl muttered to herself. Because Su Ming's 2 live broadcasts were explosive and the effect was remarkable. He is a high-quality anchor who can be maintained for a long time. Now I go out to negotiate, and I can at least negotiate a good contract with an annual salary of over 100 million, but it is not enough. It is best to negotiate a betting popularity contract and set the gradient. In my opinion, it is most appropriate for my Su Ming's annual salary to be set at 250 million yuan. She took out an office tablet and recorded the plan. Come down. Then he thought about the second option. The second option is to directly follow the path of a star professional, use the persona of a successful person, and sell online courses. This path is a road that everyone is willing to fight, and fans can also learn knowledge and tactics. No one loses, it's a win-win situation. But he is only a non-professional, and the summoner's tactical system is not suitable for publishing a book at all, so this path is temporarily sealed and will be discussed in the future. Just when Zhao Muyu was worried about Su Ming, he pushed forward all the way and easily reached the core area of Abyss Battlefield number 037. The kill count in the live broadcast room has also jumped to 322. If I keep killing slowly, how long will it take to kill the 1,000 demons? So, it's better to live ruthlessly. Su Ming's lips curled up slightly. My fans, do you still remember why you followed me? The world's first record breaking for Abyss Fortress? Everyone said in unison. Su Ming snapped his fingers. Bingo! So, what I am best at is city defense. Especially now that my temporary summons are all skeleton archers and skeleton mages, all long-range forces. That means I will have super strong covering firepower. But in the Abyss battlefield, there is no city for you to defend? How can you gather the monsters from all directions to you? Everyone generally felt that it was unreliable. Su Ming smiled slightly. Come on, our drones will take off and focus on the building in the center of the battlefield. The field of vision suddenly rose. The long lens focused, and an ancient bell tower wrapped in insect soil and vines suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Su Ming said in a nostalgic tone. That was one of the commemorative cultural relics of the ancient dragon kingdom in the old times, the Zhenguyi chime bells. After a long pause, Su Ming continued. It's a replica. Fuck, you've been panting for so long, I thought it was really the national treasure. I was just about to go to the Abyss battlefield to steal it, and bring it back to our country's museum for collection. Oh my god, the Korean thief upstairs has triggered his passive ability. He wants to steal our dragon country's cultural relics again, right? There used to be similar chimes in our British museum, hee hee. Later, the god-level professionals from Dragon Country came to loot it, saying they wanted to return the items to their original owners, but they took everything away, no hee hee. Chapter 60. Militarized Demon Slaughter. Su Ming rolled his eyes at the stupid netizens around the world. Do I need to mention this? Who would leave a national treasure in a bell tower exposed to the sun and rain? Besides, the Zhenguyi chime bells were once hailed as the 8th wonder of the world and are unique among national treasures. But they are bronze bells, which are the most susceptible to rust. They must be preserved in a vacuum to prevent further oxidation and corrosion. How can they be left outdoors? Su Ming rolled his eyes wildly and raised 2 middle fingers towards the camera. I say, my fans, don't always expose your illiteracy inadvertently. This academic master has a dislike for stupidity, and it makes me uncomfortable to see your comments. Faced with Su Ming's provocation and contempt, netizens refuted one after another, and the number of barrages soared. 3 minutes later, Su Ming picked up his phone and called his agent Zhao Muyu in front of everyone. Hello? Sister Zhao, I just posted a trend, and there are 100,000 comments per second. Is this data up to the standard of a top internet celebrity? Contact the official platform immediately and tell them that I want to sign a comment contract. 1 billion a year, no bargaining. Zhao Muyu. There is no barrage contract at all. On the contrary, if the quarrel is serious, our live broadcast room will be blocked. Friends. Fuck, I fell for Su Ming's trick and was tricked into posting 10 comments. You really understand business, Xiao Su. You were really delayed by the 9 years of compulsory education. If you had been a child star since you were young and had come out to work in society, you would have become an actor and won 10 consecutive Oscars. Shut up, you little haters who are trying to stir up trouble. The anchor will lead the team himself because he doesn't need useless people like you. In the atmosphere of laughter, Su Ming had already led his army of summoned creatures to the landmark building of the 037 Abyss battlefield, the modern square clock tower. Clear all the insect demons and fire demons nearby, occupy the bell tower, and then, we need to artificially build a high ground with geographical advantages, from which we can ruthlessly annihilate all the monsters in the Abyss battlefield. Su Ming told the live broadcast room his plan without hiding anything. But the aerial view taken by drone shows that the surrounding area is all flat blocks. Where does the high ground come from? No, do you want to station troops on the bell tower? I advise you not to have such wishful thinking. The insect soil is highly corrosive. Although the bell tower looks safe and sound, the steel bars and concrete inside must have been corroded beyond recognition. Once your black monkeys start fighting on it, the building will collapse immediately. My friend, your awesomeness in the Fortress of Demons is indeed worthy of being recorded in history and can be recorded in subsequent textbooks. But you can't rely on one trick to conquer everything, right? Not every battle can be fought as a battle to defend a city. Unless you have an Earth Elemental Mage unit that can change the terrain on a large scale, it's impossible to do it. Facing everyone's dissuasion and denial, Su Ming just smiled slightly. Don't tell summoners that it's impossible. Our summons are all-encompassing and have infinite possibilities. Learn well, rookies. Even if you are high-level professionals of the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th tier, or even super professionals of the 5th and 6th tier, I will teach you a lesson. Audience. But the next moment, they heard Su Ming ordering Black Wukong. Use your 72 transformations quickly, my monkey brother! Transform into an excavator! The audience was shocked. Is this even possible? Can transfiguration transform a thing into a modern machine? Your summoning is really too unfair. Is this really possible? Black Goku, who had reached the demigod level, blinked and made a magic gesture. 72 transformations start. After a burst of white mist, the excavator that Su Ming expected did not appear on the ground. There was only Monkey Brother scratching his ears and cheeks, with countless steam coming out of his head. Haha, stop making excessive demands on Monkey Brother. You're driving his brain crazy. I told you that transforming into an excavator is too outrageous. Why don't you just transform into a missile silo next time? Just nuke the world and sacrifice the 037 Abyss battlefield. The audience burst into laughter, amused by Su Ming. Su Ming scratched his head and soon saw the system warning on the panel. Warning, your summoned creature Black Goku cannot understand the nature of the thing you are talking about and cannot complete the 72 transformations. Please try to choose a substance that it can understand. I see. Su Ming sighed depressedly. Plan A has failed, my friends. Monkey said that he must fully understand the nature of the excavator before he can become it. In other words, he must first go to university to obtain a doctorate in mechanical engineering, thoroughly understand all the principles and formulas, and then memorize the excavator drawings by heart. Only then can he do it. The netizens were speechless for a while. They also had some understanding of the 72 transformation skill. But just when everyone was waiting to see Su Ming make a fool of himself, he smiled confidently again, patting his chest and saying, "Don't be so quick to laugh at me, or you'll get slapped in the face later. Although Plan A has failed, I still have Plan B with a 100% success rate." Oh? The netizens started typing on their keyboards, ready to ridicule him severely. But Su Ming said again, 72 transformations, Stone Demon! A moment later, Black Goku and all his clones turned into Abyss Stone Demons. And everyone also remembered the talent of this high-level demon turning fossils into mud. Soon, the Abyss battlefield number 037 turned into a bustling construction site. Skyscrapers? Fossils turned into mud. Abandoned villa? Fossils turned into mud. Giant sculptures? Fossils turned into mud. The wasteland of human civilization has all turned into a pool of mud, piled up layer by layer. This kind of reinforced concrete is the best target for the stone demon's natural talents, and the effect is outstanding. Just 20 minutes later, amidst the huge dust of collapsed countless abandoned buildings, a distinct high ground appeared in front of everyone. Next, the strong black monkeys reinforced the edges to form a circle of miniature city walls. Next, it's time for militarized demon slaying. After completing the battlefield construction, Su Ming did not delay and personally rang the fake chimes. Ding ding ding! A strange melody echoed in the abyss. Battlefield number 037. The monsters scattered in the ruins and countless caves heard the movement of human civilization, woke up and rushed out of their nests. From all directions, the terrifying demonic tide swept in. The roar shook the sky. The murderous intent was boiling. All the audience immediately broke into a sweat for Su Ming. Oh my God! We have disturbed the monster's nest. Run away! We can't defend it. Although you achieved your goal, this is still too horrifying. I'm sweating all over, buddy. Live streaming is a business, but saving your life is life. Hurry up and run away. There's still time. Leave those skeletons behind to hold you back. They'll be enough for you to escape the abyss battlefield. Chapter 61 Summoner? Infrastructure Maniac. Don't try to kill yourself. Are you willing to sacrifice your life just for the sake of live streaming? Seeing that Su Ming didn't move at all and had no intention of leaving, all the spectators were stunned and thought he might be crazy. How can we defend this small area of 100 meters with enemies coming from all directions? Su Ming smiled leisurely. My friends, little devils, watch me destroy them with a flip of my hand. You look so anxious again, why bother? Watch me pick up equipment fiercely later, it will definitely explode. Although they are all rubbish below level 20, just call me Junk Man. Friends. Everyone stared at the roaring waves of monsters without blinking, and saw them rushing towards the highland fortress that Su Ming had temporarily built like a huge wave hitting the shore. The 13-headed Black Goku stood at the outermost edge, blocking the remaining fragile skeleton mages and skeleton archers in the center. The little fox was suspended in the air, quietly waiting for the moment when the two sides would come into contact. Su Ming himself, on the other hand, was leisurely overlooking the demons, his mind racing as he constantly analyzed the types of demons and calculated their angles. Finally, the first close encounter with Iron Blood arrives. Su Ming ordered confidently. Foxes, 37 degrees southwest, cover with lightning spells. Monkeys, 3 go to the northeast corner and hit the ground with sticks. 5 guard the south. The rest prepare to move and continue to fill up the land under our feet. At the same time, Su Ming personally used his mental power to control 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages to form a firepower network. A scene that shocked the audience appeared. The most troublesome suicide bug demons in the southwest were directly hit by the 9-link fork lightning thrown by the little fox, triggering the paralysis effect. At the same time, they suffered high damage and froze their bodies instantly. But the monsters were so numerous that the paralyzed insect monsters immediately became stepping stones for those who came later. The suicide bugs were trampled to death by each other. But Su Ming's timing was perfect. He took advantage of the moment when the self-destructive bug demons activated their racial talents and ordered the little fox to paralyze them. Boom! Boom! The successive self-explosions took away groups of demons at the same time, and also left a large blank area in the southwest direction. The 3 hair clones of Black Goku were facing the huge Mud Demon, which was the childhood demon of the Stone Demon. But in terms of pure size, Mud Demons are much larger than mature Stone Demons because they are far from concentrated. The Black Goku sticks hit the earth from top to bottom, which directly helped the Mud Demon to mature quickly. It was flattened into a super small Stone Demon. Mud Demons are very tough. They have 3 cores, which are equivalent to the 3 hearts of humans. Unfortunately, after being smashed, all the cores turned into powder without any difference. So, the Mud Demon turned into a stone pillar. Move them to our feet right after they die, quickly, quickly! Su Ming yelled, like a contractor's death-threatening loudspeaker. The summoned creatures had limited intelligence and 100% loyalty, so they naturally carried out all of Su Ming's orders. The limp corpses of the Mud Demons were immediately moved to the feet of the powerful Black Wukong. After a moment, the Mud Demon's body began to harden rapidly, blending perfectly with the original cement floor and concrete. Immediately, a netizen analyzed Su Ming's thoughts. Oh, that's right! After the Mud Demon dies, all the mud on its body will quickly harden into rock. This is simply the perfect building material that can be used to reinforce his fortress. Isn't Su Ming trying to make full use of the characteristics of the mud demon, fighting while building infrastructure, and eventually build a fortress? Some netizens thought in disbelief. Haha, the idea is perfect, but don't forget about the other directions. There are still many common rat demons, blood demons, and bone demons rushing up. This is the pedantry of academic professionals. They are too wishful and self-righteous. The battle situation is always changing, and actual combat is the only criterion for testing strength. A little black guy showed his chicken feet and sneered with disdain. However, when the rat demon army came surging in, Su Ming had already controlled the skeleton mages to throw countless fireballs at the ground, setting their fur on fire, roasting out sizzling golden fat and rich meaty aroma. At the same time, Su Ming distracted himself by commanding the skeleton archers to divide into 5 waves and continuously rain arrows, thus forming a covering firepower to cut off the blood demon's charge. When the blood demon dies, a dance of blood will explode in the sky, instantly forming a thick red haze that covers the battlefield, making it impossible for everyone inside to see clearly. But those who are involved are confused, while those who are not involved can see clearly. Although Su Ming was also shrouded in the blood-red fog, his drone flew high in the sky and was able to detect everything clearly. He used the terminal below to receive the images, and then commanded the skeleton legion to find the right direction and pour fire. This is the perfect fusion of technology and professionals. Wow, the blood mist brought by this wave of blood demons was just in time. Not only did it not affect Su Ming, it even interfered with the other demons. Are these blood demons the inner demons from the abyss? The strongest assist actually comes from the enemy? The blood demon gave me the fog of war, and the mud demon provided me with a big infrastructure package. This Su Ming is really a genius. The genius who was able to take down the demon fortress for the first time in the world is indeed a top talent in defending the city. Even in the abyss battlefield, he can replicate his past success. It's amazing. Just when everyone was stunned, Su Ming racked his brains to control his summoned creatures to kill crazily and continued to slaughter demons. Soon his record soared at an unimaginable speed. Congratulations on killing 700 monsters in the 037 low-intensity abyss battlefield. Congratulations. 800 heads. Congratulations on killing 1000 monsters in the 037 low-intensity abyss battlefield. Since you have achieved this number of kills within 24 hours, which can be called efficient, you will be awarded the title of Battlefield Overlord number 037. Wearing this title, you will gain an additional 20% damage increase in the abyss battlefield 037. Su Ming curled his lips. He didn't care about this useless title because he would never return to this battlefield again. Moreover, according to the clues bought from Zhao Muyu, the threshold for opening the Artifact Portable World mission has been met. I will sneak into the village later, without firing a gun, and quietly take the task of repairing the artifact. I will make a fortune in a low-key manner. Su Ming thought happily, preparing to surprise everyone in one fell swoop after the artifact was repaired. At this time, he received a very special pop-up message. The other party has extremely high authority, and the name is also very familiar. System reminder: Wu Mingxi, Vice President of the Mystery Temple, invites you to join an online meeting. Do you agree? Chapter 62. Dragons do not live with snakes, and tigers do not walk with dogs. Su Ming was doing a live broadcast, and the monsters were still pouring in like a tide. He had to command the summoned creatures to fight, and had no time to be distracted at all. So, he wanted to put it aside for the time being. But Wu Mingxi seemed to be in a hurry, and 3 messages popped up in a row, as if urging him. Su Ming frowned, but thought of Miss Bufian of the mysterious temple. She had invited him to join very enthusiastically, which gave him enough face. She also rewarded him with nearly 100,000 yuan, which was also a lot of support. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt that it would be embarrassing to keep ignoring the vice president. So Su Ming coughed lightly and said, "My friends, the Mystery Temple invited me to join them and said they would give me an S-level contract. I can only say that their top management has great vision and chose me as a potential stock. But I can't stop my live broadcast. I have to maintain continuity. Besides, the monsters' attacks are still fierce. I have to concentrate on controlling the summoned beasts." So, I will accept the invitation and join their online conference room. I will inform them of my current situation and ask them to wait for me. After I break through the abyss battlefield number 037, I will officially join the mysterious temple. Please wait for me for a moment. The fans were immediately filled with envy and hatred. Wow, the mysterious temple, that's a force that's no less powerful than the Iron Blood Alliance. With their protection, the Iron Blood Alliance probably won't dare to make things difficult for you anymore. Congratulations. I'm jealous. You've already received an invitation to the mysterious temple when you're only in your 3rd year of high school, and you've even been favored by the stunning beauty Bufian. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to marry into her family in the future and gain both power and beauty. I'm so envious. I'm so jealous, woo woo woo. Su Ming smiled, and took advantage of the moment when the monster's attack slowed down, quickly touched the screen, accepted Wu Mingxi's invitation, and came to the meeting room of the mysterious temple. Hello, everyone. Su Ming greeted them politely. After all, they would be colleagues in the future. I agree to all of Miss Bufian's conditions and am willing to join the Mystery Temple. Please give me your guidance in the future. But I am busy right now. I am still broadcasting the attack on the Abyss battlefield. Haha, live broadcast? That's even better, more people will witness what I say next. I must inform you, I'm sorry, we have cancelled our intention to sign a contract with you. Vice President Wu Mingxi went straight to the point without any politeness. Ah? Su Ming was stunned and his body stiffened. He never expected that the terms that had just been agreed upon a few days ago would change so quickly. Moreover, the other party's words were not only cold and distant, but also mixed with strong sarcasm. What does this mean? I should have a neutral relationship with the mysterious temple, and there should be no disputes. Why is Bufian's mother's attitude so hostile? Su Ming frowned, but had no time to think too much, because he was still busy dealing with the endless waves of monsters and continuously increasing the number of monsters he had to kill. Wu Mingxi didn't bother to care about Su Ming's current situation. She just came to firmly reject this poor boy who wanted to climb up the ladder of the mysterious temple. She also sternly warned Su Ming not to try to take advantage of her daughter's favor in the future, let alone dream of marrying into her daughter's family. So, she said coldly, unfortunately, Fian's authority in the Mystery Temple is not enough to grant an S-level contract. Moreover, I personally think that your talent and potential are far from reaching the threshold of S-level. Did you take advantage of Fian's affection for you and try to cheat an S-level contract? This year's guaranteed training investment of 200 million seems to be an astronomical figure that you will never be able to achieve in your lifetime, right? Su Ming. His mouth opened wide. He never expected that he would broadcast the scene of being rejected live, allowing 9 million viewers around the world to appreciate the scene of him being ridiculed. But Su Ming also found it quite magical. Do you really think he would value a mere 200 million yuan a year in training? If the auction of his magic shield skill book is handled well, the net profit may be 400 million, which is enough to offset the 2-year contract investment. Besides, the S-level contract is not a unilateral gift, and it will require double returns in the future. I advise you to stay away from Fian, Wu Mingxi warned coldly in front of 9 million viewers around the world. She is young and may like your appearance, but she will eventually shoulder the future of the Mystery Temple. A 6th-level professional is definitely not the end of her, and you may not have the resources to upgrade to the 4th level. You must know that dragons do not live with snakes, and tigers do not walk with dogs. I hope you can be more sensible and delete all her contact information, and don't disturb her upgrade anymore, understand? Oh, is this what Miss Bufian meant? Su Ming slaughtered another 200 monsters, creating a vacuum zone full of corpses, allowing him to catch his breath for a while, so he could free up his hands and fight against the old lady Wu Mingxi. Oh, so what if it wasn't her intention? As a parent, I have the right to drive away the scumbag with ulterior motives. The vulgar story of a grassroots boy and a rich girl must never happen in our mystical temple. You don't deserve it! Wu Mingxi said it decisively, leaving no room for maneuver. When the audience saw this plot, they immediately gave negative reviews. No, Su Ming, are you dead? You are still doing the old-fashioned plot of breaking off an engagement. Later, are you going to point your finger at the sky and yell, "Don't look down on the poor youngsters"? Is this old lady an actress you hired? To be honest, her acting is a bit awkward and fake. Brothers, I just used AI to identify her face. This is really the current vice president of the Mystery Temple. This is not acting. Huh? Soon, the fans were all stunned. It turned out that they really wanted to reject Su Ming and refused to give him an investment contract with an annual quota of 200 million. Su Ming, however, did not have the disappointment and despair that Wu Ming she expected. Instead, he laughed dumbly. Well, actually, if it weren't for Miss Bufian's big breasts and long legs, I would not be interested in your Mystery Temple. But I still want to advise you, Aunt Wu, there is no need to be so harsh to us workers. Isn't it just that you don't want to sign the contract? Why are you ridiculing a poor student like me? Why are you mocking this summoner? Su Ming curled his lips. We have no grudges against each other. We should just part ways and never interfere with each other again. But you insist on saying something absolute and narrowing the path. I find this kind of bullying disgusting. Get lost! Wu Mingxi was stunned. She never expected that with her status and position, someone in the world would dare to tell her to get out. Therefore, in anger, there was a delay of 0.3 seconds, and the online conference room was not closed directly. In those 0.3 seconds, she saw a scene she would never forget. A terrifying vision suddenly appeared above the sky of Abyss Battlefield number 037. It tore the sky apart, and even illuminated all the land of Baoyang. Chapter 63. Sorry, the artifact doesn't allow you to be low-key. The bone dragon that covers the sky and the sun seems to have come from the phantom of history. Tens of thousands of high-level abominations attacked in a mighty army. Countless skeleton magic masters raised their hands and summoned a sea of skeleton ghost warriors and skeleton archers, which marched madly forward and drowned all the demons. That is, the legendary summoner Scourge who lives in the textbook. Su Ming was stunned. He had originally wanted to accept the mission of repairing the artifact in a low-key manner and complete the task secretly and anonymously, as he was unwilling to reveal the secret of possessing the artifact. However, since it is a divine weapon with the power to destroy the world and the authority to change fate, how could it allow Su Ming to keep a low profile? Simply starting the artifact repair mission will bring about horrific visions that shock the whole world. This is the ultimate appearance of the artifact and the awe-inspiring power of the artifact. 9 million viewers around the world were collectively dumbfounded, staring in astonishment at the strange sight in the sky, and then looked at Su Ming, who was at the center of the vortex. No, could it be that Su Ming is the reincarnation of His Majesty the Undead Scourge? Why can Su Ming mobilize the remaining power of this god-level professional in the world? Wow, this seems to be a vision of inheritance. Because from beginning to end, those illusions had no intention of attacking Su Ming at all. Now it's time to have fun, brothers! It seems like Su Ming is on his way to becoming a god. Su Ming, who was at the center of the vortex, also had his mouth twitching, looking very helpless. He is just a little summoner who has not yet changed his job. How can he be so worthy as to lead this great god to Baoyang City? Zhao Mu, you didn't say at the beginning that the artifact repair mission would bring such a horrible reaction. In front of 9 million viewers around the world. Huh! Time flies. It has been more than 100 years since I got lost in the 99th level of the Abyss. Finally, a summoner who can trigger my artifact portable world repair mission has appeared again. Heh, the conditions I offer are so harsh, just to select the summoner with the strongest talent, who will be able to surpass me in the future, break the 100th layer of the Abyss, end the Devil's reign of chaos, and completely drive the invaders back to the other plane. Your path will astonish everyone. This is because even someone as strong as me could only kill 974 demons after a fierce battle before my mana ran out and I had to leave the Abyss battlefield. The phantom of the undead scourge gave Su Ming the highest recognition. And what he said next made Su Ming beat his chest and stamp his feet, leaving the global audience stunned. The path I am on is called the Scourge of the Undead, but unfortunately, I have verified that it cannot open up all the abysses and ultimately stops at the 99th floor. The reason for this is that the professional inheritance of the Scourge of the Undead comes from the overlord of the 99th floor of the Abyss, the Lich Emperor. To use the power of the Abyss to fight against the Abyss, isn't that going against myself? I can't do it. Instead, it has led me to fall into the web of the Lich Emperor, just like delivering a takeaway, sending the essence of my soul to the 99th floor, in front of its throne. The Undead Scourge uttered another sentence that contained a lot of information. So, I am unwilling to give you the SSS level hidden profession card Scourge of the Undead, because it contains too many hidden dangers and traps. His Majesty Scourge of the Undead sighed. Su Ming. No, I am willing to accept the hidden dangers and step into the trap. Su Ming knelt down and hurriedly negotiated with His Majesty the Undead Scourge. Just give me the hidden class card, brother! Even if there are 12 million viewers in the live broadcast room now, I am willing to abandon my dignity and kneel down to beg you, brother! Upon hearing these words, the fans were a little nervous, but they finally managed to hold back their anger and agreed with Su Ming's words. Damn it, for an SSS level Undead Scourge class card, I'm willing to kneel. Whoever doesn't kneel is the real idiot. But perhaps the Undead Scourge in front of him was just a phantom from the past, a fragment of memory passed down through generations, or even just a virtual AI. Therefore, he completely ignored Su Ming's request and continued to talk to himself. But artifacts are unique in any world. All the artifacts of our human race were finally snatched from the hands of the Lords of the Abyss after fierce battles and bloodshed. Artifacts are the cornerstone of our fight against the Abyss, so I will hand over the inheritance of my portable world to you. This is my second most precious treasure. But there is no need to search for my most precious treasure, because that is my beloved, the light of my soul and the fire of my desire, Vanessa. The eyes of the Undead Scourge suddenly showed a lively luster. I am an antisocial person who hates this dirty world. But because Vanessa loves this world, I am willing to protect this world where she lives. Okay, don't listen to the nagging of a lost person. Go and collect all the fragments and completely repair your portable world. You will have endless summoning space. Remember, the number of summoned beasts is always the summoner's strongest trump card. Bite. A dark gold legendary mission suddenly appeared on Su Ming's professional panel. Artifact Repair, Portable World. You have obtained 0.1% of the origin of this artifact, which will serve as the butt of the artifact, guiding you to regain all the fragments of this artifact and restore it to its peak power. Task 1. After changing your job, go to any first-level Abyss battlefield and complete the achievement of 10,000 Demons Slaughter. Mission 2. Complete the Nightmare Difficulty World Dungeon Caesar's Country Alone. In front of Su Ming, as His Majesty the Scourge cast a spell, a crystal-clear magic ring slowly took shape. Portable World broken. Quality, Artifact. Description, cannot be destroyed. Cannot be dropped. Cannot be stolen. Cannot be traded. Cannot be transferred. Soul bound to level 17 Summoner Su Ming. Utility, provides an additional 100 temporary summon space, where you can save temporary summons and upgrade and strengthen them. Su Ming was ecstatic. He could actually take all of his skeleton army away and temporarily store them in the temporary summoning space. That means that in the future, when he competes with others in a PK, he will be able to summon a terrifying army of skeletons in an instant. Who can withstand the burst damage of 50 skeleton mages and 50 skeleton archers? A wave of arrow rain and fireballs can complete the firepower coverage and kill any professional of the same level in seconds. All the audiences around the world witnessed at the same time the issuance of the miraculous repair task, as well as the entire process of the artifact being created by His Majesty the Undead Scourge and bestowed upon Su Ming. People were excited and rushed to tell each other, asking their family, friends and classmates to come to Su Ming's live broadcast room to appreciate the artifact. In just 3 minutes, the number of viewers in Su Ming's live broadcast room soared to a terrifying number of 20 million. This is the influence of the artifact. Chapter 64. I'm crazy about artifacts. The live broadcast room exploded. Professionals from all over the world also flocked to the scene, wanting to see the so-called artifact repair mission, and the attributes of the artifact with their own eyes. As a result, a slightly embarrassing incident occurred. The server of the official live broadcast platform was overwhelmed. Except for the 20 million people who squeezed into the live broadcast room and were eligible to watch, the rest were told, "Sorry, the server capacity of the live broadcast platform has reached its upper limit. Please queue up in an orderly manner to enter the live broadcast room and be patient." At this time, some small anchors began to broadcast Su Ming's live broadcast. Although this was suspected of infringement, and could only be done secretly, they were still willing to take the risk because there were too many viewers and the benefits were too great. One of them was an ordinary student who had just registered today and was doing a live broadcast for fun, and he took on this huge fortune. Song Chi-fong, Su Ming's best friend, had nothing to do, so he casually set up a live broadcast room to broadcast Su Ming's content, while he was busy doing his homework. Since the broadcast was not banned, it was naturally because the authorization had already been obtained from Su Ming. It was just a matter of Su Ming's words. Unexpectedly, due to the flow limit of Su Ming's live broadcast room, Song Chi-fong's live broadcast room became the second official live broadcast room and was directly crowded, with the same 20 million viewers and the same server limit. Song Chi-fong was dumbfounded. He looked at the dense comments and the skyrocketing attention, and his mouth twitched. "No, buddy, I just came here to do my homework. It's not like I got the artifact. Why are you asking me the price? Aren't you Su Ming's friend? Can you ask for me, what is the price of the artifact? Can it be transferred? Can you be a broker and help me to connect Su Ming? I'll give you a 10% commission after the deal is done, okay? You can go undercover and tell us Su Ming's daily location. We will send someone to assassinate him and get the artifact, and then sell it to the auction house. How about splitting the profits 50-50 with you? Little guy, you are the biggest rising star in the live broadcast room. You broke the record of the fastest single-person live broadcast to reach 20 million viewers in history. Would you like to join our union?" There was a hustle and bustle of people, and countless people were frantically posting comments. Song Chi-fong rolled his eyes. "I also covet that artifact, but it's obviously my brother Su's chance, so don't even think about it. Besides, even a poor student like me knows that artifacts must have two attributes: cannot be traded and cannot be dropped. There are still bastards who want to kill people and steal the artifacts. How stupid! I'll ban you first. Kill you once in the live broadcast room." But he couldn't find the person who posted the barrage at all, because millions of barrages were rolling by every second. Everyone is crazy about the artifact. At this moment, Su Ming asked in a very annoying way, "Is this artifact authentic? Why doesn't it add any basic attributes? It only gives some space for summoned beasts. Isn't the function too simple? Isn't it also a gift of a few legendary summoned beasts?" Undead Scourge. Global audience. After getting the artifact, he is still grumbling and complaining about the poor attributes, which makes the professionals want to strangle his neck and shake him hard to mix his brains and scatter his egg yolks. "Sorry." The shadow of the Undead Scourge shook his head and said, "I remember that the peak form of the portable world has all attributes plus 5,000. But this is just a trivial additional attribute, an unnecessary affix given by the artifact. We summoners don't need a lot of attributes. Of course, if you really need it, then do the repair task as soon as possible and restore it to its peak form." "Okay, thank you for your explanation, Your Majesty." Su Ming discovered that the other party actually had a certain level of AI, so he took the opportunity to cry poor and weak. "But although you have high hopes for me, I am afraid that I will not live to see the day when the artifact is repaired, let alone follow in your footsteps and kill my way through the abyss." The shadow of the Undead Scourge frowned. "Do you have many enemies?" "Nothing at first, but I was live streaming just now, and now all the professionals in the world know that I have a magic weapon." Su Ming pointed at the drone in the sky and showed the live streaming screen of his mobile phone to the other party with a sad face. "Look, many people are asking me where I am in the barrage, ready to come and snatch my magic weapon. When that happens, how can I, a mere summoner who has not yet changed my job, withstand it?" The phantom of the Undead Scourge was shocked. He is a fragment of the original body's soul that remains, so he can briefly possess the ability to think. He regards the inheritor of the world of portable artifacts as the successor of his mantle. According to common sense, in the classical inheritance of professionals, when a disciple embarks on a journey alone, the teacher has a certain obligation to protect him. Moreover, he didn't even give a hidden career skill card, which was indeed a bit stingy. "Well, I didn't expect that the inheritance of the artifact alarmed so many people and leaked the news." After a moment, the shadow of the Undead Scourge crown made a decision. "I have walked through the world, so naturally I will leave some traces and some gifts. Now I want to tell you about the whereabouts of the 3 surrogate dolls." The audience listened with great interest. But the next moment, the screen went black. "Fuck! Depend on!" Don't black out the screen at this time, and the sound is gone. Let us hear the whereabouts of the scapegoat, you bastard." They were helpless and wanted to listen very much, But even if they thought with their toenails, they knew that the other party would definitely hide something. This is a scapegoat. Masters of Barrage, I haven't become a professional yet. May I ask what a scapegoat is? I have never heard of it. Song Qingfeng in the next live broadcast room bowed and asked curiously. The 20 million refugees in the live broadcast room suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. I just watched you doing your homework live, and you got 7 out of 10 questions wrong. I thought you were just putting it on for show, but it turns out you're a real scumbag. No, you don't even know about surrogate dolls? You are not the only one who knows about inflatable dolls, right? Oh no, I'm acting stupid, but if I exit the live broadcast room, I won't be able to see the follow-up of the artifact. Anyway, I'll just give you some basic knowledge. Amid the criticism from netizens, Song Qingfeng sweated profusely as he learned the function of the scapegoat. It binds the soul of a professional and anchors it to a special location. If the owner suffers a fatal injury, he will be resurrected at the place of his choice, and can even be exempted from the penalty of dropping equipment. It is one of the top ways of resurrection. Soon, Su Ming's live broadcast ended. He nodded, waved at the shadow of the undead scourge, and said gratefully, "Thank you for telling me the hiding places of the 300 resurrection dolls. I will dig them out as soon as I get off the live broadcast. Now I have 300 lives. Friends. You're so fake, bro." Chapter 65, 300 Resurrection Dolls? 3,000. The netizens were completely unable to hold back. What they heard from the undead scourge shadow at first was 3 scapegoats. Why, after a black screen for 1 minute, the number of items increased to 300? Most professionals smiled knowingly and understood Su Ming's intention immediately. This guy just wanted to confuse the public and trick his enemies into misunderstanding the number of scapegoats he had. After all, if there really were 300 scapegoats, he would be virtually immortal. In fact, maybe the phantom of the undead scourge was just bluffing, and there might not really be 3 scapegoats. Or even, there might not be even one, and the master and his disciple were just acting in a double act. That is a surrogate doll with a value comparable to epic equipment. Once it enters the market, the auction price is guaranteed to be 100 million. Unfortunately, this item is bound upon pickup, and is only effective for the recipient, and cannot be traded at all. As for His Majesty the Undead Scourge, he probably did not pick it up at the time, but buried the spot where it fell, leaving it as a treasure for later inheritors. Haha, buddy, you are really possessed by the spirit of drama. You just exaggerated it 100 times and turned into 300 scapegoats. Next time, I suggest you go a little bigger and use 30,000 scapegoats, and then broadcast their resurrection every day. It's a super tough job, and it will definitely be very popular. Your resurrection dolls are sold in bulk, right? Your Majesty the Scourge used to do nothing but collect surrogate dolls. Now you can pick them all, right? Su Ming smiled mysteriously. Yes, that is His Majesty the Scourge of the Undead, the most legendary summoner in history, and now he is my master. Everyone, I do not allow you to slander my master's strength. He must have hoarded at least 3,000 scapegoats, and sooner or later I will have to inherit his power. Oh, by the way. Su Ming's expression became serious, and he couldn't help asking. Your Majesty, professionals all over the world are looking forward to your return. Since you have so many scapegoats, why can't you be resurrected? All the professionals' eyes widened immediately. Indeed, if His Majesty the Undead Scourge could return, the overall strength of the human race would soar. Undead Scourge sighed. The level of the resurrection doll is too low, it is just an epic equipment. People think it can revive anyone, but it is not true. The reason is quite simple. Before I stepped into the abyss, I had 13 artifacts. If I died, how could the resurrection doll bring all these equipment back from the abyss? Moreover, the essence of my life is also God level. The resurrection doll is not qualified to revive him. The professionals fell silent. Su Ming smiled bitterly. I understand. What a pity. I hope he is just lost in the abyss. Maybe in the future when we humans counterattack the abyss, we can still find him. Su Ming has nothing but infinite respect for the Dragon Country superhero who defended the border single-handedly. His departure not only meant the loss of a god-level professional master, but also a national tragedy, with a gap in the destiny of the Dragon Kingdom. Friends also sighed and expressed endless remembrance. A legend who could form an army of one man, a powerful warrior who could summon the scourge of undead with a wave of his hand, but in the end he was unable to defeat the abyss. Alas. He wanted to fight his way through the abyss and save the world by himself. Although he finally stopped at the 99th floor, he is already an undisputed legend and the strongest man of all time. That means that we humans can drive those demons scum out of our homeland. In the future, if our warriors are stronger than His Majesty the Scourge, we can go to the 100th floor and face the throne of the Abyss Lords. For a moment, the professionals were not sad, but full of passion, wishing they could personally complete the great task of conquering the Abyss and completely saving their homeland. The Scourge of Undead, from now on, will rebuild the monument of the human race. People finally learned his whereabouts and remembered his great deeds. This is a strong response to some previous conspiracy theories that said the Undead Scourge was recruited by the Abyss and became one of the Lords of the Abyss, or that he was a deserter on the battlefield and therefore dared not show his face. Did you hear that? It turns out that His Majesty the Undead Scourge has set out on his own to punish the Abyss. He wants to wipe out the Abyss Lords by himself. What a pity! If His Majesty the Undead Scourge wasn't so lonely and had more god-level teammates around him, he might really be able to enter the 100th layer of the Abyss and face the Grand Lord directly. We should learn from His Majesty the Undead Scourge and level up for the resurgence of the Dragon Nation. Su Ming was completely unaware of the outside world's discussions. He simply looked at the shadow of the Undead Scourge with admiration. Your Majesty, can you accompany me? In the form of a shadow, can you guide me in the Summoner realm? Friends. Oh shit, Su Ming wants His Majesty the Undead Scourge to be his personal grandfather. This is a great opportunity. Get out of the way, Xiao Suzy, and let me be your host. Everyone is envious and jealous. But the Phantom flatly refused. You are too weak. If I parasitize in your soul, your life source is only enough for me to survive, for 3.1 seconds. You will have to repair your portable world and search for the traces left by my original body in the future. I cannot murder you. Su Ming. Ha 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 ha. Tens of millions of viewers around the world were laughing like crazy. Don't feel bad about yourself, 3.1 seconds is pretty impressive, meh haha. It's not that His Majesty the Scourge of the Undead won't give you a chance, but you're a 3-second fast man, you can't seize the opportunity, buddy. Well, being identified as the 3-second man by His Majesty is a special honor. Su Ming was completely numbed by the shock and was speechless. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. How can the soul fragments of a god-level strong man be parasitized casually? It's like an ant trying to feed an elephant. Even if it tries its best, collects food for 24 hours, and is exhausted to the point of fainting, it still cannot do it. Well, my time is almost up, and it's time for you to leave, the shadow of the Undead Scourge said leisurely. Before I leave, I will give you a life-saving talisman, so that you won't die before you succeed. Su Ming's eyes widened, and the global audience also picked up lemons. The Phantom shattered instantly and turned into a rolling torrent of energy, which rushed directly into Su Ming's body and disappeared into the depths of his soul. Su Ming hurriedly checked his panel and found a dark curse. After a slight hesitation, Su Ming simply demonstrated it directly. My fellow fans, I now have god-level skills. Come and admire my invincible skills. If you want to compete with me in the future, remember to weigh your own weight. The netizens quickly opened their eyes as wide as possible. You have borne the curse of god-level destiny, Wrath of the Abyss. The Lords of the Abyss have marked your soul. They hate you so much that they must kill you with their own hands to vent their hatred. Note, if someone else takes your head and soul away, causing the Abyss Lords to fail to fulfill their vow to kill you personally, they will cast the most terrifying glance at you from the 100th floor of the Abyss. Chapter 66. A Young Man's Unattainable Dream. Su Ming openly showed everyone the effect of the Wrath of the Abyss. Effect: if any creature other than the Lord of the Abyss kills you, the instant death skill Fury of the Abyss will be triggered. Any life form below the level of a demigod will be killed instantly, and a glance from the Lord of the Abyss will annihilate all living things within a 1-kilometer radius. The netizens were all stunned and didn't understand how to evaluate this thing. It's hard to say. If it's a god-level skill, its effect can attract the glance of the Lord of the Abyss, killing all creatures within a kilometer. But the way it is triggered is that you die a violent death. Let me choke you. From now on you will be a humanoid self-propelled poached egg. No matter which city you go to, you will enjoy the highest level of security, because everyone is afraid of your death. Is this the way the undead natural disaster protects the way? It's really weird. Su Ming smiled slightly and said lazily, Everyone, what if I get the scapegoat doll, then go to the enemy's territory and directly perform a suicide by cutting its throat? Xin Jinghong of the Iron-Blooded Alliance. Sun Jiangwo from Ligua Military Academy. Wu Mingxi from the Secret Temple. At this moment, his enemies were very sour and numb. But Su Ming just shrugged his shoulders and said leisurely, Well, that was just a joke. Because when I had a scapegoat, I didn't really die, so the effect of the abyss's wrath could not be triggered. So, my enemies don't have to be too scared for the time being. The enemies heaved a sigh of relief, but their hearts soon began to hang in their throats again. They couldn't help but wonder, what if Su Ming lied? What if he committed seppuku at his doorstep tomorrow morning? What if the wrath of order could really be triggered? Su Ming was too lazy to pay attention to everyone's attention and began to load his 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages directly into his portable world. At this time, a strange woman coughed in his live broadcast room. Ahem, classmate Su Ming, I think we can renegotiate your sponsorship contract. Ah? Who is talking? Is it haunted? Su Ming shuddered and looked around. There is only the Black Monkey King on patrol and the lazy little fox. As for the demons in the Abyss battlefield number 037, most of them had been crushed to death by the undead Scourge Crown when he descended. Those who survived by chance had already huddled in their nests, and were trembling. It's me, Wu Mingxi. On behalf of the Mystery Temple, I am willing to increase your sponsorship contract to 1 billion. Please reconsider it. Su Ming finally found the reason. It turned out that he forgot to close the online conference. So Wu Mingxi witnessed the whole process of him obtaining the artifact and accepting the task of repairing the artifact. Obviously, after seeing Su Ming accept the inheritance of His Majesty the Undead Scourge, Wu Mingxi regretted it immediately and wanted to recruit him into the Temple of Mysteries immediately. Su Ming showed a clear look of impatience, but then he suppressed his anger and said calmly, Ms. Wu, there are two kinds of people in the world who are the most annoying. One kind is the one who abandons me like a worn-out shoe when I need them the most. The other kind is the one who comes to disgust me when I obviously don't need them. I have no feelings for the mysterious temple. You don't have to worry that I will hate you, let alone think that I will retaliate against you. He smiled a nostalgic smile and sighed. Ms. Buffian, what an outstanding beauty, stunning, enchanting, and a lady from a wealthy family. She actually condescended to come to Xiliang Academy and actively recruited me. To show her sincerity, she even took the initiative to reward me with more than 100,000 yuan. She is the top sister on my list. Although I looked calm and relaxed on the surface, I was already very beautiful in my heart at that time. I felt that I had both face and dignity. Su Ming smiled slightly. Even as a person who has been receiving national scholarships and living in poverty, a poor student who had never been favored by a girl, I really thought she might be my rightful daughter. The audience was silent. From the intense emotional fluctuations in Su Ming's words, they could easily sense that he was not lying. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. It's embarrassing. Su Ming smiled bitterly. I even had a sweet dream that night. In the dream, I named our children. The boy was called Su Bujinghe, which means integrity and peace. I have chosen the university my child will go to in the future, and I will go to Yanhuang Military Academy. But when I woke up, I just thought about it for a bit, and quickly put all distracting thoughts behind me. In fact, I was very aware of the gap between our family backgrounds, and I didn't want to drag down a girl like her. Su Ming's expression became cold and realistic. So, in fact, from beginning to end, my contact with her was only about the sponsorship contract of the Mystery Temple. I never said anything more, nor did I send her any message. Children of poor families have to grow up early. I have experienced the hardships of life since I was young, so I don't have any illusions at all. Su Ming shook his head. In fact, I have never needed the sponsorship contract from your Mystery Temple. Because I have already obtained the information about the artifact, and I am preparing for the trip to the Abyss battlefield number 037. Would a summoner who is about to obtain clues about the artifact care about a mere 200 million sponsorship fee per year? Su Ming asked back calmly. Wu Mingxi was speechless. Yes, any professional related to artifacts has a starting net worth of at least 1 billion. There will be endless major forces willing to invest in such a future god-level professional. But I was still very happy when you contacted me. Su Ming looked up at the sky, and he seemed to see his younger self in his eyes. I am ready to accept the contract, because Miss Buffian gave me what a man needs most when I was at my most humble moment: recognition and respect. I am flattered and overwhelmed by the recognition and respect from someone as bright and beautiful as her. There are only 2 people in the world who have shown me kindness. One is Principal Zhao Renjie, who secretly transferred money to my meal card. The other is Miss Buffian, who gave me a dream that I could never dream of. Su Ming retracted his gaze, his eyes cooled, and his words were indifferent. So, I don't have any hatred towards the Mystery Temple, I just don't have a good impression of it anymore. I would never harass her because I never did that in the first place. Goodbye, Aunt Wu Mingxi. I wish you a sweet dream. From now on, we will never meet again. I wish you all the best. After saying that, Su Ming directly closed the online conference room. Then he waved his hand towards the live broadcast room and smiled. Since the Abyss battlefield has been broken through and no more demons have appeared, I will also shut down the broadcast. My fans, please move your pretty hands and give me a follow. I will continue to broadcast the artifact repair mission live in the future. Chapter 67. I, 18 years old, made a global sensation. When Su Ming closed the live broadcast room, the news about the reappearance of the artifact's portable world instantly spread to all communities where professionals appeared. Have you heard? The undead natural disaster crown is not dead yet, but he is lost in the 99th floor of the Abyss, and his shadow reappears in the world. I think back then, the artifact that was smashed to pieces by a group of demon kings reunited with its indestructible properties and began to look for a new owner. Remember to follow Su Ming, he will live broadcast the task of repairing the artifact, which is much more exciting than watching TV series. The gossip related to it is also very popular. Hot post on the Jinfeng forum. The Iron-Blooded Alliance has suffered a huge setback. They actually sent assassins to attack Su Ming, who has the task of inheriting the artifact. Do you think this is not using a flashlight in a cesspit looking for excrement? The editor-in-chief of Made in Abyss Weekly, Yu Mengmeng, wrote a headline. Wow, millions of people witnessed the old-fashioned broken engagement online. Wu Mingxi, vice chairman of the Mystery Temple, despised the grassroots background of Su Ming, the world's biggest online celebrity this week, and bluntly said that he was a toad wanting to eat swan meat, and said that she would never marry Miss Buffian. But she ended up witnessing Su Ming inheriting the artifact and becoming a dragon in one step. The old lady regretted it on the spot, but it was too late. Major TV stations issued a press release. Recently, the god-level summoner, His Majesty the Scourge of the Undead, who was considered to have died by many official organizations because he had not appeared in the world for a long time, has reappeared in the Abyss battlefield number 037. Moreover, his phantom personally gave the task of repairing the artifact portable world to Su Ming, a student from Beiliang. Auspicious omen for the celebration of the remaining years, the rise of the human race is just around the corner. I hope that all major professionals will step up their leveling, acquire more skills, and embark on the road to becoming a god as soon as possible. Humanity will eventually defeat the Abyss. For a time, Su Ming became a celebrity that everyone admired. Every day, there is an endless stream of reporters coming to Beiliang Academy trying to interview Su Ming. Recruitment by various major forces is also endless. Principal Zhao Renjie was helpless as he was overwhelmed by the reporters, so he simply let him review at home and prepare for the college entrance examination. Of course, Su Ming really had to put 1000% of his energy and go all out to deal with the college entrance examination. If for no other reason, the world copy of Caesar's Kingdom, the second artifact repair mission, is only available to students during the college entrance examination. All world copies are not artificially created, but are formed naturally under the influence of the power of the Abyss. Therefore, they all have unique characteristics, and each hides many secrets, waiting for someone with the opportunity to uncover the mystery. Obviously, the secret of Caesar's country must be related to the world of portable artifacts, and perhaps also to His Majesty the Undead Scourge. At the same time, the power from the Dragon Nation is also warning all those who have ambitions for the artifact. Su Ming, a citizen of our country, is entrusted with the important historical mission of repairing the artifact. If he dies in an accident, the portable world that has just been condensed will collapse again. At that time, all summoners around the world can only continue to wait for decades, continue to wait for the second reunion of the artifact, and that will be an extremely long time. If Su Ming can grow up safely and become the next god-level summoner in the future, it will be a great boon to the global fight against the Abyss. He killed a total of 1,743 demons in the Abyss Battlefield 037. Who can achieve such a brilliant achievement before changing their job? His passion and sincerity in fighting against the Abyss deserve our love and care. In addition, since Su Ming also possesses the god-level fate curse, the Wrath of the Abyss, if he is accidentally killed by an assassin, everyone within a 1-kilometer radius will be buried with him. We solemnly warn all unfriendly forces in the world, any attack or assassination against Su Ming on our soil will be regarded as a large-scale terrorist attack against Dragon Country, and we will respond with a national annihilation response. Don't say I didn't warn you. Su Ming, who had already been very popular, now had official endorsement, and his popularity soared again, becoming an enduring entertainment topic. Even on the top 10 hot search topics that had nothing to do with him, Su Ming actually occupied 3/10 of them. The night is getting darker. Zhao Muyu returned to his newly rented temporary residence carrying 2 trays of crab roe dumplings. Tiptoe. Be careful. Then, like a secret agent, she knocked on the door in a special way of 3 light and 1 heavy. Su Ming's head was quickly exposed and he said helplessly, Senior sister, why are you acting like a thief? Aren't people outside bragging that I am the hero who revived the undead natural disaster? Zhao Muyu ducked into the room and glared at him angrily. How many people are you now a thorn in the flesh? You are so weak that you are just a scumbag who has not changed jobs. Think about it. The moment they saw you get the artifact, did Qin Jinghong and Shen Zimo, father and son, sweat? When you openly rejected the old witch Wu Mingxi, did her face become deformed? And more! They say that colleagues are enemies. There are many geniuses among summoners, and there are countless wealthy people. Why is it that you get the task of repairing the portable world? Jealousy is fermenting in their hearts, and they may send killers. Die with you. Zhao Muyu pouted. We'd better make more money and hire a top-notch security team composed of 4th-level professionals. Then you will be safe. Su Ming chuckled. Then why not hire 5th-level or even 6th-level professionals? Hey, 5th-level professionals are already the overlords of one party, such as the annoying Xing Jinghong. Zhao Muyu curled his lips helplessly. How much money do you have to pay them to hire them to protect you personally? Besides, all 5th-level professionals will be closely watched by major forces, so their travels will be strictly recorded. Do you understand what I mean, sister? She pouted, found a few pairs of disposable chopsticks in the rented apartment, and shared the crab roe dumplings with him. Eat quickly, I bought these crab roe dumplings from a century-old brand. They are absolutely delicious. When I was studying at Xiliang Academy, these dumplings were my favorite. Su Ming took over the conversation. I understand. What you mean is, it is impossible for a 5th-level professional to condescend to become an assassin, so the security team of a 4th-level professional is enough to deal with all troubles. But I have to remind you of another thing. When you were studying, the crab roe buns were made by an old shop owner with white hair and a youthful face. But he passed away a year ago, and now the one running the bun shop is his black-hearted, bald, and low-level grandchildren, a pair of idiots, so... Zhao Muyu eagerly swallowed a steamed dumpling, and her smile froze on her face. What the hell is this? How can this be crab roe? Why does it taste like ginger juice? Chapter 68. The World Structure in the Age of Universal Job Change. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. The best quality crab roe buns are made with crab roe and crab meat taken out from the bodies of seasonal crabs. The inferior ones are made with small crabs that have been picked out, or crab scraps that have been processed, which are then ground into a paste using a meat grinder. The worst ones. He chewed slowly and sighed. This is it. There is not a single bit of crab meat in it. It is made by stir-frying duck egg yolk, tofu and ginger together to create the crab roe flavor. But it is healthy and won't cause diarrhea. Zhao Muyu was furious. So it's this kind of crab roe. I'm going to complain to the Consumers Association and ask them to send a 4th-level arsonist to burn this store on the spot. Forget it. Su Ming shook his head. This is just a confusing account. People can also argue that there is no wife in wife cakes, and crab roe broad beans are not made of crab roe. We are just crab roe flavored buns, so what? Besides, there's no need to complain. Their store is about to close down because its reputation has long been rotten. Now it loses money on rent every month. Su Ming curled his lips leisurely and filled his stomach quickly. But to be honest, we can just order takeout. You really don't have to go out and buy all this food yourself. Zhao Miyu said seriously. The food delivery app needs to locate your phone, which can easily lead to your whereabouts being exposed. You have to understand one thing. When it comes to the artifact level, those who want your life are definitely not just the crooked ones like the Iron Blood Alliance. Oh? I'd like to hear more about it. Su Ming took the initiative to pour her tea, indicating that he was all ears. Zhao Miyu said sternly, whether you can become a god-level summoner is not important. The loss of a god-level summoner in Dragon Country is important. Do you really think that all countries in the world are working together to fight against the Abyss? Many countries and forces are thinking about how to get a piece of the post-war world order and how to grab more benefits from the world copy. She snorted coldly. Some time ago, on the high seas between our Dragon Country and the neighboring Sakura Country, the deep-sea monster, the whale shark Emperor Gravis, died there. When a whale dies, all things come to life. Because of its corpse, a world copy of the whale shark tomb was born. Intelligence shows that the whale shark tomb will drop rare aquatic breathing equipment, which can allow ordinary combat professionals to obtain magic gills, so that they can move freely underwater. Zhao Miyu said lightly. Our blue planet, 70% of the area is underwater, and the Abyss world, 90% of the area is underwater. That means that the opportunities and dungeons in the water are definitely no less than those on land. Su Ming suddenly realized. So, a war between Dragon Country and Sakura Country is inevitable? That's impossible. Zhao Miyu shook his head. With the enemy of the Abyss at hand, a full-scale conflict at the national level will not break out for the time being. Because no one can afford to lose their high-end combat power. But according to the intelligence I saw on the dark web, the Dragon Country has dispatched 3 6th-level professionals, and the Sakura Country has also sent out 2 6th-level sword masters. The two sides have been confronting each other for a long time, and there is only a thin line of distance between them and the outbreak of fighting. So, Zhao Miyu snorted. The Sakura Country definitely doesn't want to see a god-level professional appear in the Dragon Country. It's in their best interest to kill you in your cradle. Otherwise, why do you think our motherland would issue a special warning? Su Ming nodded, with only a wry smile on his face. There are indeed a lot of gossips in the live streaming circle. Who would have thought that even though he neither accepted any advertisements nor promoted any products, he would cause such a stir because of the artifact repair mission? Hey, don't be discouraged, think positively. Zhao Miyu said proudly. I'm now a hot super agent. The 3 major live broadcast platforms in the world have all called me and expressed their desire to sign a contract with you. The annual contract fee is no less than 500 million. Su Ming was shocked. Are they crazy? I won't accept a contract to bring goods. Haha, they all said that if you want to promote products or use advertising as an endorsement, they won't take a penny of the commission, so you can do whatever you want. Su Ming. What's wrong? Are the capitalists kind-hearted? That's impossible. He really couldn't understand. Where would the benefit be if they went through all this? Zhao Miyu smiled faintly. Don't be surprised, the reason is actually very simple. You are the traffic itself. All live broadcast platforms need to obtain traffic to ensure the total number of viewers, so as to guarantee the platform's revenue. Where does the traffic come from? Of course, you have to advertise and attract traffic from various places on the internet. And now, the biggest topic in the world is the miraculous restoration mission of the portable world. She laughed so hard that she could hardly close her legs. The most enticing thing is that this mission is a super chain of missions that are linked one after another. This is like a super long serial novel, or a top TV series that can be filmed for 10 seasons. Zhao Muyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with vigorous ambition. You will exist as a top internet celebrity for a long time. So your value is vital to all platforms. Su Ming understood immediately. When he broadcasts live the magical repair mission, the traffic of the other 2 platforms will directly wither, because everyone will rush to his live broadcast platform like crazy to see the artifacts, the undead plague, and the future god-level summoner. In that case, the 500 million signing fee should just be a price thrown out by the major live streaming platforms to test us, Su Ming said. Senior sister, you have to be careful and don't be fooled by them. Bingo! Zhao Muyu snapped his fingers excitedly. Not bad, not bad, you've finally gotten the point. You're finally not the little virgin who was bewitched by Bufian. Su Ming. Why did he smell a strong sense of competition? Humph, we both met on that day, and it was the first time we met. Why did you fall in love with her at first sight? But I have no desire for you, your senior sister. Zhao Muyu was very angry, so today she specially changed into super short panties specially designed for innocent little boys, shiny black stockings, and also applied the first love makeup according to Bufian's makeup that day. Su Ming shrugged helplessly. Our first meeting was not pleasant at all, right? You were aggressive, belittling me in various ways, and always siding with Shinzimo. But Miss Bufian trusted me unconditionally at the time, showed me kindness, and was almost throwing herself at me. Damn it! I'm so unlucky. Zhao Muyu pouted, feeling very depressed. Muyu! You lost at the starting line, lost in the first impression, and lost because you were too dedicated. If you had just been perfunctory with that playboy Shinzimo, it would have been better. Wow, the hard-working girl will get hurt. Chapter 69. Sorry, I don't want to be a necromancer. Su Ming. He could only pat her shoulders and say, Senior sister Muyu, keep working hard. Humph, let me see how popular you are on the internet right now. Zhao Muyu opened his phone with great interest, and then his eyes widened. Oh my god! What's wrong? You're so jumpy. Su Ming was puzzled. Zhao Muyu immediately held the phone in both hands and rushed to him. Because the body was shaking violently, the eye-catching breast suddenly shook with an alluring and soft tremor, causing Su Ming to lose consciousness for a moment. There was a hint of pride in Zhao Muyu's beautiful eyes. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first, and I'll make you jealous to death. No man can resist the charm of a beauty like me. Su Ming commented. Not as big as Bufian's, and hers is all natural. You squeezed it out with a magic brow, right? How much silicone did you use? Asshole! Do you think Bufian doesn't have any padding? Zhao Muyu's defense was broken. He put his hands on his waist and asked angrily. In my opinion, she might be a B-level weakling who is pretending to be a D-level strongman with 10 pieces of silicone. You men are really abominable. You are so tolerant of Bai Yueguang and imagine her to be infinitely good. In fact, her shit stinks as much as mine. Su Ming. Ahem, senior sister, please respect yourself and don't say such harsh words to our dumplings. He was helpless. Besides, it's really obvious whether it's lined with silicone or not. Do you really think that our male compatriots can't understand your little tricks? Damn it, it seems you've really been bewitched by her. Zhao Muyu pouted and reminded him. Don't be obsessed with women, especially the daughter of your enemy. Otherwise it will delay your summoning of Black Goku. Su Ming said leisurely. Don't worry, I'm not in love. I just have a good impression of Miss Bufian, but I'm far from marrying her and being a tortoise from now on. Besides, I think it's normal to appreciate an outstanding girl, right? Besides, she is her, and the old witch is the old witch, don't confuse them. But marrying a girl is equivalent to marrying her family. If her mother gets in the way, you can't be happy. Zhao Muyu continued to break up the couple angrily. Su Ming rolled his eyes. First of all, they don't like me either, they just admire my strength. Secondly, I already have a divine weapon, I have enough ability to deal with all those ungrateful families. To put it bluntly, you're still being stubborn even though you obviously like her very much. Zhao Muyu was very depressed. She was just one step behind and from then on the bride became a bridesmaid. Well, I really have no interest in starting a family, nor do I want to marry anyone. Now we just focus on our careers. Su Ming shook his head and stopped the boring topic. Let me see what shocked you so much. 3 of the top 10 hot searches are related to me? He was also a little dumbfounded. I'm already this famous? Oh my god, if I lower my moral standards and accept a few advertising endorsements, I'm afraid I can make hundreds of millions directly, right? Su Ming looked at the hot search list one by one. The first on the list is Dragon Country warns not to assassinate Su Ming. Don't say I didn't warn you. The following is naturally a scene of universal celebration. The country has taken action. Now the haters who hate Su Ming Gigi are going to get hit hard. This is the only thing that cannot be hated on the entire internet. If Su Ming can successfully repair his portable world, even an ordinary summoner with the worst qualifications can become a god. It can be said that his future is already bright. I envy him so much. This is the rise of a grassroots genius, a perfect virtuous cycle, breaking the record of the Fortress of Demons with real talent, gaining popularity in live broadcasts, becoming a top internet celebrity, earning startup funds, becoming stronger and stronger, and then being appreciated by His Majesty the Scourge of the Undead and inheriting the artifact. Everything Su Ming has is earned through his hard work. This is what we call a positive energy internet celebrity. We must protect him well. He is our future star in the fight against the abyss. Zhao Muyu came closer and snuggled up to Su Ming, and suddenly he could feel her warm body temperature and a faint fragrance. She said happily, "It's really rare. An internet celebrity goes viral and gets rave reviews from both inside and outside the circle. It seems that your image has always been very good." Su Ming shrugged. "It's just a temporary reputation. Don't take it too seriously. Who knows, one day, if I donate less to a charity event, there will be countless people saying that I'm a miser and don't care about the disadvantaged, and then my reputation will be reversed." Well said. A good blacksmith must have strong tools himself. As long as you perform well in the magical repair mission, your influence will be very stable. As for the illusory reputation, I can only say that it depends on fate. Zhao Muyu smiled and stretched out a pair of arms, hugged his arms, and continued to show him the second hot search. The Iron-Blooded Alliance is suspected of assassinating Su Ming, and relevant departments have taken away Xin Jinghong. Deserve it! Retribution! Zhao Muyu's pretty face was full of gloating. Wow, the happiest things in the world are that one is that the ex-boyfriend commits suicide with a knife, and the other is that the ex-boss goes to jail. Su Ming. Zhao Muyu blinked at him. Of course, senior sister is very innocent, and has not even been in love yet. Only ghosts believe it. Humph, don't believe me. Anyway, because I am a workaholic, I have no intention of falling in love and only focus on my career. Zhao Muyu said righteously, but soon his face fell into disgrace. Of course this is all fake. Mainly, it's because after I joined the Iron-Blooded Alliance, that perverted and possessive old man Xin Jinghong would directly warn all the bachelors who wanted to do something about me, so I never tried to have a sweet relationship. Who told you not to try it in high school and college? Su Ming chuckled. Zhao Muyu pouted. There is so much pressure to enter high school. Everyone is involved in internal studies who has time. And my university, well, I was admitted to the Women's Military Academy. Although many beautiful girls want to have sex with me, I don't want to be a knight. Su Ming laughed out loud. Then you are really miserable. Haha, do you think you're not miserable? Zhao Muyu chuckled. The reason I was shocked just now was because I saw the third trending search about you. Su Ming was startled, and looked over quickly, then his face was filled with black lines. Su Ming's sexual orientation revealed. His only roommate Song Chi-fong said his underwear often disappeared mysteriously. Who is the suspect? Damn old Song! Su Ming's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly. Do you know why his pants often disappear? Zhao Muyu. You stole it. Fuck, you slandered someone's innocence out of thin air. But isn't he the only roommate? There's only one suspect. Su Ming covered his face and said, You can't even imagine how cunning that guy is. Chapter 73 Job Change Options. Oh? Tell me about it. Zhao Muyu smelled gossip and immediately became interested. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Beiliang Academy is a completely closed-door teaching institution, and in order to pursue the enrollment rate, the management is extremely strict. The principal even wants to implement military management in the school to make students adapt to the professional military academy in advance. So, we have to strictly follow the schedule for our daily life and rest, and we are absolutely not allowed to leave the school. Su Ming smiled. But how can Song Chi-fong hold it in? Oh? Does he have any special hobbies that require us to go out of school to deal with them? A gleam of gossip suddenly flashed in Zhao Muyu's beautiful eyes. Su Ming spread his hands and chuckled. He likes to take a shower outside the school. Zhao Muyu showed a look of contempt. At such a young age, you refuse to learn well. You started doing saunas, massages, bubble baths, and the like in high school, right? You got it wrong. He went to take a proper bath. Su Ming corrected him. He went outside the school because he was embarrassed to take a bath in the school's public bathhouse in front of his brothers. He is the shy type who can't pee if someone is around. Zhao Muyu. Then he must have a very hard life. She empathized. For an introvert like him, school is hell. Who said it wasn't? Su Ming smiled. So, he couldn't stand the stench on his body anymore, so he bought a climbing rope and climbed over the wall to take a shower. What does that have to do with pants? Zhao Muyu was puzzled. Don't worry, listen to me carefully. The climbing rope is very useful, but unfortunately it can't be hidden, and he was soon caught by the teacher on duty patrolling the dormitory. From then on, he was regarded as a dangerous person and became a subject of strict surveillance, and his personal belongings needed to be checked regularly. Su Ming's lips curled up slightly. But taking a shower is a necessity. So he came up with a plan, and directly linked all his pants together to form a rope, and began to move freely on the wall. Over time, the loss is enormous. This is the mystery of the disappearance of the pants. Mihahaha, what a talent! After Su Ming finished speaking, Zhao Muyu laughed out loud. Okay, it seems that it's really not a problem with your sexual fetish, nor is it a problem with my charm. In the final analysis, it's because Buffian is too abominable. Zhao Muyu clenched her pink fists and waved them towards the night sky. I must win the battle. I'm going to change into the winning suit tomorrow. What is that? Haha, the white silk pantyhose that have a super sure kill effect on otakus, and the sexy little underwear that has the effect of having a happy couple. Zhao Muyu winked at him. Su Ming said angrily. Agent Zhao Muyu, as the boss, I must warn you, please focus your work on how to better help me grow. I don't want to be a secretary when I have something to do, and a secretary when I have nothing to do. Xin Jinghong. And now I face an urgent need, he reminded seriously. Zhao Muyu also suppressed his playful smile, took out his laptop and showed it in front of him. Of course I know, it's a matter of job transfer, right? You are almost level 20, and you have reached this critical threshold. And I, as a former world-class intelligence secretary, a top agent with high-level accounts in the 3 major gray intelligence centers of the dark web, black web and ghost web, naturally have already prepared for you. She raised her fair and delicate chin proudly. The worst secretaries rely on their sexy bodies, but I rely on my brain to make the boss unable to leave me. Su Ming glanced at the list of information provided by Zhao Muyu, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He gave a thumbs up and praised. My senior sister Muyu is like a tiger with wings. It's just like Liu Bei meeting the god Zhuge, Chao Chao getting the god Gui Jia, and Wu Dalong marrying the lucky Pan Jinlian. Zhao Muyu. Are these all clues for the current summoner's job change? Su Ming browsed quickly and fell into thought. Zhao Muyu nodded and went to work, selecting 3 summoner professions for him. Look, take a look at the top professions selected by senior sister, you definitely meet the requirements. One is the whale shark graveyard dungeon on the high seas at the border between the 2 countries' seas that I just mentioned to you. There is a new summoner class and it's Sea King. You can summon a large number of deep-sea demons and mutant sea beasts, and obtain a companion whale shark for your destiny. From now on, you will become the king of the sea and dominate the 7 seas. However, you must specialize in sea battles from now on. On land, you will be a blank slate and will not have any summoned beasts to use. Of course, you can find an amphibian summoned beast to solve this problem. Su Ming nodded and did not refuse. Specialization is generally better than omnipotence. Because what determines the upper limit of a professional is often not the shortcomings, but the strengths. I still understand the principle of being the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. But I really don't like eating fish. The smell is too strong. Let me look at other options first. Su Ming scratched his head. Zhao Muyu smiled and said, The second is a mysterious rumor that appeared on the mysterious Great Barrier Reef of Australia. But according to my verification, it is more credible. When the demons broke through the barrier of our planet, their portals appeared densely on the surface and began to invade. The war between humans and demons began. At the same time, not only the Abyss world, but many other worlds with highly intelligent creatures also set foot on our land, she said seriously. On the coral island of the Great Barrier Reef, a force from another world appeared, the Holy Nest cult. Su Ming suddenly became interested. He had heard from Mayor Chinchuani that their planet was already in an undefended state, and any force could break in. Therefore, the strange creatures in the gate of the strange country are one of the mysterious forces. And now, I heard from Zhao Muyu about the mysterious Holy Nest cult. The so-called Holy Nest cult is an advanced civilization that evolved from the Zerg. Zhao Muyu introduced. Their summoner profession is called the Insect Master. As the name suggests, they can summon countless insects. Wait. Su Ming got goosebumps all over his arms. To be honest, this is a bit disgusting, isn't it, senior sister? After I change my job, will I become the object of admiration of the female cockroach, the true friend of the caterpillar, and the emperor of the iron wire worm kingdom? If I change my job, I will say goodbye to the live broadcast industry from now on. My female fans will also abandon me. Hee, it's not that bad. Besides, the eggs provided by the Holy Nest cult are not native to Earth. They include fire-breathing beetles covered in iron armor that can spit out huge pillars of fire, and mantis sword masters that can wield double blades and have combat power comparable to that of assassins. Chapter 71. Personalized Career. Stop! Su Ming made a stop gesture and shrugged helplessly. Tell me the third option quickly. This one suits you best. It is the standard profession of His Majesty the Undead Scourge who passed down the artifact to you, Necromancer. Zhao Muyu introduced enthusiastically. Raise your hand and there will be an army of bone dragons. The ground will be covered with a sea of skeletons, and there will be countless ghouls walking with you. The big demons will carry your throne. Isn't it cool? I don't want to be a necromancer, and I can't be one. Su Ming rejected it flatly and said without hesitation. Don't forget that the path taken by His Majesty the Undead Scourge has its limits. He can't break through the 99th level of the abyss. I don't think I can go further than him on this path. It can be said that His Majesty's Scourge is already the ceiling of the necromancer profession, but he cannot defeat the abyss. And his phantom personally refused to give me the SSS level profession card Scourge. In this case, why should I look for a necromancer profession that is only S level? This is a bit of a waste of time. Su Ming shook his head and rejected all three of Zhao Muyu's plans. His beautiful agent fell silent. But these are the three best professions in the near future. Don't you want to switch to a hidden profession and want to be promoted to an ordinary first-level summoner first, and then wait for subsequent opportunities? But this will lose a lot of attribute points. Hidden professions will have higher attribute point growth compared to ordinary professions. Every time you upgrade, the gap between you and ordinary professionals will widen. A little bit of sand makes a tower, a little bit of accumulation makes a lot. These attribute points will bring about a huge gap in the future. That's fine. I have to choose the most suitable path. It can wait for a while. Su Ming didn't mind at all, because his summons would give back a huge amount of attribute points, and once the artifact was repaired, a plus 5,000 all attribute affix would appear. By then, who would care about the current small attribute loss? Zhao Muyu felt a little disappointed as she was unable to help. But soon, her beautiful eyes suddenly flickered. Wait a minute! I remember that there is another path for truly powerful professionals, a customized career. It is up to the professionals themselves to decide which path they will take. As a top student, Su Ming quickly found this path from the corner of his memory. But he frowned. Personal customization is often the path chosen by ordinary fourth-level professionals. Only at their stage can they accumulate a huge amount of resources to support them on this path with equally high opportunities and risks. Zhao Muyu chuckled. You, at the moment, have the most in-demand resources. Senior, I'm almost done negotiating a contract with the live broadcast platform for you, and the final offer will probably be around 800 million to 900 million. Moreover, I've also helped you apply for the Dragon Country's official special talent reward program, and the other party told me that it's 100% possible, and you just have to wait for the procedure to be completed. This program will directly reward you 100 million, and you can also get an interest-free loan of 200 million, which you only need to pay back in 10 years. If you are willing to sell your body, many big families and big forces have expressed their desire to marry you. At that time, they will definitely not mind paying 1 billion to support you as their son-in-law. Zhao Muyu counted them one by one with her slender jade fingers, which were as delicate as peeling onion roots. Look, the total amount of funds you can mobilize is already 2 billion. Even for ordinary fourth-level professionals, It is an astronomical figure that is out of reach. Su Ming thought for a moment. Then how can I customize my career? It's very simple. First, spend 30 million to buy a blank job-changing crystal. Zhao Muyu had obviously prepared a speech long ago, and spoke fluently without any hesitation. As everyone knows, the power of all professionals comes from the will of the planet. The so-called job-changing crystal is one of the incarnations of the will of the planet. Once you activate it, it will start recording your every word, action, and movement, especially all your extraordinary achievements. For example, your feat of breaking through the demon fortress alone. Every time you achieve an extraordinary achievement, the will of the planet will cast a glance at you, and at the same time, leave a rich record on the job transfer crystal. Every time you receive a glimpse from the planet's will, the level of your job transfer crystal will be raised, thereby helping you activate a job that is customized based on your achievements and abilities. If you are not satisfied with the job it offers, then politely decline it, and continue to improve, keep recording, and continue to work hard to get a glimpse from the planet's will. You will then get a second, or even a third chance to customize your job. Su Ming nodded. This is good. I like private customization. It sounds high-end. Alright, then I will go to the global dark web right away and help you auction a blank job-changing crystal. Zhao Muyu stood up, holding the computer, and went to the side to operate it. Su Ming suddenly received a private message. Looking closely, it was that bastard Song Qingfeng. Fuck! Old Song, you actually have the nerve to contact me? Aren't you afraid that I will expose your skin? Tell me, what's going on with the 10th place on the hot search list? Su Ming was furious and sent a message to question angrily. Song Qingfeng replied awkwardly. Actually, that was fake news. A classmate mentioned this by accident during an interview. Then, in order to attract attention, they forced us to be a couple. You know, whether in the old era or the new era, the CP party has always been obsessed. Su Ming asked suspiciously. Is it really not you? God knows. Why should I expose this little secret? I haven't finished my senior year yet, and I need to live in the dormitory for another month, so I have to climb over the wall with my pants rope to go out and take a shower. That's right. Su Ming snorted coldly. Why are you looking for me? Want to copy my homework? I haven't even finished it yet. You are already a top internet celebrity, and I have become a small internet celebrity by riding on your popularity. What's the point of us doing homework? Song Qingfeng laughed. It's just that some of my female fans want me to ask you, what career do you want to change to in the future? Are they really your female fans? Could they be reporters pretending to be them? Su Ming reminded him unhappily. Don't be fooled. You should know that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Well, it seems so. Song Qingfeng scratched his head. But I am also very curious, will you become a necromancer? I'm going to switch to an ancient profession slave owner, and then I'll capture you and make you my first summon Kunlun's slave. I'll let you eat watermelons and pick cotton every day, and then sing rap for me. Song Qingfeng. Chapter 72 Dragon Bone Research Center Number 003. After ending the private chat with Song Qingfeng, Su Ming suddenly saw another private message from Bufian. Although Su Ming had already promised the old witch Wu Mingxi in front of tens of millions of viewers that he would never harass Miss Bufian again. But Yi Mei said that she was not allowed to harass her actively. What's more, although Su Ming felt that Wu Mingxi was annoying, he would not take his anger out on Bufian. After all, she had never done anything wrong. I'm sorry, I never thought my mother would do something so extreme. After taking a shower, Bufian lay on the bed, feeling a little confused and tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Finally, she suppressed her shyness and sent this message to Su Ming. After all, he once told a global audience that he had fantasies, because of her appreciation and even thought of the name of their future child. Although Bufian simply admired Su Ming at the beginning, but now everyone around her seemed to think that there was some kind of romantic relationship between them, and there was a little ambiguity. This made her suddenly feel a little flustered, and she was embarrassed to face Su Ming directly. It's okay. Su Ming replied immediately, but soon after, he slapped his left hand hard with his right hand. Damn. If you reply to messages so quickly, you will be considered a bootlicker. You should wait a while, pretend to see the message casually, and reply calmly and elegantly. Having said that, Su Ming continued, Although I failed to join the mysterious temple, I will always remember Miss Boo's appreciation of me. You don't need to apologize. The fault is never yours. It was me. I was probably angry and said a lot of wrong things because your mother rejected my contract in front of millions of viewers. Well, it's okay. I never care about rumors. Bufian lay on the pillow, her tender, white and plump 30-60 breasts immediately formed an attractive curve. If it causes you trouble, just stay at home and hide for a while. Su Ming smiled and continued to reply. Escape is shameful but useful. In this era, everyone's memory is always very short. We will soon no longer be the focus of public opinion. I think so too. I just want to go to the secret realm to level up. Bufian hugged the big white bear doll, happily shaking her snowy legs and gently tapping her perky buttocks. Don't use the word appreciation in the future. You will be a god-level summoner in the future, while I am just a little-known assassin. I will soon be left behind by you. Su Ming replied in a confused and infatuated way. Then, why don't you just join my team and fight together? Bufian's heart suddenly became confused and her heart was pounding like a heart beating fast as she lay on the bed. Ahem. Su Ming also realized that his words had crossed the line, and quickly changed the subject. Forget it, a talented and beautiful assassin like you, the secret temple should have a complete team to protect you in leveling up. But do you have any information on how to upgrade the skeleton summons? Bufian pursed her lips, and although her cheeks were flushed, she quickly replied. I watched your live broadcast video, and it seems that there are 100 skeleton summons in your artifact space, right? Do you want to strengthen them? Right. Su Ming asked humbly. After all, you come from a top power, your vision and intelligence should be better than mine. I would like to ask for your advice. Well, I did hear my father mention something. Let me look for it. Bufian got up, opened her notes, glanced through them, and then told him without hesitation. According to a major paper published in the magazine War, by a professor of summoning 2 years ago, he believed that it is possible to imitate the blood pool of the abyss to soak the skeleton's summons, thereby strengthening their bones. He used this method to make a bone dragon reborn in blood, and it was restored to a dark dragon with flesh and blood, and its strength increased by 50%. Bufian typed quickly with her delicate hands. There is another method, called bone replacement surgery. We have a research team in Dragon Country that can do it. We can use the bones of higher organisms to replace the ordinary bones of skeletons with osteoporosis. In this way, ordinary skeletons can achieve essential evolution. Although it is expensive, you are a world-class internet celebrity now, so you should be able to afford it. The research institute where the team is located is the 003 Dragon Bone Research Center. Su Ming couldn't help but be deeply moved. Thank you. If I come across any opportunities or equipment related to assassins, I will definitely keep them for you. It's great that I can help. Bufian replied immediately. Su Ming's eyes seemed to appear her energetic smile and her girlish yet sexy body, and he was suddenly a little dazed. Bufian's appreciation and kindness towards him had always been so selfless, so he easily fell into it. You know, top-secret information about improving summons is absolutely valuable, and even if you have money, you often lack the channels to buy it. Many secrets and knowledge are monopolized by powerful forces. Just like the 2 pieces of information mentioned by Bufian, Zhao Muyu searched for a long time on the 3 major gray networks but found nothing. It is very likely that someone deliberately deleted it from the internet, not wanting other summoners to know about it. After chatting with Bufian for a few more words about the live broadcast, they both ended the conversation reluctantly. Su Ming stared at the city outside the French window in a daze, but he had great ambitions in his heart. Damn Mystery Temple, damn Wu Mengxi! To put it bluntly, it's nothing more than a force controlled by a 5th-level professional. If I can embark on the road to the 6th level, or even become a god-level professional, who dares to say anything about me? By then, even if I directly snatch Bufian back to be my first wife, all the leaders of the world will have to call to congratulate me. To put it bluntly, it's still too weak. In this era of universal job transfer, only strength is indispensable. So, 3 days later, Su Ming had already reached an agreement with the number 003 Dragon Bone Research Center to spend 50 million to upgrade the bones of his 100 temporary skeleton summons. In order to save time and ensure safety, they were too lazy to even take a plane. Instead, they spent 50,000 yuan to teleport from the Lianzhou city lord's mansion to the city where the research center was located, Fingdu. The necromancy research in Fingdu Ghost City is unique in the world, and it is also the largest market for the trading of necromancy summons. Zhao Muyu wore sunglasses and dressed as a tour guide, introducing the local customs and culture to Su Ming in a charming manner. Su Ming smiled and said, "Then after we finish the work at hand, we can go to the local auction house and buy a batch of summons. By the way, can't you replace those skeleton archers and skeleton mages?" Zhao Muyu asked doubtfully. "They are just temporary summons anyway, they are not very strong, right?" Chapter 73, The Skeleton Hero Company. Su Ming shook his head. "I don't like skeletons either, but I really can't change them." "Why?" The beautiful agent was particularly puzzled. Su Ming directly showed her the panel. "Here, take a look for yourself. I don't know if it's because of the portable space, or the blessing of His Majesty the Scourge of the Undead, but these skeletons that should have been very fragile and useless have mutated." Zhao Muyu leaned over and looked. Cursed Skeleton Shooter. Quality, excellent. Level 20. Can be upgraded with the summoner. Attributes, Strength 90, Constitution 50, Agility 90, Spirit 10. Skill, United We Stand. United We Stand. When the skeleton shooters gather into a legion, more than 30 within a 100-meter radius, they will gain an additional 50% strength bonus. Hiss! Zhao Muyu was shocked. 90 points of basic strength. When the skill of Unity is triggered, there will be 135 points of strength, which means 135 points of basic attack power. Wow, this is comparable to an ordinary level 20 summon beast. These skeletons of yours are all treasures. Su Ming smiled faintly. That's right, so they have a very high training value. If not, why would I be willing to spend 50 million to train them? Just this skill of Unity means that they have great potential. In my opinion, the key reason for their mutation lies in the word curse. Zhao Muyu explained thoughtfully. It is probably because of the fate curse, the wrath of the abyss, given to you by His Majesty the Undead Scourge, that they were contaminated with a part of the power of the Lord of the Abyss, and thus deformed. I think so too, but this is a good thing, because it means the potential of the skeletons has been activated. He stared at the skeletons with great satisfaction, smiling broadly. 100 mutant skeletons at once, I made a fortune. This is the real gift from His Majesty the Scourge, and I resisted the urge to share it during the live broadcast, and did not let anyone know, but used them as my trump card. Zhao Muyu nodded slightly. Then, maybe I can spend some more money to help you fully arm them. Skeletons are also humanoid and can wear a lot of equipment of humanoid creatures. Let's buy 100 sets of equipment, and fully arm them. It will definitely be a company of skeleton warriors. Su Ming smacked his lips. 100 sets of equipment, how much does that cost? Don't worry, we'll just pick the ones with the best cost effectiveness. Also, we can find some blacksmiths and tailors to order in bulk. Zhao Muyu said with a beaming eyebrow. Don't worry, leave it to me, it won't cost much. The truly expensive equipment in the world are those top-grade legendary and epic equipment, while the excellent equipment for civilians is affordable even for the working class. Only a budget of 20 million is needed. I promise not to make any commission or take any kickbacks. Zhao Muyu blinked her beautiful eyes. Su Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. Is it so cheap? Then I will approve a budget of 50 million for you. Let's prepare 50 sets of archer equipment, and 50 sets of magic equipment for the skeleton ghost archers and skeleton tricksters. Wait, let me take another look at the attributes of the skeleton mage. Zhao Muyu looked again. Cursed skeleton trickster. Quality, excellent. Level, 20, can be upgraded with summoner. Attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 40, Agility 90, Spirit 90. Skill, United We Stand. United We Stand. When the skeleton mages gather into a legion, they will gain an additional 50% spirit bonus. The same skill of Unity can give a 50% spirit bonus to magic summons. Interesting. Zhao Muyu smiled. I will focus on finding strength suits for the ghost archer and prepare spirit suits for the tricksters. She couldn't help but fantasize. In the future, we may be able to create an invincible elite skeleton army. And it is completely contrary to the path of Lord Undead Scourge. He relies on pure quantity, but we take quality into consideration. Su Ming smiled and made no comment. They walked into the number 003 Dragon Bone Research Center with their heads held high. Immediately, armed professional guards stopped them in front of them. Please show your relevant documents or provide proof of appointment. This is a military stronghold. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Zhao Muyu immediately took out the appointment certificate. We want to see Dr. Li. Verification completed, please come in. The other party immediately made way and pressed the button. A long corridor paved with pure bones suddenly appeared in front of them. Those bones were crystal clear, with faint flashes of domineering dragon patterns and strong elemental tides flowing through them. It was obvious at first glance that they were extraordinary items. It really is a Dragon Bone Research Institute. All the excess materials are used to pave the floor. Su Ming curled his lips, feeling it was a huge waste. Zhao Muyu saw something fishy in this. These bones seem to be imitation dragon bones, not pure natural dragon bones. After all, no matter how cheap natural dragon bones are, there are definitely not enough of them to be used for paving the floor. Even if the dragon bones are ground into bone powder, they are still very strong magical materials. After careful observation, she concluded. These bones should be very common animal bones, most of them should be cows. Oh? You are so good at identifying bones? Inside a valve, a middle-aged researcher looked at Zhao Muyu in surprise. He was the contact person for this trip, Dr. Li Jiaowei. Hello, this is my employer. You may also know him, Su Ming, the master of the portable artifact world. Zhao Muyu introduced his boss with a smile. Dr. Li Jiaowei also extended his hand to Su Ming without delay and said enthusiastically, I am also very grateful for your sponsorship of our bone replacement surgery project. To be honest, since I wrote that paper, no one has been willing to come to me with a summoned creature for surgery. Li Jiaowei shrugged self-deprecatingly. After thinking about it, I realized the key point. Perhaps, low-level skeleton creatures are not worth wasting money on. And those high-value skeleton summons, most of them have growth affixes, and they don't need my help at all, they just need to evolve on their own. Alas, I worked hard and spent 200 million to develop bone replacement surgery, but in the end it became a waste of the country's scientific research funds. I feel so ashamed. He sighed. Su Ming said seriously, Dr. Li, don't underestimate yourself. Perhaps, when my skeleton army shines, it will become a great advertisement, and your project may become very popular from now on. That's right, Dr. Li Jiaowei said expectantly. A divine artifact inheritor actually used my technology to transform his summoned creature. This is recognition of me. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you do your best. Chapter 74, Skeleton Soldiers, Ultimate Evolution. Then we'll have to wait and see. Su Ming smiled and followed Dr. Li Jiaowei to a spacious hall where various bones were densely piled up. Those are all artificial bionic dragon bones. Li Jiaowei proudly introduced the materials on the ground, his eyebrows dancing with joy. Compared to real dragon bones, its shelf life is extremely short, only 1 year. But it perfectly fits the way we human professionals use skeleton soldiers. Su Ming nodded and smiled. Based on our growth rate, generally speaking, all the skeleton soldiers will be consumed within a year, so there is no need to consider a longer shelf life. When leveling up, the skeleton will be corroded by the devil's acid, beaten to pieces by the devil's fists, and smashed to pieces by various elemental storms. When marching, the skeletons, lacking tendons and ligaments, are simply a pile of bones creaking and rubbing against each other, and they wear out very quickly. Even when stored, ordinary weathering and moisture in the air can cause the skeletons to release phosphorus from the bones and cause them to mold and rot. Therefore, skeletons have always been positioned as consumables, and no one has made a fuss about the shelf life of bones. Su Ming actually didn't think it mattered, because his skeleton soldiers were usually kept in the artifact's portable space, without any loss, so their lifespan was naturally longer. But he was very confident in his own growth rate, and did not think that these skeleton ghost shooters and skeleton tricksters could accompany him for too long. Just some temporary summons during the transition period. Sooner or later, he planned to replace them with more advanced summons such as ghouls, abominations, and alien demon dragons. Even though the Ghost Archer and the Trickster are both blessed by His Majesty the Undead Scourge, they are of little use. After all, their upper limit is determined by their type of troops. In the final analysis, they are just a group of skeleton soldiers. Come, please take a look at our experimental subjects. Dr. Li Jiahui took the two of them to a training ground, pressed a button, freed a bound skeleton soldier, and then started a training steel robot. Zhao Muyu narrowed his eyes and said, "That is the Demon Exorcist 7 type explosion-proof robot, which can withstand the attack of a first-level professional." "That's right, now is the moment to witness a miracle." Dr. Li Jiahui patted his chest proudly. The skeleton soldier pulled out a rib and used it as a bone sword, then rushed towards the robot fiercely, performing the simplest chops, slashes, and thrusts. Ding ding dong! A crisp noise reached everyone's ears, and sparks flew from the collision. The steel shell of the explosion-proof robot surprisingly quickly became full of pits. "Awesome!" Su Ming gave a thumbs up. "That rib of it should also be an artificial dragon bone, right? It can actually cut through steel plates. It's really eye-opening. If it were a normal skeleton soldier, the bone blade would have shattered long ago, and the skeleton might even have been cracked." This simple display undoubtedly shows the growth of the skeleton soldiers quite clearly. Zhao Muyu also said, "After replacing the artificial dragon bones, the skeleton soldiers' attacks are more fierce. Not only their defense has been improved. Of course, our fees are very reasonable." Dr. Li Jiahui obviously values this business very much and is eager to put his scientific research results into production. "I can transform a skeleton soldier for you as a sample first, how about that?" "Okay." If they could get it for free, Su Ming and Zhao Muyu would naturally be willing to do it. They came to a glass wall. Su Ming summoned a skeleton ghost archer, and then controlled it to walk into the laboratory inside the wall and let it be caught by 8 mechanical arms. Starting from the palm, its finger bones were disassembled one by one and then replaced with crystal white artificial keels. Next came the ribs and leg bones, which were easy to replace, while the spine and other parts which were hidden inside and not easily injured were maintained in their original state. "Their skulls cannot be replaced, so you have to buy helmets to provide protection," Dr. Li Jiahui explained. "Because their soul fire is hidden in the skull, once the skull is opened, the soul fire will dissipate and it will die." "I see." The two seemed to understand, but refused to admit that they didn't understand. Finally, the transformation is complete. Su Ming's skeleton ghost archer strode out of the laboratory with his head held high, like a dragon and a tiger, and then wanted to show Su Ming his current strength. "Draw the bow and draw the arrow." With a snap, the original bone arch was directly broken. "Su Ming." "Zhao Muyu." Dr. Li Jiahui laughed and said, "Its strength has increased dramatically. The original bone bow is too fragile and can no longer bear it. You should buy it a good bow." Su Ming simply checked its panel and found that this guy's strength had increased from the original 90 points to an additional 135 points. And its affix also has an additional attribute. Dragon Bloodline. Fake your summoned creature is suspected to have Dragon Bloodline, all attributes plus 50%. Su Ming was extremely satisfied. His skeleton soldiers possessed 50% mutated unity and 50% artificial dragon blood, which gave them double the attributes of ordinary skeleton soldiers. Now, he was more confident about the Caesar's Kingdom copy in the college entrance examination and the 10,000 Demon Slayer achievement required for the artifact repair mission. "Senior, please pay. I am very satisfied with the doctor's bone replacement surgery." Su Ming waved his hand and paid the bill without hesitation. Anyway, he has the super rich system, so he has no shortage of money. Besides, even without the support of the super rich system, with his current status as a global internet celebrity, he can easily earn the mere 50 million for the surgery. After entrusting all 100 skeleton soldiers to the Dragon Bone Research Institute for safekeeping, Su Ming left with Zhao Muyu. They just need to wait for the acceptance in 2 days. "Come on, since we have come to the legendary Fengdu Ghost City, we should go and see the famous night parade of 100 ghosts here." Zhao Muyu quickly showed her 2 large shopping bags. The so-called 100 Demons Night Parade Street is a prosperous pedestrian street that is well known all over the world. It specializes in selling professional items related to necromancers, with a wide variety of items. All Dragon Bone Research Institutes in the country are located in Fengdu Ghost Town because it is easier to obtain materials. And those Dragon Bone materials almost all come from the local high-intensity Abyss Battlefield Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon. This battlefield is very legendary. It is connected to the 17th layer of the abyss, the kingdom of Evil Dragon. Human professionals, as well as shadow dragons and their undead vassals, will fight in it, devour each other, and seize resources. In the old days, the area where Fengdu Ghost City was located was just a deserted wilderness. However, in the era of universal job transfer, this place became one of the famous giant cities in Dragon Country with its massive material output. Chapter 75, City of Necromancers. Night falls. Countless people wearing strange masks and weird costumes, like Halloween cosplayers, walked out of Fengdu's developed subway system and headed towards the night parade of 100 Demon Street. Su Ming and Zhao Muyu are among them. The latter wore an exquisite and small no dance mask, which could not hide her delicate chin and snow-white neck, giving her a unique half-covered and half-exposed charm. Su Ming simply wore a very common hip-hop monkey mask, which seemed to come from an emoticon pack, a monkey's sly grin. The subway here is also decorated in the style of the dead. The floor is painted with ghost hands, the walls are from the classic movie Interview with the Vampire. And the ceiling is even more tricky, with the famous oil painting, Under the Sky of Bone Dragons, painted on it. Su Ming shook his head. Are you really not afraid of scaring the children? Won't the children born and raised here have psychological trauma? Zhao Muyu rolled his eyes. What kid would take the Ghost Market subway? This entire subway line is for tourists like us and strangers who come to trade at the night parade of 100 ghosts. I see. Su Ming was a little embarrassed. As a student, he was indeed very ignorant. By the way, senior sister, he humbly asked, why is the lighting here so dim, and why are all the people wearing masks? What's the reason for this? Zhao Muyu smiled charmingly, and her charming voice like a silver bell attracted many men's attention. Because this is the requirement of Fengdu's local law, the Necromancer Anti-Discrimination Act. You know, many necromancers are exposed to negative energy all year round, which causes their faces to corrode, their bodies to rot, and even a considerable part of their limbs to become necromancy. Some are half human and half skeleton, some use soul boxes to transform themselves into liches, and quite a few transfer their soul fire to the skulls of bone dragons. Zhao Muyu said with respect. In any case, most of them are sacrificing themselves and paying a high price in exchange for the power to fight against the abyss. Therefore, we must not let heroes down, and we must not discriminate against their disabled bodies. The lights are dim because necromancers prefer dark environments. They wear masks and robes to hide their physical defects. Zhao Muyu explained. Fengdu has therefore gained the favor of necromancers and has become their gathering place. Moreover, the power structure of this city, from top to bottom, is also related to necromancers. After sighing, she reminded him with a stern face. You are not allowed to tell jokes about necromancers here. If it is identified as discrimination, be careful not to be made into a corpse specimen. Su Ming smiled. I am at least a half necromancer, haha, this place is really nice. He immediately felt a liking for Fengdu. A city that can legislate to respect professionals will certainly not be a bad one. The lush trees on the roadside, full of vitality, form a sharp contrast with the strong breath of death from the necromancers, and also give Fengdu Ghost Town a unique atmosphere. Su Ming looked around briefly. A hidden professional, a corpse driver, was leading a group of zombies on his way forward. A necromancer whose lower half of his body had disappeared installed a centaur body on himself, so he could move very fast and soon disappeared into the shadows of the long street. A group of first-level necromancers, who seemed to have signed up for a tour group, were wearing uniform clothing and waving small red flags in their hands. They were visiting a fresh corpse of a shadow dragon that had been dragged back from the battlefield on the side of the road. A large truck loaded with zombies was slowly heading towards the market, with a banner hanging on the back that read, Selling zombies at bargain prices, their brains have aphrodisiac effects, authoritatively certified by Professor Li Chang. If she's good, I'm good too. Su Ming was stunned. No way. Ghouls should be monsters transformed from humans. Some people actually eat their brains for aphrodisiac purposes? Isn't that cannibalism? Tisk, pedantic. Zhao Muyu said contemptuously. You are so young, yet you still have such prejudice. According to you, fruits are grown by absorbing human feces. Do they also eat humans? You eat fruits, which also means you eat humans? Ghouls are already another species. No matter where they are transformed from, Their life forms are completely different. Humans can eat monkey brains that are similar to their own, so why can't they eat the brains of ghouls? Su Ming was speechless after being refuted. He could only give a thumbs up in frustration. Very insightful. Hee, I told you before, your senior sister was the university debate champion. She also won prizes in national debate competitions, Zhao Muyu said proudly. Countless people from all over the world, wearing various masks, walked into the night parade of 100 demons. Su Ming and Zhao Muyu were also amazed. They saw at the entrance a frost-bone dragon hanging on a plaque. The fire of its soul burned fiercely in its eye sockets, and it was obviously at the peak of its undead life. However, it was forcibly controlled here by some kind of sealing spell, imprisoned on the plaque, unable to move. It could only look down at all the tiny human reptiles with its empty eye sockets, but it could not utter a word, nor could it cast dragon language magic instantly. This one frost-bone dragon alone is enough to demonstrate the terrifying nature of Fingdu's night parade of 100 Ghost Street. After all, it is a serious 5th-level undead creature. In terms of pure combat effectiveness, it is not inferior to Shin Jinghong, the leader of the Iron-Blooded Alliance. Su Ming couldn't help but click his tongue. Aren't they afraid that the bone dragon will break away from the seal? A joking voice came from the side. Of course I'm not afraid. Because there are 6 layers of seals on the skull dragon, the high-level monk's ultimate magic seal, the necromancer's skinning and marrowing curse, the ice elemental mage's soul frost, hidden as for the other 2 seals of the professional exorcist. I don't know about them. Anyway, if you dare to seal a 5th-level lord-level bone dragon here, the necromancers of Fingdu will naturally have their support. A young man introduced leisurely. It is not an ordinary bone dragon, but a former one. Slaying a ferocious dragon in a city in the Elephant Kingdom, Hanulus Frost Dancer. Zhao Muyu was amazed. It's actually this. It is said that when it came out of the portal, it swept through the professionals of the Elephant Country. It was so powerful that it could fight 3 5th-level professionals on its own. Haha, the professionals from the Elephant Country are too weak. We only sent out a necromancer and captured it, the young man said proudly. And the one who achieved this great feat was my father, Qin Jingqiu. Su Ming and Zhao Muyu looked at each other, both of them in awe. It's actually the famous Master of the Dead, the most powerful person with the title of Dragon Slayer. Chapter 76, Dragon Slayer. The young man boasted proudly. Yes, it is the Dragon Slayer. This title is more than just an honorary title. It also comes with 20% extra damage to dragons, and 20% damage reduction. It is a title that all masters who make a living by slaying dragons dream of. Su Ming was stunned. The title of Dragon Slayer is so outstanding. It seems that I have to get one in the future. You! The young man laughed in silence, but he was not disrespectful. He just encouraged with a smile. Then you have to work harder, because the threshold for obtaining the title of Dragon Slayer is to hunt and kill 100 adult dragons. So that's how it is. Thank you for the information. Su Ming bowed, his expression calm, but not discouraged at all. To him who possesses a divine artifact and a portable space, the so-called Dragon Clan is nothing more than a stronger monster. A swarm of ants can kill an elephant, and a python can swallow a dragon. Just relying on the 100 skeleton archers and skeleton mages in his temporary space, which are about to be replaced with bionic dragon bones, they can definitely cause certain damage to the Dragon Clan. The reason why the young man struck up a conversation with Zhao Muyu was simply because he thought she had a slim figure and a snow-white neck. Even though she was wearing a mask, one could tell at a glance that she was a stunning beauty. And Su Ming, who was accompanying her, didn't look like a boyfriend, but rather a younger brother. My name is Qing Tianlin. You and your sister must have just arrived. Do you need me to be your guide? The young man took off his mask, revealing a handsome face. Thank you, but we are a couple and just come here to stroll around. There is no need for you to waste your time on us. Zhao Muyu had a cold smile on her face as if she was keeping people away. She didn't care about the other party's family background at all. Instead, she snuggled in Su Ming's arms and politely declined sweetly. Qin Tianlin was immediately disappointed, but he was never the kind of person who would pester others, so he said goodbye immediately. He was just a little envious of Su Ming, thinking secretly, he is so lucky at such a young age, how damn bad. Others have a beautiful orange youth, but my youth is spent going to the Shadow Evil Dragon dungeon every day and fighting with those damn dragons. After breaking free from her tightly grasped hand, Su Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised. Senior sister, this Mr. Qin Tianlin is the son of a 6th-level professional, the top 2nd-generation professional. Why did you refuse so readily? Zhao Muyu sneered. Just search the internet for the dragon slayer Qin Jingqiu. His numbers in certain aspects are more than the number of dragons he has slain. Su Ming was startled and took out his cell phone. Soon, he was stunned. Wow, from the old times to the new times, monogamy has lasted for hundreds of years. How come this guy has nearly 200 women? No one has punished him for bigamy? How is that possible? He has never been married, so how can he be charged with bigamy? Zhao Muyu snorted coldly. Besides, the public has great sympathy and understanding for him. Ah, this? Su Ming was stunned. He felt that this world was too crazy. This guy has more than 200 beauties, and the public actually sympathizes with him? Why? Because dragons are lustful by nature. Zhao Muyu shrugged her shoulders and said with a complicated expression. Qin Jingqiu has always been a very controversial person. He has always been at the forefront of the war with the dragon, fighting desperately, and finally killed hundreds of dragons, becoming a famous dragon slayer. But bathing in dragon blood and swallowing dragon hearts for many years caused him to be infiltrated by the blood of the dragon and became a hidden professional dragon knight. But as a dragon rider, he can't ride a dragon. Instead, he transforms directly into a dragon king with many dragon abilities. Zhao Muyu introduced casually. Every time he transforms into a dragon, he is inevitably affected by the dragon's beastly nature. Therefore, because dragons are inherently lustful, he has become a famous playboy and the officially recognized king of the sea. Su Ming. That's right. As a hero guarding the Shadow Evil Dragon dungeon, it doesn't matter if he has more girlfriends. If he is alive, millions or even tens of millions of people will benefit. If he dies, the Shadow Evil Dragons will come out in full force, and how many people will die? I'm afraid it will be millions. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Zhao Muyu glanced at him and snorted. Are you envious? You also want to be a sea king like him, right? Su Ming sighed. When I was a kid, I watched an old-time hot-blooded manga and had a dream. I want to be the man of the sea king. What comic is that? Are you talking about One Piece? Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes charmingly. Really? But there are so many beautiful girls in that comic, and they all like the male protagonists very much. Su Ming said embarrassedly. Zhao Muyu curled her lips and got back to the point. Qin Jingqiu has a lot of women and even more children, so we can easily run into him at the night parade of 100 ghosts. Do you think they are 2nd-generation professionals? No, the resources they can obtain may not be more than you and me. That's right. Qin Jingqiu is busy slaying dragons every day. I'm afraid he won't see his children for several years. Senior sister, you're right. This kind of person is not worthy of reliance and dependence. Su Ming nodded. It has to be our undead scourge too, the holder of the artifact, the super internet celebrity, who is more worthy of senior sister's investment. He, sooner or later you will not be able to escape from my palm. Zhao Muyu put her hands on her hips and chuckled. Su Ming was helpless and continued to walk into the night parade of 100 Demon Street. Hey! A corpse driving shop. Let's go check it out. Zhao Muyu's shopping desire was aroused. She pulled Su Ming and ran excitedly to a hidden professional shop. Su Ming was also quite interested in this hidden profession. He looked around inside and soon discovered that this was a zombie monster collection house. There are zombies that are very common among necromancers, zombies created by virus professionals, oriental zombies in strange costumes, and even weird things like zombie dragons, zombie dogs, and zombie babies. Oh, young man, are you also a necromancer? The store manager, the corpse driver, suddenly climbed out of a coffin and greeted Su Ming and Zhao Muyu with great interest. Su Ming, Zhao Muyu. The two were nearly frightened to death. The corpse driver was immediately disappointed. Judging from your performance, you are probably just ordinary zombie enthusiasts. Forget it, I am not interested in making friends with you. Goodbye. After saying that, he lay down on the board again. Su Ming and Zhao Muyu left, both feeling helpless. But Su Ming still bought a Qing Dynasty zombie official uniform as a souvenir. After all, It's a good opportunity to come to the night parade of 100 demons, so that you can show off your knowledge to your friends in the future. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of war drums, and soon there was a very tempting shout. The weekly dragon egg auction has begun! Welcome all the egg buyers with sharp eyes to come and appraise the treasures. Chapter 77, Dragon Egg Auction. Dragon Egg! Su Ming and Zhao Muyu looked at each other, both extremely excited. For any summoner, the dragon egg is an opportunity to rise that cannot be missed. After all, although His Majesty the Undead Scourge is famous, the necromancer has never been regarded as the top summoner profession. Because this profession has a lot of lower limits, there are countless down-and-out necromancers. They can often only summon some tattered skeletons and take the lowest level zombies and banshees to level up. Such low-level necromancers are not welcome in any team. They often spend 7 days and 7 nights in front of a dungeon but still cannot find teammates. They also don't have any ability to clear dungeons alone, because often a large-scale magic from the boss will kill all their summons. Among the hidden professions standing at the top of summoning, there's one called Dragon Summoner. Listen, what a domineering, what a wealthy, what a majestic name. That means that all summons of this profession are all dragons. In other words, this profession must control a small world in another dimension, Dragon Kingdom, where all dragons can be kept in normal times. Its function is somewhat similar to Su Ming's artifact portable world. The rental price of this small world in another dimension is astonishing, and the purchase price is even more terrifying. Of course, the dragons raised by dragon summoners are the real money-burning goods. They often have to be blood-fed from a young age, and a contract must be signed when they are dragon eggs in the stage in order to obtain their 100% absolute loyalty. Let's go and join in the fun, Zhao Muyu said excitedly, but also reminded him carefully. Although we have become rich, we are still a long way from the freedom of the dragon egg. You must not bid casually. Don't worry, I'm not that greedy. Su Ming smiled faintly. When we make more money and have enough, we will come to the Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon to hunt for dragon eggs. There's no need to spend money to buy them from others here. He couldn't help but think, if I could obtain a dragon summon and give it a legendary gold attribute, how powerful would it be? They finally squeezed into the crowd and arrived at the front of the dragon egg auction, but were soon disappointed. It turns out that this was not a formal dragon egg auction at all, but just a street stall project set up by a group of unscrupulous businessmen. A pile of strangely shaped eggs were piled on the ground in the open air, without any strong protection at all, and even the anti-theft work was mediocre. Tisk, it's just a gimmick. Zhao Muyu is well informed and pointed at the 2 eggs on the stage. Those are the eggs of the 2-headed chimera. Do you see the complicated patterns on the eggshell? They are standard starry sky magic patterns. Oh, this beautiful lady is very knowledgeable, the host said with a smile. Indeed, our dragon egg auction cannot be compared with the official auction held by Fingdugo's city. But we are more civilian and more down-to-earth. He pointed at all the eggs and said, Honorable summoners, it's time to test your eyesight. Among these eggs, 33% are the most common artificial salted duck eggs. You can cook them after you buy them home. They are double-yolk soft-boiled eggs. I guarantee you will enjoy them to your heart's content. Summoners. Haha, don't be disappointed yet, let me continue. The host smiled. The remaining 33% are various high-level monster eggs, including the 2-headed chimera, the Yamata no Orochi, the spider demon, the insect demon, etc. And the other 33% are fake monster eggs and fake dragon eggs that we carefully prepared, the host said passionately, bubbles flying everywhere. They are carefully imitated by our biologists, which can greatly test your identification ability. If you are unlucky enough to buy a fake, I wish you a good day, hee. Of course. The last 1% are genuine dragon eggs with official certificates of authenticity certified by Dragon Country, the host said in an inciting tone, stimulating the hearts of all summoners. Each egg is only sold for 9,999 yuan. Please buy as much as you want and enjoy the joy of finding dragon eggs. Su Ming frowned and quickly calculated the mathematical expectation of probability. He couldn't help curling his lips and said, If they didn't cheat, then it would cost about 1 million to get a dragon egg, and other miscellaneous things can also make back about 300,000. Is it a loss to buy a dragon egg for an average of 700,000? It's definitely a loss, a huge loss. Zhao Muyu exposed the trick with disdain. Do you really think that a profiteer would be so kind as to let you get a dragon egg for 700,000? Wyverns are also dragons. She gave an example. Flying dragons and scale insects are also dragons. Do you know the World Dungeon? Jurassic Park. The plesiosaur eggs and herbivorous dragon eggs produced in it are also dragon eggs. But they don't even have fighting power, but they are all big eaters. Zhao Muyu waved his hands without interest. Forget it, don't waste time here. The eggs of the truly powerful dragons are often auctioned at 500 million. How could they appear at a street vendor like this? Su Ming thought about it, sighed, and stopped worrying about it. But before they left, the Hydra emblem on Su Ming's dark gold magic ring suddenly became slightly hot. Su Ming was stunned and stopped, signaling Zhao Muyu to stay calm. Huh! What are you doing? Zhao Muyu was about to persuade him, but saw that Su Ming's expression was quite serious. Su Ming followed the guidance of the magic ring and quickly locked onto a giant egg. Oh? This summoner friend has really good taste. This giant egg has a slightly higher price of 69,999, but you can tell from its size that it may contain a Tyrannosaurus Rex or the largest red dragon. The summoner introduced it enthusiastically, wanting to make this deal happen. Zhao Muyu sneered. If there is a living creature inside such a big dragon egg, we can hear its surging heartbeat. But there is deathly silence inside. Even if it is a real dragon egg, the dragon inside would have died long ago. Su Ming moved slightly closer to it, and sure enough, the Hydra emblem emitted a faint glow. Pay! Su Ming waved his hand. Zhao Muyu was helpless. Even though she felt that this would definitely be a losing deal, she had no choice but to obey her boss' orders. Okay, thank you for your patronage. The supporter immediately took out a loudspeaker and said to everyone, This mysterious summoner friend generously spent 69,999 to win the largest dragon egg in our auction. I wonder if he is willing to hatch it in public? All he needs is a drop of blood, and we will provide the other materials. Chapter 78, The Dead Egg of Hydra. All the summoners who participated in the dragon egg auction looked up with great interest. Qin Tianlin, the son of the dragon slayer Qin Jingqiu, also accidentally came here while strolling around. He immediately squeezed into the crowd and frowned to remind Su Ming. My dear, this kind of auction is basically a small gamble for fun, and most of the money will go to waste. You spent 69,999, and you will most likely suffer a huge loss. Why don't I make the decision and you just return the egg? They won't dare to disrespect our Qin family, Qin Tianlin said seriously. Su Ming smiled, but waved his hand and said, I didn't expect Brother Qin to be so kind-hearted, but it doesn't matter. The reason I bought it was purely because I sensed a unique elemental power. Thank you for your help. Maybe we can go have a couple of cups of coffee together later. Qin Tianlin was stunned. The host sighed. He thought the 69,999 that he had picked up for free was about to be messed up by the Qin family. Just as Qin Tianlin said, in Fingu Ghost Town, no one would offend the Qin family casually. It's not just because the dragon slayer Qin Jingqiu is so famous, the more important thing is, there are so many fucking members of the Qin family, and they are basically all direct relatives, and most of them are half-siblings. It is said that if you pull up a radish, you will bring out the mud. If you make enemies with a member of the Qin family, you will offend hundreds of his brothers and sisters. Su Ming crossed his fingers, but did not drip blood on the dragon egg. Instead, he said, Provide some additional services. Find me an electric saw and cut this egg open directly. The host was stunned. Zhao Muyu and Qin Tianlin were also completely dumbfounded. Saw? What egg can survive being sawed open? Isn't this a pure waste of money? If a dragon egg is killed by a chainsaw, its only function is to make fried eggs. But don't think that you can just eat dragon eggs and that they will increase your strength or magic. They are real creatures of the abyss, and they are dragons at the top of the food chain. Only professionals above level 3 can be immune to the power of the abyss and the dragon eggs and can devour the delicious dragon eggs. Are you sure? The host asked in disbelief. All the summoners present found it incredible. But Su Ming has confirmed again and again. Don't be long-winded, hurry up, I still have a lot of places to visit. If you have any perception ability, you should know that this is a dead egg, there is no need to drip blood to recognize the owner. The host was embarrassed. He knew the origin of the egg and also knew that it was identified as a dead egg in the X-ray test. But since the eggshell was intact, their boss decided to make a profit from it. Soon, a staff member found an electric saw and began to carefully saw through the thick eggshell. Really? A foul smell wafted instantly, and the creature inside was already a corpse. Oh, what a huge loss! Zhao Muyu was very depressed, because judging by the advanced degree of decay, it was obvious that the creatures inside had been dead for a long time, perhaps even decades. Chen Tianlin sensed it thoughtfully. Well, it's not a dragon egg. If it is a dead dragon egg, you can still recover some bones and dragon scales, which are worth at least hundreds of thousands. Sorry, my summoner friend, you seem to have lost money. Su Ming smiled faintly. It doesn't matter, but I should be hard to lose. He smiled, and soon after the staff pried open all the eggshells, he saw the highly decayed body of the cub. It has 3 heads. This is the egg of the 9-headed snake hydra? Zhao Muyu's pretty face changed color, and she said in surprise and joy. Although it is dead, the value of this rare beast is not inferior to that of the dragon clan. Its 3 heads all have certain elemental powers. If this corpse is made into an undead creature, it must have extremely strong growth potential. Su Ming was very satisfied and couldn't help stroking the magic ring. The only things that can resonate with the Hydra emblem are either other Hydra emblems or materials related to the Hydra. A summoner wearing a big devil mask made an offer on the spot. I am willing to spend 8 million to buy this dead egg. Tisk, are you offering such a high price because you think the summoner is young and easy to fool? I'm a decent person, I'm willing to pay 12 million. Another summoner sneered. Use this egg to summon a skeleton, it's very likely to summon a mutant 3-headed skeleton dog. When the time comes, 1 head will be an ice roar, 1 head will be a thunderstorm, and 1 head will be a fire meteor. Who can compete with it? Haha, you low-level summoners still fail to recognize the true value of the Hydra cub's corpse. I am a 4th-level summoner, and I am willing to pay 24 million for it. Another high-level summoner with a majestic aura said coldly. Now, the organizer of the auction house is regretting his decision. It turns out that there are real treasures among their pile of garbage eggs. Unfortunately, their mortal eyes cannot tell that they are Hydra eggs. Su Ming shook his head and rejected everyone's offer. Thank you for your kindness, senior summoner, but I have other uses for this dead Hydra egg. You can talk to the auction house's organizer. This egg came from them, and a nest of Hydra usually has at least 6 eggs. They may have other eggs. After saying that, Su Ming directly put the dead Hydra egg back into the artifact's personal space. Chen Tianlin said in shock. Your summoner space is quite large. You can easily store such a giant egg in it. Su Ming said with a smile. I have gained a lot today, perhaps it is because of Miss Chen Tianlin's good luck. Come on, I will buy you a drink. Maybe you can also tell me why you have been paying attention to me. The smile on Chen Tianlin's face disappeared in an instant. Mr. Su Ming, you can actually tell that I am a woman? Zhao Muyu's expression also changed drastically. You actually know his true identity? Is he a killer sent by other forces? No, I'm just a fan of Mr. Su Ming. Chen Tianlin waved her hands hurriedly inside, then her hands peeled off another layer of mask on her face. Then, a heroic and sonorous face with a slightly neutral beauty appeared in front of everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Chen Meng, and the character you just played is my brother. The long-legged hottie with natural dragon patterns on her arms winked at Su Ming and Zhao Muyu mischievously. Su Ming glanced at the second mask in her hand. TSK, a top-grade disguise equipment, an artist's mask. This thing is worth at least tens of millions. If Miss Chen Meng has it, she can instantly become a top assassin. But you were able to see through my disguise as a man. It's incredible. Chen Mingming's delicate face was full of curiosity. Can you please tell me the reason? Chapter 79. Ding ding, it's the old driver Ji Long. The 3 of them walked along the night parade of 100 Demon Street, bypassed the stalls of the necromancers, and came to a busy interview with the vampire style cafe. The vampire, maid, wearing plastic fangs, bowed gracefully in the manner of a medieval maid from old times. Su Ming's eyes were instantly drawn to it, and he immediately understood why there was a constant stream of customers, and most of them were male necromancers. When they bow, Their real 30-60 breasts are directly pressed against the customers' faces. For a necromancer who deals with corpses and bones every day, who can withstand such a test? Then, I want a cup of coffee with the flavor of ogre brains, Su Ming ordered curiously. And give me some snacks. The dragon scale cookies look good. Give me 2 plates. Zhao Mui rolled her eyes and reminded him. Are you sure you can stand those weird flavors? I recommend you the Shadow Evil Dragon Snot flavor. It's definitely an unforgettable experience. Maid, please give me a cup of classic American iced coffee, Chen Mengmeng said with a smile. Old taste, double the amount, it's all on my account. Okay, distinguished guest Chen Mengmeng. The maid bowed respectfully to the long-legged hot girl, with respect written all over her face. You actually got a VIP card at the coffee shop? Do you like drinking coffee? Su Ming was surprised. This is our Chen family's property, Chen Mengmeng said concisely. Do you think that the income from slaying dragons is enough for father to support his 147 sons and 139 daughters? It's definitely enough. Su Ming curled his lips. Chen Mingming's smile froze, and she snorted. Well, it's enough. But the damage to his equipment is also huge. He is a dragon after all. If a mouthful of acid is sprayed on his epic suit, it will directly lose more than 30% of its durability. As time went by, the cost of his equipment loss was extremely high. 3 insurance companies declared bankruptcy and liquidated because they could not afford to pay for his expensive equipment. As a result, insurance companies around the world blacklisted him and would no longer provide any insurance services for his equipment. So, of course, he had to find ways to make more money to maintain his huge expenses. Su Ming gave a thumbs up. Great, there is actually such a way to fleece the capitalists. It's just that I feel a little weird. Su Ming spread his hands and said, Miss Chen Mengmeng, you come from a famous family, you are gifted, and you don't seem to be short of money. Why do you keep pestering me? I don't think I am popular. Do you want to sell my whereabouts for money? Although there are many people who want me dead, you are the local boss of Fengdu. Don't forget that if I die suddenly, it will trigger the curse of fate, the wrath of the abyss, and attract the gaze of all the lords of the abyss. Chen Mengmeng pinched her waist and snorted coldly. You also know that you are cursed with destiny now? You are a real humanoid self-propelled nuclear egg. In order to prevent assassins from dealing with you here, since I recognize your identity, of course I have to keep a close eye on you and provide you with free personal protection. I see. Su Ming took a sip of the coffee that tasted like ogre's brain flour and was immediately disappointed, because apart from the slightly sweet taste, there was no special flavor at all. He couldn't help but ask, But I was clearly wearing a mask, how did you recognize me? Chen Mengmeng smiled and said, You want to know this piece of information? Then first tell me how you saw through my disguise as a man. I clearly used an artist's mask to perfectly imitate my brother Qing Tianlin's image. Su Ming answered casually. My summoned beast has the ability to see through disguises. In order to prevent assassins from ambushing, I will summon it from time to monitor the surroundings. What he was talking about was, of course, Monkey King's fiery eyes and golden pupils. Although this skill is not displayed on the panel, it is Black Goku's innate ability, and can be activated passively. I see, the camouflage ability of the artist's mask is still too low. It can only deceive people's naked eyes. Chen Mengmeng sipped the boiling hot freshly brewed coffee depressedly, and seemed to enjoy the temperature of the boiling water. I have answered. It's your turn now. Su Ming frowned and made a guess. Could it be that I used an official certificate when I took the portal, so… Congratulations, you got it right. Chen Mengmeng shrugged. As one of the most dangerous destabilizing factors in Dragon Country, both the government and all local forces will definitely monitor you strictly to prevent you from getting out of control. You should be thankful that we in Fengdu did not directly refuse your entry. Su Ming curled his lips and said, The ghost city of Fengdu shouldn't be so cowardly, right? Besides, I am repairing artifacts for all mankind. If I am refused entry into Fengdu, your reputation will be infamous forever. It was with this in mind that my father went against the majority's opinion and believed that you should enjoy unimpeded freedom in Fengdu. But he sent me here to be your personal female bodyguard. Chen Mengmeng smiled happily. I have to thank you. I will enjoy an additional allowance of 3 million for this. It's really a lucrative job. You can get 3 million for such a small thing? Your father dotes on you too much, right? Su Ming clicked his tongue. I think I should make your task more difficult. Come to the hotel where I am staying tonight and sleep with me. Oh, you still want to sleep with the dragon girl? The stunning girl was not embarrassed, but teased him like an old lady. Do you know that we all have dragon physiques? Do you know that dragons are lustful? That means that we will feel empty, lonely, and cold endlessly, and we will not feel satisfied, so we must find more men, wander between the beds of countless strong men, and cuckold you again and again. Su Ming. Stop talking, I like minotaurs. He immediately made a gesture to shut up. If you continue, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will fall in love with you. Chen Meng Meng. Zhao Muyu. Just kidding. I'm actually a pure love person. Su Ming blinked. But I don't believe what you said at all, because it is said that dragon girls are the purest. Besides, you don't even have dragon horns. I'm afraid the dragon blood in your body is very weak. How can you claim that dragons are inherently lustful? Chen Mingming saw that her lie was exposed, and curled her lips. You are quite knowledgeable. You even know how to judge the concentration of bloodline based on dragon horns. But although my bloodline is thin, I have power comparable to that of dragons. My dragon bloodline can double my strength. She casually flicked a coin, and when it fell, a pair of straight long legs suddenly came together. The coin is then flattened from the side. Be careful, this dragon girl will pinch your little brother off. Chen Mingming's very pure and fair face was full of the sense of déjà vu of the old driver. Chapter 80 Chen Meng Meng. Chen Tang Tang. Dragon Girl Sisters. Su Ming immediately stopped the beautiful fantasy in his mind, and his first impression of her, nice legs, quickly turned into, Legs, please spare me! Zhao Muyu chuckled and changed the subject. What are you going to do with that dead Hydra egg of yours? Someone offered it for more than 20 million, but you refused to sell it. Chen Mengming was also quite curious. Yes, I want to ask too. Do you really have the technology to identify dragon eggs? This is your first time in Fingdu and your first time participating in a dragon egg auction, and you actually made a lot of money. I think that profiteer host must be regretting it so much, it's really funny. Su Ming shook his head. How can I have that kind of technology? Besides, the so-called dragon egg auction is purely a gimmick to cheat money. All the eggs in it are probably garbage. This is almost a scam. I have already reported it to the official anti-fraud app of Dragon Country. Chen Mengmeng. That is also our Chen family's business. Our family seems to own about 30% of the shares. Oh, even if you are the national hero, the dragon slayer Chen Jingqiu, you can't do illegal business. Su Ming snorted. A dragon slayer will eventually become a dragon. I advise you to reflect on yourself and don't let Fingdu Ghost City become the second Shadow Evil Dragon dungeon. By then, the senior members of your family will become elite monsters in the dungeon. Chen Mengmeng was sad, then nodded slightly. You are a passionate young man who is not afraid of power. Su Ming chuckled. If I hadn't received the curse of the Abyss's fury, I would definitely not dare to say a word. Even if I was tricked by you, I would only dare to criticize Chen Jingqiu in my heart for giving birth to a child without an asshole. But now, I am really not afraid of death. Instead, everyone is afraid that I will die at their doorstep. Haha, it's true. You look like the unluckiest person. Chen Mengmeng gave a thumbs up, glanced out the window, and looked at her watch. Oh? The beauty has an appointment? Could it be an invitation from the handsome guy? Then let's go quickly. We are not used to having people following us anyway. Seeing this, Su Ming waved his hand casually. TSK, I can't do anything personal before I send you away. Chen Mingming snorted, then waved outside the coffee shop. Actually, the one responsible for your security this time is a team. That is, my sister and I. As he was speaking, an ice elemental mage who looked like Chen Mingming, but exuded a cold aura that kept strangers away, and was holding an epic staff inlaid with frost dragon magic crystals, pushed the door open and walked in. Let me introduce you to my twin sister, the genius ice magician Chen Tang Tang. Chen Mingming smiled and gestured, and it was obvious that the sisters have a very good relationship. Chen Tang Tang walked to their table, then tilted her head, and fell asleep with her staff as a pillow. Ah, hello, Hiralu. Chen Tang Tang greeted them in a weak voice. Su Ming. Zhao Muyu. I'm sorry, she is in the awakening stage of her dragon talent, so she is very sleepy. Chen Meng was not surprised. 10 years ago, when I was awakening, I was almost carried away by 4 big men. They wanted to catch me in a dark alley and rape me in turns. It's a pity that they underestimated the dragon race. Even in the awakening stage, we have many ways to protect ourselves. I instinctively sensed the danger, so I summoned a storm of hellfire and roasted them all. Su Ming smiled and said, "Cool. Very well done. Such scum of the world should be cleansed of the filth in their hearts with the blazing dragon flame." "Yeah, you were just a lowly 10 years ago." Zhao Muyu sighed. "In this era of universal job transfer, people have become stronger, and evil has also grown. There are countless people who trample on the law." After some small talk, they got up and left the cafe. Su Ming looked at Chen Tang, who was still lying on her stomach and sleeping soundly, with some difficulty. "Your sister, why not let you carry her on your back?" "Ah? You are so ungentlemanly, aren't you? You are so unkind to women. Shouldn't you, a grown man, take the initiative to carry her on your back?" Chen Meng asked angrily. Su Ming rolled his eyes. "Well, I have a divine artifact portable space. I might as well put her in it, so that she won't be in the way." "Your idea is too horrible. You actually let a dignified dragon girl be treated the same as a skeleton soldier." Chen Meng was speechless. She could only pout and take the initiative to pick up her sister. She drew the sword from her waist and put it on her shoulder, then hung her on the scabbard of the sword like a salted fish, swaying in the wind. After all, she is the dragon girl, and her physique is too strong, so it doesn't matter how hard she is tossed around, and she is still sleeping soundly. "Isn't your way of carrying too abstract?" Zhao Muyu was shocked. "What else can I do?" Chen Meng snorted coldly. "I have awakened the dragon bloodline of fire attribute, and she obviously has ice attribute. If we get too close, the strong fire element in my body will directly burn her. So, I can only carry her on a shoulder pole. The reason is that a certain man lacks gentlemanly manners." Su Ming didn't care. Boys should protect themselves when they go out, understand? If I take the initiative to carry her on my back, the road will be slightly bumpy, and she will slide off my back, and then my hands will inevitably hold her buttocks. "Oh? Isn't our tongue's buttocks the best enjoyment?" "It's just a bunch of fat and protein," Su Ming snorted. "What if someone takes a photo and says that my hand is on someone's sensitive part, which is considered sexual harassment, and then posts it on the internet? Wouldn't it be like yellow mud falling into my crotch? It's shit, right? I'm an internet celebrity with over 100 million fans. My career is going smoothly. Would I be stupid enough to take such a risk?" Zhao Muyu agreed very much. "Dedicated. I didn't make a mistake. You are the top cash cow that this agent wants to follow for the rest of his life." "Ah, sister, he's right." Chen Tang also expressed her agreement in a daze. She was just a little confused and unable to open her eyelids because her dragon bloodline had awakened and the ice element was impacting her cerebral cortex. It didn't mean that she was really sleepy. "Where are you going to turn your elbow, you little bitch?" Chen Meng was very annoyed, but had no place to vent her anger. She could only stare at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes wide open. "By the way, I haven't answered the question asked by senior sister just now." Su Ming was not interested in dealing with the Chen sisters. Instead, he was admiring the unique style of the night parade of 100 Demon Street, wandering among various undead creatures, and chatting casually with Zhao Muyu. "For that dead egg, I want to buy a lich summoning book after I change my job, and transform it into a necromancy-type Hydra lich." Su Ming crossed his fingers. "This thing's magic talent is extremely strong. Even though the egg has been dead for a long time, I can still sense the elemental power from the rotting smell. Lich is its best destination." Chapter 81 Fingdu Auction House. "I see. You want to customize a lich summon." Zhao Muyu frowned slightly. "But don't you want to change your job to become a necromancer? Then how do you learn the lich summoning technique?" "There are also skill books that don't require a profession, right?" Su Ming said calmly. "We can just go and buy a skill book that drops in the wild. It has no profession requirements and has no threshold for lich summoning. It shouldn't be expensive." "Oh, we have it in the Chen family collection room, and the fee is 50 million. Chen Meng answered quickly. Su Ming. "No, I'm the top student in Xiliang Academy, and a genius who cracked the dungeon of the demon fortress with his wits. Are you taking me for a fool? He asked back unhappily. Do you want to be a second-hand dealer and make a profit? Chen Meng said awkwardly. Then let me take a 20% commission. This kind of skill book with no threshold is usually about twice as expensive as a professional skill book. After all, everyone can learn it. The original price is 4 million, you give me 4.8 million, so that I can make a little profit. How about that? Chen Tang was confused. Sister, give me 400,000. I won't report you. You're awake again now, right? You stupid sister. Chen Meng was very angry and slapped her repeatedly, but unfortunately people with dragon bloodline have thick skin. Okay, you are here to be bodyguards after all, so the extra 800,000 can be considered as a tip. Su Ming is now very wealthy, and the super rich system also requires the consumption amount, so he stopped talking and transferred the money directly. Wow, what a rich man! Chen Ming's eyes sparkled, and she said boldly, If I provide massage services, what price can you offer? I promise. I won't kill you. Su Ming said unhappily. Be reserved, Miss Chen Meng. How come you don't know how to win over men at all? Playing hard to get, don't you understand? Even in places that actually provide services, those girls won't trade so nakedly. First learn the basic words to control men. Ah? What do they usually say? Chen Meng was stunned. Su Ming shrugged. They would say, Brother, don't come to take care of my business anymore, and don't give me tips. Save the money and marry a good wife. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely not do this business. I am willing to stay with you and love you for the rest of my life. Chen Meng. Chen Tang. I learned some strange knowledge again. Thank you, brother. Fuck you, stop teaching my sister bad things. Chen Meng glared angrily. Zhao Miyu smiled and said to Su Ming, Boss, don't be fooled by Miss Chen Meng. Although her words are full of lewdness, she must be pretending. It is impossible for us to have had close contact. Of course I know. Su Ming chuckled. Her awakening must have lasted for a very long time, and it has not completely ended until today. Because I estimated that her body temperature was at least 50 degrees. It's nothing to describe her as boiling water. What will happen if someone touches her? Chen Meng was speechless again, but thinking of that scene, she couldn't help but chuckle. It's quite vivid. Damn it, if my awakening continues until I'm 60 or 70 years old, then wouldn't I be a living reactor? That's much better than intentionally harming a man and going to jail for life. Su Ming said, then stopped in front of a magnificent landmark building. This is also one of their target check-in points tonight. Fengdu Auction House. A collection of all the necromancer materials from around the world. Various dragon-related materials are also at the global lowest prices, so you can buy them at the bottom at any time. Have you brought enough money? Chen Meng immediately reminded. The threshold for entry is 500 million in cash. Ding, please come in. The next moment, when Zhao Miyu took out a black gold card, he immediately obtained access authority. Zhao Miyu smiled and said, This is the one-year contract fee given to Su Ming by the Global Professional Live Broadcast Platform. In order to win over our super internet celebrity, they paid the full amount directly without any delay. That's a lot of money for a year? Chen Meng was stunned. Is live streaming so profitable? Even Chen Tang was startled awake from her dream, her beautiful eyes wide open and lifeless. Zhao Miyu said casually, It's just SOSO, only 1 billion in total. The main reason is that Su Ming will broadcast the artifact repair mission live next, which is a unique live show in the world. Moreover, since our boss debuted, his first live broadcast was I'm breaking records in the Fortress of Demons, which was watched by 100 million people, and his second live broadcast was I'm repairing artifacts in the 037 Abyss battlefield, which was also watched by 100 million people. It was really eye-catching. If you can make such an amazing program, any platform would be willing to give you a signing fee of 1 billion. Chen Meng pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she suddenly changed into a delicate voice, saying charmingly, Brother Su Ming, why don't you just hire me to be your personal bodyguard? Look at me, I can also work part-time as a grill in winter, I guarantee you'll be warm. Su Ming gave a thumbs up. Awesome, your self-introduction is really unique in the world. But I don't need it, thank you. A grill is only a few thousand yuan, I can afford it. My sister can also serve as an air conditioner in summer. Chen Meng pulled Chen Tang up and introduced her enthusiastically. Su Ming laughed in silence. Sister oven, sister air conditioner, your dragon bloodline is really amazing. Besides, we are sisters of dragon blood after all. Boss, if you take us out to fight monsters and level up, it will definitely be very prestigious. Chen Meng laughed and rubbed her hands. Just give us an annual salary of 30 million each. Su Ming was stunned. Doesn't your father even give you 30 million yuan for training every year? Impossible. Chen Meng was very depressed. Think about it, 147 sons and 139 daughters. If each of them is given 30 million per year, that would be an expenditure of 8.5 billion. Don't forget, our mothers also need money. If you calculate it this way, the annual expenditure would be over 10 billion. Su Ming covered his face and said, It's true. You guys are pretty miserable too. You come from a rich family, but you're so poor. 30 million is definitely a huge sum of money for ordinary people. But if you want to train top professionals, you can't even create a bubble. For example, the Wuji stick that Chen Zimo and Su Ming bet on was worth 15 million. How many equipment slots does a professional have? In the backpack, you can also equip amulets and treasures of all sizes. Woo, we can only rely on ourselves. Chen Meng was very depressed. Boss, please be kind and accept us, the Ice and Fire Sisters. Chapter 82, Elbow, follow me into the house. Beauty, why bother begging that kind of person? On the side of the road, a paladin wearing gorgeous professional armor raised his head proudly, not hiding his desire for Chen Meng and Chen Tang at all. Come with me! My team is full of talented people and will soon launch an attack on the third-level professional dungeon. It is definitely your best choice. The paladin boasted of his handsomeness, and tossed his long flowing hair. Come on, add me on WeChat. I'm not a bad guy, hee. Su Ming immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, this gentleman is obviously a top sponsor, willing to sponsor all female college students whose families unfortunately lack starting funds. Meng and Tang, please seize the opportunity. Well, you are quite self-aware. The paladin was surprised and said, It is important for a person to know himself. If you can see yourself clearly, you are a real person. Go away, don't get involved. Chen Meng glanced at him unhappily. You're such a show-off, but the only equipment you have to pick up girls is the Holy Light Illumination set for the Paladin class? If I remember correctly, you can get a set if you get an A-level rating in the Light of Hatred single-player dungeon. As long as you master the strategy and are careful, it shouldn't be difficult to get it, right? The market reference price is only 1.2 million, TSK. Chen Meng took out the artist's mask from the inventory with great disdain. This thing, an artist's mask, do you understand? Just this little toy alone is enough to buy all the equipment on your body. The paladin was dumbfounded. Chen Meng teleported to Su Ming's side again, pointed at his ring, and sneered. Per night, do you recognize this magic ring? Although it is dull, it is obvious that the owner has turned off its jewels on the panel. If you have a little vision, you can identify its extraordinariness from the pattern of the Hydra. This is the famous dark gold equipment, the Hydra emblem. It is a limited edition worldwide and is known as the closest thing to a semi-artifact. There are only 9 of them in total, because each one is made of an elemental head of the Hydra light, darkness, ice, fire, thunder, earth, poison, gas, and wood. Those who hold it are basically above level 6, and god-level professionals. She curled her lips. You can guess why this summoner can wear it. The paladin immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He had just commented that the other person was quite self-aware. It was obvious that the little summoner in front of him was either a high-level professional who was traveling incognito, or his descendant or disciple. Once you offend such a person, I'm afraid. As soon as he thought of this, the paladin immediately put into practice his spirit of dedication. He closed his legs, raised his arms in front of him, fell to his knees, and kowtowed. Private Marseille! I didn't recognize the great man! Su Ming waved his hand hurriedly, pulled Chen Meng, picked up Chen Tang, and rushed into the auction house. Not that bad, not that bad. Goodbye. I wish you and your family happiness. As their figures disappeared behind the revolving door of the auction house, the paladin burst into tears. He said he wished my family happiness. Was he hinting that he wanted to destroy my family? I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Don't do that. Passers-by looked down on him. You don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die. You just laughed at the young man for being poor, didn't you? He went straight to the auction house. Don't forget that the entry threshold is 500 million in cash. No wonder the two beauties of the Chin family are so shameless to ask for support. You played the villain so poorly that the young man was embarrassed. And you have no vision. In Findugo City, you couldn't even recognize the dragon magic pattern on the necks of the Chin family. Sooner or later, you will offend Taiban and be beaten to death. Haha, you are worthy of trying to sexually harass the young ladies of the Chin family in Findugo City? The paladin could not hide his shame, and fled away in panic. He ran into the auction house. Su Ming said unhappily, Ms. Chen Meng, you actually know the Hydra emblem? But I must sternly warn you not to casually tell anyone my information. If my enemies find out, I will lose another life-saving trump card. Chen Meng rolled her eyes charmingly. Blame me? In fact, your information has long been known to everyone. I am not an expert in identification. I just happened to read about the Hydra emblem in today's hot post. Su Ming's full-body godly armor. Isn't it worn on your little fox summon? How did you exploit it? Su Ming said. When in battle, she can wear it. But in daily life, she is fast asleep in the summoning space. Is it strange for me to wear it to support her attributes? I see. Chen Meng looked around the auction house curiously. Wow, this is my first time coming to the auction house. There are so many beautiful things. Can you buy some for me, Tan Tang? Chen Tan Tang rubbed her sleepy eyes, forced herself to wake up, and looked around with interest. Su Ming was surprised. You are the descendants of the Dragon Slayer, and your family owns 30% of the shares of this place. Tan Tang has never been here? Elder, no. Chen Tan Tang pouted. Chen Meng was also helpless. In order to prevent people from taking bribes, buying on credit, or robbing people on our own territory, my father prohibited everyone from coming to the auction house. The only benefit we can enjoy is free meals at our own coffee shop. It's not easy. Su Ming pouted, but when he thought about how he didn't even get a free meal at the coffee shop and how he was born as an orphan, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'm a poor child with a maid's life. Why should I worry about you who have luxurious clothes and food and are gifted? I'm really bored. You lack empathy. Chen Meng was full of energy. She hugged Su Ming's arm and pulled him inside. Elbow, come with me into the house. Huh? They don't provide irregular services there, do they? Su Ming was very alert. He didn't want to eat grilled sausages tonight. The ones outside are just for appearance lovers and face lovers. They are good-looking but useless. The real professional equipment and skill books are all inside. Don't you need a copy of Lich Summoning which has no learning threshold? Chen Meng pouted and introduced. It's only in the inner field. Don't waste your time in the outer field. After being dragged and pulled into the auction house, Chen Meng walked up to a person in charge without hesitation and said with a smile, This Mr. Su Ming is a customer I brought here. According to the agreement between my father and your auction house, I should be able to get a 1% commission for his consumption tonight, right? Su Ming. Zhao Muyu. This eldest daughter of the Chen family has a strong sense of business. I admire her a little bit. Zhao Muyu gave a thumbs up. Anyway, her 1% commission is earned from the auction house's revenue. It won't increase our consumption, so it doesn't matter. Chapter 83. I can never coexist with gambling and drugs. Hee, I hope Boss Su Ming will spend more tonight. The money he uses to buy equipment will fall on you. After completing the procedures and getting the bid tag, Chen Meng ran back to Su Ming with great anticipation and said calmly. Su Ming smiled and said, You really made a profit tonight. I was planning to convert all the money I made recently into combat power as soon as possible. A wise choice. Chen Ming's eyes lit up, and she agreed very much. For us professionals, money is meaningless. It only increases the probability of us being coveted by others. Only strength is our reliance for survival. Therefore, I also spend all the money as soon as I make it. I am penniless 364 days out of 365 days a year, but I am happy with it. You spend money so quickly. Are you involved in pornography, gambling, or drugs? Su Ming was very alert. Chen Ming rolled her eyes wildly. My real-time body temperature is 59 degrees now. If I wasn't wearing a heat-insulating suit, I would have cooked you right away when I was holding you next to me. Tell me, how am I involved in pornography? Actually, it doesn't matter if you're involved in pornography. I don't care. Su Ming curled his lips, then said righteously. But I have an incompatible relationship with gambling and drugs. You must not touch these two things, otherwise any evil will be brought to justice by me. Chen Ming. Chen Tang. You are sworn enemies of gambling and drugs, and you are as close to pornography as a family, right? Chen Ming snorted coldly. Later, when you see the consumption level of the auction house, you will understand why I am always short of money. Just saying. An urgent message suddenly popped up on the big screen inside the auction house. Good news! Big good news! Our Fengdu auction house has obtained a piece of dark gold equipment, the Heart of Emerald. It will be auctioned in 3 days. All professionals are requested to prepare funds during this period and show your support. We only accept cash transactions, no loans, and no real estate collateral. Chen Ming and Chen Tang suddenly became excited and rushed to the big screen. Other professionals also came over and looked at the attributes of the equipment. After all, each piece of dark gold equipment is extremely rare and often unique, and once it drops, it is difficult for others to get it again. Therefore, even low-level dark gold equipment has extremely strong special functions. For example, the Hydra emblem in Su Ming's hand can spread any lightning spell into a 9-link electric grid, which is truly a small artifact for group attacks. Soon, the Ice and Fire sisters returned disappointed. Chen Ming muttered. It's actually the dark gold equipment of the assassin profession. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Tang shook her head again, showing signs of falling asleep. Why didn't Brother Su Ming go and take a look? Chen Ming looked at Su Ming, who was standing still, puzzled. That's dark gold equipment, very powerful, aren't you curious? Su Ming shook his head. Since the auction will be held in 3 days, there is enough time for everyone to raise funds. It shows that Fengdu Auction House is very confident that it can be sold at a sky-high price. I am just a newly started anchor. I don't have much capital accumulation and haven't purchased many properties. Why should I join in the fun? Besides, everyone knows that I have a magic weapon. What I should do most is to complete the repair task, instead of falling in love with everyone I meet, wanting to repair the magic weapon and bid for the dark gold. Wow, you're sober, a rare sight in this world. Chen Ming nodded in admiration. Come on, I'll take you to the skill book counter. You are familiar with it? Su Ming asked doubtfully. But aren't you, the descendants of the Chen family, forbidden to enter and leave the auction house casually? I came in with my elders. Chen Ming explained casually. I have been an extrovert since I was a child, and I use VIP cards everywhere. The elders are embarrassed not to bring me, so I am well informed. Although Tang and I have the same mother, she is very shy and even has some social anxiety. Therefore, she has never been to the auction house. Then your personalities are really completely different. Su Ming carried Chen Tang, who had successfully fallen asleep, for her. Fortunately, his strength attribute was extremely high now, otherwise he really couldn't carry her. Soon, Chen Ming took him around in circles and came to a burglar-proof fiberglass cabinet. Look, here are all the skill books for the summoner profession. All the auction items have an auction price and a fixed price. Chen Ming pointed at the dazzling array of skill books and said with a smile, Of course, there can't be a legendary skill like your magic shield among them. Su Ming couldn't help but ask, You really know me very well, you even know my magic shield? Of course. This is the internet age. Don't underestimate the netizens' ability to observe details. Chen Ming shared with great joy. The video of you in the Abyss Battlefield number 037 was screenshot and analyzed frame by frame. Especially when you faced the assassin's combo attack, you only had to deduct 1 drop of blood. Everyone is very curious about the reason. So, a veteran blogger who is a 6th-level professional and a top analyst immediately gave 3 possibilities. Oh? Which 3? Su Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the power of netizens. While Chen Ming was searching for the lich summoning technique, she casually said, 1 is the famous defensive talent Stubbornness, which can reduce all damage that does not exceed 50 points to 1 point. But that is mainly for shield guards and defensive warriors, so it was passed. But it does not rule out the possibility that you can master this talent from the skill book with no threshold. That makes sense. As a top student, Su Ming had naturally memorized this very interesting talent. Chen Meng continued. The second is the famous necromancy skill virtual reality conversion, which can temporarily transform one's physical body into a ghost-like virtual body. The virtual body is not susceptible to any physical damage, so it can only be forced to lose 1 point of health. The magician's god-level skill Alien Sanctuary has the same effect, which can temporarily transfer one's body to another plane, which is also quite powerful. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. This guess is quite reasonable. After all, as the heir appointed by His Majesty the Undead Scourge, it is normal for me to know the art of transformation from reality to illusion. Chen Meng smiled and said, But the most likely one is the magic shield. After all, everyone knew about it when you obtained it in the demon fortress. Alas, people are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. Live streaming does have its drawbacks. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders, but he didn't care. As long as you grow at a speed that makes it impossible for people to crack your secrets, that's enough. His real trump card is the legendary gold entries brought by the Godly Rich system, as well as top-level summon beasts like Black Goku and Little Fox. Chapter 84. The Lich Summoning Technique is obtained. Here, this auction house has 3 copies of Lich Summoning. Chen Meng quickly found the item that Su Ming needed, and said awkwardly, Oh, it turns out that things are valuable because they are rare. Once there are too many of them, people will squeeze each other and maliciously lower the price. Su Ming and Zhao Muyu went forward to take a look. Wow, the 3 skill books were only sold for 2.399 million, 2.40 million and 2.411 million respectively. If I remember correctly, when Miss Chen Meng was selling the book, Lich Summoning, that the Chen family had privately kept, she offered a price of 4.8 million. Zhao Muyu glared at her unhappily. Although all businessmen are cunning, you are too cunning. You directly doubled the price for us. The Zhao family's skill book costs an average of 2.4 million, while the Chen family's costs 4.8 million. Wow, that's twice as much as theirs. Don't blame Meng, it's because the Chen family is too greedy. Chen Meng blinked her clear and beautiful eyes innocently. No matter who was looking at her, they would think she was innocent and beautiful. Su Ming immediately fell for the honey trap. I think that the Chen family should be more or less 1% responsible for forcing such a pure and beautiful girl to tell such a big lie. Huh? 1%? Chen Meng punched him on the shoulder in anger. Damn it! Have I neglected my skin care recently? My long black hair has become dull and my skin has become loose. My beauty trick can only win 1% sympathy. Damn it! Sorry, I'm just too resistant to beauty. Su Ming chose to pay the bill directly, buying the skill book worth 2.399 million at a flat price, and then summoned the little fox for her to learn. Wow, you are really inhumane! Chen Meng was shocked. You just threw a skill book worth more than 2 million to your summoned creature to learn? Don't you summoners change your summoned creatures frequently? Su Ming said calmly. Her magic talent is much higher than mine. As a summoner, I should not monopolize all resources, but manage my summoned team with the mentality of a manager. Do you understand? Besides, I never thought about changing my job to a necromancer. He shrugged and pointed at the little fox. But maybe she can. You actually want to plan careers for your summons? Chen Meng felt her eyes wide open. Even though I'm used to seeing weird necromancers in Fengdu, I still have to say that you're even weirder than them. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Many summons, in terms of talent, are much stronger than some 6th-level professionals. Why not train them well? Besides, my little fox is gifted, beyond your imagination. Oh? Does she have any hidden god-level skills? Chen Meng teased the little fox curiously, but the little fox looked disgusted and jumped directly onto Su Ming's shoulder. Of course. Su Ming bought a popsicle from the vending machine and handed it to the little fox. I saw her licking, and enjoying the licking very much. Look, the little fox girl is practicing repaying a favor. Su Ming showed a leisurely and fascinated expression. When she sheds her fox skin and turns into a human in the future, how happy will I be? I can't even imagine it. Zhao Muyu. Chen Meng. Well, let it summon a lich. Zhao Muyu snorted unhappily. I really want to know what kind of lich a dead Hydra egg can summon. Don't end up with nothing. Let's go. Su Ming had a strong sense of confidentiality and immediately asked the waiter for a private room. After making sure there were no hidden cameras, he took out the giant egg from his personal space. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangneng both stared at the eggs with expectant looks. Su Ming did not kick them out, but just asked them to sign a confidentiality agreement. If they leaked the information, they would have to pay 50 million in compensation. Let's start quickly. Her mouth is so tight, just like it's sewn shut, Chen Mengmeng urged, very curious. Chen Tangtang also shook off her sleepiness and resisted the urge to sleep, her beautiful eyes not blinking. Su Ming passed a string of commands to the confused little fox through the summoner contract. She activated the lich summoning spell and began to recite a long and complicated spell. Great Lord of Death, ruler of the kingdom of night, ferryman of life and death, please listen to the call of humble creatures and grant the peace of clover to the skeletons before you. Wake up! Slave of the night! After a full 3 minutes of chanting, the little fox's fingertips emitted a dark green glow, lingering over the dome. A deformed and disabled Hydra ghost slowly floated out from the dome and hovered in front of everyone. Success! But the quality of this egg seems to be very bad. Chen Mengmeng frowned slightly, observing the quality of the Hydra lich. Its eyes are crooked, its nose is slanted, and its claws are missing 2 fingers. This is a deformed stillbirth, not killed by someone. Fortunately, you didn't use the skeleton summoning technique on it, otherwise, the skeleton born would definitely be disabled, or even deformed enough to have difficulty walking. Su Ming saw its attributes from the professional panel. Hydra Lich. Quality, Legend. Level 1. Attributes, Strength 3, Constitution 8, Agility 50, Mental Strength 70. Skills Chain Frost, Frost Armor, Ice Soul Possession, Ice Roar, Not Awakened, Frost Domain, Not Awakened. Warning: this lich was born from a cursed egg, so its defense is extremely weak and it is very easy to be annihilated by soul damage. Once it suffers 3 soul shocks, its soul will be shattered. TSK Tisk! Chen Mengmeng showed an envious expression. This thing is really a model of turning waste into treasure. When it was born, it actually has 3 skills, and it is of legendary quality. You only spent tens of thousands of dollars, and I am jealous just thinking about it. Su Ming smiled slightly. It's not bad. It's not too outrageous. After all, it's the bloodline of the Hydra. If it's weak, how can it be worthy of such a legendary beast? Moreover, this thing is really top level and fragile. If it's a soul attack, it can only withstand 3 hits. This kind of small matter is easy to solve. The knowledgeable Chen Mengmeng immediately gave a solution. Doesn't it have the skill of Ice Soul Possession? Just let it stay attached to the little fox. I remember that the possession of the lich can bring extremely high mental bonuses and damage bonuses to the host. Yes, and I can also buy some treasures that can defend against soul damage and give it to it in the future, Su Ming said expectantly. Now, it makes up for a shortcoming in my summons, the lack of frost creatures. I hope this little guy can grow up successfully. Chapter 85. Just call me a rich man. For any professional army, what is the most indispensable thing? The public will have 1,000 answers, but according to survey research, 40% of people think that it is the healer and paladin who focus on healing and dispelling. 30% of the people insist that it must be the defensive meat shield MT, that is, shield guard and defensive warrior, who can stand firm in the demonic frenzy. Another 20% of people shouted that output is king, offense is defense, so violent elemental mages are the backbone of the team. But according to the statistics of various professions in the Human Demon War by Abyss magazine, one profession stands out in the winning rate list: Ice Elemental Mage. It was soon regarded by various military academies as the most indispensable branch of the professional army. The reason is easy to understand: the Abyss demons come from underground. In the 100-layer Abyss world, the deeper the abyss, the closer to the center of the earth. So all kinds of demons love high temperatures and magma. The higher the temperature, the more active they are. Therefore, an ice profession that focuses on cooling down demons both emotionally and physically can effectively reduce the recovery speed of demons, freeze their magic-resistant skin, and slow down their super-high movement speed, becoming indispensable. Su Ming has decided to let the little fox go the lightning route, and all future equipment will also have to look for affixes such as increases lightning damage by 10%. Relying on the Hydra emblem, she will become a terrifying master of discharge who can create 9-link forked lightning with a single wave of her hand. She will change her job to become the king of lightning and severely cure the demon's internet addiction. But because of this, there is no frost spellcaster in his summoning system. Originally, Su Ming was planning to look for a skill book called Skeleton Summoning, Skeleton Demon Archer Branch, which would allow the summoned skeleton archers to unlock the Demon Archer Branch, thereby unlocking the functions of Ice Arrow and Fire Arrow. In the future, as Skeleton Summoning is upgraded to Advanced Skeleton Summoning and Ultimate Skeleton Summoning, the Ice Arrow can also be upgraded to a ranged Ice Explosion Arrow. This is also a way to increase the overall strength of his summoned army. But now, with the Hydra Lich, Su Ming can temporarily postpone the upgrade and strengthening of the skeleton soldiers. You must know that a copy of Skeleton Demon Archer Branch can be easily auctioned for around 300 million. It is a serious high-level skill book, and now this money can be saved. Frost Armor is a great skill, Chen Meng said enviously. At level 1, it can add 5 points of armor to your tank-type summons, and grant them a layer of frost shield, which can reduce damage by 5%. Enemies that come into contact with the frost armor will be slowed by 10%. Your Hydra Lich not only has output skills, but can also serve as a part-time auxiliary. It's extremely cost-effective. Su Ming smiled faintly and was quite satisfied. Although this frost armor is only a low-level skill, the learning threshold requires 20 points of frost proficiency, and only ice elemental mages can master it. Even if the skill book with no threshold dropped in the wild is not restricted to any profession, it still requires 20 points of frost mastery. Put it away, Su Ming ordered the little fox. The next moment, the Hydra Lich turned into a ball of mist and attached itself to the little fox. On her furry, fiery red neck, there was a Hydra necklace, emitting a faint glow of ice element. Su Ming checked the little fox's panel and found that she was in the state of Ice Soul Possession, Spirit plus 20, Frost Mastery plus 5. A rather useless effect, and it has almost no improvement on the little fox. After all, the little fox who will embark on the path of becoming the king of thunder and lightning in the future needs to be proficient in lightning. Every point of elemental mastery can increase damage by 1%, which can be stacked infinitely. Su Ming took the little fox back into the summoning space, and lazily led the girls out of the private room provided by the auction house, feeling refreshed and proud. There is nothing more comfortable than becoming stronger. With the addition of a new general to his summoned creature army, Su Ming prepared to go to the 037 Abyss battlefield to level up and train the Hydra Lich to level 20. The only downside to this high-level summon is that its level cannot change with the summoner. I have to level it up from scratch. It's really troublesome. Su Ming sighed happily. Then you might as well transfer the Hydra Lich to me. I'm willing to bear this distress for you. Chen Ming snorted unhappily, took out 2 big lemons from her backpack and gave one to Chen Tang. The 2 sisters ate the lemons in big mouthfuls, and they were so sour that they grimaced. It's so heartbreaking, whoa. Obviously, they arrived first, came into contact with the dragon egg auction first, and saw the giant egg first, but their eyes did not even stay on it for 0.01 second, and Su Ming ended up taking advantage of it. Su Ming smiled and said, "Let's go and auction some good things that can be used. I need to prepare for the difficult copy of the college entrance examination. By the way, Miss Xiaomuyu, how much cash do we have on hand?" Xiaomuyu said without hesitation. "After deducting some of the subsequent expenses, as well as the basic needs of maintaining your live broadcast and life, as well as the advertising for promoting your live broadcast room, we can use about 1.24 billion. So many? Su Ming was shocked. So many? Envy, jealousy, and hate. Chen Meng and Chen Tang continued to eat lemons with big mouthfuls. Wow, it's so sour, the cute girl is crying. Didn't they say that the signing fee from the live broadcast platform is only 1 billion? Su Ming wondered. He didn't quite understand where the money came from. You are a hands-off boss who has no idea about your own assets. Aren't you afraid that this agent will run away with all your money? Xiaomuyu rolled her eyes charmingly and explained to him. Also, your reward for breaking the Demon Fortress dungeon for the first time in the world has arrived. The Global Professionals Federation has awarded you 50 million as an encouragement. The Dragon Kingdom was also very satisfied with your acquisition of the artifact repair mission and your ability to keep the artifact in the country, so it granted you a year of tax exemption. As a result, we received a tax refund of about 100 million. The tax refund includes your purchase of the Summoner class card for 20 million, the Skeleton Specialization skill book I purchased in your name, the commission from the live broadcast platform, and so on. Zhao Muyu continued to count. And the gifts you received during your 2 live broadcasts, all added up, there are a full 80 million. It's a pity that you are unwilling to promote the products, otherwise you can make at least 100 million every time. Wow, a high school student who hasn't even graduated yet is already a cash cow of this level. This cute girl also wants to become a host and internet celebrity. Chen Mingming wanted to hug Su Ming's legs on the spot and shouted, "Big host, help me make money!" Su Ming remembered the double rebate of the super rich system. To obtain the legendary gold entry next time, you need to spend 500 million. After spending 500 million, you can get a double return of 1 billion. Chapter 86. The Dragon Race's physique is amazing. So Su Ming said seriously, "I still have 1 billion mysterious funds here, which is my private treasury. Let's discuss how many good things we can buy tonight. You must arm me to the teeth." He must protect his own safety to the greatest extent possible. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangang looked at each other, and the 2 sisters were filled with envy. Su Ming's available funds are as high as 2.24 billion. It really makes people's eyes soar. Chen Mengmeng suddenly threw away the lemon in her hand and accurately invested it into the trash can, smiling happily. "Why am I jealous? I can get a 1% commission on all the expenses of Mr. Su at the auction, which is 22.4 million. Oh yeah, I'm going to be a rich woman." Well, she is also a rich woman, she is not jealous. Chen Tang also took small steps to the trash can and threw the big lemon in her hand. She swept away all her sleepiness, and stared at Su Ming with her sapphire-like eyes. "Tang, there's no need to be sour. Chen Tang, a special salesperson at Dragon Slayer Bank, can provide you, Mr. Su, with an interest-free loan for the auction. My limit is 200 million yuan. If you apply, I think the head office can approve an increase of another 300 million yuan. After all, the person in charge is Tang Tang's third aunt. As long as Tang massages her back and legs, she will sign. Whatever benefits my sister can give, Tang can also give." The ice lowly mage looked at Su Ming expectantly, waiting for Su Ming to give in. Su Ming was stunned. "Are you 2 sisters both born into a money-loving family? You both have your own business expansion? As daughters of wealthy families, shouldn't you be dressing up beautifully all day long, going shopping with your sisters every day, buying luxury goods, being flattered by others all the time, and living an extremely luxurious life?" He used his poor imagination to describe the imaginary life of a rich Lolita. "At worst, you can still have a passionate love affair and perform a heart-wrenching love story." "Huh! The upper class is so embarrassing and always messing around. Am I going to believe those nonsense men say? I don't want to associate with them. What's more, those who have messy private lives are basically losers who have lost their ambition. I am a talented, beautiful dragon warrior, and I will become the overlord of the Empress in the future." Chen Mengmeng was particularly disdainful. Su Ming was stunned. Yes, although Chen Mengmeng loved to talk big, he could more or less see her ambition from the time he knew her until now. In her heart, interests definitely came first. Thinking of this, Su Ming suddenly tilted his head to look at Chen Tang and stretched out his hand. Chen Tang's snow-white eyes, like a pool of clear water, looked at him puzzledly. "Hee, what do you want to do to Tang? Be careful of her ultimate frost magic, it will freeze you into an ice sculpture." Chen Mingmeng is a carefree person, but when she sees the stinky man trying to get his hands on her sister, she can't help but widen her beautiful eyes like a little wild cat, and with lightning speed, she is ready to kick him in the crotch to help him remain celibate for 50 years. But Su Ming had already quickly touched Chen Tang's forehead with his fingertips. As expected, Su Ming glared at the ice and fire sisters of the Chen family with displeasure. "You two's honey trap is nothing but empty promises, just a scam." Su Ming pointed at his frozen fingertips with a look of being cheated. "I want to pursue you, I am just courting death. Chen Meng Meng. Hee hee. Chen Tang Tang. Woo woo. Jiang Muyu laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter. Specialized in dealing with all kinds of lecherous villains, the physique of the dragon Loli is really amazing. But I've taken note of Tang Tang's kindness. If I don't have enough money later, I'll ask you for a loan on the spot. Su Ming continued to calculate. If I had the 500 million loan amount provided by Tang Tang, I can use 2.7 billion. Not bad. I have to arm myself to the teeth and upgrade my summons. Su Ming was full of confidence. He led the three beauties into the third floor of the auction house, which was also the most core area of the VIP bidding area. Ding, please provide a pass. If you don't have a pass, please register to apply for qualifications and jump to the official website of Fingdu Auction House now. The artificial intelligence AI synthesized voice sounded, and then a robot with a touchscreen display on its head appeared, with 3 words written on its face: get a membership. Chen Mengmeng immediately stepped forward and swiped her ID card. Beep! Close friend of the Dragon Slayer family, please pass. Ding! Mr. Su Ming, a 2-star user, you have obtained the VIP status of Fingdu Auction House and enjoy a 5% reduction in handling fees. Chen Mengmeng took credit and said, I am still useful, right? I saved you 5% in handling fees. If you want to auction something in the future, you only need to pay 10% in handling fees. Oh, it's a little useful, but it's too useless. Su Ming curled his lips. I'm here to buy things, I'm a buyer. I remember that the handling fee is deducted from the seller's payment, right? It's none of my business. Chen Mengmeng. Humph, I didn't scare you again. Damn it. The core area of Fingdu Auction House was indeed filled with numerous goodies, all of which were on the list of materials for tonight's auction. There are 2 pieces of dark gold equipment alone. One was the heart of emerald that they had seen earlier, but it was useless to Su Ming. The second one is the top-grade equipment, and it is the exclusive dark gold equipment for the necromancer profession, the skull of the Abyss Tyrant. 4 of its equipment attributes are displayed, and the rest are hidden, apparently to avoid privacy leaks and keep the cards for future sponsors. The 4 are: all attributes plus 2,000, and all your undead summons will enjoy your 1% attribute bonus. This equipment is limited to the necromancer only, and other professions cannot take effect. All skeleton summoning skills plus 3 levels. Bone cage skill plus 3 levels. Su Ming looked at the third item with envy and said with emotion, just based on the plus 3 level of all the skeleton skills, this deputy's dark gold equipment can definitely be auctioned for more than 1 billion. 1 billion? Look at the current bid. Chen Mengmeng curled her lips. You are so young and your eyes are blurry. You missed a digit. Su Ming took a closer look and instantly realized how poor he was. The bid has been 12.7 billion African chieftain, king of the Sahara. In an instant, the price was updated to 12.8 billion has been bid. Evil Hand, Fernando. Su Ming was stunned. Are these famous figures also in Fingdu Auction House? Where are they? I am a fan of Mr. Evil Hand and I want to get his autograph. TSK, they are all busy, of course they can't come to the scene, this is an online auction, some top VIP users can participate online. Chen Mengmeng shrugged. What era is it now? Top auctions are synchronized around the world. Chapter 87, The Japanese Ghost Mage and the Splitting Arrow. I see. Su Ming felt a little disappointed that he was unable to meet his idol. Fernando the Hand of Evil is one of the few 6th-level necromancers. His nicknames are Sun Demon Mage and Corpse Artist. It is said that after watching the old-time film, Ghost, in the cinema, this person deliberately dug up the tombs of several superstar female stars, performed forbidden skull summoning techniques on their urns, and reconstructed their ashes into their skeletons when they were alive. Then, he used the flesh furnace to customize skins for them. This technique is very advanced, but basically all high-level necromancers can master it, because the skeletons are too fragile, and wrapping them with a layer of flesh and blood can effectively provide magic resistance and physical damage reduction. This logic is not difficult to understand. Once a bald person is hit by a flying baseball, it is easy for him to get a bloody head, but people with thick hair are often safe and sound, often with only bruises. This is the damage reduction caused by projectiles brought about by shock absorption. But The thick-skinned skin or magic-resistant aura skin that should have been added to the skeleton was replaced by Fernando with icy skin and delicate skin. Then, he looked at the beautiful zombie he had created with fascination. Look at their delicate skin, their bloody mouths with pieces of meat hanging between their teeth, and their blood vessels flowing with pus. Like it more. From then on, the Japanese ghost mage became famous and became one of the well-known oddities among professionals. But to be honest, he produces and sells his own products, never interferes with anyone, and is polite, an old gentleman among necromancers. He also often does charity work to support the abyss battlefields of various countries. Therefore, the attitude of professionals around the world towards him is respect, understanding, and blessing. Everyone is proud to make friends with Sir Fernando. Alas, we can't afford it. Let's go look for something else. Zhao Muyu shook his head. Besides, you don't want to change your job to a necromancer, right? Huh? Why? Chen Ming and Chen Tang were both a little puzzled. They grew up in Fengdu, the city of necromancers, so they witnessed the rise of countless powerful necromancers and were well aware of their great power. Su Ming explained casually. My two most powerful summoned beasts are both living creatures, which are incompatible with necromancers. Moreover, they both have great potential. My summon system should be built around them. That makes sense. Shen Ming immediately thought of Black Wukong and the little fox. The top tank core King Kong ape god, the super spell master lightning demon fox. They do have the talent to carry an entire army of summoned beasts on their own. Su Ming. No, this is a nickname given by netizens? So vulgar? He couldn't hold it in any longer. Then when my Black Goku is summoned to join the battlefield, will netizens shout, Monkey God, start! You are just a weak summoner who has not yet changed your job, and netizens are basically just making fun of you. Chen Ming shrugged. Unless you can do something shocking, you can earn a fresh and elegant nickname like Japanese Ghost Mage. Forget it, my XP hasn't evolved to such an advanced stage yet. Hee, I have a good impression of you. I can provide you with a way to become a Sun Dragon Summoner, stack your fire resistance to 999 points, and you won't turn into a sausage. Chen Ming covered her mouth and giggled like a cunning kitten, blinking at him. Go away, are you trying to trick me into spending money on the auction of fire resistance equipment? The crowd chatted and laughed, and soon, Su Ming locked onto an auction item. Outfit, Voodoo Shooter credit, Master Tailor Avril. Suit parts, gloves, shoes, helmet, cape. This is an original suit created by the newly crowned Master Seamstress Avril Brando, who was inspired by watching the live broadcast of the battle between humans and demons on March 19th. Component effect, add all attributes of Summoned Beast level X3. Set effect, Split Arrow, which can split all the archer's elemental arrows into two. Quantity, 100 sets. Starting price, 200 million. Zhao Muyu thought thoughtfully. These 100 sets of customized equipment seem to be of some use, because they are growable equipment. Where are the growth affixes? Chen Ming and Chen Tang looked around but couldn't find any. Zhao Muyu smiled and pointed at the additional attributes of Summon Beast level X3. Look, this is a different kind of growth. It does not provide any basic attributes, but it can increase additional attributes as the Summon Beast level increases. A level 1 Summon Beast will have all attributes plus 3, and a level 100 Summon Beast will have all attributes plus 300. If level 100 only adds 300 points to all attributes, to be honest, it's a bit too low and suffocating. Chen Ming gave a fair evaluation. Su Ming shrugged. Don't compare it with those top-grade equipment you know. This is just standard mass-market equipment for summons, and 100 sets only cost 200 million, and can be used until level 100. What else do you want? If I want to make luxurious equipment for my 100 skeleton shooters, will 300 billion be enough? He asked. That's true. Chen Ming nodded awkwardly. However, you are not interested in this tattered set of attributes, but the set effect of split arrows, right? One arrow becomes 2 arrows, and the damage is doubled. Bingo! Su Ming snapped his fingers and said with a smile. For low-level summons like these, quantity is king. Bigger is better, more is better. Just send a saturation rain of arrows to cover them, even if the damage is a little low. He secretly thought in his heart, our skeleton soldiers are all curse series, and they have the skill of unity with a 50% strength bonus. The damage is enough, but this split arrow skill is more important. After all, the damage of summon beasts does not depend mainly on equipment, but on their own growth and quality. So Su Ming didn't care about the pitiful summon beast level X3 at all. Indeed, as Chimengmeng said, only 300 points are added at level 100, which is almost the same as nothing in pure deception. Haven't you seen that the dark gold equipment that was just auctioned has an affix of plus 2000 for all attributes alone, while the Voodoo Archer set occupies 4 equipment slots including gloves, shoes, helmet and cloak. But in front of the split arrow, all weaknesses can be ignored, even a blank board doesn't matter. Just as Su Ming was about to input his auction price, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Sister Meng Meng, I have been looking for you for a long time. This time when I came to Fingdu, I specifically asked you to be my guide. Why are you hiding from me? Wait, who is he? You left me behind to be his personal bodyguard? How dare you steal the girl from my dragonborn Prince Starla? I want to duel with you. Su Ming was stunned. No, buddy, you get into the role so quickly. I hadn't heard a word, and I hadn't even turned around to look at you, but you just fast-forwarded to the duel part? Who are you? Su Ming couldn't hold it in any longer and turned around to ask. Chapter 88. The Birth of the Flame Dragon Roaring Family. Su Ming turned around and saw 2 dragon horns. The wild and rough curves exude a strong breath of fire element, which shows that this person has extremely strong dragon bloodline. He is a descendant of a dragon blood family and must be a core member. This was a wild and strong man, with a terrifying height of about 2 meters and 5, like a giant. The way he looked down at Su Ming was like an eagle looking down on a weak chick. This aggressive and powerful look, as well as the attitude of finding fault with nothing, really made Su Ming feel disgusted at first sight. After a brief thought, Su Ming immediately searched for a family from his memory and couldn't help but laugh. No wonder, just because Miss Chimengmeng is my personal bodyguard, he is so angry and shamelessly ran in front of me to perform a drama of chasing his wife to the crematorium. So you are Asen. Oh no, you are from the Yanlong family of the Elephant Country. Su Ming sniffed sharply. Damn. Sure enough, it smelled like cow dung mixed with curry and E. coli. Confirmed without a doubt. Su Ming's heart was immediately filled with contempt, and the VIPs attending the auction near him also moved around instantly to avoid contact with this guy. About 1% of the reason was that they disliked the strong smell that he could not hide, and 99% of the reason was that they despised his humble bloodline. Including Su Ming, everyone was filled with strong contempt. Yes, he is not a person who believes in blood supremacy, but any normal person would look down upon the Yanlong family, even if they possessed the gifted dragon bloodline. There were whispers all around. Wow, it's that notorious and most inferior dragon blood family. Why are they coming to our dragon country to make trouble? Sure, keep your voice down. I'm disgusting, but I can breathe fire. Be careful or you'll be made into human curry. The roaring flame dragon family is a typical example of those who steal a hook will be executed, and those who steal a country will be made marquises. No matter how they got their dragon bloodline, just ask yourself if you can do it, right? I really can't do it. Facing a female fire dragon, I can't be tough at all. It takes a master from the elephant country to actually do this to me. This is an open secret. Where does the dragon bloodline of the so-called flame dragon's roar family come from? They were a family of professionals from the Elephant Kingdom. After they captured a female western fire dragon, the monster lizard interest that flowed in their blood broke out. So, on a dark and windy night, they took turns to hurt the poor dragon, and for the next 6 months, they kept it imprisoned and hurt it. For some unknown reason, the reproductive barrier was finally broken, and the fire dragon gave birth to a dragon child. When it grew up, it named itself the Flame Dragon's Roar family. The most heinous and despicable bloodline in history was born, and everyone despised them because they were the descendants of the dragon trader. But after 3 generations, their grandchildren, the new generation of dragon descendants, felt that, what does the elders' mistakes have to do with me? And, children are innocent and have the right to survive. So they whitewashed themselves and instead called themselves the descendants of the noble dragon, taking pride in the fire dragon bloodline obtained from the treacherous dragon, and thriving in the elephant kingdom. What's that look in your eyes? Prince Starla was furious. You lowly dragon nation summoner, are you thinking about our ancestors? Phew. The passengers around couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. It turns out that this guy also knows what others are thinking. What are you laughing at, you bastards? Do you want to witness the might of the flame dragon? Starla, who claimed to be a prince, glared at everyone and sneered arrogantly. Don't think that I won't beat you just because the law doesn't apply to everyone. Those who dare to offend the dignity of our flame dragon roaring family will eventually rot into a pile of stinking dog shit in the Ganges River, you lowly mudbloods. Su Ming. Chen Meng Meng. Zhao Muyu. No, is this guy simply sick in the brain? Or does the flame dragon roaring family really have a term like mudblood in their education? Is their family education Bible an entertainment novel from the old times? Su Ming couldn't help but whisper to the ladies. I remember when I was a kid, I watched an old-time adaptation movie, it seemed to be called Harry Potter and the Enchanted, in which there was discrimination against the untalented, and those who couldn't learn magic were contemptuously called mudbloods. Zhao Muyu. Harry Potter is so fucking big. Chen Meng rolled her eyes. Do you men like big things and fantasize about big things every day? Yes, what's the problem? Su Ming scratched his head in confusion. Big is good, big is beautiful, isn't this a universal truth? Isn't this book so popular around the world because of its title? Go away. Prince Starla, who was ignored, flew into a rage. You ignorant little mudblood, you whisper to my future wife in front of me, right? I want to apply to go with you to the Fengdu arena, the death match. I don't even know you, stop biting everyone like a mad dog, okay? Su Ming was almost annoyed by this guy's unreasonable behavior, and was also amused by the other party's bullying. I say, buddy. Who is your buddy? Are you worthy enough to say that? You also have dragon bloodline? Starla immediately interrupted Su Ming, and refuted him with disdain. Well, descendant of the treacherous dragon, as a second-level professional, you actually have the nerve to challenge me, a level 17 professional who has not yet changed jobs? How can you say that? Su Ming sneered disdainfully. Or you just confirmed that I have not changed jobs, so you dared to boldly shout out the 4 words. Death match. The dignified flame dragon roaring family is so cowardly. Today you dare to invite me to a death match. May I ask, are you going to break into my Dragon Country kindergarten tomorrow and say you want to fight 100 Dragon Country future warriors? His sharp sarcasm made all the VIPs of the auction house scream with excitement. In addition, the dragon people seemed to hate the elephant people, and they all angrily criticized this guy. A level 2 fighting a level 0, that's really eye-opening. Next time, the Prince of Flame Dragon Roar will probably break into the hospital's sterile room, yell at a bunch of test tube babies, and then laugh at us dragons for not daring to talk back. Oh, I'm afraid now that in the dead of night, after I finish casting the spell, Prince Starla will rush into my bedroom and laugh at my sticky toilet paper, saying that all 300 million dragon people are cowards. The Xian people have always been bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and they specifically pick on high school students. If this young man was a student, Starla would have knelt down and begged for mercy with just a glare. After all, the dragon bloodline was obtained unjustly. It is said that the injured female fire dragon cast a blood curse on them before her death, so their brains are all sick. Chapter 89, Drop. E. coli exceeds the limit. Starla, this is Fengdu Auction House. If you want to act wildly, go back to your elephant country. Aren't you afraid of being punished by your father for being so disgraceful? Finally, a 4th-level professional from the Chen family of Fengdu Auction House arrived late. He immediately attacked Starla with a high-intensity foamed star output. The 13th rule of Fengdu Auction House is very clear, you must not provoke or fight here. You actually have the audacity to challenge a 0-level untransformed person to a death match. How can you be so embarrassed? How about we just compete in age, and the loser will just commit suicide by disembowelment? How about that? The 4th-level professional looked at Starla with a sneer. The arrogant dragon prince curled up into a ball after being scolded. It's not because what the other person said makes sense. Anyway, he has never been a reasonable person. It was because every time the 4th-level professional spoke a word, the dragon soul phantom behind him would spit out sparks, and the opponent's dragon power would roar, making Stara sweat coldly. That meant that the opponent was a profession exclusive to the dragon race, a high-level dragon lord. Even though Starla calls himself a dragon prince, his profession is only a fire dragon wizard, and he is naturally inferior to the high lords. I'm sorry, distinguished VIP user Mr. Su Ming, I'm late because I was rummaging through boxes looking for a very special notebook. The powerful fourth-order professional restrained her terrifying dragon power, took off her helmet, put the armor back into the inventory, and turned out to be a top-notch muscleman with bulging muscles, arms as strong as Su Ming's 3 legs tied together, and 8 abdominal muscles that could kill gods. Just call me Sister Qingqianqian. The other party looked at Su Ming very friendly, with little red hearts flashing in her eyes. I have the 17th level fan card Xiao Susu of your live broadcast room, and I am also your room manager. I was busy with work today, so I only banned 128 black fans. I'm sorry, I will double the bans tomorrow. We must make sure that our live broadcast room is full of good fans and white fans. Su Ming. Oops. It was a bit embarrassing to be chased by fans offline. Qingqianqian is obviously twice as old as Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang, which is very common because the dragon slayer Chen Jingqiu was already a well-known playboy 50 years ago, and his reproductive ability has not weakened over the years. He has sons and daughters ranging from 1 to 60 years old. It can only be described as a crackling breeding machine. Thank you. Su Ming was very aware of being an internet celebrity. He immediately smiled sincerely and shook hands with Qingqianqian. Thank you, Ms. Qianqian. I feel like I don't put as much effort into the live broadcast room as you do. Sorry for the trouble. But why are there still some black fans jumping around in the live broadcast room even though I haven't started broadcasting? What are they trying to do? Qingqianqian immediately forgot about the auction house affairs and Prince Stella, who was lying on the ground. She said seriously, Live broadcaster, I suspect that the opponent has sent in some online trolls to turn our live broadcast room into an abstract one and make it chaotic. You became popular too quickly, and our fan club is not loyal enough, has not been purified, and lacks combat effectiveness. So the opponent wants to take advantage of your unstable foundation and directly destroy our barrage atmosphere. I think you should ask your useless agent to hire more professional room managers to block certain disgusting comments in seconds and maintain the live broadcast environment. Qingqianqian's words were full of top-level professionalism. Although you have attracted a large number of fans by doing hard work now, live broadcasting can't always be hard work. Most of the time it is just a dull daily routine. So, that's the time to test the loyalty of fans. Su Ming glanced at Zhao Muyu with emotion. Well, my agent used to be a secretary, and has nothing to do with the entertainment industry. He is indeed a bit amateur. If you were not in a high position, the manager of Fengdu Auction House, I really want to pry you away and hire you to take the position. Hee, that won't work. As a fan, you have to keep a distance from your idol, otherwise it's easy for the idol's halo to be shattered. Especially, you can't work for your idol, otherwise salary disputes will be super troublesome. Although Qingqianqian is a muscular woman, she speaks in a feminine way. It can only be said that there is a sense of contrast. After talking about the live broadcast, Qingqianqian glared at the depressed Starla with a straight face. Hey! Why did you come to Fengdu Auction House to harass my sister? Don't think that the Yanlong family is so awesome and invincible, but in the world, it is only third-rate. In what aspect does our Dragon Slayer family not crush you? Even in terms of lust, my father alone can beat all the men in your family. That's right. The population of the entire Yanlong clan is not as large as that of Daddy alone. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang nodded in agreement. Su Ming. Zhao Muyu. The two of them stared at each other, fearing that Starla would retort. Our ancestors dared to fuck giant lizards. And then the 3 sisters would reply contemptuously. Do you think my father wouldn't dare? Of course, fortunately they were not so naive after all. Starla stood up quickly and took out an ornament with a smile. I recently obtained a very exquisite ornament in the world copy of the Kingdom of Divine Beasts, and I want to give it to Miss Chen Mengmeng. You also know that the elders of our 2 families are looking forward to our marriage. The blood of the flame dragon and the fire holy dragon may be able to hybridize to produce a higher level dragon blood noble. Besides, because our body temperatures are usually 55 degrees, we are highly compatible. Starla looked at Chen Mengmeng anxiously. The more she looked, the happier she became. She wished she could give birth to 10 dragon cubs with her right away. He happily took out an exquisite necklace, the strong fire elemental power showing its extraordinariness. Su Ming put her hands on her waist, took out a detector from her backpack with disgust, and scanned it at the necklace. Drop. Electronic synthesis sound. Warning: E. coli exceeds the standard. Please stay away from this suspected rotten pork source. Starla was stunned on the spot. All the people who were listening to the gossip were stunned, and then burst into laughter. The furthest distance in the world is not the love between a flying bird and a swimming fish, but drops. The coli level exceeds the standard. Please stay away from the fat pigs from the elephant country in front of you. Ha ha ha, the AI is advising us to break up. Su Ming laughed, and was completely amused by the other party. You. Stara could not, and did not dare, get angry at Qin and Su Ming, two ladies who were regarded as excellent heirs in the Dragon Slayer family. He could only direct all his anger at Su Ming. Untouchables! Mudluds! Low-level trash! Starla vented her anger crazily and sent a duel invitation to Su Ming's professional panel. If you have the guts, challenge me to a death match. Don't accuse me of bullying the weak. I can fight you in a correction field. Do you dare? Dare! Su Ming clicked OK and accepted the invitation. Chapter 90 Temporary Broadcast: Kill a second-level professional for fun. Starla was stunned for a moment. His invitation to duel was accepted? How dare he do that to the little useless guy in front of him who hasn't changed his job yet? Su Ming said with a smile. Please be patient, Mr. Starla, descendant of the treacherous dragon. I would like to request to postpone the duel for 2 hours. Huh! You coward, you really are scared to death. Stara immediately delayed his duel, considering him a coward and afraid, and it was too late to regret. He sneered smugly and looked around. Oh, there are so many people here now, so you are being stubborn. Later, when we enter the duel preparation room and are alone, you will not hug my legs and cry, there are not many people here now. I kneel down to Grandpa Stara, please have mercy and cancel the duel. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and showed a helpless expression. Excuse me, are you a drama queen? There are so many dramas. If you have time for this, just write a will. You don't even know who I am, Su, and you dare to fight me in the correction field, right? I tell you, in the correction field, there is no difference in level and attributes. Even if your ancestor comes, I will chop off his dog head. Huh! Starla was furious. Then let's do it right now. You coward who asked for a delay. Su Ming glanced at the other party and snorted coldly. I need 2 hours to inform my fans around the world. The third live broadcast has been prepared. He finished operating the phone and clicked publish. At the same time, all the fans who paid special attention to Su Ming's live broadcast room felt their phones vibrate slightly, and then received a push notification. Ding dong! The anchor Su Ming you follow has issued a reminder for the start of his new show. Temporary start: killing a fire dragon mage from a dragon trader family for fun, share with you. Live countdown, 1 hour and 59 minutes. Huh! Another hard job? The fans were shocked and told others about it. Although Su Ming's live broadcast room was black and had not yet started, fans had already started chatting lively. What the hell is this dragon trader family? The name makes me imagine a lot of things. Let me give you some basic information. The dragon trader family is the Roaring Flame Dragon family, a top Brahmin family in the Elephant Country. A legitimate high-caste wealthy family. They used a method beyond human imagination to obtain the blood of the dragon race. It can only be said that such an abstract and bizarre thing can only happen in the Elephant Country in the world. 3 minutes later. Su Ming showed the live broadcast reminder to Starla and smiled faintly. Look, according to the background data, 270,000 people have subscribed to this live broadcast. Starla, I estimate that by then, there will be at least 8 million viewers who will click on the live broadcast room to watch our death match. I hope you can provide me with some normal program effects and help me earn more rewards. Qin smiled and gave a thumbs up. You deliberately reserved 2 hours to prevent the live broadcast from happening at the last minute, and most fans from noticing it. I have to say, Su Ming, you are really a genius in the live broadcast circle. You are destined to become a super internet celebrity. Chen Meng Meng and Chen Tang Tang also nodded like chicks pecking at rice, agreeing with their sister's words. Su Ming held the back of his head with his hands leisurely, and said with a smile, "Let's go to the auction house right away and get some good things that can enhance my combat power so that I can win the death match later. It's better to sharpen your sword before the battle, even if it's not fast." Qin Qianqian handed over a notebook with a smile. "As long as you sign it for me, I will act as your tour guide for free." Su Ming took the notebook, and then he understood why Qin Qianqian had to search through all the boxes and drawers to find it. Because this is a notebook enchanted with permanent dust avoidance and permanent cleanliness, and it is densely covered with signatures of various celebrities. Su Ming pointed at a name and couldn't help but feel a little flattered. "Is that the signature of Lord Fernando, the Evil Hand? How could I be so worthy as to sign my name on the same page as a level 6 professional?" Chen Qianqian shrugged. "No matter how powerful Fernando is, he doesn't have a divine weapon. I think your future will not stop at the 6th level, and you will definitely step into the god-level realm. By then, your signature will be the most top-level collection. Thanks for your kind words." Su Ming signed his name in an elegant manner, handed the notebook back, and then walked out to look for new items for auction. Stella, who was still haunting them, was following them with a look of doubt and uncertainty. He couldn't help but think, Su Ming? Who is he? How could he attract 8 million people to watch the battle with just one sentence? "I'm not really going to lose, am I going to die?" Then Starla saw Su Ming suddenly stop in front of an auction item. Hidden Soul Priest Job Transfer Card. If you have Orc blood, you can switch to the exclusive hidden profession of Orc Blood Soul Priest. You can become a Soul Priest who rides on a Kodo beast, wields a war hammer and beats a Kui Neo leather war drum, and steps into the battlefield. Your professional skills include Slowness Aura, Brilliance Aura, Roaring Aura, War Aura, Thorn Rebound Aura, Rock Skin Armor Aura, Soul Blessing Aura, and so on. Fingdu Auction House Advertisement. Master this profession, and you will become the mainstay that all legions dream of. You can bless aura power for a large range of troops. When you step into the battlefield, you are the god of war. Starting price, 500 million. Starla curled her lips and snorted. How can you, a human professional who has not yet changed your job, get 500 million funds? Besides, I can see that you don't have orc blood. Why are you auctioning this thing? You are not pretending to be rich and bluffing here, are you? Su Ming glanced at him sideways, as if he was looking at an idiot. Are you a fool who can only see the immediate benefits? Invest for the long term and think about the future, do you understand? Starla sneered. This is 500 million, huh? He saw that Su Ming had already raised the price to 600 million. The increase was so large that the auctioneer from Fingdu Auction House immediately announced it to the whole audience on the auction platform. Su Ming does not have any professional orcs under his command at the moment, but it does not matter. He has a super rich system that can give legendary attributes to summon beasts. How difficult is it to give the summoned beast the simple orc bloodline? The soul priest profession is able to bless large armies on a large scale, which is quite consistent with the one-man army concept of the summoner profession. Therefore, Su Ming will train a priest sooner or later in the future. However, hidden professional skill cards are something you can only come across by chance, as they are dropped randomly. If you miss this opportunity, you may never encounter it again in your life. Bye. Su Ming made the decision immediately. He must get this professional card. Chapter 91. The second generation of the rich competes with the first generation of the rich? If nothing else, the basic professional skills of the soul priest alone are enough to make any summoner salivate. All of them are halo-type skills. Just casting a skill casually can bless hundreds of summons. The cost-effectiveness is extremely high. Qin Qianqian frowned and reminded Su Ming. Based on my years of experience in the auction house, generally speaking, the transaction price of a soul priest job advancement card is often around 1 billion. But occasionally there will be a premium of around 200 million. You have to control it yourself. Don't fight with some nitpicking buyers or buyers in urgent need. It's not worth it. Su Ming smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Cece, for reminding me, but I am determined to win. Don't worry, I, Su Ming, have prepared a cash flow of 2 billion, and I must win it. He deliberately raised his voice by an octave so that all the auctioneers around him could hear it clearly, in order to intimidate potential opponents and make them retreat. Suddenly, many people who wanted to bid backed out. Who is that Su Ming? A young summoner who hasn't changed his job yet, talking about 2 billion all the time. It's a bit weird, is it fake? TSK, you don't watch live broadcasts or short videos? The recently popular wall breaker of the Fortress of Demons and the restorer of the portable world of the Summoner's artifact. Don't underestimate them as grassroots, but their live broadcasts are in full swing and they have a lot of real money. Really? Is he determined to auction this professional card? That's for sure. According to the information I found online, Su Ming already has 2 variant summon beasts before he changes his job. Moreover, the main feature of his artifact is the number of summons. It can be said that he is in urgent need of this job card. Well, let's just call it a win. Don't compete with them. You will definitely not win the bid. It's better to do them a favor and give them face. Most people retreated obediently during the conversation. Su Ming glanced at Prince Darla, who was becoming increasingly guilty. Sir, why don't you give it a try? We are already enemies who are about to form a blood feud in a death match. Shouldn't you spend a little money to prevent me from successfully obtaining the resources to rise? Starla. He was not stupid, he also wanted to take action against Su Ming and severely curb his growth. But the funds he can currently mobilize are only 200 million, only 1/10 of Su Ming's cash flow, which is not enough at all. If you force yourself to do it, you will only make people laugh. Humph, you are squandering your wealth and spending money on garbage with zero improvement. I am happy to see it happen, so you are the only one trying to stop me. Stara sneered with a look of indifference on his face. Chen Mingming chuckled and whispered to Su Ming. Although he is called the Dragon Prince, he is self-proclaimed. Although the flame dragon roaring family is quite powerful in the elephant country, what does it have to do with Stara? The funds he can control are very small, and they are all borrowed. Starla snorted and turned her head to the side. She couldn't help but mutter. Miss Chen Mingming, you have a scalding body temperature of 55 degrees, but you can say such cold words. I am very sad. Besides, even if this pretty boy named Su Ming is 1,000 times better, you and him can only be widows in life. In the end, you can only marry me. Only I can withstand your fiery passion as a dragon widow. This is a classic example of bringing up something that is not relevant. Su Ming chuckled. Zhao Muyu was also trembling with fear. Qin Qianqian also couldn't help laughing. Chen Mingming stamped her feet in frustration. I'd rather be a dragon widow than listen to your curry-flavored mandarin every day, and I don't want to go to the elephant country with you and smell the cow dung-flavored air with excessive E. coli every day. Go back to your country and drink the delicious porridge made with Ganges water every day. What a wishful thinking! Besides, Chen Mingming suddenly flashed to the side of the dazed Chen Tang Tang and blinked at Su Ming. If we 2 sisters work together, we can neutralize the ice and fire to normal body temperature. You just need to take us down together, and you don't have to be afraid of anything. Su Ming. Starla. At this time, the Soul Priest job transfer card jumped again, and the price rose to 610 million. Su Ming curled his lips and said thoughtfully, Has the bid increase started to fall back to the minimum standard of 10 million? It seems that this bidder is just testing me. In this case, let's kill the suspense. Su Ming did not hesitate to raise the intensity of the other party. I offer 700 million. After a while, someone raised the price to 710 million. Su Ming reversed and raised the price to 800 million without any ambiguity. This attitude of raising the price reflects an unquestionable determination to win. Everyone clearly felt Su Ming's determination. Therefore, the price of 800 million was temporarily frozen and no one continued to bid. But Su Ming did not let down his guard, because since this was an auction house, in addition to the offline fixed price bidding and free bidding, there was also the most crucial step, bidding on the auction table. That is the stage where prices rise most rapidly, and it is also the stage for auctioneers to show off their eloquence. In an hour, this job transfer card will be put on the auction table. Be prepared. Qin Qianqian reminded with a smile, feeling genuinely happy about her idol's lavish spending. Because as the on-duty manager of the auction house, she can also get a commission from all the auctions that are completed. This is to encourage the Qin family members to work diligently and earn resources for their own career path. Su Ming nodded and continued to look for things that could improve his combat effectiveness. Look at this. When you take part in the death match later, just throw 100 of these and they will definitely blow Stara into ashes on the spot. Chen Mingming spared no effort to promote the fine goods in the alchemical bomb counter. Su Ming walked over leisurely and took a quick look. His eyes almost popped out of his head. How could this thing appear in Fingdu auction house so openly? Prince Stella, who was following behind, was also furious. He pointed his trembling right hand at the tip of Chen Mingming's nose. You really want to kill your husband? It turned out to be a dozen dragon-slaying bombs. The effect is simple and violent. Damage: a huge special attack on dragons, causing 100 points of basic damage, plus additional damage of mental power x10. Damage type: physical. Damage range: 20 m radius circular area. How to use: throw. Mana cost: 0. The only slightly disappointing thing is the damage type, which is physical. As we all know, dragons have always been thick-skinned and tough, and dragon scales are one of the essential materials for legendary shields and legendary armor. Therefore, the physical armor of the dragon clan is quite strong, which makes these dragon-slaying bombs somewhat useless. However, the dragon-slaying bomb is still very expensive, as high as 500,000 yuan per bomb. One price, no bargaining, no bidding. Su Ming smacked his lips, but after a slight hesitation, he still bought 100 pieces at a lump sum. The reason is simple: one of the artifact repair tasks he has to do next is to complete the 10,000 demons slayed achievement in the Abyss battlefield, and dragon creatures, as recognized powerful creatures, are extremely common in the Abyss battlefield. Chapter 92: How can insects and rats understand my farsightedness? Whether it is the huge lineage of the Abyss Camp's magic dragon, nether dragon, hell dragon, mad dragon, ghost dragon and skeleton dragon, or the red dragon, green dragon, fire dragon, frost dragon, summon bone dragon, two-headed wind dragon and other dragon species in our own camp, it can only be said that due to the racial nature of dragons are lustful. Races that basically have no reproductive barriers with the giant dragon clan have given birth to some mutant dragons. Therefore, the dragon-slaying bomb is extremely effective against them. Of course, the more crucial thing is the additional damage of these dragon-slaying bombs' mental power x10. For Su Ming, whose attributes exploded, it meant thousands of additional damages, which was extremely terrifying. It is worthy of being an alchemical bomb that costs 500,000 each. Although it is painful, it is still worth it as a killer. Using this thing to fight the enemy is simply a waste of money. Su Ming felt a little emotional. Looking at the 50 million he had spent, his heart was bleeding. This time, the tycoon's willful consumption will not be counted into the consumption amount of the super-rich system, because the purchase of alchemical bombs does not meet the conditions for improving himself. Because there is no improvement in attributes, or strengthening of skills, nor are there any additional summons. But Su Ming felt that a storm was about to come, so he decided to play a few more cards. TSK, you wasted all that money! After Su Ming put the 100 alchemical bombs sent by the staff into the professional backpack space, Starla suddenly laughed wildly. In our deathmatch mode, we do not allow the use of any alchemical bombs, disposable spells, and spell scrolls. Because we are playing in a correction field, and these consumable items cannot be corrected. Su Ming glanced at him, looking at him as if he was crazy. Do you think I don't know this basic rule? Isn't it Article 41? Starla was stunned and hurriedly checked. Sure enough, Article 41 of the professional duel rules clearly stated, we do not encourage high-level professionals to duel with low-level professionals, as there is a suspicion of bullying the weak. However, if the conflict cannot be reconciled and can only be resolved by bloody battle, we will provide a more fair correction field. However, attributes can be balanced, but consumable items cannot, so the following items are prohibited. Then why are you still buying it? Starla couldn't help asking. Woo, it's all Mingming's fault for never reading the revised terms and conditions. She caused brother Su Ming to waste his money. Chen Mingming immediately blamed herself, thinking that she had not fulfilled her duty as a shopping guide and caused him to spend 50 million yuan in vain. It's a pity that she can't pay with her body because of her bloodline. Then, Mingming's 20 million commission tonight should be returned to brother Su Ming later. Ladies love money, but they should get it in a proper way. There were tears in her clear eyes, and she was obviously extremely distressed, but she still insisted on her principles. Su Ming's opinion of Chen Mengmeng changed immediately. Considering the embarrassing position of the children of the Dragon Slayer family, he couldn't help but smile gently. It's okay. I had planned to buy this kind of item. Because it can really improve combat effectiveness in the most direct way. It's simple and easy to use, and the only insignificant disadvantage is that it costs money. But a fortune can be earned back, and it can save your life, so this money is well worth spending. Then he rolled his eyes at Starla. You don't think I can use the Dragon Slayer bomb against you, do you? It costs 500,000 each. Even the richest people can't use this thing casually. I'm hoarding it as a trump card, understand? As the saying goes, investing in the future is better than being prepared. What's more, its additional damage formula is mental power x10, which means it can be used from level 0 to level 6, always effective, never outdated, and can grow with the attributes of the professional. This is equivalent to 100 small growable artifacts, do you understand? Su Ming looked at Stella with eyes full of contempt, as if a rotten tree cannot be carved. Mud cannot be propped up on a wall. And how can insects and rats understand my foresight? Starla was furious and felt that his IQ was discriminated against. Moreover, just now, Starla secretly looked up the clips about Su Ming's deeds on the internet and took a quick look at them. The more I watch, the more frightened I get. The original arrogance suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a deep fear of losing his life in the death match. He still has many female monitor lizards with charming lines that he has not experienced yet, and he doesn't want to die. With this thought, Starla clenched his legendary staff and suddenly had an evil thought. If I suddenly attack this kid and injure him severely, the death match will be cancelled, and I will only have to pay for the medical expenses. The Dragon Country Embassy will not dare to make things difficult for our Elephant Country's flame dragon roaring family, right? The next moment, Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang realized something was wrong at the same time. They hugged Su Ming's arms, one on the left and the other on the right. They all stared coldly at Starla and warned in unison. If you dare to act recklessly in Fingdu Auction House and assassinate Mr. Su Ming, we will activate the unlimited firing rights granted by our father and blast you to pieces. Qin Qianqian also said calmly. Mr. Su Ming bears the fate curse bestowed by His Majesty the Undead Scourge. Once he dies, the Abyss Lords will stare at him in death within a 1-kilometer radius. Starla, if you want to die yourself, don't drag others with you. What? Starla was speechless for a moment, stunned. He never expected that in a duel with Su Ming, he would die if he lost, and he would die if he won. Qin Qianqian snorted coldly. Next time before you compete with someone in a death match, remember to check who the other party is. Starla collapsed to the ground in a daze, like a walking corpse. Su Ming, however, had a very comfortable look on his face, and he didn't bother to pay any attention to Starla at all. It feels so good. My left arm is being wrapped by 2 hot water bags of just the right temperature, and it's being heated. My right arm is being cooled by 2 cold water bags that are as elastic as jelly but icy cold. Is this the excitement of ice and fire? No wonder this project provided on the 2nd floor of those clubs has been popular from the old days to the era of universal job transfer. Chen Mengmeng. Chen Tangtang. The two of them quickly let go of Su Ming's arms and took back their full hot water bags. And ice water bags. Hee hee, brother Su Ming, H. Chen Mengmeng smiled shyly like an anime girl, with blushing cheeks, but this was obviously the little succubus-esque tactic of playing hard to get. Su Ming scratched his head and said, you all seem to be older than me, can you please stop calling me brother Su Ming? But we have dragon blood, so we are half dragons. Our lifespan is about 500 years, Chen Mengmeng said confidently. If converted to your human life stage, I am just a little lowly in the dragon clan. Isn't it more exciting? Su Ming rolled his eyes wildly. How can there be a lowly as big as a hot water bottle? But it doesn't matter. I don't want to be turned into a sausage by you. Let's go buy some new things quickly. I should also start to deal with this fire dragon mage. Chapter 93. The third live broadcast starts. As he spoke, Su Ming directly took out the drone used for live broadcasting from the professional's backpack. The camera activated, focusing on everyone. In an instant, All those who paid special attention to Su Ming received a reminder of the broadcast. Eh? Didn't the live broadcast preview say that in 2 hours, a second-level professional would be killed live? Why did it start now? Great! The broadcast started early. This is the excellent quality of every broadcaster. Wow, my heart is broken. Who are the three beauties around Su Ming? Is it true that the final destination of internet celebrities is just to be casual fans? The idol halo is shattered. At the same time, Su Ming's enemies were the first to rush to the live broadcast room. This is normal. Black fans tend to pay more attention to the anchor than white fans, because the emotional driving force of hatred is much higher than likes and favorability. Iron-blooded alliance. Shin Jinghong, who paid a fine of 20 million and wrote a letter of guarantee notarized by a 6th-level professional that he would never take action against Su Ming in the future, quickly opened the live broadcast room with uncontrollable hatred and anonymously insulted. Su Ming is a little bastard. Grandpa, I am embarrassed, and I am warned by the relevant departments. I call you a fairy. Platform system prompts. You have been banned for 360 days by the room manager. Sisai is a cute girl with big muscles. Please pay attention to civilized words, do not start fights, insults and political disputes, and watch the live broadcast with positive energy. Shin Jinghong snorted coldly and extinguished his anger a little. He knew he had just been impulsive, but his eyes were suddenly attracted by the house manager's ID, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Su Ming's diehard fans should all be young girls. Right. This one named Cece, since she dares to call herself a muscle tyrant, she must be in the gym every day. He couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, and imagined in his mind a figure wearing hot pants and a short shirt with her navel exposed, with a curvy and slim figure sweating profusely on the treadmill, and her perfect curves were alluring. Aha! A small tent was set up. Since Zhao Muyu gave up the company's compensation and resigned directly from the Iron-Blooded Alliance, Shin Jinghong's wife took the opportunity to arrange a hunky secretary for him. In the past, he would secretly look at Zhao Muyu's hot body with greedy eyes at work, but now it is he often noticed that the macho secretary secretly looked at his ass with his hot and aggressive eyes. Therefore, Shin Jinghong was really tired and sad. He even thought about an online name and came up with one. The beautiful house manager banned the little black guy. As a result, the happy enemies went from fighting each other to online dating, and finally had sex like crazy, so he plotted to kill Huang. Face Woman, a detective story about throwing a body into a river and finally fighting wits with the police. At this time, his good son Shinzimo pushed the door open and said, "Dad! Great news! Su Ming is crazy. He actually wants to have a death match with the genius of the Yanlong roaring family." Huh! The flame dragon roaring family of the Elephant Kingdom? Shin Jinghong was caught in a dilemma. For a moment, he didn't know who to support. He prides himself on having extremely high moral standards. He has never touched a fashionable and beautiful beauty like Zhao Muyu, who has been dangling in front of him for so long. She can be called a moral model. As for the bastards of the flame dragon roaring family, they will not let go of all the giant lizards, giant dragons and giant snakes. It is simply a great rift, and a trough of human morality. But he also hoped that Su Ming would die in the death match. For a moment, I was a little confused. The headquarters of the Mystery Temple. A charity dinner initiated by Bufian's mother Wu Mingxi is currently raising funds. This is one of the daily activities of the upper class. In order to show the kindness of celebrities, they often have dinner together, and then donate a small amount of money to charity organizations to obtain tax reduction and preferential treatment from the government. It can be said that they have gained both money and fame. Just when the dinner was at a critical moment, Bufian, who was ordered by her mother to attend, suddenly turned on her mobile phone and looked at the screen with a silly smile. Wu Mingxi felt a chill in her heart. She naturally knew the reason because she also paid special attention to Su Ming's live broadcast room anonymously. That boy is on air. Wu Mingxi couldn't help but want to stop her daughter's behavior. She ordered her to delete the live broadcast software, continue to be the lady she is, watch less meaningless live broadcasts that people from the lower class like to watch, and not be swept away by the trend of entertainment to death. But beside Bufian were two young ladies who also came from famous families. They actually opened Su Ming's live broadcast room with her and had great interest. Wu Mingxi pursed her lips and gave up this action, because the people coming to this social dinner are at least from the same level as the mysterious temple, and she has no right to offend them by preaching. Hee Fian, your most promising and handsome admirer is now on air. A delicate pig girl winked at her bestie and said enviously. Wow, I still remember what he said in front of 20 million viewers in the live broadcast room. Miss Buffian, she gave a boy a dream that he couldn't even dream of. Buffet's cheeks were flushed. She originally had no extra feelings for Su Ming because of the large age gap between them. It had been 2 years since she graduated from college. Therefore, she only regarded Su Ming as a junior who had suffered a lot and finally honed his skills. She wanted to invest in his future. But now, everyone knows that she is his white moonlight. Yeah, as the white moonlight of this top internet celebrity, what do you think about Fian? Another carefree female engineering student also thought this was very interesting. Don't be obsessed with your tiny age difference. If a girl is 3 years older than you, the senior sister will bring you gold bricks. If a girl is 30 years older than you, the rich woman will give you the kingdom. Nowadays, high-level professionals have long lifespans. Especially if Su Ming inherits the mantle of His Majesty the Undead Scourge, he will be an immortal lich. There will be no age difference. When your lifespan is over in the future, you can ask him to summon you into a skeleton, preserve the fire of your soul, and accompany you forever. How romantic! The pig girl's eyes were full of stars. Buffian. I think the path of mechanical ascension is more romantic. You can ask Su Ming to preserve your brain as a brain in a jar and customize hundreds of cloned bodies for you. Then he can use the professional's permanent preservation technique to help you keep your brain from decaying. It's equivalent to you staying with him forever at the age of 18. The tomboy also had a lot of ideas. Buffian. At this moment, Wu Mingxi saw several of her middle-aged girlfriends open Su Ming's live broadcast room, and they also winked at her. Old Wu, you made a big fool of yourself last time. It was the first time that the sisters saw you, a smart guy, get humiliated. It was really funny, so they started following Su Ming. Come on, let's watch his live broadcast again. Don't hold a grudge against him. It is said that if a girl pursues a boy, it will take a lot of effort. If Xiao Fian is willing to swallow her pride and pursue Su Ming, you will 100% have a grandson next year. Hey, come and see your son-in-law. Wu Mingxi's face darkened, but this is often the case with close friends. In the end, they will become bad friends, exposing each other's shortcomings and making fun of each other. Chapter 94, Global Fans. Who wrote your script? It's too fake. Wu Mingxi felt very uncomfortable and was pulled to sit down by her middle-aged girlfriends. Their phones were filled with images of Fingdu Auction House, and they were obviously in Su Ming's live broadcast room. This kid is so rich that he can even live broadcast at Fingdu Auction House. I remember the entry threshold is several hundred million in cash. An ant with long wavy hair sighed. I heard that he started from scratch. His parents died when he was very young, and he could only finish his studies with financial aid. But in the blink of an eye, in less than 3 months, he actually rose to fame overnight, from being 3 generations poor to being 1 generation rich. What an amazing young man. All the girlfriends winked at Wu Mingxi. No, he already had a magic weapon before he changed his job, and you actually despised it. What's wrong? Do you want to find a top rich second generation who was born with a magic weapon for Fian? Wu Mingxi's face turned a little red. Although she knew that her best friends had no ill intentions and were just teasing her, she still felt guilty and regretted it deeply. She could only maintain her expression and smile without saying anything. At this time, Su Ming in the live broadcast room spoke. Hi, welcome all the fans around the world to the live broadcast room of this summoning master. I didn't have any plans to broadcast live today, but a very stupid and explosive thing happened, which should be very effective for live broadcasts, so I just started broadcasting and let everyone watch the fun. I originally came to Fingdu Auction House to buy something that can enhance my strength. After all, I have to complete the magical repair task as soon as possible. He shrugged and sighed. But everyone knows that I am cursed with fate, which is equivalent to a human-shaped self-propelled box egg. Once I suddenly die of cerebral hemorrhage/idiocy/excessive eye mucus, or get killed by a mysterious assassin, there will be no grass within a kilometer radius, and everyone will receive a death glance from the Lord of the Abyss. So, the rulers of Fingdu, the Dragon Slayer family, sent 2 personal bodyguards to prevent me from dying on their territory. Su Ming smiled and turned the camera to the 2 sisters. Chen Ming, wearing shorts and a short shirt, was full of youthful vitality. She immediately fluttered her long eyelashes and appeared in front of the camera with full energy. Hello everyone, I am Chen Ming, an ordinary beautiful dragon warrior. Thank you for your guidance. The scarlet flaming dragon pattern faintly visible on her long white legs proved her profession. Wrapped in a magician's robe, with skin as white as snow, Chen Tang was breathtakingly beautiful, with clear crystal eyes exuding lazy sleepiness. She also greeted the camera with a rather socially anxious look. Her nervous look was particularly lovable. Hi, I'm Tang, a frost dragon mage. The twin sisters look somewhat similar, but each has her own unique beauty and is stunningly beautiful. But what is most shocking is their occupation and background. The audience was immediately shocked. Wow, the daughters of the Dragon Slayer family! Su Ming, you are not allowed to do anything to Ming and Tang. I declare that they are already my wives. Alas, at the most powerless age, I met the 783rd and 784th girls I wanted to protect my whole life. The student party is really hopeless. No, there are so many hidden professions now, aren't there? There are dragon warriors and frost dragon mages. Is this the power of a top wealthy family? I want to marry into their family. Su Ming sneered and rolled his eyes. Don't bother them, and don't send me private messages asking for their contact information. Because it's meaningless. I'm telling you straight out, no man can afford this kind of good fortune. Have you seen the magic patterns on Ming's legs and Tang's arms? They are the signs of the awakening of the dragon bloodline. He took out an infrared thermometer from his backpack and scanned it at Chen Ming and Chen Tang. Ding! My temperature today is 55 degrees. Please go to the hospital for emergency treatment immediately. Ding! Today's temperature is minus 18 degrees. Please do not use this thermometer to scan the refrigerator. Thank you. Friends. This Miss Chen Ming is so hot. Her flaming red lips can directly burn my face and melt my heart. Pure physics. Is this what you mean by you can only look but not touch? Now that I understand the middle school Chinese text on the love of lotus, I can only look at it from a distance and not touch it. It turns out that Tang is really an ice beauty in the physical sense. Su Ming glanced at the comments and found that everyone was calm and satisfied. Very good. But my friends, there is a bastard who is not afraid of being turned into a sausage by Miss Chen Ming and is determined to marry her. He is the male protagonist of our 3rd episode. Please allow me to introduce him to you, Starla Flame Dragon Roar. A descendant of the famous dragon trader family in the Elephant Country, a powerful flame dragon mage. He vividly repeated all of Starla's lines and said with deep emotion, My friends, I didn't tell a single lie, and I didn't exaggerate anything. Everything is just a pure retelling. Just tell me, how can there be such a person and such a plot in the world? What I encountered today, even a third-rate online writer wouldn't dare to write about it. It's simply absurd. Su Ming sighed. But unfortunately, this is reality. Online novels need to be reasonable. When creating a villain, readers need to be able to find his behavior logically reasonable, so that readers will not curse, "Stupid author, you have no life, just bite a lighter." But reality doesn't need any rationality. A fool like Starla, who has a weird brain, broke into my life without any preparation, forcing me to accept his deathmatch invitation and open the live broadcast software. Su Ming was helpless. The audience in Longwood also found it ridiculous. Is this true? Is this a script? But at least find a second-rate joke writer to write it. This is too fake, brother. I don't believe there is such a stupid villain in the world. His lines are too vicious. Did you write them yourself? I was so angry that I fainted. Brothers, it doesn't look like an actor. I looked up Starla Yanlong Roar on the internet. She is the second heir to the Yanlong Roar family. Su Ming can't possibly invite such a big shot to be an actor, right? However, the audience from the Elephant Country refuted. What kind of taste do you Dragon Country audiences have? Is this fake? Isn't this a very real and common expression? There are so many high-caste rich second generations like this in our country. They behave like this every day. What's so strange about this? After all, he is a noble kshatriya. Although you, Su Ming, have some fame, You have no caste and are a non-believer, belonging to the lowest level of untouchables. Is there any problem with Prince Starla talking to you like this?